Yes, President Xia. Jianghua said, Director Xia, it doesn't really matter if we give out the bonus or not. What I'm more concerned about is, when will our fish arrive? Jianghua was very ambitious now, and wanted to show off his skills quickly. Is the cultivation workshop ready? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Jianghua stuck out his chest and said, Director Xia, everything is ready. At present, all the systems have been calibrated to the best state. The fish pond's index parameters are also fully qualified. In addition, the company also recruited 10 workers for the cultivation workshop a few days ago. I've already conducted preliminary training for them, and they can start work at any time. Xia Ruofei said happily, That's great. Get ready to receive the fish. Director Xia, will the fish be shipped over soon? Jianghua asked in surprise. Xia Ruofei chuckled. I've already contacted the fry. They're just waiting for you. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly take me to transport the fish. Jianghua said impatiently. You don't need to worry about this. Xia Ruofei laughed. You just have to bring the workers to clean up the mess. I guarantee you'll see the baby fish before noon. Yes. Jianghua said excitedly. Today was the day that the project had been accepted. Xia Ruofei then instructed Feng Jing to arrange for the finance department to finish the final accounts as soon as possible and settle the remaining payment. Xia Ruofei had never hesitated in this aspect. As long as there were no problems with the quality of the project, he would pay on time. After thanking Manager Li once again, Xia Ruofei drove the pickup truck away from the farm. In the back of the pickup truck, there were a few large plastic boxes. Jianghua had specially prepared them for Xia Ruofei to transport the fish. These boxes were very thick, and they were both breathable and soundproof, which could effectively reduce the loss of pomfret during the transportation process. Xia Ruofei went to the warehouse he rented in the city. He moved the boxes into the warehouse, carefully locked the doors and windows, and took out the spirit painting. With a thought, Xia Ruofei entered the space. He didn't go to the original space to disturb Xia Qing. Instead, he went to the river in the new space. Xia Ruofei first filled a few large boxes with water by the river. The water in the river and the space spirit pool came from the same source. Even the multi-layer purified water in the cultivation workshop could not compare to them. Then, with a thought, Xia Ruofei's mind power quickly spread out and covered the entire river. The situation of every salamander fish in the river entered Xia Ruofei's mind. With a thought, the invisible spatial force gently wrapped around the Kuan fish and slowly brought them to the surface of the river. This invisible force was very gentle, and the ray fish did not notice it at all. It continued to swim in the small area. There were hundreds of water balls floating above the river, and each water ball had a salamander fish in it. It was a beautiful scene. Then, the water balls slowly floated towards Xia Ruofei and gathered in one of the large plastic boxes. They slowly sank into the water. There was no vibration throughout the entire process, and the rays did not even realize that their environment had changed. Xia Ruofei did the same and quickly selected 1,000 baby Kuan. In the past 20 days, the 2 baby Kuan had laid eggs again. Xia Ruofei allowed the baby Kuan to grow to a certain size in the original space, before moving them to the new space river. After a while, Xia Ruofei drove out of the warehouse. In the back of the car, there were a few large plastic boxes that were filled with 1,000 sky hi salamander fish. P.S. Thank you to Jing family's second son and Yak for your support and tips. When the pickup truck returned to the farm, Jiang Hua and the employees of the Pomfrets were looking forward to it. Feng Jing, Peng Hao, Lei Hu, and the others had also put down their work and came to the entrance of the cultivation workshop. As soon as Xia Ruofei's car stopped, everyone gathered around, facing Jiang Hua's expectant eyes. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "The first batch of 1,000 baby fish has been delivered." Jiang Hua was overjoyed and quickly greeted everyone, "Come and move it quickly. Be careful not to shake it. Otherwise, the fish inside will be frightened and may die." Xia Ruofei waved his hand. "Don't move. Don't move. I'll do it." Ah? Jiang Hua and the others were surprised. Xia Ruofei smiled and walked to the back to open the back of the pickup truck. Then, he carried one box in each hand and carried it down easily. Jiang Hua couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He knew that this kind of specially made transfer box had a thick layer and an oxygen-increasing device. It was filled with water and fish, so it weighed nearly 200 caddies. Xia Ruofei looked as if he was holding onto 2 straws, as light as a feather. Most importantly, Xia Ruofei's hands were very stable throughout the entire process. His movements were very gentle. The 2 transferal boxes did not shake at all. The boss was too strong, wasn't he? Jiang Hua, Feng Ku, and the others opened their mouths slightly in surprise. Only Lei Hu looked on with a smile, thinking that this group of people were really ignorant. Squad leader Xia was the backbone of Lone Wolf's assault team. What's the big deal with carrying a few 100 pounds of things? In fact, Lei Hu did not know that although Xia Ruofei could also lift such heavy things in the past, he could not lift them as if they were light, without any shaking or vibration, as he did now. This was all thanks to the body-tempering soup. Very quickly, under everyone's admiring gaze, Xia Ruofei carried the few large plastic boxes into the breeding workshop. Xia Ruofei pointed at the transport boxes and said to Jiang Hua, "There are 2 batches of fish fry here. And there are some differences in size. The 3 boxes here are a batch. Why don't you take a look at how you're going to raise it?" Jiang Hua carefully moved closer and looked through the observation hole for a while. He then said in surprise, "President Xia, these fish are huge. I estimate that each tail is almost 10 centimeters long, right? Is this batch all this big?" Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. The same batch is about the same size. Usually, the fish can be transferred to the breeding base after 4 to 5 centimeters. Jiang Hua said joyfully, "These fish are huge. That's good too, the survival rate will be much higher when we breed them." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Go and look at the other batch." On Xia Ruofei's left side were 3 plastic transport boxes. Jiang Hua nodded and walked over, thinking, the first batch could reach 10 centimeters, and the second batch could reach at least 6 or 7 centimeters. It was really not bad. As a result, Jiang Hua's mouth was wide open, and his face was full of shock. "Jiang Hua, what did you see?" Feng Rao couldn't help but laugh. "You're so scared?" Jiang Hua was dumbfounded. After a long time, he said, "President Xia, so that 10 centimeters one was the smaller one. I didn't say that they were the bigger ones." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Jiang Hua, how's this batch of baby fish?" Peng Hao could not help but ask, "Look at how shocked you are." The longest fish is nearly 20 centimeters, and the smallest is more than 15 centimeters, said Jianghua. Strictly speaking, this is no longer a fry. Director Xia, I really admire you for being able to find such a big fry. This isn't cheap, is it? Xia Ruofei smiled. I got it from a friend. It's a friendship price. Since Xia Ruofei did not say anything, Jiang Hua was tactful and did not ask further. He quickly arranged 4 fish ponds according to the size of the baby venomous sea snakes. 3 of them were used to breed the larger batch of baby venomous snakes, while the baby venomous snakes that were about 10 centimeters in size were concentrated in 1 fish pond. Since they were already in the breeding workshop, Xia Ruofei didn't have to do it himself. Jiang Hua and his workers carefully carried the box to the side of the fish pond and slowly put it in. Then, they opened the lid and Jiang Hua reached out to carefully tilt the box slowly to transfer the baby clam into the fish pond. The entire process was as if he was taking care of a newborn baby, extremely careful. Xia Ruofei and the rest stood outside the police tape and did not go near the fish pond. In Jiang Hua's words, the stingray was extremely timid. If a lot of people surrounded the pond, they might be frightened. It took Jiang Hua an hour to transfer the baby clam into the pond. He was very careful. Xia Ruofei pointed at the pond where the fish had been transferred and asked, Jiang Hua, why are the baby fishes still in formation? The organization's discipline is quite strong. They had also noticed that the baby boas in the pond were swimming in a group in a clockwise direction rapidly, like a rapid marching army, which was very spectacular from afar. Jiang Hua smiled and said, Director Xia, this is the Yangtze River Intelligent Water Flow Simulation System that I reported to you before. The stingray's characteristic is that its intestines are short, so it needs to keep eating and swimming. This system simulates the natural environment of the Yangtze River. The stingray feels like it is in the Yangtze River, and it will unconsciously swim in the direction of the simulated water flow. It's really good. Xia Ruofei complimented and turned to Feng Rao. CEO Feng, after seeing Jiang Hua's performance, I'm even more confident in raising Chinese perch. Are you trying to say that you've got a good eye for talent? Feng Rao chuckled. Ha ha ha. Xia Ruofei laughed. Don't try to get a personal idol. Feng Rao's face blushed slightly as she pouted and said, Who's worshipping you? Jiang Hua and the others had a strange look on their faces. Jiang Hua said unnaturally, that CEO Xia, CEO Feng, I'll go and fish up the fish that are turning white so that they won't affect the other fish. With that, he ran off with a net bag. Peng Hao and the others also bade farewell and left. The workers pretended to be busy and dispersed, regardless of whether they had anything to do. Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Jing awkwardly. Wasn't he just joking? What's with your expressions? Isn't his mind too dirty? Feng Rao blushed and glared at Xia Ruofei. Just as she was about to find an excuse to leave, she heard Jiang Hua's soft exclamation. Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao looked at each other and quickly walked over. As they were already close to the pond, Xia Ruofei did not dare to raise his voice. He asked in a low voice, Jiang Hua, what's wrong? Jiang Hua turned around in shock and said, Director Xia, the survival rate of your batch of fish is too high. There's only 1 fish in this pond that has turned white, and there are only 3 fish in the other ponds. Jiang Hua had been in this line of work for many years. Every time young fish were transported or adult fish caught, they had to be very careful. Pomfrets were very timid. In the past, when some breeders reared them in the open, they would usually turn hundreds of them white with a single thunder. In the process of transporting the fish, due to the bumpy journey and other reasons, the survival rate of the fish would be very good if it could reach about 90%. Jianghua had never heard of such a small fry that could only turn white out of 1,000. Xia Ruofei wasn't surprised at all. This was a baby salamander that had been born and lived in the spirit map for such a long time. Just the spirit qi they had absorbed during this period of time had made their bodies much stronger than ordinary clam fish. However, after Jianghua's explanation, Feng Rao was very surprised. She could not help but look at Xia Ruofei a few more times. She felt that this chairman seemed to be able to show extraordinary abilities from time to time. Xia Ruofei's image in her eyes was becoming more and more mysterious. In any case, after Jianghua's shock, the little embarrassment disappeared. However, Jianghua was destined to be shocked again and again today. He carefully fished out the fish that had turned white and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise after taking a look. Then he threw away the net and grabbed the dead fish that had come out of the water and looked at it for a long time. Jianghua, what's wrong this time? Feng Rao couldn't help asking. Jianghua turned a deaf ear to his words. He picked up a few other Kuan fish that had already turned white and was now looking at them. Jianghua only came back to his senses after Feng Rao called him a few times. However, he was not in the mood to answer Feng Jing. He looked at Xia Ruofei in shock and asked, President Xia, this, isn't this an United States Chinese perch? If I'm not wrong, this is an authentic Yangtze River salamander fish? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, yeah. I didn't say that we're going to breed United States rays. Is there a problem? Jianghua's heart was like a turbulent wave, and his excitement was overflowing in his words. He stuttered, see, President Xia, are these really Chinese perch? At present, most of the Chinese pomfrets, or all of the Chinese pomfrets, were imported from the United States. The reason was simple: the Chinese pomfrets in the Yangtze River had almost gone extinct more than a decade ago. Although they were the same species and even had similar DNA structures, in fact, whether it was in terms of taste or freshness, the United States pomfrets could not be compared with the real wild Yangtze River pomfrets. At present, there were no large quantities of Chinese perch on the market. The price of cultivated United States stingers was very expensive. At its most expensive, it was more than 2,000 yuan per 500 grams. Later, as the number of farmers increased, the price decreased, but it was still at least a few hundred yuan per 500 grams. That was the price of United States perch. If it was authentic Chinese perch, it would be priceless even if it was 10 times more expensive. It was no wonder Jianghua was so shocked. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. I'm sure that these baby fishes are the most authentic Chinese perch, and they're bred in an artificial wild environment. Oh my God. This is unbelievable. Jianghua's lips trembled as he spoke. Jianghua, is there a big difference between the Chinese perch and the United States one? Feng Rao asked curiously. Jianghua replied without hesitation, one is heaven and the other is earth. The Chinese perch was a delicacy that money couldn't buy, but the United States perch had been successfully imported and could be cultivated on a large scale. A conservative estimate would be that the price difference is 10 times. Feng Rao's beautiful eyes could not help but reveal a look of shock. Her cherry-like mouth was slightly agape and could not close for a long time. If the difference was 10 times, that would be a few thousand yuan per catty. If 1,000 fish grew to 2 or 3 catties, it would be 10 to 20 million yuan. This was only the first batch, and he could already recover all his investment costs. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Jianghua, these are not the United States rays you're familiar with. Do you have the confidence to take care of them? Jiang Hua hesitated for a moment, then immediately puffed out his chest and said, President Xia, no problem. In fact, the breeding method of the United States pomfrets was based on the habits of the Chinese pomfrets in the Yangtze River, so that they could adapt to freshwater environments. I'll pay close attention to the clamfish during the breeding process. I'm confident that I can make them grow up healthily. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. I'm giving them to you. Each fish is worth thousands of gold. As long as you do your best, I won't blame you if anything happens. The Yangtze salamander fish were extremely precious in Jiang Hua's eyes, but it was nothing to Xia Ruofei. As long as the spirit map space was there would be an endless stream of fish. If it was not for the purpose of hiding, Xia Ruofei would not even need to build this breeding workshop. The river in the new space was enough to allow the Chinese perch to reproduce and grow quickly. I'll do my best to ensure the survival rate of these Kuan fish, Director Xia, Jianghua nodded. I guarantee that this batch of fish will be able to be caught and sold in a year. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, this is only the first batch of fish. I can see that many of the fish ponds here are still empty. I will quickly contact them and send more fish over. Understood. Jianghua said excitedly. After knowing that these baby fishes were authentic Chinese perch, Jianghua felt a lot of pressure. However, he was more motivated. He was really ambitious now. Xia Ruofei stayed in the pomfrets breeding workshop for a while. Seeing that Jianghua had arranged everything in an orderly manner and was now busy putting in the first batch of bait, he left with a peace of mind. Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao were walking on the path to the farm. Feng Rao thought for a while and said, Chairman, the registration and approval procedures for the pharmaceutical company have been completed. The first batch of recruitment work is also basically completed. Now, Xue Jinshan is temporarily in charge of the research institute. He is leading a team to tackle the relevant documents and materials for the approval of the new drug. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I know. Boss Feng, if you have any difficulties, let me know immediately. I'll be in charge of coordinating. Feng Rao said, Xue Jinshan said that after this small-scale drug test has come to an end and the results of the test have been included in the new drug approval report, he will start running the approval procedures. Have they ever studied the policy? Xia Ruofei asked, is our new drug within the scope of shortening the approval process? Xue Jinshan said that, according to the regulations, our Chinese medicine can be directly applied to the State Drug Administration and also reported to the Provincial Drug Administration at the same time, said Feng Rao. However, the first review would still be carried out by the Provincial Drug Administration. So, I think if you have any familiar leaders in the province, it's best to visit them. I understand what you mean. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, CEO Feng, please remind me when Xue Jinshan and the others have the first draft of the report. I'll go and coordinate with the provincial government. All right. Feng Rao said happily. She vaguely knew that Xia Ruofei had a close relationship with Tian Huilan, the leader that Wu Liqian used to work for, so she tactfully reminded him. Feng Jing knew very well that in a society like this, the same thing, even if it was completely in line with regulations and policies, could have a completely different outcome. If a leader with enough authority greeted them. After discussing the approval of the new drug, Feng Jing suddenly thought of something and quickly said, "By the way, Chairman, I have something to report to you. It's also about the pharmaceutical company. P.S. Thank you to Jing family's second son and Forever Loser 1385 for their tips and support." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "What is it? Can't you just make the decision for the general matters?" Feng Rao glared at Xia Ruofei and said, "Are you addicted to being a hands-off shopkeeper?" Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, "Isn't that because I have full trust in your ability? How many bosses do you think are like me in this world, letting my subordinates do whatever they want? So I should be grateful, right?" Feng Jing asked with a half smile, "Do I have to set up your memorial tablet at home and pray to you every morning and night?" Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He laughed and said, "It's too much, too much. There's no need for this. Our company doesn't advocate personal worship." "You're still talking," Feng Jing pouted and glared at Xia Ruofei. She stomped her foot and said. Xia Ruofei wanted to slap himself. Wasn't he rubbing it in? Just now, in the Pomfret's breeding workshop, everyone seemed to understand what he had said, making him and Feng Jing very embarrassed. Xia Ruofei quickly changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this. CEO Feng, didn't you say that you had something to report? Speak." Feng Jing glanced at Xia Ruofei and couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw Xia Ruofei's serious expression. When it came to serious matters, Feng Rao put away her girly attitude. She said, "Chairman, the pharmaceutical company is just an empty shell now. The main energy is focused on the approval of new drugs. There are only a few people like Shui Jinshan. It's fine for them to work on the farm for the time being, but I think we should think about it in the long run. Some things need to be prepared early." "Oh? What do you think we should prepare in advance?" Xia Ruofei asked seriously. "First of all, the ultimate goal of setting up a pharmaceutical company is to produce heart-nourishing soup," Feng Jing said as she walked. "In the future, it's possible to produce jaded skin ointment, so we'll have to have our own pharmaceutical company sooner or later. That's for sure." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "I think there are only two ways. One is to get the government to approve a piece of land and start from scratch." Feng Jing said, "The other condition is to acquire a ready-made pharmaceutical factory and transform it on the basis of that." "That's right." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Mr. Feng, I'm more inclined to the second method. It will save us a lot of trouble and reduce our initial investment." Feng Rao nodded. "Yes, I've been collecting relevant information recently. I've been focusing on the pharmaceutical factories in the southeast province, especially those within the Sanshan city area, especially those small factories that haven't been doing well. I've been analyzing the possibility of acquiring them." Xia Ruofei nodded approvingly. "What did I say? I'm at ease with you handling things. You always put work ahead of you. What do I have to worry about?" "So, you agree?" Feng Rao blushed. I agree. That's the correct way of thinking," Xia Ruofei said without hesitation. Feng Rao smiled and continued, "Chairman, no matter if it's an acquisition or a new one, our company's business must be getting bigger and bigger. I think the relocation of the company's headquarters should also be put on the agenda. Yes. Xia Ruofei nodded but didn't say anything. He signaled for Feng Rao to continue. First of all, the pharmaceutical factory. We'll definitely have more than just a few employees in the future. Also, the pharmaceutical company's administrative team, the research institute, and the head office's administrative team can't all be concentrated on the farm, right? Moreover, the farm's land is limited, so we can't keep building staff dormitories, right? Feng Ku said. Yes, continue. Xia Ruofei nodded. Also, this place is indeed a little remote. Although the environment is good, the transportation is not convenient. Feng Jing said, besides, our company is destined to become bigger and stronger in the future. The company's headquarters represents the company's image. I've never heard of an international company's headquarters being located in a small farm in a mountain village. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, that makes sense. This area is still at the junction of several villages, and the land area is limited. The continued development will be affected. There are many other benefits to moving the company's headquarters to the city. Feng Jing said, first of all, it'll undoubtedly be more attractive to young people. Secondly, there's no need for us to continue building staff dormitories. We just need to provide rental subsidies. Also, with the expansion of the company's business, it'll be good for unified management in the city center and improve administrative efficiency. Xia Ruofei agreed, yeah. It's only a temporary measure now. Peng Hao has been complaining to me every day, and just running to the bank is tiring enough. Logistics, especially finance, is indeed a lot of inconvenience at the moment. Feng Rao pursed her lips and smiled. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, CEO Feng, I'll listen to your opinion. The farm will continue to expand to the seaside in the future, and even develop seafood breeding. The scale will definitely continue to expand, so after the company's headquarters is moved to the city, the current office building, staff dormitory, and so on can be put to good use. The only problem now, Chairman, Feng Jing nodded, is the company's funds enough to support the construction of the headquarters in the city center? Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei. As the company's general manager, Feng Jing naturally knew how much money the company had in its account. However, Peach Blossom Company could not be measured with common sense. Often, when the company's account was almost exhausted due to various projects being carried out at the same time, Xia Ruofei would suddenly inject a sum of money into it. This young chairman always seemed to be able to find funds miraculously. In fact, even if they didn't rely on extra funds, the current capital chain of Paradise Corporation was still very healthy. After the expansion of the farm was completed, with the increase in production capacity, the estimated monthly profit of Taoyuan vegetables could reach about 8 million yuan. The sales of the drunken 8 immortals were extremely high. By the time all the different grades of wine were on the market, Xia Ruofei's monthly profit would be about 12 million yuan. The Ironhide Fingdo Company had an income of more than 22 million a month and a half, which was about 15 million a month on average. This didn't include the huge profits from the pomfrets and the dividends from the Australian farms, because these couldn't generate a lot of profits in the short term. Regardless, just the 3 items above could bring 35 million in cash flow to the company, and the cost was almost negligible. Besides, if he was really short on money, Xia Ruofei could sell some wild ginseng or some Jinsei Phoebe wood. It was an easy task for Xia Ruofei to raise money now. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Boss Feng, money is not a problem. However, the relocation of the headquarters is not urgent at the moment. Once the relocation happens, it will involve a lot of people. We can't rush it. How about this, we'll list the relocation of the headquarters as the company's key work for the next 2 years. Our initial goal is to relocate the headquarters before the pharmaceutical factory officially goes into production. What do you think? N. Feng Rao nodded. This way, it won't affect the company's normal operations. I agree. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, then, the burden on your shoulders will be even heavier. From today onwards, you'll have to start thinking about the location of the company's headquarters. Feng Rao shrugged and said with a smile, I'm used to it, don't worry. Xia Ruofei raised his head and laughed. He didn't return to the office building with Feng Jing. Instead, he waved goodbye to Feng Jing at the fork in the road and returned to the small villa. Spirit Map World, Archean Realm. Xia Ruofei's figure appeared out of thin air. Xia Qing, who was in a deep sleep, immediately sensed it and opened her eyes. Master. Xia Qing replied respectfully. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and walked towards the spiritual heart tree. Today was the day the spirit heart flower bloomed again. After Xia Qing's improvement and care during this period, Xia Ruofei was looking forward to the spirit heart flower that bloomed this time. He didn't know if it would bring him any surprises. Xia Qing smiled as she followed behind Xia Ruofei. On the spirit heart tree, a flower that seemed to contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth and exuded a mysterious aura had quietly bloomed. Xia Ruofei's eyes fell on it, and he counted it silently, with a hint of excitement. 1 2 3 4 5 6. 6 petals. After 20 days in the outside world and more than a year of transformation in the Archean realm, the spirit heart flower's petals finally broke through the original upper limit. In the last 2 upgrades of the spatial space, the number of petals of the spirit heart flower had not changed. Xia Ruofei knew that without Xia Qing, the number of petals would have been fixed, no matter how the spatial space upgraded. Good job. Xia Ruofei said happily, Xia Qing, you're really something. Master, Xia Qing said humbly, I'm still far from the limit of 9 petals. I still have to work hard. Xia Ruofei laughed and patted Xia Qing's shoulder. Take it slow. There's no hurry. I can wait. Xia Ruofei asked Xia Qing to collect the petals of the spirit heart flower, and then he patrolled the space. The iron, skinned dendrobium, wild ginseng, golden nanmu, and the precious Dahongpo parent tree, these were the crops that Xia Ruofei had specifically instructed. Xia Qing had taken care of them carefully. Although there were no visible changes for the time being, Xia Ruofei could feel that they seemed to be more energetic. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's gaze fell on the rows of small flower pots. He was pleasantly surprised to find that these small flower pots were all filled with succulent plants, and they seemed to have been planted not long ago. Xia Qing, did you do all this? Xia Ruofei asked. Yes, master, Xia Qing replied, I saw many empty flower pots on the side, and there were cut marks on the plants. I guessed that master must have used them for cutting, so I made my own decision, Xia Ruofei said happily, sure. Xia Qing, I'll leave the succulents to you in the future. You just need to take care of them when you're free. Yes, master. Xia Qing replied. If there are too many succulent seedlings, you can directly move to the mountain sea realm. There's a lot of space there. Xia Ruofei said, let me know if you don't have enough flower pots. I'll send more in. All right, he said. It had Been a while since Xia Ruofei's meat store on Taobao had a new product. It was mainly because he was getting busier and busier, and the profits from the succulents were becoming less and less significant to Xia Ruofei. However, since Xia Qing was a free labor force, Xia Ruofei had the idea of continuing to do this business. Making money was secondary. Increasing the brand's popularity had always been Xia Ruofei's goal. Taoyuan Meat Workshop could provide the best succulent seedlings and become an important chain for Taoyuan's brand to become high-end. Moreover, the price of the succulent seedlings in Taoyuan butcher shop was not cheap. If the quantity was large, the profit would be quite considerable. No one would be against money. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to leave the medium, Xia Qing suddenly said, "Master, the tea leaves are ready to be picked. Do you want me to pick them and make tea?" "The tea leaves from the previous round have already been wasted," Xia Ruofei asked in surprise. "You know how to make tea? Have you learned how to make de hong pao?" "Master, I don't need to learn it," Xia Qing said with a smile. "I've been born with the craft of making de hong pao in my mind." Only then did Xia Ruofei realize that he had unconsciously treated Xia Qing as a living person. After this period of interaction, Xia Ruofei had already figured out that Xia Qing's soul puppet was actually a high-level intelligent robot. The interaction between human and machine could definitely pass off as the real thing. If she went to take the Turing test, she would definitely pass with a full score without a doubt. The skills that Xia Qing had mastered were equivalent to the built-in program when producing intelligent robots. Without this program, he naturally wouldn't have this skill. However, as an advanced mech, Xia Qing could also learn new skills. Xia Ruofei roughly understood that Xia Qing's main ability was in the field of spiritual plants, which was equivalent to an agricultural assistance robot. However, the agriculture here was quite high-end. Xia Ruofei also asked Xia Qing a few questions about the origin of the spirit map world, the situation of the previous master, and so on. Xia Qing also didn't know anything. As for the cultivation and care of spiritual plants, and even the breeding of spiritual beasts, he was very proficient in them. "Since you have the ability, you don't have to ask me for instructions when the tea leaves ripen. Just pick the tea leaves directly," Xia Ruofei said. "All right. Thank you for your trust, Master," Xia Qing said happily. "By the way, you should need some tools to make the de hong pao, right?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Master, I can cut down most of the tools at the Archean realm to make them myself," Xia Qing said. "Don tea." Xia Ruofei quickly interrupted him and said, "I'll prepare whatever you need from the outside world and send it to you." What a joke. The wood here was the priceless gold Phoebe Nanmu. The oak tree in the new space was also filled with the highest quality truffles. If any one of them was cut off, Xia Ruofei would be heartbroken for a long time. Xia Ruofei carefully asked Xia Qing what tools she needed. From Xia Qing's description, Xia Ruofei found that the tools used were similar to the ones used by Li Jifu last time. It seemed that Li Jifu's tea making skills had been passed down for many years. After he was confident, Xia Ruofei asked Xia Qing to pick the tea leaves and store them well. Anyway, in the spirit map world, things could be kept for a long time and there was no need to worry about going bad. After leaving the spirit map world, Xia Ruofei gave Yi Lingyun a call and asked him to help buy a set of traditional tea-making tools at Mount Wui. Yi Lingyun carried out Xia Ruofei's orders very quickly. He quickly found an old craftsman on Mount Wui and made a set of the tools and utensils that Xia Ruofei needed. Then, he hired a truck to transport them to Sanshan City. After Xia Ruofei received the goods from the rented warehouse, he directly sent them into the spirit map space. Then, he bought some red bricks, charcoal and the like according to Xia Qing's request and sent them into the spirit map space as well. The Spirit Map World's Red Robe Workshop was thus established. However, Xia Ruofei had asked Xia Qing to leave the tea-making to the Mountain Sea realm. After all, the Archean realm only had an area of 8 mu, and there were many precious crops. Space was very tight. Meanwhile, the mountain and sea realm was extremely spacious, and there was no need to worry about not having enough space. Xia Qing was full of energy as she started to take care of the spiritual plants and make de hong pao. Xia Ruofei left the medium and returned to the outside world. After a few more days, the 10 children with autism had recovered after a few treatments. The 10 families shed tears of gratitude and ended the drug test. As for Qingqing, he had already fully recovered. However, Xue Biyun did not return to Hong Kong and was still helping Xia Ruofei with the drug testing. Xue Biyun's family was originally from the Three Mountains. Now that Qingqing had recovered, she didn't want to return to Hong Kong, which had hurt her so much. She was prepared to settle down in the Three Mountains. Xue Biyun's family was still in a difficult situation. At the same time, because she had taken care of Qingqing all year round, Xue Biyun had a deep understanding of autism. Hence, Xia Ruofei had simply recruited her into the pharmaceutical company. At the moment, her main role was to assist in drug testing and to act as a helper for Xue Jinshan and the rest. The second stage of the experiment had ended, and Xue Jinshan's team had also officially completed their application report for the new drug. With the data from this experiment, many of the contents of the report were supported by arguments. After Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing looked at it and felt that there were no problems, they asked Xue Jinshan to bring the two of them to the capital city, to begin the long road of approval for the new medicine. Xia Ruofei couldn't stay idle either. The approval of the new medicine was very important, so he decided to visit Tian Huilan. She believed that with her as a provincial leader, at least the Provincial Drug Administration Department's first review should not have any problems. At the Three Mountains Municipal Party Committee's compound, when Xia Ruofei drove to the entrance, he saw Tian Huilan's personal secretary, Xiao Mei, already waiting by the police post. Although Tian Huilan was already a member of the provincial committee, her main focus was still in Sanshan City. Her main job was to keep tabs on the committee. Therefore, even though she had an office in the provincial committee, she spent most of her time working in the Sanshan Municipal Party. Xia Ruofei's Night 15 car was very eye-catching. Xiao Mei saw it at first glance and quickly walked up to him. Xia Ruofei stopped the car in front of the eye-catching yellow stop line. He rolled down the window and stuck his head out. "Director Xiao, I'm sorry to trouble you to pick me up personally. Mr. Xia is an important guest." Xiao Mei smiled and said, "Secretary Tian personally instructed us to be polite. I didn't dare to neglect." Xiao Mei waved at the armed police at the gate, and the bar in front of the door slowly rose. Xiao Mei opened the door and sat inside. It wasn't Xia Ruofei's first time at the Three Mountains Municipal Party Committee's compound. He parked his car in the reserved parking space in front of the main office building and entered the office building under Xiao Mei's lead. There were many government officials walking in and out of the office. When they saw Xiao Mei, they all greeted her very politely. This was the secretary of the provincial party leader. Usually, the government deputy positions at the bottom of the ranking would be polite to her when they saw her. Naturally, Xia Ruofei attracted many curious and inquiring gazes. Everyone was naturally curious about this young man, who was personally welcomed by Secretary Xiao. Soon, the two of them arrived at Tian Huilan's office. Xiao Mei stood at the door of the secretary's office and said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, Secretary Tian said that you can go in directly after you arrive. Also, Secretary, you don't have any other plans for the next hour, so you have plenty of time." Xiao Mei's eyes were also filled with a strange color. How could a high-ranking officer like Tian Huilan not have any schedule for an entire hour? Just because Xia Ruofei wanted to visit. Tian Huilan had pushed back 2 events and delayed the work report from the Director of Finance for an hour. This showed how much this young man meant to Secretary Tian. "Thank you, Chief Xiao," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he took out a small, wide-mouthed porcelain bottle from his bag and handed it to Xiao Mei, saying, "By the way, Director Xiao, this is a cosmetic product that I've concocted myself. You can use it directly as a facial mask. It's just a small token of my appreciation, please don't mind it." Xiao Mei's beautiful eyes were wide open, and she almost lost her composure and cried out. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand and only asked softly after a long while, "Mr. Xia, this is the jade skin cream that you gave to the secretary last time?" After Tian Huilan had used the jaded skin cream, her entire person had undergone a complete transformation. Not only did she look at least 10 years younger, but her temperament was also much better than before. This caused quite a commotion among the government officials, especially the female officials. As Tian Huilan's personal secretary, Xiao Mei naturally knew the inside story. It was because she used the jaded skin cream that Xia Ruofei had given her. It was a woman's nature to love beauty, and Xiao Mei dreamed of getting a jaded skin cream. However, she also knew that this kind of magical cosmetic, especially a handmade one, could not be bought even with money. He didn't expect to get it today without much effort. Xia Ruofei actually gave him a portion. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. After getting an affirmative answer from Xia Ruofei, Xiao Mei was even more excited. However, after she calmed down, she quickly said, "Mr. Xia, this gift is too expensive, I can't accept it." As she said this, Xiao Mei's eyes were still looking at the bottle of jaded skin ointment, reluctant to part. Xia Ruofei thought it was funny. In fact, this thing was precious to others, but to him, it was just a matter of time. "Director Xiao, you've helped me a lot all this time. I didn't even have the chance to express my gratitude." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This is just a small token of my appreciation. Besides, I made this by hand and it's not worth much. It shouldn't be considered a bribe, right?" "No." Xiao Mei quickly waved her hand. "Then isn't it settled? You should just accept it." Xia Ruofei stuffed the porcelain bottle into Xiao Mei's hands and continued, "Besides, our company is researching on how to mass-produce the jaded skin ointment. I believe that it won't be long before you can buy it on the market. It's not something rare." Xiao Mei clutched the porcelain bottle that contained the jade skin cream tightly and asked in surprise, "Really?" "Of course it's true," Xia Ruofei said, "but the effect of the mass-produced version will definitely be slightly worse than this handmade one." "Thank you, President Xia," Xiao Mei said happily. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, then gently knocked on the door of Tian Huilan's office. A gentle voice came from inside. Please enter. Xia Ruofei pushed the door open and walked in. Xiaomei looked at the porcelain bottle in her hand and couldn't hide her excitement. She couldn't help but clench her fist and said in a low voice, "Yay." She first put the jaded skin ointment in the drawer, then took it out and put it in her bag after some thought. After a few seconds, she took it out of her bag and carefully put it in her pocket. Then she smiled in embarrassment. Then, she realized that she had not poured Xia Ruofei any tea. She stuck out her tongue and hurriedly took out a blanket and tea leaves from the cabinet. At this time, Xiaomei had completely lost the steadiness of a staff member beside the provincial party leader, which showed how attractive the jaded skin cream was to women. Tian Huilan's office. When she saw Xia Ruofei enter, Tian Huilan put down the documents that she was signing and stood up with a smile. "Little Xia is here. Come sit down and talk." "Good day, Secretary Tian." Xia Ruofei bowed and greeted her. Then, he followed Tian Huilan to the sofa in the guest area and sat down. At this moment, Xiaomei knocked on the door with a cup of hot tea. She had returned to her normal calm expression and said to Xia Ruofei in a low voice, "President Xia, please have some tea." Then, she walked over to Tian Huilan's desk and took her teacup. After filling it with hot water, she brought it to the reception area and gently placed it on the coffee table before quietly leaving the office. After Xiaomei left, Xia Ruofei took out the gifts he had prepared for Tian Huilan, including 3 portions of jaded skin cream and 2 taels of top grade de Hong Pao. Ever since he found out that Xia Qing could also make de Hong Pao, Xia Ruofei did not treasure the few tea leaves he had left. This time, he also generously took out 2 taels. Xia Ruofei believed that with Xia Qing's ability, and the tea trees that he had taken care of for so long, the de Hong Pao he made would not be any worse than Li Jifu's Secretary Tian. "This is a small gift for you," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "You little summer." Tian Huilan smiled and said, "I've never accepted other people's gifts, but I can't reject yours." "Thank you. You're so thoughtful." Tian Huilan was very fond of the jaded skin ointment. Whether it was for her own use or for giving it away, it was quite good. The jaded skin ointment, which couldn't be bought with money, had become a hot cake in the upper class women's circle. Many people couldn't even get a portion of it, no matter how hard they tried. Tian Huilan very naturally kept Xia Ruofei's gift under the coffee table, then revealed a kind smile and said, "Little Xia, Huixin has mentioned your matter to me before. This is a great thing that benefits the country and the people. I support you unconditionally." "Thank you, Secretary Tian," Xia Ruofei said happily. Yesterday, when he had called Tian Huilan, he had roughly explained the situation. He didn't expect Tian Huilan to directly express her support. Officials at Tian Huilan's level were usually very particular about changing the subject, and wouldn't make a dead end. From this, it could be seen that Tian Huilan had a different opinion of Xia Ruofei. Following that, Xia Ruofei reported the situation of the heart nourishing soup, as well as the Peach Blossom Company's establishment of the pharmaceutical company and the preliminary drug testing to Tian Huilan. Finally, Xia Ruofei said, "Secretary Tian, the person in charge of our pharmaceutical research institute has brought the report to the capital city to apply for the approval of the new drug. According to the regulations, our Chinese medicine Preparation can be directly submitted to the State Drug Administration for approval. However, under normal circumstances, the first review work will still be completed by the Provincial Drug Administration, so we still need your strong support. Tian Huilan smiled. Little Xia. I've already spoken to Deputy Chief He Kun from the Provincial Food and Drug Administration, who is in charge of the drug approval work. Within the scope of the rules, Deputy Chief, he will give you the care you deserve. I'm really grateful. Xia Ruofei said happily. Tian Huilan smiled and said, Comrade He Kun is the director of the Sanshan Food and Drug Administration. He can be considered my old subordinate. He was just promoted to the deputy director of the Provincial Food and Drug Administration last year. He's in charge of drug approval, so you can look for him directly. I understand, Xia Ruofei said. Thank you, Secretary Tian. Tian Huilan passed a piece of paper that she had written beforehand to Xia Ruofei and said, This is Bureau Chief He's contact information. You should find him as soon as possible and discuss some specific things with him. By the way, old He has been working in the Food and Drug Administration for many years, and he's familiar with the people in the State Food and Drug Administration. You can ask him to help coordinate with the higher-ups so that the progress can be accelerated and we can enter the preliminary review process as soon as possible. All right. Xia Ruofei carefully kept the note. After they finished talking, Xia Ruofei was about to leave when Tian Huilan suddenly started to talk about private matters. Xiao Xia, have you been in contact with Yu recently? Tian Huilan asked it in a seemingly casual manner. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. Before he said, the last time Aunt Huixin brought Huan over, I met Lu Yu twice. What's wrong, Secretary Tian? I feel that she has been a little depressed recently. I don't know if it's just my imagination, Tian Huilan frowned and said, Let's not talk about this. Xiao Xia, if you have time, contact Yu more often. You young people have more common topics to talk about. This daughter of mine. She's always been hiding her thoughts and won't say them out loud. Sigh, sure, I will, Xia Ruofei nodded. He did not know why, but the image of the perfect body he saw when he was cleaning Lu Yu's vomit after he had rescued her back to the farm appeared in his mind. The person in front of him was not only the leader of the Provincial Party Committee, but also Lu Yu's mother. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of guilt. He quickly stood up and said, Secretary Tian, I won't bother you anymore. I'll take my leave. Tian Huilan personally stood up and sent Xia Ruofei to the door of the office. Then, she said, Xiao Xia, if you have time, come over to our house. My dad always talks about you, all right. Xia Ruofei quickly said, Please wait. After leaving Tian Huilan's office, Xia Ruofei bade Xiao Mei goodbye and hurried downstairs. After getting into the car, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to drive away. Instead, he took out the piece of paper that Tian Huilan had given him and dialed the phone number written on it. The phone rang for more than 10 times. Just as Xia Ruofei thought that the other party did not bring his phone or that it was on silent mode and was about to hang up, the other end finally picked up. A voice with a hint of reservation was heard. Who is it? Are you Director He from the Food and Drug Administration? Xia Ruofei asked politely. I'm Xia Ruofei. From the Peach Blossom Company. Secretary Tian of the Municipal Party Committee asked me to call you. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became more enthusiastic. Oh, it's President Xia. Hello, hello. Secretary Tian has already given Use specific instructions. Don't worry, our Provincial Food and Drug Administration will do our best to assist you. Xia Ruofei was used to the official's change in attitude and did not feel unhappy. He smiled and said, Bureau Chief I wonder if you're free now. I wanted to visit you and give you a detailed report on the approval of the new medicine. Well, President Xia, I have to attend a National Drug Administration conference in 5 minutes. He said awkwardly. It's estimated to be a long conference, so, that's fine, I'll find time to come. Back next time. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He seemed to be worried that Xia Ruofei would misunderstand and think that he had neglected him on purpose. After a moment of silence, he said, President Xia, I personally think that the first thing your company needs to do for this project is to establish a project. We can only help you if the National Food and Drug Administration officially sets up a project and sends our Provincial Food and Drug Administration to conduct a preliminary review of the drug. Thank you for your advice, Bureau Chief Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Do you have any suggestions about the project, Chief He had already made up his mind. He immediately said, President Xia, do you think this is okay? I'm going to Beijing to attend a seminar in the pharmaceutical industry tomorrow. Why don't you come with me to Beijing tomorrow? I have quite a few acquaintances at the State Food and Drug Administration, so I'll personally coordinate with them. I think we should be able to speed up the project. This matter had been personally assigned by Tian Huilan, and it wasn't as simple as a simple greeting. She had called him to the office and personally instructed him to do so. How could he dare to neglect it? I, the Deputy Director of the Provincial Bureau, personally went to Beijing to help you coordinate the project. This should be enough sincerity, right? He said in his heart. In fact, the so-called pharmaceutical seminar was just an excuse. If he wanted to attend, there would be people fighting to invite him to such seminar every day. His trip to Beijing this time was purely to help Xia Ruofei coordinate the project. He had to spare no effort in carrying out Secretary Tian's instructions. P.S. Thanks to Jing family's second son, Dugu Xing, Angel 093, and gifts and support from the 4 of you. Xia Ruofei was stunned. He did not expect He to take the initiative. He quickly said, That's the best. Director. Thank you so much, you're welcome. He laughed and said, President Xia, please send me your ID number by text. I'll ask my secretary to book the plane tickets. Xia Ruofei quickly said, I'll have to trouble you guys. Director tell me the flight number, I'll book the ticket myself. It's just a small matter. President Xia, please don't decline. He said, President Xia, it's decided. I'm going to a meeting soon, I'll tell you the flight number later, we'll talk about the details on the plane. Xia Ruofei could tell that He was really in a hurry to go to the meeting, so he did not decline and hung up the phone after expressing his gratitude. After Xia Ruofei sent his ID number to He he drove back to the farm. On the way, Xia Ruofei received a text message from He about the flight information. Xia Ruofei took a look as he drove. It was a flight at 9 a.m. the next morning. It would be noon when they arrived in the capital. Xia Ruofei also noticed that He had asked his secretary to book business class. Can deputy department heads travel in business class? Xia Ruofei laughed and shook his head. However, there was a way for dragons and prawns. She had even taken care of his plane tickets. Naturally, there was a place to settle the expenses. Xia Ruofei sent a text to express his gratitude and then drove back to the farm. He parked the car at the complex and went upstairs to greet Feng Jing. When Feng Jing learned that Xia Ruofei was going to Beijing to coordinate the project, she was very supportive. She laughed and said that Xia Ruofei had finally done something that a chairman should do. Xia Ruofei could only smile bitterly at Feng Jing's teasing. He went straight home to pack his luggage after leaving the office building. Of course, he also gave Ling Qingxue a call to let her know. This girl had also been busy with the Ling Ji restaurant chain recently. Ling Xiaotian was prepared to give her more responsibilities and let her hold the position of vice president, no longer just in charge of the finances. In addition, Xia Ruofei was also very busy during this period of time, so the two of them did not have many opportunities to meet. However, as long as they had free time, Xia Ruofei would chat with Ling Qingxue on the phone. Their relationship was still as close as glue. Ling Qingxue was very understanding and supportive of Xia Ruofei's career. When she found out that Xia Ruofei was going to the capital for a business trip for a few days, she did not say anything else, but reminded Xia Ruofei to take care of his health and safety. The two of them cuddled on the phone for a while, before hanging up reluctantly. It was a quiet night. The next morning, Xia Ruofei went down at 7:40 sharp. Lei, who was already waiting in the company's Mercedes Benz at the entrance of the villa. At 8:10 a.m., Xia Ruofei arrived at the departure hall of Chongping International Airport. He didn't let Lei Hu help him carry his luggage, and instead dragged a very small luggage into the hall alone. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to find a place to sit down and rest, his phone rang. President Xia, we've arrived at the airport. Where are you? He Kuan asked enthusiastically. Bureau Chief He, I'm in front of the round counter at the inquiry office. Xia Ruofei said as he looked around. Soon, he saw two people walking quickly towards him. One of them was dragging two suitcases while the other was a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes. He had slicked back hair and was holding a mobile phone in his hand. He waved at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei immediately waved his hand and walked over with his small suitcase. You're President Xia, right? He's really young and promising. He Kuan smiled like a Maitreya Buddha, his attitude extremely kind. Director He, hello. I'm really sorry to trouble you this time. Xia Ruofei replied with a smile and they shook hands tightly. The 30-year-old man behind He Kuan took the initiative to help Xia Ruofei with his luggage. Xia Ruofei quickly waved his hand. No, it's fine. I don't have much luggage. I can carry it myself. Let's quickly change our boarding passes. Haha, there's still plenty of time, He Kuan said with a laugh. The group walked towards the check-in counter. He Kuan's secretary asked for Xia Ruofei's identity card and quickly walked to the VIP counter. He quickly changed 3 boarding passes under the guidance of a VIP customer service officer. Xia Ruofei and the others passed the security check through the VIP passage and entered the VIP waiting room of the airport. Xia Ruofei and He Kuan were chatting in the VIP lounge. He Kuan was also trying to find out the relationship between Xia Ruofei and Tian Huilan. Xia Ruofei was no longer a rookie who had just retired from the military. He had been practicing Tai Chi without leaving any traces. In this way, Xia Ruofei's image in He Kuan's heart became even more mysterious. Soon, everyone started boarding. He Kuan's secretary sat in economy class, while Xia Ruofei and He Kuan sat next to each other in business class. After the plane took off, Xia Ruofei took out the documents and started to discuss the project with He Kuan. He Kuan listened attentively. From time to time, he picked up the documents that Xia Ruofei had prepared for him and flipped through them. After all, he was in charge of coordinating the project when he arrived in Beijing. Naturally, he had to understand the situation first. After Xia Ruofei finished, He Kuan had a rough idea of what was going on. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief because this matter shouldn't be too difficult. The approval of a Chinese medicine preparation was much easier than that of Western medicine. As for the description that it had a certain effect on autism, He Kuan didn't think much of it. Medicine nowadays liked to create some gimmicks, and they would not stop until they were shocking. Strictly speaking, this was against the rules, but the department in charge turned a blind eye to it. He Kuan was very clear about this. At around 11:30 in the afternoon, Xia Ruofei's flight landed smoothly on the runway of the Capital International Airport. When they left the airport, they saw the staff from the Beijing office of Sanshan City waiting by the side of the road with their cars. Although He Kuan had already been transferred to the provincial bureau, he had worked in Sanshan City for many years. Moreover, he was Tian Huilon's direct subordinate, so he liked to coordinate with the Sanshan City office in Beijing to receive him every time he came to Beijing. Everyone took the Beijing office's car and quickly arrived at the Rongqing Hotel near the capital's East 4th Ring Road. The hotel was located in Sanshan City. The rooms had already been arranged. Xia Ruofei and He Kuan were in small business suites, while He Kuan's secretary was in an ordinary king-sized room next to He Kuan's, so that he could be on call when the leader called. When they arrived at the floor of the room, He Kuan said affectionately, "Brother Xia, go back to your room and wash up. We'll settle our lunch at the Chengdu Hotel." "Sure, big brother I'll see you later," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After the long conversation on the plane and He Kuan's deliberate approach to Xia Ruofei, the two of them had become more intimate. Xia Ruofei returned to his room and took a quick shower. He changed into a clean, casual suit and went to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. Just then, the doorbell rang. He Kuan's secretary had come to invite Xia Ruofei to lunch. In the afternoon, He Kuan ordered a lot of Beijing specialties in a small room on the second floor of the Chengdu Hotel. 2. Xia Ruofei's surprise, they had drunk and ate immortals for lunch. Furthermore, it was the 3 months white wine that had just been launched on the market. It seemed that the drunken eight immortals wine had also entered the sights of the Three Mountains office in the capital, and was used as a specialty wine of the southeast province to receive guests. He Kuan raised his glass and said with a smile, "Brother Xia, let's have a toast. In the afternoon, you can take a rest in the room or walk around. If you need a car, just let the front desk know. I'll show off at the seminar this afternoon, and I'll have dinner with a few acquaintances from the State Food and Drug Administration at night. We've known each other for many years, so if you make a few more toasts, this matter might be settled." This kind of seminar was very common. As the deputy director of the provincial bureau, He Kuan was already very respectful to attend. Therefore, he would only show his face at the opening meeting and would definitely not participate in the group discussions and exchanges after that. After all, the main purpose of this trip to the capital was to help Xia Ruofei. "Okay, brother I'll leave it to you. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. As Kuan had a seminar to attend in the afternoon, they did not drink too much and only had a light sip. Soon, lunch was over and Xia Ruofei returned to his room. Upstairs. Although he had not visited the Forbidden City or the Great Wall of China, he was not in the mood to go out for a stroll since he had not finished his business. Besides, he only had one afternoon. With the traffic conditions in the capital, he probably would not be able to go anywhere. After Xia Ruofei returned to his room, he took out his phone and called Xue Jinshan. President Xia, you've arrived in Beijing? Xue Jinshan's voice carried a trace of excitement. Xia Ruofei had told Xue Jinshan yesterday that he would personally go to Beijing to coordinate the project. Kanayama, what's the progress now? Xia Ruofei asked, have you handed in the materials? President Xia. It's too hard to get into the national ministry, Xue Jinshan smiled bitterly. We've been here for a few days. And finally submitted the application materials to the Pharmaceutical and Cosmetics Registration Division after a lot of effort. However, we've been to the division several times, and they said that it hasn't been accepted yet. We don't know how long it will take. Xue Jinshan was also feeling very depressed. He had personally witnessed the effects of the heart nourishing soup, and it was definitely a blessing for the majority of people with autism. If it could be mass-produced as soon as possible, it could be said to have a revolutionary change for the treatment of autism. However, there was no other way. To the national ministry, it might be a big deal in your eyes, but it was insignificant to them. If they were to strictly follow the stipulated number of working days for each segment, it would really take a long time before they could approve the production and sell it on the market. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, Kanayama, good things take more time. Don't worry. How about this, Bureau Chief of the Provincial Bureau is hosting a banquet for the comrades from the State Food and Drug Administration tonight. You guys should come along. It's also good to know a few more people and coordinate approval in the future. CEO Xia, you have a way. Xue Jinshan said excitedly, Chief Xia, it would be great if we could find someone we know in the State Food and Drug Administration. I'll give you a call after I've decided on the place. You two can take a taxi there together, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. All right. Xue Jinshan quickly said. After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he thought for a while and sent Kuan a text message, telling him that a few of his company's employees who were in charge of this project would be attending the dinner. Kuan, who was in the middle of a seminar, sent Xia Ruofei a text message after half an hour. Kuan naturally had no objections to having more people attend. Kuan even sent the location of the banquet to Xia Ruofei in advance. Xia Ruofei took a look and saw that it was in an alley near the Rongqing Hotel. It was called Royal Private Kitchen. Hence, Xia Ruofei casually forwarded the location and room number to Xue Jinshan. He took a nap in the hotel room and got up at around 5:30 to pack his things. Kuan's secretary came over to remind Xia Ruofei to get ready to leave. The group took a Buick minivan from the Beijing office and made a few turns in the nearby alleys. Soon, they arrived at an antique courtyard house. This was where the royal family's private kitchen was located. The courtyard house was the kind that had a few front and back entrances. Antique lanterns were hung at the door, and the copper nails on the door were bright and shiny. One look and one could tell that it was expensive. Xue Jinshan had already brought 2 research institute employees to the royal family's private kitchen in advance. The two employees were a man and a woman. The girl's name was Bai He, and she was as beautiful and refined as her name suggested, giving off a refreshing feeling. The boy's name was Zhou Qing. Although he still had a childish look on his face, he was quite capable among the staff of the Research Institute and was quite valued by Xue Jinshan. The two of them were both undergraduate students, so they were somewhat nervous in this kind of situation. When Xue Jinshan saw Xia Ruofei and the rest, he quickly went up to them and said, "President Xia Jinshan, this is Chief He Kun of the Provincial Drug Administration," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xue Jinshan and the other two quickly greeted He Kun respectfully. For Xia Ruofei's sake, or more accurately, for Tian Huilan's sake, He Kun's attitude was very kind. He chuckled and exchanged a few simple words with the three of them. Then, He Kun said, "Brother Xia, let's go to the private room and wait." Section Chief Qi and the others got off work at 5 o'clock sharp, but the traffic in Beijing is very bad during the evening peak hour, so it'll probably take a while for them to arrive. "It's fine." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Brother let's go in first." From He Kun's tone, Xia Ruofei could tell that he had invited a section chief. Although he was a cadre of the national ministry, he knew that He Kun, a deputy department head, would not have to wait in the lobby respectfully. The group of people arrived at an antique private room. Xia Ruofei had thought that he would only have to wait for half an hour or an hour. Since he was asking for help, it didn't matter if the other party was late. He did not expect to wait for more than 2 hours. At around 8:30 p.m., after He Kun made 2 phone calls, 3 people finally appeared at the door of the private room. What made Xia Ruofei frown was that the 3 of them seemed to be walking on air. And they reeked of alcohol. P.S. Thank you to Jing family's second son and Zishuan Mingyue for your support. Bureau Chief He, I'm really sorry, the leader, a man in his 30s, said with a fake smile. When we were about to leave, Chief Lin stopped us and said that he had a plan. The leader summoned us, so we didn't dare to disobey. I'm really sorry, since he had said so. He Kun's displeasure was not in the best place to show it. He laughed and said, "Haha, Chief Qi, it seems that Director Lin thinks highly of you. Your future is limitless." "You're too kind," Chief Qi waved his hand. "Director Lin is just caring for his subordinates. As his subordinates, we should know our limits. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf?" He Kun cursed in his heart, but the smile on his face didn't fade. He said, "Come here, Section Chief Qi. Let me introduce to you, this is the chairman of the Southeast Provinces, Taoyuan Company. Xia Ruofei, CEO Xia. Brother Xia, this is Section Chief Qi Min, from the Medicine and Cosmetics Registration Division's Chinese Medicine and Ethnic Medicine Division. Both of you are young and promising talents. We should get to know each other better later." Xia Ruofei had been watching coldly from the side for a while. Seeing He Kun introduce him, he smiled and reached out his hand. "Section Chief Qi, it's a pleasure to meet you." Qi Min looked down at Xia Ruofei, snorted, and nodded slightly as a greeting. He ignored Xia Ruofei's outstretched hand. Xia Ruofei could not help but frown. The impression that Section Chief Qi gave him was really bad. He had agreed to someone's dinner party, but he had only arrived at 8 or 9 o'clock. Moreover, he was full of nonsense, as if he was the king and he was second. In addition, he greeted them with an arrogant look, which made him feel even more disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Seeing this, Hikuan quickly gave Xia Ruofei a look and then continued to introduce the other two people to Xia Ruofei. Even though the two of them were neither too friendly nor too cold, they were much better than Qi Min. One of them was called Lu Ping, a head of the department. The oldest was called Guo Ziang, and he was the deputy researcher in the department. His rank was half a rank higher than Qi Min, but it was obvious that Qi Min was the leader among the three of them. This wasn't uncommon in the system. A deputy researcher's power might not be as strong as a real department head's, and his voice wasn't as strong as the other party's. When he came out, he would naturally follow the other party's lead. Moreover, Hikuan's main purpose this time was to invite Qi Min to dinner. As the heart, nourishing soup was a type of traditional Chinese medicine preparation, after the materials were submitted, the final decision to set up the project would be made by the Pharmaceutical and Cosmetic Registration Division, the traditional Chinese Medicine Division, and the department that Qi Min was in charge of. Hikuan quickly invited everyone to take their seats. As for Shui Jinshan and the others, Hikuan did not even introduce them. However, Qi Min's gaze swept over by he, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Xia Ruofei could not help but frown when he saw this. Hikuan raised his glass and said, "Come, Chief Qi. Leaders, let's have a drink together. It's fate that we're able to meet in the capital." Qi Min smiled and nodded. "Director He, you're giving me face by thinking of me first when you came to the capital. We must finish this cup of wine." After he finished speaking, Qi Min clinked his glass with Hikuan's. Then, he turned a blind eye to Xia Ruofei and the others and raised his head to finish the glass of wine. Hikuan saw all of this and could not help but frown. He felt that Qi Min's attitude today was a little off. Hikuan had done something similar in the past. After all, the profits of Chinese medicine were considerable. In recent years, many pharmaceutical factories had been developing Chinese medicine. The authority of the National Medicine Management Office of traditional Chinese medicine naturally rose with the tide. Director Lin from the National Chinese Medicine Management Office, which was easy to get in the past, directly refused this time. It was not easy to get Qi Min. Although this small section, level cadre's words were relatively polite, the sense of rejection was quite obvious. Especially when he was with Xia Ruofei. Qi Min's eyes were on top of his head, and he did not even take Xia Ruofei seriously. Hikuan had hinted over the phone that Xia Ruofei was different from other pharmaceutical factory bosses. It was the Southeast Provincial Party Committee leader who had personally asked for help. However, Qi Min still didn't give him any face, which was indeed a little unusual. Hikuan was also a shrewd man, so he didn't show it. He put down his wine glass and laughed. "Leaders, everyone, eat more." Eh? Why hadn't the Wang residence's medicinal cuisine arrived yet? "I'll go and urge him." With that, Hikuan gave Xia Ruofei a look, indicating for him to make a few more toasts. Then, he took his phone and walked out of the room. Hikuan walked for more than 10 meters and stopped after turning a corner. He took out his phone and made a call. "Secretary Li, I'm little." Hikuan said enthusiastically. The person he was looking for was Director Li of the 2nd Food Safety Supervision Division of the General Administration. This was Hikuan's long-time friend. Director Li used to work in the Southeast Province's Food and Drug Administration Department all year round and was also Hikuan's old superior. Hikuan's many Connections in the headquarters were built up step by step through Secretary Lee. Secretary Lee's voice carried a trace of fatigue as he said, "Little He. What's the matter?" He Kuan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered a rumor that he had heard not long ago. In the food safety incident of Yuanshan Pharmaceutical, the second division of the Food Safety Supervision had violated the rules many times in the process of handling it, which had caused a very bad impact on society. As the head of the department, Secretary Lee was likely to be held accountable. Secretary Lee, about Yuanshan Pharmaceuticals, He Kuan asked, carefully, "Are you okay?" "Little He." Secretary Lee said self-deprecatingly. How could he be fine? Where one's shoes wouldn't get wet when they walked by the river. Yesterday, the head of the general administration already talked to me and decided to change me to an inspector. He Kuan couldn't help but slap his forehead. So, this was the root of the problem. These people at the headquarters all knew that He Kuan was on the side of Secretary Lee. Now that Secretary Lee had been dealt with and changed to a non-leadership position, even these people's attitude towards He Kuan had taken a 180-degree turn. Sometimes, the bigger the mechanism, the colder the human nature and the world would be. Secretary Lee, why is this matter so serious? He Kuan didn't know how to comfort Secretary Lee. Secretary Lee laughed at himself and said, "Someone's using this as an excuse. This old fellow is blocking someone else's path, this is forcing me to make way for them." He Kuan heaved a long sigh. "Oh right, Xiao He, is there something you need from me?" asked Secretary Lee. He Kuan did not know what to say, and could only stammer, "It's fine, old leader. I just happened to be in Beijing today, to attend a seminar. How about this, I'll find time to visit you tomorrow." Sometimes it's still us old brothers who can be relied on, Secretary Lee said emotionally. "Xiao He, I appreciate your kind intentions, but you don't have to come, lest it affects you badly." It's coming, He Kuan quickly said. After hanging up the phone, He Kuan's mind was in a mess as he walked toward the private room. He realized that things were not looking good this time. The connections that he had always been proud of had collapsed overnight, and this time, it was a task personally assigned by Secretary Tian. If it were the bosses of the pharmaceutical factories who had entrusted him with this task in the past, he wouldn't have been able to complete it. But this time, he could not. After thinking about it, he could only force himself to coordinate it. A Chinese medicine project wasn't a big deal. He Kuan felt that as long as he lowered his stance, Qi Men might not completely ignore him. Anyway, he had to get through this first. As for how he would pass it when he returned to the headquarters for review, he did not think too much about it for the time being. With this in mind, He Kuan pushed open the door of the private room and walked in with a smile. The atmosphere in the private room was a little strange. Qi Men, Lu Ping, and Guoziang were chatting among themselves, drinking and toasting each other, while ignoring Xia Ruofei and the other three. Xia Ruofei didn't make a toast to humiliate himself. He just frowned and sat in his seat. The development of the matter was not quite what he had imagined. As soon as He Kuan came in, he immediately said enthusiastically, "Chief Qi, on behalf of the grassroots, I propose a toast to you. Thank you for your support to the grassroots. How about this, I'll finish this glass of wine, and you can." Qi Men, Lu Ping, and Guoziang all had strange looks on their faces. He Kuan had obviously lowered his stance even more after going out for a while. Qi Men laughed and said, Bureau Chief He, you're too kind. You're the leader, we should be the ones to respect you. Although he said that, Chi Min was just being polite with his mouth. He took the responsibility and clinked his glass with He Kuan-s. Then, he really took a small sip and did not finish it in one go. He Kuan's expression froze for a moment. Then, he chuckled and finished the white wine in his glass. He even politely showed the bottom of the glass to Chi Min. Xia Ruofei, who was standing at the side, could not understand the situation. What was He Kuan up to? Were all the government officials in the Ministry of State Affairs so impressive? A section-level cadre was in a hurry to put on airs in front of the deputy-level deputy director of the local Food and Drug Administration. Chi Min had already had a drink before he came, so his face was glowing with health. He picked up some food with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. As he chewed, he said, Bureau Chief He, the president of the pharmaceutical company you brought here today seems to be very arrogant. I've been in here for half a day, but I haven't seen him offer a toast. Do you still want to get things done? President Xia, come on, let's toast to Section Chief Chi, He Kuan said quickly. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei helplessly picked up his glass and stood up. Lu Ping and Guo Ziang looked at Xia Ruofei with interest. Xia Ruofei did not know what was going on. He held his wine glass and walked in front of Chi Min. Chi Min didn't say a word at first, but when Xia Ruofei walked in front of him, he suddenly waved his hand and said, Forget it, I don't like to drink with men. Xia Ruofei immediately frowned. Wasn't he deliberately humiliating him? If you don't want to drink, why did you suggest it? To suddenly say something like this when someone else was holding a glass of wine in front of you, this was also domineering to a certain extent. At this time, the chief of staff, Lu Ping, said with a smile, President Xia, don't you understand what Chief Chi is trying to say? Get this little beauty from your company to come over and propose a toast. Xia Ruofei frowned, but before he could speak, He Kuan said, Xiao Bai, since Chief Chi has called you, come over and have a toast. Xia Ruofei wanted to say something but stopped. However, since He Kuan had already spoken, it would not be good for him to reject him. After all, He Kuan had already lowered his stance for his sake. Although Xia Ruofei didn't know why it was like this, he knew that something must have gone wrong. Besides, it was normal to toast each other at the table. Xia Ruofei did not need to vent his anger on He Kuan. Bai He's pretty face blushed slightly. She stood up a little nervously and brought the cup to Chi Min. She said softly, Section Chief Chi, let me toast you. Please take care of our company's new drug project. Chi Min casually leaned back in his chair and said, well said, well said. Let's see how the beauty performs. Bai He hesitated for a moment. Section Chief Chi, I can't hold my liquor well. Why don't I finish this glass of wine? You can do whatever you want. Chi Min laughed and said, I've never been casual when drinking with beautiful women. But since you can't drink, then let's do something else. Lu Ping's eyes lit up and he smiled. Section Chief Chi, you're here to have a cross-cupped drink with this little beauty, right? Deputy Researcher, Guo Ziang, also clapped his hands and praised, this is a good suggestion. Section Chief Chi is the most handsome man in our traditional Chinese medicine department. It's really wonderful for a handsome man and a beautiful woman to cross cups and drink. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei's eyes couldn't help but reveal a sharp glint. He finally couldn't take it anymore. Bai He was an undergraduate student who had just walked out of the university campus. She had never seen such a scene before. She was at a loss, and a trace of panic appeared in her eyes. Lu Ping was still proudly saying, "It seems that beautiful women don't know how to drink cupped wine. Section Chief, why don't you let this President Xia and his staff give a demonstration to the beautiful woman? I think it's fine." Qi Min laughed. As he glanced at Xia Ruofei, He Kun saw that Xia Ruofei's expression was getting uglier and uglier. He hurriedly shot him a look, asking him to be patient. However, Xia Ruofei was not someone who would swallow his anger. He had been holding back before, mostly because he wanted to save He Kun's face. However, Qi Min and the other two were insatiable and provoked him again and again. Xia Ruofei had long lost his patience. "Enough!" Xia Ruofei shouted. Then, he threw the glass in his hand to the ground, making a sound of glass breaking. Xia Ruofei's eyes emitted a cold glint as he stared at Qi Min. The murderous aura in his eyes made Qi Min shiver. Qi Min suppressed the fear that came from the bottom of his heart and said sternly, "Bureau Chief what does your friend mean by this? They can't even take a small joke and still want me to work for them? P.S. Thank you to second son of the Jing family, Fearless, and Tang Xingmin for their tips and support. Steel Gun has been running a fever for the past few days, so he can only make use of the day time to write, because by the afternoon and night, he's even more drowsy. The most frustrating thing is that from tomorrow onwards, he's going to be on top of the recommended list. This body is really too weak. Section Chief Qi, don't be angry, don't be angry. Brother Xia is also young and impetuous," He Kun quickly tried to smooth things over. He Kun then turned to Xia Ruofei and said, "Brother Xia, Section Chief Qi was just joking with you. Why did you take it seriously? Come, everyone, let's have a drink and calm down." Xia Ruofei snorted and said, "Brother He, forget it. Respect is mutual, he's just playing with us, why should we be polite to him?" Qi Min's expression was dark as he laughed coldly and said, "Director He, it seems like your little friend has a backbone. This is the first time I've seen someone act so arrogantly when asking for help." Lu Ping sneered. Guoziang added, "It seems that this President Xia doesn't care about this small temple of our general administration of medicine." Qi Min and his two colleagues were talking and making sarcastic remarks. He Kun was also very anxious. He was about to fail the task given by Secretary Tian. He Kun had originally thought that Xia Ruofei was easy to get along with and that he spoke and handled matters appropriately. He did not expect that he would suddenly explode at the wine table today. Although Qi Min and the others had indeed gone a little too far, and to put it bluntly, they were deliberately toying with and humiliating people, how could it be so easy to find someone to do things for him? If it was any other owner of a pharmaceutical factory, they wouldn't even have the chance to ask them out for a meal. Shui Jinshan, Bai He, and Zhou Qing were all extremely nervous, especially Bai He, who was holding a wine glass. She seemed to be at a loss. Although they were worried that things would go wrong, they still felt a trace of warmth when the boss, Xia Ruofei, stood up for his employees in time. He Kun tried to make peace with both parties, but Xia Ruofei went back to his seat and said, "Little White, go back to your seat. Let's eat something." Bureau Chief, he specially ordered a private kitchen in Beijing, don't waste it. With that, Xia Ruofei picked up a piece of pork shoulder and put it in his mouth, chewing it carefully. He hesitated for a moment, but she still obediently walked back to her seat. When Chi Min and the others saw this, their faces turned even gloomier. Chi Min even slammed the table and said sternly, "Very good. How arrogant. I'm telling you, Xia, as long as I, Chi Min, am in the National Medicine Hall, your project will not be approved." Xia Ruofei didn't even lift his eyelids and said, "Then I'll have to kick you out of the National Chinese Medicine Department." "Don't worry. I will fulfill your wish," Chi Min was so angry that he laughed and said, "You're really arrogant. Kick me out of the traditional Chinese medicine department? If you're so capable, why would you need to beg your grandfather and grandmother for a Chinese medicine project? You're a young man, Chief Chi," Guoziang said. "He's definitely just too embarrassed to say such harsh words. We've seen a lot of people who go bankrupt for the sake of laughable face," Lu Ping sneered. Xia Ruofei continued to eat and drink by himself, turning a blind eye to the performance of Chi Min and the other two, who were like clowns. Since he had decided to go all out, Xia Ruofei would not regret it. He hadn't even used his real connections yet. The approval of Chinese medicine wasn't a difficult thing for him. It was just that Xia Ruofei didn't want to make a big fuss in the beginning. He Kuan smiled wryly at the side. There was nothing he could do to salvage the situation. He could only think about how to report this to Secretary Tian. Chi Min stood up and said, "Bureau Chief He, it seems that we can't match up to your position. Goodbye." Lu Ping and Guoziang also snorted coldly at the same time and stood up. Section Chief Chi, we're all young people, He Kuan said with a bitter smile. We can just talk things out. Why, even He Kuan himself felt that his advice was weak and powerless, so Chi Min and the others naturally would not listen to it. Chi Min coldly snorted and said, "No need. Let's go." After he finished speaking, Chi Min rudely kicked the stool, making a loud clang. Then, he took the lead and walked out of the private room. At this moment, an unruly voice came from the door of the room. I was wondering who it was. It was so noisy that we couldn't drink in peace next door. So it was little Chi. How? Now you're bold? You dare to put on a full force show in the private kitchen of the Wang family? Chi Min's gloomy face immediately bloomed into a respectful and flattering smile when he saw the man. Yo! Good day, fourth brother, good day, fourth brother. Chi Min nodded and said, even if you lend us a few guts, we wouldn't dare to. Who doesn't know that the private kitchen of the Wang residence is fourth brother's territory? Lu Ping and Guoziang also quickly and respectfully greeted their fourth brother. Xia Ruofei was originally facing away from the door of the private room. When he heard the voice, he turned around and saw a young man in his late 20s, who was covered in branded goods, leaning against the door frame of the private room. He was playing with a wine glass with one hand and had a playful smile on his face. From the tone of Chi Min and the others, this fourth brother should be the behind the scenes boss of the Wang family's private kitchen. Xia Ruofei did not know who this fourth brother was. But Chi Min and the others were all very respectful and did not dare to show any neglect. This was because although this man was only a section-level cadre of the state press, publication, radio, film and television administration, his father was Deputy Director Zheng, who was ranked second in the State Food and Drug Administration. He was a true, blue deputy-level cadre and happened to be in charge of the Medicine and Cosmetics Registration Department. With this relationship, when Chi Min and the others saw this fourth brother, they were like mice seeing a cat. He was really as honest as he could be. However, Xia Ruofei did not know this fourth brother. Hence, he only glanced at him before turning back to continue eating and drinking. Fourth brother looked at Xia Ruofei with interest and asked, "Xiao Qi, what's going on?" "Hey." "Fourth brother, don't even mention it." Qi Min pursed his lips and said, "A small boss of a pharmaceutical factory asked us to do something for him, but he didn't look like he was begging at all. Instead, he's all high and mighty. We can't even eat comfortably, so aren't we preparing to leave?" Qi Min then asked enthusiastically, "Ling, you're in the room next door? Why don't we go over and give a toast?" Fourth brother glanced at Qi Min and said, "Little Qi, oh little Qi. You brat, you dare to play any game? Do you know who I'm treating today? You, kid, dare to go over and propose a toast?" Fourth brother. "This," Qi Min said with a smile. "All right." Fourth brother said impatiently, "The guest I invited today, even my old master has to be polite to him. You don't have to join in the fun." When Qi Min heard this, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. He quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes." Fourth brother took a glance and continued, "All right, if you want to leave, then hurry up and get lost. Don't let the empty rooms affect our drinking mood." "Yes. Yes, yes, fourth brother, we know," Qi Min said carefully. Fourth brother nodded. Just as he was about to leave the room, another voice came from behind him, "Sing Xiaoxi, are you deliberately avoiding the wine? It's a little unkind to run for so long." Qi Min and the others looked at each other, wondering who this person was. He actually called his fourth brother, Sing Xiaoxi, so casually. How awesome. Fourth brother's originally unruly face immediately piled up with a smile. He turned around and said, "Young Master Song, I wouldn't dare. I was afraid that the noise here would affect your mood to drink, so I came over to say hello." This was the first time Qi Min had seen his fourth brother speak to someone in such a respectful manner. It was obvious that this young Master Song was not on the same level as his fourth brother. Thinking of young Master Song's surname, there seemed to be only one powerful family with the surname Song in China. The answer was obvious. Qi Min's emotions were surging, and he took the opportunity to come forward and get close to him. "Young Master Song, I'm really sorry. There are insensible people here making a scene and disturbing your meal. I'll get them to scram now." After he finished speaking, Qi Min turned around and arrogantly said, "The one surnamed Xia. Why don't you get out of here? You affected young Master Song's mood when he was drinking, can you bear the responsibility?" He Kuan, Shuijin Shan, Zhou Qing, and Bai He all looked at Xia Ruofei worriedly. At their level, they naturally did not know fourth brother, much less who young Master Song was. However, even Qi Min had instantly become a lackey, so how could they not realize that the other party had a powerful background? Only Xia Ruofei was still calm and composed, looking like he was sitting on a fishing platform. When he heard young Master Song's voice, Xia Ruofei was already sighing in his heart that the world was too small. Or perhaps, the capital was too small. When did this kid come to the capital? And how could he be drinking next door? Could it be that she was really fated with him? Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Xia Ruofei's mind was running wild and he did not hear what Qi Min said. Qi Min saw that Xia Ruofei was still as calm as a mountain and was even more furious. He shot a look at Lu Ping and Guo Ziang, and the three of them came forward. To pull Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei finally came back to his senses. He furrowed his brows slightly and seemed to casually shake his body. Qi Min and the other two immediately felt a huge force coming at them. They couldn't help but stagger back a few steps until they hit the screen of the private room. Xia Ruofei gently brushed away the clothes that Qi Min and the rest had touched. Then, he stood up unhurriedly and slowly turned around. Fourth brother could not help but frown when he saw that the little boss of the pharmaceutical factory that Qi Min had mentioned had actually taken action. This was too unruly. No wonder Xiao Qi and the others did not like him just now. How was this the attitude one should have when asking for help? However, just as fourth brother was about to scold him, young Master Song, who was behind him, said in a surprised voice, "Are you au fait? What are you doing in the capital?" This young Master Song was Elder Song's eldest grandson, Xia Ruofei's good friend, Song Ruofei. As Song Ruofei spoke, he strode forward and punched Xia Ruofei's chest. Then he said, "You didn't even tell me in advance that you're in my territory? That's not interesting enough." Xia Ruofei pouted and said, "So the entire 49 city is your territory? Does your old man know that you're so awesome?" Fourth brother, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. He did not expect the little boss of the pharmaceutical factory that Qi Min had mentioned to have such a powerful background. He even called young Master Song his brother. If Song Shaowan had said anything just now, he might have already scolded her and offended her. When he thought of this, fourth brother's gaze was as if he wanted to kill someone. He looked at the three ashen-faced men. Qi Min, Lu Ping, and Guo Ziying's minds were completely blank at this time. It was as if 100 trains had passed by at the same time, and they had completely lost the ability to think. This ordinary-looking little boss of the pharmaceutical factory was actually young Master Song's friend? The person who had just made things difficult for him, humiliated him, and even threatened to block his project, was actually young Master Song's friend? If he had such a powerful relationship, why would he bother to ask a small section chief like him to do things? God, are you playing with me? He Kuan, Shui Jinshan, Zhou Qing, and Bai He also had interesting expressions on their faces. Originally, he was at the end of his rope and thought that he had walked into a dead end. He did not expect that after seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, his eyes suddenly opened up again. As expected of someone that Secretary Tian valued so much. His connections were really deep. Shui Jinshan and the other two were naturally full of admiration for their boss. They looked at Xia Ruofei with eyes full of wonder. At this time, fourth brother came back to his senses and quickly said, "Young Master Song, so this gentleman is your friend. This is like a flood washing over the temple of the Dragon King." Song Ruofei's face turned cold after he was done with the small talk with Xia Ruofei. He asked indifferently, "What's going on?" The three people of Qi Min's body trembled at the same time, and they stammered, not knowing what to say. Fourth brother frowned and scolded, "Little Qi, I think you're regressing. Can't you even speak properly? What are you doing?" At this moment, He Kuan's eyes rolled a few times. He gritted his teeth and said, "President Xia, how about I report the situation to our two distinguished guests?" He Kuan decided to go all out. He had already offended Qi Min and his men. Not to mention young Master Song, his fourth brother was probably someone with great power in the drug control system. After weighing the pros and cons, He Kuan quickly made a decision. Fourth brother gave Xia Ruofei a questioning look. Let me introduce you. This is He Kuan, the Deputy Director of the Food and Drug Administration of the Southeast Province, Xia Ruofei said. With a smile. Fourth brother also showed a warm smile and said, It's Bureau Chief He. I've even heard my father praise you. He said that the Southeast's Deputy Bureau Chief he is an academic, type leader and has a wide path of development in the future. Fourth brother saw He Kuan's confused expression and said, Oh, my father's name is Zheng Kuan. He Kuan immediately looked surprised. He quickly came forward and said, So you're the young master of Chief Tsing. Nice to meet you. I don't deserve such praise from Director Tsing. Brother He, Xia Ruofei said, Tell Song Ruwei and young Master Zheng what happened just now. Chi Min and the others' faces instantly turned ashen. They looked at He Kuan as if they had lost their parents, and their eyes were pleading. However, He Kuan, who had been holding back his anger for a long time, did not care so much. He immediately began to explain the whole story. P.S. Fever starts in the afternoon and evening. I can only hurry up and write. The more I drag it out, the less I feel like it. My whole body is dizzy and my throat doesn't hurt. It's already the third day. It's so uncomfortable. Sigh. Finally, I would like to thank Xing family's second son, Jumping Scare, Duga Xing, Ruichi Construction Machinery Rental Company, and Tang Xingmin for their tips and support. As a senior leader, He Kuan naturally had a good grasp of propriety. Therefore, he did not exaggerate and started with the project with Xia Ruofei. After briefly introducing the Heart Nourishing Soup project, He Kuan went straight to the point. He told him how he had been rejected by Chief Lin and had gone for the second best to invite Chi Min and the others, as well as how Chi Min and the others had arrived late, and how arrogant and domineering they had been. Song Ruwei was still leaning against the door of the private room with a harmless and casual smile on his face. No one could tell the change in his mood. On the other hand, fourth brother's expression was getting uglier and uglier. It was so dark that it was about to drip water. The gaze he shot at Chi Min and the other two was like a sharp sword, as if he wanted to cut them up alive. This time, young Master Song has returned to the capital, and I've finally managed to invite him to the prince's mansion to have a drink with me. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. How could it be so easy to invite a god like young Master Song? Although fourth brother and Song Ruwei were both children of officials, they were not on the same level. Fourth brother's father was only a deputy-level cadre, and he wasn't even a high-ranking local official. Compared to a behemoth like the Song family, Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang's background was simply not enough. To put it more realistically, if Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang wanted to take the initiative to get close to him, the Song family would have to consider whether to accept him or not. Moreover, Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang was now on the verge of making progress. Whether he could cross the threshold of the ministry level would depend on the recent period. Therefore, when his fourth brother reported to his father that he had invited the Song family's young master, Song Ruwei, Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang was quite surprised. He repeatedly urged him to receive young Master Song well and to build a good relationship with him step by step. Initially, everything was going quite smoothly, but now, it was suddenly ruined by Chi Min and the other idiots. Fourth brother really wanted to kill them. After He Kuan finished telling the truth, he shut his mouth. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Song Ruwei, that's the basic situation. brother he has explained it very comprehensively. I originally wanted to use the normal method to get things done, but I didn't expect the difficulty to be so much greater than I imagined. It should be. Xia Ruofei said, who told you to seek death? Don't even talk about informing our family's old master. Even if you were to tell me, wouldn't it only take a sentence? Now do you know what it means? By the king of hell is easy to see, but the little devil is hard to deal with? Woof. So. Elder Song is the king of hell in your eyes? Xia Ruofei said with an exaggerated expression. Xia Ruofei joked with Xia Ruofei casually. With their relationship, there was no need for them to fawn on each other. Besides, in Xia Ruofei's eyes, he had always treated Xia Ruofei as an equal. Just Xia Ruofei's superb medical skills alone was worth making friends with. Moreover, Xia Ruofei knew how important Xia Ruofei was to Elder Song. This scene fell into fourth brother's eyes, but it set off a turbulent wave in his heart. It turned out that CEO Xia was not only on good terms with young Master Song, but he was also on good terms with the entire Song family, and even Elder Song himself. This elevated Xia Ruofei's status in fourth brother's heart by several levels. He was even elevated to the same status as Xia Ruofei. After all, for an outsider to be able to speak directly to Elder Song and maintain a good relationship with a political family like the Song family, this person must be extraordinary. Xia Ruofei ignored Xia Ruofei's deliberate misunderstanding. He turned to fourth brother and said calmly, Sing Shou Si, the drug administration is your territory. How you want to give my brother a satisfactory explanation is up to you. Fourth brother quickly nodded and said, Don't worry, young Master Song. I'll do it well. Otherwise, I'll jump into Yongding River myself without you and President Xia asking. Fourth brother's words were full of killing intent. Basically, he was bringing his head to see her. However, the heads mentioned here were obviously the heads of Chi Min and the others. Before fourth brother could say anything, Chi Min's legs turned to jelly and he almost collapsed to the ground. He stumbled a few steps forward and pleaded with a crying face, President Xia, we were blind. We didn't recognize Mount Tai. I beg you to forgive us and let us go this time. Lu Ping and Guo Xiang's faces were also drained of color as they pleaded pitifully at the side. If Xia Ruofei had not seen the faces of these three people just now, he might have felt a little pity for them. However, he had just experienced the domineering scene of several officials of the national ministry. Furthermore, Chi Min had even set his eyes on the female employee, by he. How could Xia Ruofei let them go just because they begged for mercy? Xia Ruofei frowned, but before he could speak, fourth brother chided, Chi Min, don't you think you've embarrassed yourselves enough? Get out of here. Fourth brother, Chi Min said with a long face. Get out. Fourth brother shouted in a low voice, his face as dark as water. Chi Min and the others could only leave the private room in despair. Just as they were walking out, Xia Ruofei said indifferently, by the way, Section Chief Chi just said that as long as he is in the National Medicine Department, my project will not pass. I also said at the time that I would just kick him out of the National Medicine Department. Fourth brother said without hesitation, President Xia is reasonable. That's how it should be done. When Chi Min heard this, he almost collapsed to the ground. In the end, with the help of Lu Ping and Guo Xiang, he left the private kitchen of the Wang family in a daze. Standing at the entrance of the alley, the three of them looked around blankly. They looked at each other again and felt a deep sense of despair and powerlessness. He had really kicked an iron plate this time. And it was a red, hot iron plate. In the private restaurant, fourth brother rubbed his hands and smiled apologetically. Young Master Song, CEO Xia, why don't we continue to eat in the private room next door? Don't worry, I'll make a call to get it done immediately. Then, fourth brother looked at Hikuan and the others and said, Bureau Chief He, and these brothers and sisters, how about we all go over for a drink? Naturally, Hikuan wanted to build a relationship with the son of the head of the headquarters. However, he was in a position where he knew that he should follow Xia Ruofei's lead in this situation. Hence, he did not say anything. He only looked at Xia Ruofei with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, sure. Then I'll let fourth brother spend the money. I don't deserve it. Fourth brother quickly said. I don't dare. President Xia, please don't call me fourth brother. You can call me Tsing Xiaoxi or just Xiaoxi like young Master Song. Xia Ruofei hesitated for a moment. After all, he wasn't in their circle and he wasn't very familiar with fourth brother. It would be too frivolous to call him that. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, then I'll still call you little fourth brother. So friendly. Fourth brother laughed out loud and said, yes, 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 so friendly. So friendly. By the way, I can't call you president. Xia, can I? How should I address you? Xia Ruofei smiled. You can call me Xiao Xia or Ruofei. That's what my friends call me. All right. Then I'll follow young Master Song's example and call you Ruofei. Fourth brother said. With a bright smile. Fourth brother enthusiastically led everyone to the private room next door. The private room next door was obviously much more high-end than the one Hikuan had just booked. Not only was it larger, but the furnishings were also more high-end. Fourth brother made arrangements for the waiters to clear the dishes on the table and then instructed the kitchen to serve a banquet as soon as possible. Following that, fourth brother personally raised his glass and gave a toast to everyone. After clearing the game, he wiped his mouth and said, with a smile, young Master Song, Ruofei, let's eat and drink first. I'll go out and make a phone call. Xia Ruofei knew that fourth brother must have gone to settle today's matters, so he smiled and nodded. Song Ruofei pouted and said, Tsing Xiaoxi, you'd better be quick. You know my temper, I can't let this matter drag on for the night. I understand. Fourth brother quickly said, don't worry, young Master Song. This was the only chance to salvage the situation. How could fourth brother not use all his might to deal with it? In fact, as soon as he left the room, he immediately called his father, Xing Qian. If Song Ruofei and the Song family were not involved in today's incident, the old man at home might not have been so alarmed. But now, the nature was completely different. Fourth brother called his father without any hesitation. Xiao Si, shouldn't you be eating with Master Song right now? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Zheng Kuwen asked seriously. Dad, there's been an incident today, so I thought I had to report it to you immediately. Fourth brother said. You say it. It's just a coincidence today. We didn't know about this beforehand, but one of young Master Song's good friends. From what I can tell, this friend of his has a close relationship with the entire Song family. At that time, young Master Song's friend was eating in the private room next door. Fourth brother said in full detail, and This President Xia invited a cadre of the General Administration of Drug Administration. Fourth brother's thoughts were clear as. He reported, while Zheng Kuwen quietly listened. Even after fourth brother finished, the other end of the phone was still very quiet. After a long while, fourth brother thought that his father had fallen asleep. At this moment, Zheng Kuwen suddenly asked, "Shall I, what is Master Song's attitude?" Fourth brother was stunned for a moment. Ruofei and young Master Song are good brothers. Young Master Song is naturally on his side. Oh, that's right. Young Master Song did say that he doesn't want things to be delayed overnight. I understand, Zheng Kuwen said. Go back and tell Director Xia that Chi Min and the other two will receive the notice of suspension for inspection tonight. The organization will immediately start the investigation process. As for the rest, I will arrange it. You don't have to worry about it. Just entertain Master Song and Director Xia. I got it. Fourth brother immediately said. He then asked respectfully, Father, do you have any other instructions? There's nothing else, Zheng Kuwen said, just do what you need to do. I'll take care of what I need to do. All right. Just as fourth brother was about to hang up, Zheng Kuwen suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, you just said that the person who accompanied President Xia to the headquarters was a leader from the Southeast Food and Drug Administration? Deputy Bureau Chief He Kuwen. Fourth brother quickly said. Oh. How about this? I'll find time to meet little he tomorrow. Zheng Kuwen said, tell him to keep his phone on. And wait for my secretary's call. All right. Fourth brother, who had received his father's personal instructions, returned to the private room with a peace of mind. Young Master Song, Ruofei, I just called my father to report tonight's incident. He said with a smile. He Kuwen's ears perked up when he heard this. Fourth brother continued, my father said that black sheep like Chi Min and the other two should be eliminated from the cadre. They should receive the organization's decision to deal with them tonight. Song Ruofei nodded and asked lightly, what about Ruofei's project? My father will personally ask about it. There won't be any problems. Fourth brother quickly said. Not bad. Zheng Xiaoxi, you're quite sincere. Song Ruofei finally showed a satisfied look and said, although those scumbags from the General Administration of Drug Administration made me very unhappy tonight, I'll let this matter go for the sake of your honesty. Yo. Thank you so much, young master. Song. Fourth brother smiled and said, we're the ones in the wrong in this matter. What we did later was just to remedy the situation. We don't deserve your praise. All right. Don't be humble, Song Ruofei said. Let's drink. Here, young Master Song, a toast to you. Fourth brother quickly raised his glass and said. After drinking a glass of wine with Song Ruofei, fourth brother finally remembered He Kuwen. He put down his wine glass and said to He Kuwen, by the way, Bureau Chief He, my father said that he will find time to meet you tomorrow. Please make sure to keep in touch with your phone so that you don't miss the call. He Kuwen was overjoyed and said excitedly, good, good, good. Thank you, young Master Zheng. He was too old to call him fourth brother, but young Master Zheng was already very respectful. There's no need to thank me, fourth brother smiled and said, it was my father who asked to meet you. I didn't play much of a role in it. I have to thank you. I have to thank you. Oh, right. He Kuwen said and immediately asked, Mr. Zheng, Do I need to prepare any report in advance? Please give me some advice. Fourth brother thought for a moment and said, Director, my father probably wants to have a simple talk with you. There was no clear theme. If you really want to prepare in advance, why don't you put some effort into the heart, nourishing soup project of the Southeast Province's Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Company? I think my father will be more interested in this project. I understand. Thank you, young master. Zeng. Kuan said happily. He looked at Xia Ruofei with a complicated expression. He had thought that he had come to the capital to help Xia Ruofei. He did not expect that things would develop to this point, and Xia Ruofei was the one helping him. If he could get in touch with Director Tsing this time, the help he would receive in his career would be immeasurable. In this way, Xia Ruofei was really her benefactor. Just as Xia Ruofei and the others were having a drink at the private kitchen of the Wang family, the General Administration of Medicine and Cosmetics Registration Division, especially the Chinese Medicine and Ethnic Medicine Division, was already in a mess. It was about 10 o'clock at night, which was still early for many young people. Some had just woken up and started to go out for the night. However, for the director of the Pharmaceutical and Cosmetic Registration Division, Chen Manan, who was in his 50s, it was already his break time. Chen Ming and would go to bed at 9:30 p.m. every day. However, just as he began to feel drowsy, his phone in the distance began to vibrate. He had always placed his phone far away when he was sleeping. It was said that this could reduce the radiation damage. Chen Ming and sleepiness disappeared in an instant. He sat up angrily and mumbled, "Who is it? 2. Call so late at night, it shouldn't be anyone from the department." Those subordinates knew his habits. They would never dare to disturb him after 9:30 unless something major happened. Chen Mingan's wife was removing her accessories in front of the dressing table. Chen Mingan's phone was on the table, not far from her. His wife turned around and looked at Chen Mingan, who had already sat up. She said, "Old Chen, why are you in a daze? Pick up the phone, help me see who's calling first," Chen Mingan said. "Oh," the wife said as she got up to pick up the phone. At first glance, the wife's expression changed and she cried out, "Yo! It's Director Tsing." "What?" Chen Ming and lifted his blanket and jumped off the bed. He was as agile as a 17 or 18-year-old boy. He rushed to his wife, took the phone, and quickly pressed the answer button. Chen Ming greeted him respectfully, "Hello, Director Tsing. May I ask for your instructions?" Tsing. Huan's voice was extremely cold, "Comrade Chen Ming, and you must immediately carry out the things I'm about to say. First, suspend Qi Min, Lu Ping, and Guo Ziang from the National Medicine Department for inspection. Second, the Chinese Traditional Medicine Department was to find the new drug materials submitted by the Southeast Province's Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Company by tonight and organize the project approval overnight. Third, after the matter is settled, no matter what time it is, personally bring the person in charge of the National Medicine Department to my apartment to report the situation." Chen Ming was dumbfounded, but fortunately, he reacted quickly. He was only stunned for a moment before he said, "Yes. Director Tsing, I'll rush back to the division immediately to supervise and ensure that your instructions will be carried out to the letter." Tsing. Huan snorted and hung up the phone without saying anything. Chen Ming's face was pale. He sat by the bed and mumbled, "Something big has happened, something big has happened. His wife, who was watching from the side, was also quite frightened and quickly asked, "Old Chen, what's going on? I have to rush back to the office immediately." Chen Mingyan said in a daze. He grabbed his phone and ran out as he spoke. "Hey! You're still wearing your pajamas." Only then did Chen Mingyan react. He hurriedly turned around and put on his clothes haphazardly. As he tidied himself up, he walked out. In order to save time, he didn't even call the driver to answer the call. Instead, he drove directly to the General Administration of Drug Administration. On the way, Chen Mingyan gradually calmed down. He started to make phone calls to arrange his troops as he drove. When Chen Mingyan arrived at the office, some of the officers who lived close to him had already arrived. Many of the offices were lit up. The one who was in the most difficult position was the director of the National Medicine Division, Lin Huahai. Reeking of alcohol, he rushed to the unit and started working with extreme fear and anxiety. Soon, the deputy director in charge of the National Medicine of Chinese Medicine also rushed to the unit. All the members of the National Medicine of Chinese Medicine were called back, and the office area was brightly lit. When Qi Min and the other two received Lin Huahai's call, they were eating skewers and drinking wine at a roadside stall. It wasn't that they were desperate, but that they had really given up on tonight's events. The three of them might as well huddle together and drink to drown their sorrows. However, Qi Min and the other two really didn't expect that this matter wouldn't even last for a night. How long had it been? The division chief called him directly. Lin Huahai very sternly announced the decision to suspend the three of them over the phone. At the same time, he ordered the three of them to get the hell back to their units as soon as possible. He called them back because there was something important. He wanted to know what kind of trouble these three grandsons had caused to the unit. Now, even the director was waiting to get an answer from them. As for the application report that Shui Jinshan and the others had sent in after much effort, it had been casually thrown aside by the Qi people. A few days ago, the number of telegrams that came and went every day was astonishing, and soon, the report was drowned out by all kinds of materials. The cadres of the National Medicine Department of Chinese Medicine cursed Qi Min as they opened the boxes of documents and started to look through them. Fortunately, there was strength in numbers, and the materials didn't accumulate for too long, so after everyone busied themselves, they still successfully found the application materials submitted by the Paradise Corporation. Therefore, the department began to organize the approval of the project overnight. It was said to be approval, but in fact, everyone from the secretary to the ordinary clerk knew in their hearts that it was just a formality. He had to go through the necessary procedures. In China, procedural justice was very important. Soon, the project establishment notice stamped with a bright red seal and the notice of the Southeast Province's Food and Drug Administration organizing the preliminary examination on his behalf were issued. Meanwhile, in the small conference room of the National Medicine Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, the secretary, Chen Mingyan, led a few division and division leaders to question Qi Min and the other two. The three of them didn't dare to hide anything, and quickly told him everything. When Chen Mingyan heard that Qi Min had directly crossed the line with Chief Seng, and that the boss of Taoyuan Pharmaceuticals he had offended had a frighteningly powerful background, he almost couldn't hold back and threw a teacup at him. After disgustedly waving his hand to get the three of them to leave, Chen Mingyan smoked another cigarette and remained silent for a long time. Then, he suddenly said, Shaolin, the royal residence's private kitchen isn't far from here. I'm guessing that CEO Xia hasn't left yet. Immediately. Bring 2 notices and personally go to him and Chief He Kuan. At the same time, apologize to him at the agency. By the way, don't forget to inform him of the decision to deal with Chi Min and the others. It'll be a good explanation. All right. Lin Huahai quickly stood up and said. Then, he picked up 2 notices and left the small conference room in a hurry. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyan had brought along a few other leaders and a few of the secretaries to quickly come up with a simple report. He still had to bring Lin Huahai to Xing Qian's house to make a report later. The private kitchen of the royal family. Lin Huahai quickly found the private room that Xia Ruofei and the others were in. However, how could this kind of VIP box be freely accessed by just anyone? Especially since the boss was entertaining the guests inside. The waiter at the door stopped Lin Huahai without hesitation. Pretty lady, can you help me pass on the message? Lin Huahai said with a smile. I'm from the National Drug Administration, and I'm here to look for President Xia of Taoyuan Pharmaceuticals. I have something important to tell you. At first, the waitress was unmoved, but she couldn't resist Lin Huahai's soft-hearted begging. A soft-hearted girl finally nodded, pushed open the door to the private room, and bent down in front of 4th brother. She leaned close to his ear and whispered what happened. 4th brother's face revealed a strange expression, then he nodded and said, I know, tell him to wait at the door. All right, he said. The waiter quickly said. 4th brother smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, Ruofei, someone from the drug administration is here. They're probably almost done with the matter. Do you want to meet them? So fast? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, little 4th brother's face is so big. Since he's already here, let's meet him. When 4th brother heard this, he pouted angrily at the waiter who was pouring wine for everyone in the private room. The waiter immediately understood and walked out of the private room. He quickly led the nervous Lin Huahai in. He Kuan, Shui Jinshan, and the others could not help but sigh at this scene. Needless to say, Shui Jinshan and the others had been dealing with the National Medicine Division for the past few days. Not to mention Lin Huahai, who was the division chief. Even the small section chief, Chi Min, was rarely seen. The first person He Kuan wanted to invite to dinner was Lin Huahai. But he was too realistic and tactfully rejected the invitation. Of course, no one knew if this was a blessing or a curse. If Lin Huahai had accepted the invitation, he might have been one of the people fired today. Even though he would be in trouble this time, at least the situation had not reached the worst. The first thing Lin Huahai did when he entered the room was to greet his 4th brother. 4th brother nodded and pointed at Xia Ruofei, who was beside him. This is President Xia from Paradise Pharmaceuticals. Lin Huahai quickly took 2 steps forward and bowed to Xia Ruofei. He said, Hello, President Xia, I'm Lin Huahai, the director of the National Medicine Division of Chinese Medicine. First of all, I would like to express my sincere apologies to you. Our work style is too bureaucratic, especially when a black sheep like Chi Min appeared. As the division chief, I can't shirk my responsibility either. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Chief Lin, you're too kind. What do you want from me today? Don't tell me it's just to apologize? Lin Huahai quickly said, President Xia, in addition to the representative's apology, our division's leader also specifically instructed Me to tell you that Qi Min, Lu Ping, and Guoziang have been suspended. The next step will be to start an investigation on them. Oh. Xia Ruofei did not comment and replied indifferently. This was what the question should mean, so Xia Ruofei did not find it strange. Lin Huahai continued. In addition, our department has organized a review of the materials submitted by Paradise Pharmaceuticals overnight. It has passed. I have also specially brought the project proposal notice. Here. Lin Huahai opened his briefcase and presented a notice with a bright red seal to Xia Ruofei with both hands. Xia Ruofei took the notice and glanced at it, then handed it to Shui Jinshan. Shui Jinshan felt like he was in a dream. He looked at it several times and even rubbed his eyes, afraid that he was seeing things. He had struggled for so many days but still couldn't find a way in. He felt that this was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but they had actually organized a review overnight and passed it in such a short time. Xia Ruofei was much calmer than Shui Jinshan. He smiled and said, Director Lin, thank you for your hard work. You're too kind, this is our job. Lin Huahai quickly said, and because of the Qi people, this application has been delayed for many days. This in itself is a serious dereliction of duty. We are only correcting their mistakes. At this time, all the blame should be placed on Qi Min, since he was already done for. Xia Ruofei nodded lightly. Lin Huahai turned his gaze to He Kuan. He took out another document from his briefcase and handed it over with both hands. He said, Bureau Chief He, this is a notice from our division to the Southeast Food and Drug Administration. It's to assign you to carry out the first review of the Heart Nourishing Soup project. I've also brought it here. Oh? He Kuan was also very surprised. This time, it's really fast. Lin Huahai laughed awkwardly and said in a low voice, Director He, I'm really sorry for today. I really have something on and can't leave. How about this? Tomorrow, this little brother will treat you to a drink. He Kuan was elated. However, as a cunning old fox, he naturally would not show it. He just gave an ambiguous reply. Lin Huahai delivered the documents and made all the necessary gestures, so he didn't stay any longer and simply left. Little fourth brother, thanks. Xia Ruofei smiled as he raised his glass to fourth brother. You're welcome. Fourth brother quickly filled his glass with wine and clinked his glass with Xia Ruofei's. Ruofei, we're all brothers. Don't be such an outsider. All right. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Brother Xiao Si, you're welcome to visit the 3 mountains when you're free. I have a farm over there, so I can pick fruits and vegetables by myself in the summer. Oh, and we've recently raised some very delicious Chongjiang Chinese perch. Song Ruei, who had been silent all this while, couldn't help but say, You don't say. Ruofei has a lot of good things. Those vegetables, wine, fish, tea leaves. Those bought outside can't be compared. Xing Xiaoxi, you'll know when you go eat it. Fourth brother smiled. Young Master Song, I'm almost drooling. Now that you've mentioned it. No. I'll definitely find time to go there soon. Fourth brother loved to eat. Otherwise, he would not have opened such a big private restaurant. What Xia Ruofei and Song Ruei said was really tempting to him. Moreover, this could further improve the relationship between everyone, which was what fourth brother liked to see. Song Ruei pursed his lips and said, But you have to be mentally prepared. Ruofei is the most stingy. It Shouldn't be a problem to let you have a taste. If you want to care enough, you'd better give up. As soon as possible. Fourth brother was stunned for a moment. I can't even pay for it? Song Ruofei glanced at him with disdain and said, do I look like someone who can't afford to pay? Fourth brother quickly smiled apologetically and shook his head. Song Ruofei didn't bother to explain to him that Ing Luo was actually a nouveau riche, but they were not on the same level at all. It could even be said that they were 2 or 3 levels apart. Of course, Song Ruofei belonged to the top circle of rich and powerful people, and he was a well-known figure in that circle. And fourth brother was still 108,000 miles away. Xing Xiaoxi. Find me a quiet place. I have something to discuss with Ruofei in private. Song Ruofei said indifferently. All right. All right. Fourth brother said hurriedly, then instructed the waiter, go and prepare a tea room immediately. Be quick. Very quickly, a quiet tea room was prepared. Song Ruofei asked the waiter to leave and closed the door. Then he turned around and walked back. Xia Ruofei asked, Song Ruofei, what's going on? He was so mysterious. Is there anything that needs to be so secretive? It's not a big deal, but it's not convenient to talk about it in front of those people, Song Ruofei said seriously. Let's find a quiet place. Xia Ruofei laughed as he leaned back in his chair. Then tell me. What's the matter? Ruofei, Song Ruofei asked, I'd like to ask you first. Do you have any good solutions for diabetes? Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and asked, why are you suddenly asking about this? Diabetes is scary, but it's not usually fatal, right? It's just that the patient needs to take the medicine for life. If it's serious, she might need to be injected with insulin. If it's well controlled, long-term survival is not a problem. Of course I know that. Song Ruofei said, I'm looking for you because I'm not satisfied with such conventional control. I'd like to know if you have any way to completely cure diabetes through traditional Chinese medicine? You're so young, you can't possibly have diabetes, right? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Nonsense, of course it's not me. You don't have to be embarrassed, Song Ruofei scolded him with a smile. Just tell me if you have a way. If you have a way, I'll continue. If you don't have a way, then we'll stop talking about this. Just pretend I never mentioned it. Xia Ruofei was silent for a moment before he slowly nodded and said, there's still a way, but, I know. It must be kept strictly confidential, right? Song Ruofei immediately replied. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. The rate of diabetes had been on the rise in recent years, especially in China. According to statistics, there were as many as 114 million diabetic patients in China, which was equivalent to 1 in every 10 adults. Diabetes was an incurable disease. It could only be delayed by medication to prevent complications, such as heart disease, kidney failure, and blindness. Therefore, if the treatment of diabetes was made public, all kinds of trouble would come, and he would not be able to avoid it. After all, many senior leaders were diagnosed with diabetes. Song Ruofei said happily, it's good that there's a way. Let's continue on this topic. As for keeping it a secret, you don't have to worry at all. I, Song Ruofei, have never cheated my brothers. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, of course I trust you. Speak. What's your relationship with the patient? You should know about General Zhaoqing, right? Song Ruofei asked. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then shook his head in confusion. Song Rui's face was full of contempt as he said, "And you're a soldier. You don't even have a basic understanding of the high-ranking officers in the army?" Xia Ruofei pouted and said, "Aren't you talking nonsense? I'm just a soldier. It's enough to know who our class monitor is. Didn't you become the class monitor a long time ago? Do you understand what an analogy is?" Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, "What I mean is that not many ordinary soldiers would know the names of the commanders and commanders." Then, Xia Ruofei said impatiently, "Just say it, kid. Who is this General Zhao?" "The Chief of Staff of the Beijing military." Song Rui said, "Lieutenant General." "Oh." Xia Ruofei nodded. "And then?" "Chief of Staff. Zhao can be considered my grandfather's old subordinate. He has always followed our family's footsteps in politics. You know." Song Rui squinted his eyes and smiled. I understand. Please continue." "In fact, in the military, Chief of Staff Zhao is considered a high-ranking general in both his rank and position. The key is that he has the advantage of age, so my grandfather has always thought highly of him." Song Rui said, "I only found out when I returned to Beijing this time that he was diagnosed with diabetes during his previous routine physical examination. It was already quite serious when it was discovered. Drug control may not be effective. He might even need insulin." "How could this be? All senior leaders have regular physical examinations, right?" Xia Ruofei felt strange. "My uncle Zhao is a bit secretive about his illness," Song Rui said with a bitter smile. "There is a physical examination every year. But he always says that there is no problem with this and that. Then, he doesn't do many things. He's such a big leader, the military hospital wouldn't dare to force him to do it." "Woof. There's such a thing. Isn't that so?" Song Rui said, "I heard that he hasn't done a sugar sieve for 3 years. This time, he found out that his diabetes is very serious." He was dumbfounded himself. Xia Ruofei laughed. "Song Rui," he said, "with General Zhao's behavior, even if I go and treat him, he won't cooperate with the treatment. He doesn't dare to disobey the words of others, but he doesn't dare to disobey my grandfather." Song Rui said. Song Rui continued, "But I'm just giving you a preliminary tip today. I'll have to report it to the old man later. It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. I didn't expect to see you in Beijing." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sure. For your sake, I'll take this job. Call me if you need anything." "Oh. But you'd better hurry. I've already finished my business in Beijing, so I want to return to Sanshan as soon as possible." Okay. It's too late now. I'll call the old man tomorrow morning and report to him." Song Rui said happily, "I'll give you a definite letter by noon tomorrow at the latest." "All right. Then let's go." Xia Ruofei stood up and said, "Why do I feel weird that 2 men locked their doors and stayed together for so long? Your mind is too dirty." Xia Ruofei raised his head and laughed as he walked towards the door. After a few steps, he stopped and turned back to ask Song Rui, "I still don't understand. Even if General Zhao's diabetes is quite serious, a high-level cadre like him should be able to control it very well since he enjoys such good medical treatment. Many high-ranking officers even had an insulin pump with them. Why do I feel like you're more nervous?" "Hi." Song Rui laughed. You're talking about the local officials. Uncle Zhao is a military officer, and he's also a commander. This kind of serious illness will affect his political life. Normally, his diabetes is so serious that he must be transferred from his position, so he's very anxious now. So that's how it is. Understood. Xia Ruofei said, I'll wait for your notice then. With that, Xia Ruofei opened the door of the tea room and walked out. When the two of them returned to the private room, the atmosphere in the room was still very harmonious. Fourth brother took good care of everyone and did not neglect anyone. Everyone frequently toasted each other and chatted very enthusiastically. After Xia Ruofei and Song Ruwei returned, the center of attention naturally returned to them. Everyone was very happy today, and fourth brother wanted to keep the two distinguished guests company. It could be said that he had done everything he could to adjust the atmosphere quite well. However, it was already very late. Xia Ruofei proposed to end the meeting after having a few drinks with everyone. Song Ruwei did not have any objections. His social gathering today was not important. If it was not for Xia Ruofei, he would have left long ago. He Kuan, Shui Jinshan, and the others naturally followed Xia Ruofei's lead. Fourth brother immediately suggested that they start the second half and invite everyone to sing. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, Little fourth brother, let's do it next time. I really can't take it today. I just flew here in the morning and didn't sleep much at noon. Now I've drunk too much and my eyelids are about to fight. Fourth brother laughed and said, all right. Then I'll treat you to a private meal next time. Then I won't be polite with you. Ha ha ha. Soon, the group of people arrived outside. Fourth brother sent Song Ruwei off personally. Xia Ruofei, He Kuan, and his secretary returned to the Rong City Hotel. Shui Jinshan and the other two returned to their own hotel. Fourth brother had even arranged for a car to send Shui Jinshan and the other two off. Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude again. After sending Song Ruwei off, Xia Ruofei beckoned for Shui Jinshan and the other two to come over. He smiled and said, Kanayama, this matter has been successfully settled. The three of you don't have to rush back. You can have fun in Beijing for a few days. The company will pay for the expenses. Yay! Long live President Xia. Bai He clapped her hands happily. Zhou Qing also revealed a happy smile. On the contrary, Shui Jinshan said with some difficulty, President Xia, I'm preparing to book a ticket to go back tomorrow. There was still a lot of work to be done after the project was established. Otherwise, we won't be able to make it in time when the follow-up preliminary examination begins. Before Xia Ruofei could speak, He Kuan, who was a little tipsy, chuckled and said, Little Shui, isn't the first trial handled by our own people? What do you have to worry about? How dare you disobey President Xia's instructions? Xia Ruofei looked at He Kuan with a smile and then at the two young people who were looking forward to it. He said, Kanayama, strike a balance between work and rest. You guys stay for 2 more days. Bring little Bai and little Zhou to all the scenic spots in Beijing. Shui Jinshan could only say, all right. Thank you, President Xia. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, all right, you guys can go back. After that, Xia Ruofei got into He Kuan's car. Shui Jinshan and the other two watched the car leave before getting in and leaving. The mood of the 3 people was different from when they came. At this time everyone was relaxed, and their hearts were filled with joy. Back at the Grand Hotel in Rong City, He Kuan personally sent Xia Ruofei to his room. He held Xia Ruofei's hands tightly and said emotionally, "Brother Xia, I'm really blushing this time. I almost screwed up your matter, but in the end, you had to settle it by yourself. And you even helped me out so much." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Brother He, you personally accompanied me to the capital and helped me run the project. I, Xia Ruofei, am extremely grateful just for this favor. Besides, the new drug project is going to be in the preliminary review soon, so I need you to take care of me, big brother. Don't worry about that." He Kuan replied without hesitation. "It'll be much easier when you're in our southeast province." "Alright, I'm much more at ease now that you've said that." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Brother He, you should go back and rest too. You have to be in good spirits when you meet Director Xing tomorrow." Good, good, good. Brother Xia, after tomorrow, let's have a few more drinks," He Kuan quickly said. He was indeed in a hurry to return to his room. He was not going to take a shower or sleep, but to prepare his report. The two of them bade each other farewell at the door of the room. Xia Ruofei swiped his card into the room, took a shower, and went to bed. The next morning, while Xia Ruofei was still in dreamland, in an apartment in the west of Beijing, Song Ruwei had already gotten out of bed and washed up at the alarm. Old people usually got up early. Song Ruwei knew Elder Song's living habits very well. He knew that Elder Song had already gotten up and was taking a walk in the yard at this time, so he could call him immediately. Sure enough, when he called Manager Lu was walking with Elder Song. When he heard that Song Ruwei had something to say to Elder Song, Manager Lu immediately handed the phone to Elder Song and said, "Chief, Song Ruwei is looking for you." Manager Lu then followed behind Elder Song from a distance. "Xiao Ruwei, is there an emergency for you to call me so early in the morning?" Eccentric Song asked indifferently. "Grandpa, General Zhao Cheng's body has a little problem. Do you know about it?" Song Ruwei asked. "He called me yesterday and reported that the organization might want to adjust his position," Elder Song said. "There's nothing we can do about that. The army has its own rules. We can't let a general lead the battle with an insulin pump, can we?" "Grandpa, if that's the case, our family in the military, Xiao Ruwei, don't get involved in these things," Elder Song said sternly. "When you're back in the capital, go back to Sanshan as soon as possible after you're done with your company's matters." Song Ruwei's neck shrank, and he quickly said, "Grandpa, let me finish. Guess who I met in the capital this time? Xia Ruofei." "Little Xia? He also went to the capital?" Eccentric Song was also surprised. "Hey! This kid went to the ministry to run a project." Song Ruwei said casually, "In the end, I was bullied by a bunch of officials who failed to recognize Mount Tai. That was called embarrassing. What a coincidence, I'm eating in the private room next door. What's going on?" They were talking about Zhao Cheng, but when it came to Xia Ruofei, even Elder Song didn't notice that they had strayed from the topic. It showed how important Xia Ruofei was to Elder Song. Song Ruwei then briefly reported the matter to Elder Song. After Elder Song heard this, he helplessly said, "The work style of some departments and ministries is really criticized." The reactions from below were also very strong. "I heard that there was once a deputy governor who went to a department to ask to see a deputy director, but he was left in the corridor for more than an hour without seeing him. This little Xia Why didn't she come to me when she was in trouble? What's there to be embarrassed about? I also criticized him yesterday. Song Ruofei quickly said. This kid already knows his mistake, forget it, forget it. Since the matter has been resolved, let's not mention it again. Elder Song waved his hand and said, oh right, you suddenly mentioned Xiao Xia. Could it be that Xiao Xia has a way to cure Zhao Cheng's illness? Yes, I am. Song Ruofei said, I asked him seriously yesterday if diabetes could be cured with traditional Chinese medicine. He said that there should be a way. After hearing about General Zhao's situation, he also expressed his willingness to treat General Zhao, so I quickly reported this to you this morning. I know. Elder Song nodded and said, wait for my notice. Song Ruofei hung up the phone after reporting the situation to his grandfather. The only thing he could do was to wait patiently. Everything would be arranged by Elder Song. The Song family still valued General Zhao Cheng, especially when he was suddenly diagnosed with diabetes. The Song family was caught off guard. Once Zhao Cheng was transferred, the Song family would lose a deputy region in the military. This was too passive. Although Zhao Cheng wasn't the leader of the Song family in the military, he was at least one of the leading figures. However, diabetes was a disease that could not be cured. It was not something that could be cured with the best doctors, the best medicine, or treatment abroad. Now that he knew that Xia Ruofei had a way and was willing to help, Song Ruofei knew that the family would not give up hope. It all depended on the final arrangement. Song Ruofei waited for about an hour and a half. At a little past 8 o'clock, his phone rang again. Hello, he said. Song Ruofei quickly picked up the call. Xia Ruofei, wait a moment. The chief is on the phone with you. Manager Lu's voice came from the phone. Very quickly, Elder Song's deep voice could be heard. Xia Ruofei, I've already called Zhao Cheng personally. Go and meet up with Xiao Xia now. A car from the military will be here to pick you up in an hour. Grandpa, we'll have to make some preparations for Uncle Zhao's side. Song Ruofei quickly said. Of course, I know that. Ruofei is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Elder Song said, I've already told Zhao Cheng. As long as it can cure his diabetes, he would immediately send soldiers to move the Chinese medicine room back to the general hospital of the military region. Song Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. By the way, you didn't forget to remind him to have absolute trust in the doctor, right? I heard that Uncle Zhao is famous for hiding his illness and avoiding treatment. Elder Song couldn't help but recall some of Zhao Cheng's funny stories. He was both angry and amused. Not only did I remind him, but I also gave him a good scolding. I told him that if he dared to disobey Dr. Xia, I'll personally break his legs with my walking stick the next time we meet. Elder Song said. Since that's the case, I can rest assured. Song Ruofei said with a smile. All right. Don't try to be glib. Elder Song said, quickly inform Xiao Xia. Also, remember to convey my personal gratitude to him. Yes, Grandpa. Song Ruofei quickly replied. After hanging up the phone, Song Ruofei immediately contacted Xia Ruofei. Ruofei, are you up? Song Ruofei asked, which hotel are you staying at? I'll meet up with you, the Beijing military will pick us up in a while. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, is everything arranged? Then come over. I'm at the Beijing office of the Three Mountains. Do you know the Rongqing Hotel? Room 1313, come up directly when you're there. All right. I'll see you later. 40 minutes later, in room 1313 of the Chengdu Hotel. Song Ruofei casually sat on the sofa and opened Xia Ruofei's special cigarette. He lit one and took a deep puff before asking, Ruofei, don't you have anything to prepare? Xia Ruofei laughed and pointed at his head. My things are all in my head. What do I need to prepare? When will the car arrive? We'll leave with our bags. Song Ruofei laughed dryly. I think Uncle Zhao still needs to prepare, but it'll be soon. By the way, Grandpa asked me to convey his gratitude to you this morning. I've finally done it. Hey! I'm treating General Zhao's illness, why would the chief even thank me? Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone knows this. Song Ruofei said with a smile. All right, all right. Xia Ruofei raised both his hands. The two of them chatted on and off. He Kuan and the secretary were probably nervously waiting for the notice of Director Zhang's summons and did not come over to disturb Xia Ruofei. Song Ruofei's phone rang at around 9. He took it out and looked at the caller ID. He smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, Uncle Zhao is calling. Then, Song Ruofei pressed the answer button and said with a smile, Uncle Zhao, how are you? Xia Ruofei. Where are you? I'll immediately send a car over to pick you up. On the other end of the line, Zhao Cheng sounded tired, but he still had the spirit of a soldier. Uncle Zhao, Dr. Xia and I are at the Rong City Hotel on the east side of the 4th Ring Road. Song Ruofei said. All right. The car will be here in half an hour. Zhao Cheng said, then hung up. This old Zhao. Song Ruofei pursed his lips and said, you're always so energetic. Song Ruofei only dared to say that after Zhao Cheng hung up the phone. In front of him, Song Ruofei had always been very honest. Zhao Cheng said it would take half an hour, and it really was half an hour. Half an hour later, Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei were already in a domineering warrior command vehicle. Of course, it was only domineering in comparison. Compared to Xia Ruofei's Knight 15, the warrior command vehicle was like a little girl. A Class 3 sergeant major with a cold expression was driving the car seriously. Other than occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror, he looked straight ahead and didn't say a word the whole time. The person in charge of driving the vehicle was a 36-year-old colonel. The colonel's name was Jin Feng. He had a strong body and dark skin. His hair was straight and he was in high spirits. Even in the car, he maintained a straight sitting posture. Xia Ruofei had seen many soldiers like this, but not a colonel like this. He could not help but take a few more glances at Colonel Jin. For Zhao Cheng to trust him so much, this person must have his own special abilities. The Mangshur command vehicle drove west and soon arrived at a heavily guarded neighborhood in the western suburbs. It was called a residential area, but in fact, it was a hill with soldiers stationed around it. The guards at the gate were not security guards, but armed soldiers. At first, Xia Ruofei was still wondering if General Zhao was receiving treatment in the military camp. Then, he thought about it and realized that since she was diagnosed with such a serious illness, she must have been resting at home. As expected, her final destination was this heavily guarded neighborhood. Jin Feng stuck his head out and waved his hand gently. The bar of the gate immediately rose up. The speed of the Mangshur almost did not slow down, and it accurately rushed past the gate. At the Same time, the soldiers on both sides of the gate stood at attention and raised their chests, saluting the Mengshi. After entering the door, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a slight warmth in his chest. He was stunned for a moment. However, he immediately realized that the kasaya was the jade leaf that Xia Qing had carved. In other words, the realm stone sensing array had reacted. There were world stones nearby? Xia Ruofei was both surprised and happy. He didn't expect that there would be such a big surprise waiting for him on a friendly visit. This was truly a case of traveling far and wide to find it without any effort. However, Xia Ruofei also knew that he could not reveal any suspicion at this time. No matter what, he had to wait until he had treated Zhao Cheng's illness before finding an opportunity to search for him. Since he already knew the location, as long as he could get to the district, the induction array would definitely be able to find him. The only problem was the security in this area. It was as tight as a military camp. However, for Xia Ruofei, it was not difficult to sneak in. At most, it would be a little troublesome. As Xia Ruofei's mind was spinning, the car was still moving forward on the mountain road. There were a few sentries in the middle, but when they saw the fierce warrior command vehicle, they immediately relaxed. After passing each sentry post, the number of houses built along the mountain became fewer and fewer. After passing the third sentry post, the only thing that could be seen on the side of the road was villas scattered all over the place. There were big and small villas, some were detached, some were stacked. The Mengshi command vehicle was still moving forward, and it did not look like it was about to reach its destination. Xia Ruofei, who was in the car, was no longer thinking about this. He was very surprised to find that as the car moved forward, the jade leaf on his chest was getting hotter and hotter. In other words, he was getting closer and closer to that world stone. Finally, the Mengshi command vehicle passed the fourth sentry post. There were only a few dozen villas in this area, and these villas occupied a relatively large area. They also had their own front and back courtyards, which looked very stylish. Obviously, this was a treatment that only the chief of a military region could enjoy. Finally, the fierce warrior command vehicle stopped in front of Villa No. 6, however, it only stopped for a short while. After a quick scan, the courtyard door opened silently, too. The sides with a click, and the fierce warrior command vehicle drove in. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's emotions could not be any more excited. This was because the jade leaf was so hot that he could not bear it. He was almost certain that Qianqian's realm stone was in General Zhao Cheng's house. Xia Ruofei had been thinking about this all this while. He did not even notice that the car had stopped. It was only when Song Rui nudged Xia Ruofei with his elbow that he came back to his senses. It turned out that General Zhao Cheng had come out to welcome them personally. Xia Ruofei quickly opened the door and got out of the car. On the other side, Song Rui also got out. "Uncle Zhao!" Song Rui called out from afar. Zhao Cheng, who was still dressed in his military uniform and had 2 golden stars on his shoulders, also revealed a hearty smile. He quickened his steps and said, "Xiao Rui, I haven't seen you in years. I heard you've become more sensible." Song Rui's act of being an obedient child came from the bottom of his heart. He immediately showed an embarrassed smile and said, "Uncle Zhao, I just feel that it's time for me to learn some skills and share the burden of my family." Ha ha ha. All right. This is what it means to be sensible. Zhao Cheng patted Song Rui's shoulder hard. Song Ruofei grimaced in pain and didn't dare to shout. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhaoqing turned to look at Xia Ruofei and grinned. You must be Dr. Xia, right? Xia Ruofei smiled. Nice to meet you, sir. My name is Xia Ruofei. I'm in charge of your treatment today. Dr. Xia, nice to meet you. I really have to thank you for this. Zhaoqing grabbed Xia Ruofei's hand and held it tightly. Elder Song has instructed me that in front of Dr. Xia, I'm just an ordinary soldier. You're my chief. If you tell me to go east, I will not go west. If you ask me to beat a dog, I definitely won't chase a chicken away. In short, you must be firm in carrying out the orders and carry out the instructions thoroughly. Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded when he heard this. Didn't they say that General Zhao was a person who avoided treatment? How did he look like he was afraid of being treated? She was probably the most obedient patient in the world, right? Song Ruofei, who was watching from the side, almost burst out laughing. It seemed that Grandpa's tone was very strict. Look at how scared this Uncle Zhao is. Chief, Xia Ruofei was stunned. Dr. Xia, please don't call me chief. Zhaoqing said, during the treatment, you will be my superior, my chief. Don T. Xia Ruofei quickly said, then I'll call you General Zhao. All right. Dr. Xia, whatever you say. Zhaoqing said after thinking for a while. Then, General Zhao, let's find a quiet room first. I'll check your body. Xia Ruofei said. Zhaoqing subconsciously said, is there a need to check again? Didn't I just finish the sugar sifter? All the test reports are complete. As he spoke, he felt that something was wrong. When he saw the smirk on Song Ruofei's face, he suddenly came to a realization and quickly changed his words. Yes, a check is necessary. It's very necessary. Xia Ruofei was speechless. But he still explained, General Zhao, I'm using the traditional Chinese medicine method of looking, listening, asking and feeling to give you a check. Since we're going to use traditional Chinese medicine treatment, we naturally have to use the traditional Chinese medicine method to check first. Don't worry, this won't take up too much time. It doesn't matter how long I'll use it. Zhaoqing quickly said. Song Ruofei couldn't hold it in anymore and turned his back to her. However, from his trembling body, even a fool could tell that he was laughing silently. Even the usually serious Colonel Jin Feng could not help but smile. Zhaoqing personally led Xia Ruofei's group into the villa. As soon as he entered, Xia Ruofei felt that the jade leaf on his chest was on fire. It was extremely hot. He felt that his skin was about to burn too. It was really unbearable, so he decided to keep the jade leaf in the spirit map space. In any case, he could now confirm that the world stone was definitely in Zhao Cheng's villa. When Xia Ruofei walked into the living room of Zhao City's villa, the spirit painting itself could sense the world stone. Xia Ruofei could feel the agitation of the mark in his palm. Come, Zhaoqing said. Dr. Xia, have a seat and have a cup of tea. I'll get someone to prepare the treatment room. If it was in the past, Xia Ruofei would definitely want to be treated first. However, he had put all his attention on the realm stone today. Zhao Cheng's words were exactly what he wanted, so he smiled and nodded. Everyone came to the coffee table and sat down. Xia Ruofei followed the senses of the spirit map and sat in the inner seat without a trace. Beside him was an ornamental fish tank. The bottom of the fish tank was covered with cobblestones of various sizes, some black and some white. Xia Ruofei's eyes inadvertently swept across the cobblestone layer in the fish tank. A black cobblestone among them quickly caught Xia Ruofei's attention. This cobblestone was about the size of an adult's fist. It looked very similar to the world stone that Xia Ruofei had obtained previously. There was also one more obvious point. Other cobblestones were usually smooth due to the constant erosion of water, but this one was a little pothole, filled, which stood out a little in the water. However, General Zhao was a general who did not care about trifles, so he probably would not care about this. After confirming that the world stone he was looking for was in the fish tank, Xia Ruofei was no longer in a hurry. Zhaoqing had already found the best Mingxi Lake Longjing tea leaves. Dr. Xia, how about some green tea? Green tea is healthy. Zhaoqing grinned and asked. I'm not picky about these things, the guest does as the host wishes. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. All right then. Then green tea. Jing Feng quickly took the green tea and started to brew it for everyone. The young colonel was obviously not an expert at making tea. Although he knew the process of making kung fu tea, his movements were somewhat clumsy. Later, Song Rui couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and said, Colonel Lewis, I'll do it. Jing Feng's dark face blushed slightly and he gave up his seat. Song Rui had been living in the southeast province for a few months and had learned the technique of making kung fu tea. His movements were obviously more skillful than Jing Feng's. Zhaoqing's tea was indeed good, and the room was filled with the fragrance of tea. Everyone sipped their tea and chatted. After a while, an orderly ran over and saluted. He said loudly, Chief of Staff. The room has been prepared. Good. Then let's go. Zhaoqing put down his teacup and stood up. Dr. Xia, would you like to have some more tea, or do you want to go for a checkup directly? Xia Ruofei laughed and stood up. I didn't come here to drink tea. Let's go. The odd job soldier led the way, and the group soon arrived in front of a room. Xia Ruofei stopped and turned around. General Zhao and I will go in. The rest of the people will wait outside. Jing Feng frowned slightly and said, Dr. Xia, I'm the chief's personal guard. I have to be present. Xia Ruofei spread out his hands and said, I can't think of a reasonable reason why you must be present. In the heavily guarded military administrative area, there are soldiers with loaded guns both inside and outside the villa. All the high points within a few kilometers are your own people, right? What danger could General Zhao be in? Are you suspecting me? Of course not. Jing Feng quickly said, it's just that this is a security rule. Xiaoling, that's enough. Zhaoqing waved his hand and said, wait at the door, but, my ass. Zhaoqing said, do you have to be there when I'm doing something with my wife? Bullshit. With that, Zhao Chung pushed the door open and walked in. To put it bluntly, it was because Xia Ruofei was an outsider that the personal guard could not let the chief out of his sight. However, he could not say such things. Xia Ruofei's expression was a little strange. Zhao Qing's analogy made him feel a little weird. However, he still quickly followed after her and closed the door behind him. The room wasn't very big, but the decorations were very elegant. And there was a faint smell of incense in the air. A single treatment bed was placed against the wall. Xia Ruofei took a closer look. There was a full set of traditional Chinese medicine tools on the table, including needles of various sizes for acupuncture. Dr. Xia, do the conditions here meet your requirements? Zhaoqing asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Yes, I can. General Zhao, please take a seat. I'll take your pulse first. Xia Ruofei had read about the pulse of diabetes patients in medical books. Although he had a medical qualification certificate that Elder Song had specially arranged for him, he did not have the opportunity to practice. Hence, he had very few opportunities to practice. Xia Ruofei was also very curious and could try to feel it from Zhaoqing. He could combine theory and practice. Hence, when Xia Ruofei took her pulse, he spent more time. He compared Zhaoqing's pulse to what he had learned from the medical books. When he found a match, his brows naturally relaxed and he nodded. When he found a difference, he would frown and even shake his head at times, thinking that it was unbelievable. In fact, it was just a process of learning and verifying. But in Zhaoqing's eyes, these subtle changes in expressions and movements were like signals. Zhaoqing had just been diagnosed with diabetes and was in a state of anxiety. Hence, when Xia Ruofei was checking his pulse, he paid close attention to Xia Ruofei's expression. Xia Ruofei was frowning, smiling, and shaking his head. Zhaoqing's heart was in a mess. It was like a roller coaster, and he was very nervous. It was only when Xia Ruofei let go of his hand that Zhaoqing asked, Dr. Xia, is my illness very complicated and difficult to treat? Xia Ruofei gave Zhaoqing a strange look and said, I don't think so. General Zhao, why are you suddenly asking this? I see you shaking your head and frowning. People who don't know you might think that you have an incurable disease. Zhaoqing said. This guy. It's too scary. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. He stood up and said, all right, General Zhao, the inspection is complete. This is it? Zhaoqing could not believe it. Aren't you going to take a look at my huge stack of reports? It's a report from Western medicine. I don't understand it either. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, let's go. I'll go and prepare the prescription now. By the way, do you have the common Chinese medicine here? There are. Zhaoqing said, I've set up a Chinese medicine room on the first floor. You can go and get whatever you need. That's much more convenient. The two of them walked out of the door together. Jin Feng and Song Rui both came up to them. How is it? Song Rui asked. No problem, he said. Xia Ruofei said calmly, I'll start taking the medicine today. By the way, General Zhao. Xia Ruofei suddenly turned around and asked, does your rule say that anyone with diabetes must be transferred from the front line of combat, or does it have to be serious to a certain extent? Do you have a specific standard? Zhaoqing laughed bitterly. There are no specific standards for this. However, generally speaking, if it can be controlled by taking the medicine, then it's not a big problem. However, for someone like me who even has an insulin pump installed, I will definitely have to be adjusted. I understand. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, in other words, my top priority is to reduce the severity of your diabetes. As long as you don't need to use an insulin pump, then at least the higher ups won't have any reason to transfer you away, right? Yes, yes. Zhaoqing said agitatedly, Dr. Xia, do you really have a solution? Then, how long do you need? Xia Ruofei smiled. If you want to be cured, it will take a little longer. However, it'll only be separation from the insulin pump. It'll take a week at most. That's great. Zhaoqing clapped his hands and said excitedly, Jin Feng, immediately bring Dr. Xia to the pharmacy downstairs to get the medicine. If Dr. Xia has any requests, you must fully cooperate. Jin Feng also revealed an excited expression. He tried his best to stick out his chest and said, yes. Then, he made an inviting gesture to Xia Ruofei. Dr. Xia, please. Xia Ruofei said to Zhao Qing, General Zhao, you should have an empty room here, right? For the convenience of treatment, I'll be staying at your place for the next week. Xia Ruofei was still thinking about that realm stone before he got his hands on the world stone. Xia Ruofei did not dare to leave the villa. He had to prevent the world stone from leaving the sensing range of the spirit map. It was better to be safe than sorry. If something had really happened to the world stone in the past few days, such as Zhaoqing losing it on a whim, or a guest suddenly leaving. Although the possibility of such an accident was extremely low, Xia Ruofei would not allow it to happen. Yes, yes, yes. There are plenty of rooms. Zhaoqing laughed heartily. I've already prepared it for Dr. Xia. You can stay as long as you want. Xia Ruofei nodded and said to Song Ruofei, you don't have to keep an eye on this side. Go and do what you have to do. When you're done, you can go back to the 3 mountains. I'll go back by myself after the treatment here is over. All right. Song Ruofei nodded and said, then I'll leave Uncle Zhao in your care. Don't worry. Xia Ruofei said, when we go back, tell Elder Song not to worry. I will definitely be able to cure General Zhao's illness. No problem. Go and prepare the medicine first. The earlier he's cured, the earlier Uncle Zhao can be at ease. Song Ruofei said. N. Jin Feng brought Song Ruofei to the first floor. He opened a large room and immediately smelled a familiar scent of Chinese medicine. A row of large cabinets almost took up an entire wall. There were small drawers on the cabinet, and each drawer had the name of the medicine written on it. It was the traditional Chinese medicine cabinet. Xia Ruofei suspected that Zhaoqing had really moved the Chinese medicine room from a military hospital here. However, he didn't care much. It was fine as long as he had the Chinese medicine he needed. The emu grass is here. Where was the red peony? What the hell? That high. Where's the ladder? Atractylodes, arrowroot. Haha, they're all here. Let me see, there's also prepared land, wood, Chinese yam, Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself as he searched for the herbs he needed. When he came across some herbs that were hard to buy or often used, Xia Ruofei did not stand on ceremony and kept them in the spirit map space. Xia Qing, who was in the space, naturally sorted them out on the medicine rack. Not only was the variety of Chinese medicine here more complete, but the quality was also obviously higher than those bought from other Chinese medicine shops. Xia Ruofei was even more certain that these were from the military hospital. There was a full set of medicine, decocting tools in the room. Xia Ruofei quickly made a medicinal soup with the selected herbs. It was a prescription for improving blood circulation and lowering blood sugar. It was also beneficial for ordinary diabetes patients. Of course, after Xia Ruofei added some ingredients, the soup was different. A bowl of blood-promoting and blood-lowering soup had become a miracle medicine that could cure diabetes. Xia Ruofei pretended to be tired and opened the door. Jin Feng immediately came up to him. Xia Ruofei turned around and pointed at the bowl of medicinal soup on the table. Find someone to bring it to General Zhao to drink. Colonel Lewis, where's my room? I'm a little tired and need to rest. Jin Feng hurriedly called for a capable soldier and told him to carefully bring the bowl of medicine to Zhao Qing. Jin Feng then personally led Xia Ruofei back to her room. The bedroom that Zhao Qing had prepared for Xia Ruofei was on the 3rd floor. It was a very spacious room with a huge balcony. There was also a separate bathroom in the room and even a large bathtub. Dr. Xia, is this room okay? Jin Feng asked. If you're not satisfied, I'll adjust it for you. No need, no need. Xia Ruofei quickly waved his hand and said, this is good enough. This one. Alright, Dr. Xia, you've worked hard. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Jin Feng said, then saluted and left. After Jin Feng left, Xia Ruofei gave He Kuan a call to ask about the situation. He Kuan told him that Xing Kuan had summoned him in the afternoon. Xia Ruofei told He Kuan that he had moved out of the Rongqing Hotel and had other matters to attend to with Song Ruofei. He asked He Kuan to return to the capital after he was done with his business and not to worry about him. Hearing that Xia Ruofei had already moved out of the hotel, He Kuan felt that it was a little sudden. However, his mind was focused on meeting him with Xing Kuan, so he only said a few polite words. He then made an appointment with Xia Ruofei to have a good gathering after returning to Sanshan. After the call with He Kuan, Xia Ruofei called Feng Jing and Ling Qingxue to inform them that the project for heart nourishing soup was going smoothly. However, he had other matters to attend to in Beijing and would be delayed for about a week. After he was done, Xia Ruofei took off his coat and leaned on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Xia Ruofei shouted, "Please enter." It was Colonel Jin Feng who came in. He saluted Xia Ruofei and said, "Dr. Xia, the chief asked me to invite you to dinner. Thanks for your hard work, Colonel Lewis." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's go." When the two of them arrived at the dining room, a sumptuous luncheon had already been prepared. The military style was very obvious. It was all big and rough bowls, and the number of dishes far exceeded that of the restaurants outside. Zhao Qing stood up and took 2 steps forward, saying, "Dr. Xia, come and eat." At noon, there were only Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei as guests. In addition to the host, Zhao Qing, and Jin Feng, who was accompanying him, there were only 4 people in total. There were at least 18 to 19 dishes on this big round table, and the amount of each dish was shockingly large. Zhao Qing warmly invited Xia Ruofei to sit on his right. Song Ruofei was naturally on his left. Then, he unscrewed a bottle of precious 20-year-old Chen Maotai and served Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei the wine. He poured himself a glass and put the bottle on the table. "Dr. Xia Ruofei, I'd like to give you the first toast." Old Zhao, was already in despair. "It was you who gave me new hope. Regardless of whether this will work out or not, old Zhao is grateful to the two of you from the bottom of his heart. Come, let's drink first." After that, Zhao Qing raised his head and toasted. Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei naturally did not say anything and drank with him. After finishing his glass of wine, Song Ruofei couldn't help but frown and say, "Ruofei, after drinking your drunken 8 immortals recently, I can't even taste the alcohol in Maotai anymore. When Zhao Qing heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a look of disbelief. He said, "What? Xia Ruofei, this is a 20-year-old Maotai. I took it out especially for the guests today. What kind of wine is that? Compared to this, my 20 years of Qin Maotai has no smell of alcohol?" Song Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Zhao, I really didn't mean to trample on your old Maotai. Ruofei had created a wine some time ago called the Drunken Eight Immortals. The fragrance and taste. How should he put it? It made people unable to forget it after drinking it once. This wine is already quite famous in the south. But it probably hasn't spread to the north of the Yellow River yet." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "I saw it yesterday at the Beijing office of the Three Mountains. It must have been sent directly from the Southeast province." "Oh, really? Then I'll have to find time to go to the Rong City Hotel and get 2 bottles of wine to drink," Song Ruofei said in surprise. The conversation between Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei made Zhao Qing even more interested in Drunken Eight Immortal. He couldn't help but ask, "Dr. Xia, this Drunken Eight Immortals wine. He. Can you get me 2 bottles and let me try it?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "General Zhao, I didn't bring Drunken Eight Immortals with me to the capital. Just wait for me to return to the Three Mountains. I'll get the winery to send you a few bottles. Our production capacity hasn't come up yet, so please don't think it's too little. I want tea. I'm just trying the taste." "It's a deal then," Zhao Qing said happily. "It's a deal," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Why don't I get someone to get a few bottles from the Rome City Hotel and send them over now?" Song Ruofei said with some eagerness. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Come on. Are you that addicted to alcohol? Didn't you hear me say that there was also the Drunken Eight Immortals in the capital? I didn't see you unable to survive. All right, don't torment yourself anymore. Let's drink. This Maotai is not bad." Xia Ruofei took the initiative to raise his glass and toast Zhao Qing. After lunch, Xia Ruofei said, "General Zhao, you've just taken the medicine. You can skip the medicine for this afternoon. You can take the second one after dinner. Dr. Xia, you have the final say in the treatment." "I will definitely obey and cooperate," Zhao Qing quickly said. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, then let's take a break in the afternoon if you have nothing to do. When it's about time, I'll go to the pharmacy to brew the medicine." "No problem, Ruofei, I'll leave Uncle Zhao to you." "I won't stay here to accompany you," Song Ruofei said as he walked over. "Go and do your work. I'm here, so you don't have to worry," Xia Ruofei said. "Yes, I'll be done with my business in Beijing in a day or 2. I'll return to Sanshan City then. See you at Sanshan." Song Ruofei patted Xia Ruofei's shoulder and said, "As long as you don't keep thinking about my cigarettes, my wine, and the vegetables, fruits, and flowers on my farm, Tao Yuan Farm still welcomes you," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Song Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, "I've never seen such a petty person like you. You've been telling me to smoke a few packs of your cigarettes for so long." Xia Ruofei raised his head and laughed, not feeling ashamed at all. After sending Song Ruofei off, Xia Ruofei bade Zhao Qing goodbye and went back to his room to rest. Although it was not convenient for Xia Ruofei to take out the spirit scroll in Zhao City, as the master of the spirit map world, Xia Ruofei could still communicate with the spiritual puppet Xia Qing. In the space, even if he was in the outside world. Xia Qing already knew that her master had found a clue to a world stone in the outside world, so she was very happy for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei specifically asked Xia Qing if she would be affected when absorbing world stones in the spirit map world and if she needed to make any special preparations. Xia Qing expressed that it didn't affect her at all and that as long as Xia Ruofei obtained the world stone, he could send it in at any time. Xia Ruofei was relieved when he heard this and did not continue to talk about this matter. Instead, he let Xia Qing wait patiently while he withdrew his mind from the spirit map space. At around 5 in the evening, Xia Ruofei got up and went to the pharmacy on the first floor. He skillfully found the herbs he needed and began to boil the medicine for Zhao Cheng's evening drink. As Xia Ruofei lived here and there were many Chinese medicinal herbs here, Xia Ruofei only made one portion each time and drank it on the spot. Although it was a little more troublesome, the quality of the medicinal soup was better. After preparing the Chinese medicine, Xia Ruofei asked someone to feed it to Zhao Cheng. Actually, the main ingredient in the medicine was still the petals of the spirit heart flower. So it did not matter if he took it before or after the meal. Soon, it was time for dinner. Zhao Cheng ate with Xia Ruofei personally, with Colonel Jin Feng accompanying them. After dinner, Xia Ruofei went back to his room. For the next few days, Xia Ruofei had been living a secluded life. Every morning, he would brew some medicine and practice martial arts in the spacious Chinese medicine room. After brewing the medicine, he would give it to Zhao Cheng and everyone would have breakfast together. It was the same at noon and at night. Xia Ruofei would always come to the first floor 1 or 2 hours earlier to prepare the Chinese medicine. Zhao Cheng would rest for a while after drinking the medicine and then eat. Other than boiling medicine, Xia Ruofei spent most of his time in his room, reading books, surfing the internet, and sometimes talking on the phone with Ling Qingxue. If Song Rui were to live such a life, he would probably be suffocated in a few days. However, Xia Ruofei did not feel any discomfort. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. Although Zhao Cheng and Xia Ruofei talked and laughed every day, he was actually under a lot of pressure. Just a few days after he was diagnosed, a leader from the headquarters had already spoken to him, intending to adjust his position. To put it bluntly, he wanted to weaken his authority and transfer him from a frontline commander position to some insignificant and idle positions. Although Zhao Qing had made it clear that he could still continue to perform his duties as the chief of staff of the military region, and he had quickly taken leave with the excuse of recuperating, the news of his departure was still spreading like wildfire. In the past few days, there had even been rumors that a general of a military group was going to take over Zhao Cheng's position in the capital. The rumors were very real and did not seem like they were made up. Zhao Cheng was anxious, but he could not rush Xia Ruofei. He knew that Chinese medicine would take a long time to take effect. It would be useless even if he rushed Xia Ruofei. He could only hold on. In the evening, after Zhao Qing had finished taking the Chinese medicine that Xia Ruofei had just brewed, Xia Ruofei appeared in front of Zhao Qing. General Zhao, the first course of treatment is over, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. It's over? Zhao Qing was stunned. He still couldn't believe it. Based on his impression of Chinese medicine, it had only been 6 days, and he had only drunk a dozen Chinese medicines. He had diabetes. It was not an ordinary cold or fever. General Zhao, you can go to the hospital for another check, up tomorrow morning. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. I think the symptoms of diabetes should have been greatly improved. At least, you don't need to use an insulin pump for the time being. Hearing this, Zhao Qing was overjoyed. He asked excitedly, Dr. Xia, is this true? This was too important to him. If he could get rid of the insulin pump, he believed that no one would be able to force him to quit his job. After all, he was still a powerful leader in the region, and he had the behemoth Song family behind him. It was fine if he wanted to be transferred to an idle position. He would first let those commanders and deputy commanders of other military regions who had been suffering from diabetes for several years be an example. If Xia Ruofei had not said that the last dose of Chinese medicine would take a night to absorb, Zhao Qing would have rushed to the military general hospital for a checkup. He managed to hold it in for the entire night. The next morning, without even having breakfast, he drove straight to the military general hospital with Jin Feng. Xia Ruofei, who was full of confidence, did not follow them. He went back to his room and made himself a cup of tea. Then, he sat on the deck chair on the balcony and slowly enjoyed his tea. Zhao Cheng's test results came out very quickly. The group of experts and professors were shocked. It had only been a week, so how could the results be so different? The last time he was checked, he had severe diabetes and had to be injected with insulin for life. Today's test results still showed that his blood sugar was too high, but the degree was much less serious. He only needed to take medicine to control it. There was a huge difference between the two. Could it be that there was something wrong with the hospital's testing equipment? The doctors, experts, and professors didn't dare to tell Zhao Qing the results so easily. They secretly informed the laboratory to use the same sample for another test. This time, they had to be careful and not let any problems occur. The results of the second test came out very quickly. It was almost exactly the same as the first time. The office was almost in an uproar. Everyone expressed their disbelief, because this had completely subverted the medical theoretical system that they had formed over the years. Zhao Qing didn't care how shocked these people were. He only wanted the results. Seeing that there was no result after a long time, Zhao Qing couldn't help but shout, "Little Gao! Get the hell out here! Why can't we get any results after such a long examination? The efficiency of your hospital is getting lower and lower." Director Gao of the General Hospital quickly ran over with the examination report and said, "Congratulations, Chief. Your diabetes has been treated very well, and all the indicators are closer to normal levels than the last examination. I only want to know one thing." Zhao Qing interrupted Director Gao. "Do I still need to use an insulin pump?" "No need. No need." Director Gao had also heard the rumors that Zhao Qing was going to be adjusted, so he quickly said, "Chief, we just need to control it with drugs and at the same time, maintain good and healthy living habits. It won't affect your work. Put this in the report," Zhao Qing said. This obviously unruly request made Director Gao hesitate for a moment. But when Zhao Qing glared at him, Director Gao immediately agreed without any hesitation. With this report, Zhao Qing rushed to Building 81 and found the head of the headquarters who had spoken to him on behalf of the organization a few days ago. He placed the report on the head's desk and sat down without a word. The head of the headquarters was a little confused. He reached out to take the report and glanced at it. He couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at Zhao Qing and scolded, "Zhao de Peo, Zhao de Peo. Are you bored? After holding it in for a few days, you came up with such a report to fool people? Zhao Qing immediately stood up and asked, No. What do you mean, Chief? Who doesn't know that you're overbearing, Chief of Staff Zhao? The General Hospital of the military region is under the leadership of your Beijing military region, so you can't just open this report as you please. Zhao Qing exploded, Bureau Chief, how can you not trust me? Don't you understand what kind of person I, Zhao de Peo, am after so many years? Even if I were to be fired on the spot, do you think I would do such a trivial thing? The head of the headquarters pondered for a moment and said, This doesn't seem like Zhao Cheng's style, it wasn't originally. Zhao Qing said, Chief, I went through a week of traditional Chinese medicine treatment. All the indicators have been reduced, so I had to do another examination. Traditional Chinese medicine treatment? Diabetes treatment? The head of the headquarters felt like he was listening to a fantasy story. Chief, I didn't believe it at the beginning either. Zhao Qing chuckled and said, But the truth is right in front of us. This doctor's medical skills are truly amazing. He said that he would help me get rid of the insulin pump within a week, and he did it in 6 days. He also said that as long as you insist on receiving treatment, it's completely possible for you to be cured. Which highly respected doctor is it? The head of the headquarters couldn't help but ask. Zhao Qing chuckled in embarrassment. Chief, I'm sorry. He was also introduced by an elder. He's an expert, and I promised him that I'd keep his identity a secret. The head of the headquarters laughed heartily and said, All right then. Then I won't ask any more, Chief, since there's nothing wrong with my body, then about my work, Zhao Qing asked, with a hint of anticipation. Continue with your work. The head of the headquarters said, But don't hide your illness and avoid treatment like you did in the past. Otherwise, your body will have a big problem sooner or later. All right. Thank you, Chief. Zhao Qing was overjoyed. He stood up, saluted, and said, Sir, I'll go back first. I'll rest for another day or two at most, and then I'll be back to work. The news was spreading like wildfire outside, saying that Commander Yang of a certain army group was going to take over his position as the chief of staff. Zhao Qing couldn't wait to return to his position. I'll let those who intentionally or unintentionally spread this news see that I, old Zhao, am still in this position. Not only that, but he would also become more and more comfortable in the future. Unless I get promoted or give up my position, no one can take my position away from me. The head of the headquarters smiled and nodded. He knew his favorite general well and knew what Zhao Qing was thinking. After Zhao Qing left the 81 building, he asked Jean Feng to drive him back to the high-ranking villa area in the military area. Along the way, Zhao Qing swept away all the bad luck he had in the past few days and appeared to be in high spirits. He was already thinking about how to thank Xia Ruofei so that he could show his sincerity. Zhao Qing did not know that Xia Ruofei had already chosen the thank you gift he wanted and was waiting for Zhao Qing to return. Once Zhao Qing got home, he rushed upstairs to look for Xia Ruofei. He grabbed Xia Ruofei's hand and shook it agitatedly as he said, Dr. Xia, I'm really grateful to you this time. General Zhao, are the results out? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. He's out. It's out. Zhao Qing said, his condition has improved greatly. There's no need to inject insulin at the moment. He'll be fine as long as he takes medicine to control it. There's hope for A complete recovery after a few more treatments, Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Yes, yes, yes. I believe you, Dr. Xia. Zhao Qing said happily, I really have to thank you this time. Dr. Xia, tell me. What do you want? As long as it's not too precious, I have a way to get it for you. Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head. General Zhao, I'm only here to treat you because someone asked me to. I've never thought of asking for anything in return. I know that, but you've done me such a big favor. It'd be outrageous if I didn't show any gratitude. Zhao Qing said, I know that you're not short of money, Dr. Xia. Otherwise, I would have given you the money directly. General Zhao, let's not talk about this for now, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xia Ruofei then picked up his simple luggage and said, your treatment here has come to an end, but I still have a lot of things to deal with at my company. That's why I should be leaving. You're leaving already? Zhao Qin was a little surprised. Dr. Xia, I'm only halfway through my treatment. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I have a lot of things to do in my own company. I can't stay with you for a long time. So, the follow-up treatment may be more troublesome. You need to send someone to my place to get the medicine regularly. Or you can take a short break and live in Sanshan for treatment. You can return to work when you've fully recovered. Zhao Qing shook his head. That won't do, that won't do. I've been on leave for quite a few days. If I don't go back now, those bastards at the headquarters are going to turn the world upside down. In truth, Zhao Qing was more concerned about the negative effects of his long disappearance. This would have a huge impact on the future development of a young and powerful general. Therefore, it was definitely impossible to take a vacation and go to labor. He could only use Xia Ruofei's method and send people to Sanshan City to collect the medicine regularly. This kind of brewed medicinal soup could only be preserved for 3 days at most, which meant that Zhao Qing had to send people to the 3 mountains every 3 days, which was indeed quite troublesome. However, for a deputy region chief, this was not a problem. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, then send someone to collect the medicine regularly. It will take about 2 to 3 months to completely cure the diabetes. No problem. Zhao Qing said, I'll send people to collect them regularly. But I'll have to trouble you with the brewing of the medicine. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's nothing. A doctor has the heart of a parent. Besides, I'll help you to the end. Since I promised Elder Song, I'll naturally do my best. General Zhao, when your men arrive at the 3 mountains, just give me a call. All right. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded at Jin Feng. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and went downstairs. Dr. Xia, I haven't thanked you properly yet. Zhao Qin quickly caught up to him. Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks and looked into Zhao Qing's eyes. General Zhao, how do you want to thank me? It's too common to give money. Dr. Xia, is there anything you want? As long as you can think of it, I'll do everything I can to get it for you. Zhao Qing said. The things in this villa will work too? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. That's great. I'm in and out of my room, you can take whatever you like. Even if you're interested in my precious guns, I'll give them to you without hesitation. I'll even help you get all the documents. Zhao Qing said in a low voice. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, General Zhao is indeed very particular in handling matters. I've already thought of what I want. Oh? What do I have here that can catch your eye, Dr. Xia? Zhao Qing asked, curiously. Xia Ruofei said. As he went downstairs, General Zhao, no matter what I like, I can just take it away, right? Yes, yes, yes. Please don't stand on ceremony with me. Then after I take it, we're even. You don't have to keep thanking me. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. A gift is just a way to express my gratitude. You've done me such a big favor. Nothing can replace my gratitude. Zhao Qing said. Xia Ruofei shook his head helplessly. By then, they had already reached the first floor. General Zhao, I'll take it then. Xia Ruofei said. Take it directly. You're welcome. Zhao Qing made a gesture of invitation. Jin Feng was also very curious. He had thought that Xia Ruofei would decline and Zhao Qing would prepare a gift for Xia Ruofei according to his idea. Xia Ruofei would then reluctantly accept it. This should be the correct script, right? He did not expect Xia Ruofei to be someone who did not play by the rules. He really did pick a gift from Zhao Qing's house. What would he take out? The mahogany furniture? It was too big and inconvenient to move. The treasured calligraphy of the great General Zheng that was hung on the wall? It's possible. General Zheng was an uncouth man, one of the 10 old generals with outstanding achievements in the country. He didn't leave many ink paintings in the world, and this one in Zhao Qing's collection was also very precious. If neither of them was the case, could it be that he had really taken a fancy to the guns in General Zhao's collection? Jin Feng had been guessing in his heart. Zhao Qing was naturally thinking of similar problems. Under their gazes, Xia Ruofei walked to the fish tank without hesitation. He reached in and grabbed the realm stone as if no one was around. Xia Ruofei reached out and pulled out a few tissues from the coffee table beside the sofa. He wiped the water off his arms and the world stone. Then picked up the stone and showed it to Zhao Qing and Jin Feng. Xia Ruofei grinned. All right, I'm done with the gift selection. General Zhao, you don't have to worry anymore, right? Jin Feng's face was filled with shock, and Zhao Qing was dumbfounded. Dr. Xia, is this the gift you chose? This is too, Zhao Qing said. Xia Ruofei kept the world stone in his bag and smiled. Didn't you say I could choose? I want it. Will General Zhao go back on his word? No, no. Zhao Qing said hurriedly. His lips moved a few times before he said, Dr. Xia, you're a good doctor who doesn't care about fame and fortune. Old Zhao, will remember this favor. I won't say any more words of thanks, but if you need my help in the future, just let me know. I won't say anything. Jin Feng's gaze towards Xia Ruofei was filled with admiration and gratitude. It was obvious that both of them thought that Xia Ruofei had purposely chosen this worthless cobblestone. His motive was naturally to reject Zhao Qing's gift and at the same time, not to make things difficult for Zhao Qing. Such a noble character and unquestionable integrity made the two of them really respect and grateful. Xia Ruofei knew what the two of them were thinking, but it was not easy to explain, so he could only let them misunderstand. No matter what was said, being able to obtain this precious world stone while treating Zhao Qing was a pleasant surprise. This trip was not in vain. After obtaining the world stone that he wanted the most, Xia Ruofei was eager to return home. He said, General Zhao, I'll take my leave then. Please send a car to send me to the airport. Don't worry, Dr. Xia, Zhao Qing quickly said. Sit down and have a rest. Is there anything else, General? Zhao? Xia Ruofei asked, puzzled. Zhao Qing smiled and did not answer Xia Ruofei's question. Instead, he turned to Jean Feng and said, Little June. Call the military air force immediately and ask them if they have any transportation plans or training plans to Sanshan City in the southeast province today. I have an important guest to board the plane. Yes. Jean Feng immediately stood at attention and replied. After saying that, Jean Feng immediately walked to the corner of the living room, picked up the military line, and made a call. He understood what Zhao Qing meant. This phone call wasn't just a simple inquiry. The military air force didn't care if the original plan was to have a transport plane to Sanshan City, but after Jean Feng made this phone call, there would definitely be one. Adjusting the training plan at the last minute and letting the pilots fly in unfamiliar airspace and routes was also a part of the actual combat training. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Jean Feng walked over with a majestic gait. He saluted Zhao Qing and said, Chief of Staff. A transport plane from the military's Air Force took off from Nanyuan Airport an hour later and flew to the Yishi Military Airport in Sanshan City, Southeast Province. I've already made the arrangements. Dr. Xia, you can take this plane back to the Three Mountains. Good. There's almost enough time. Xiaoling, arrange for a car immediately. You have to personally bring the car and send Dr. Xia to the plane. Zhao Qing said. Yes. Jean Feng stood at attention and said. Zhao Qing turned to Xia Ruofei and smiled. Dr. Xia, do you think my arrangement is okay? Even though military transport planes are not as comfortable as civilian planes, they have a shorter flight time and this is a rather special experience. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, It's good. General Zhao, I haven't been on a military plane for more than a year. It's quite good to experience it again. Thank you. Ha ha ha. Then let's not waste any more time. Time is a little tight, so you can set off now. Zhao Qing said happily. Jean Feng had already prepared the car. Zhao Qing personally sent Xia Ruofei to the door and watched the Mengsher command car drive away with mixed feelings. After a while, he turned around and returned to the house. Jean Feng was leading the car in front. He was still silent, but he was obviously different from when he had arrived. The colonel was full of admiration and gratitude for Xia Ruofei. The car sped all the way and arrived at Nanyuan Airport in more than 40 minutes. Because of the flight training, the security level of the airport had also been raised a lot. They could already see hidden sentries scattered all over the place even from a distance away from the airport. However, this Mengsher command vehicle with a military license plate was unimpeded all the way. It quickly entered the military airport and came directly to the runway. An army green transport plane was parked on the runway and the engine had been activated. Several soldiers in Air Force woodland camouflage stood near the plane. When they saw the car coming, several soldiers quickly came up to greet it. Both parties saluted and exchanged pleasantries. Only then did Xia Ruofei know that among these people, there was the chief political commissar of the station and the chief of staff of the flying unit. The captain of this airplane was Zhang Shiguang, the deputy head of the flight crew. It showed how much importance the military air force attached to this flight. Of course, Xia Ruofei was clear that this was all because of Zhao Qing. The leaders of the military region's air force were very polite to Jean Feng. Of course, they were even more polite to Xia Ruofei, the only passenger. Wan was an important guest that Chief of Staff Zhao had personally arranged. After some small talk, Xia Ruofei also expressed his gratitude. Then, he boarded the plane with Jin Feng. The military transport plane naturally did not have the comfortable configuration of a civil flight. The cabin was neatly stacked with army green boxes, which were tightly secured with net pockets. A row of simple seats were placed in the middle of the boxes. Xia Ruofei could tell at a glance that the boxes were filled with weapons and ammunition. It seemed like they were really on a transportation mission. If an ordinary person knew that they were sitting in a pile of explosives and grenades, they would probably be scared out of their wits. However, Xia Ruofei was quite used to it. His expression did not change at all. In fact, he even seemed to be enjoying it. In fact, when Xia Ruofei was in the army, he was already used to this kind of human and goods mixed together. It was also common for Xia Ruofei to sleep on the bed with an ammunition box. Those who knew the industry would know that there was nothing to be afraid of. Jin Feng was also observing Xia Ruofei's expression. When he saw Xia Ruofei's relaxed expression, Jin Feng could not help but admire Xia Ruofei's courage. Very quickly, everyone who was not participating in the flight, including Jin Feng, waved goodbye to Xia Ruofei and got off the plane. One by one. A young pilot in a blue flight suit looked at Xia Ruofei curiously. He closed the cabin door and reminded Xia Ruofei to fasten his seat belt. The Air Force was in charge of all of China's airspace, including the civil aviation airspace, which was under the control of the Air Force Air Traffic Control Department. Therefore, this transport aircraft naturally did not have any cue to take off or flow control. As soon as the door was closed, the plane began to taxi. The tower immediately gave the permission to take off. The transport plane began to accelerate and slide. Then, it quickly lifted its head and left the ground at a large angle, beginning to rush into the sky. Civil aviation aircraft would not have such a large movement and such a high rise rate. Pilots who dared to do so would definitely be drowned in complaints. Xia Ruofei sat in the cabin, looking left and right with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. From time to time, he would lean to the porthole to look at the scenery outside. He did not feel afraid at all, because of the rough flight movements. It was the same familiar recipe and smell. Xia Ruofei had experienced this style of flying countless times. What was there to be afraid of? From Beijing to Sanshan, there was no interference on the military transport aircraft's route. They were flying in a prohibited area for civil aircraft, and they were basically in a straight line all the way. There was no need to fly around one route point after another. In addition, the military aircraft pilots did not need to consider soft operation, maintaining economic speed and saving fuel at all. Therefore, a 2.5-hour flight on civil aircraft was completed in 1.5 hours. At around 11:30, the transport plane landed heavily on the runway of the E-Order military airport. If this was done by the standard of a civil aircraft, it would definitely be considered a heavy landing. If it was done by the co-pilot, he would probably be scolded by the captain when he commented. However, for the sturdy military transport aircraft, this was the correct posture for them to land. As soon as the plane stopped, the door of the cockpit opened. Zhang Shiguang, who was wearing a blue flight suit, walked out with his helmet. When he saw Xia Ruofei, he laughed and asked, "Ha ha ha. This flight has successfully arrived at the terminal station. Dr. Xia, how do you feel?" Xia Ruofei's expression did not change. He unbuckled his seat belt and stood up steadily. He laughed and said, Vice Captain Zhang, your flying skills are excellent. The most important thing is that it can fly fast. Yes. Zhang Shiguang laughed and said. The key was to fly fast. I just can't stand those civil aviation pilots, they're so sissy. When they fly the plane. If a war were to break out, it would be too late to rely on those people to transport strategic materials. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Deputy Commander Zhang, you're too extreme. It was just a different division of labor. The passengers would not be happy if they were to fly a plane like you. Zhang Shiguang chuckled and said, Dr. Xia, please. The car to pick you up is already waiting on the tarmac. There's a car to pick me up? Xia Ruofei said in surprise. It was arranged by Colonel Lewis. Zhang Shiguang said with a smile. He's really thoughtful. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, let's go. Xia Ruofei picked up his backpack and stepped out of the cabin. When he came down from the simple ramp, he saw a camouflage cheetah off-road vehicle parked next to the plane. A major of the Air Force was standing next to the car and waiting. Hello, Dr. Xia. I've been ordered to send you off in a car. The Air Force major saluted Xia Ruofei and said, Thank you for your hard work. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xia Ruofei thanked Zhang Shiguang and the rest of the crew. Then, he got into the cheetah SUV and left the military airport. Along the way, the Air Force major was also silent. After asking for the location of Taoyuan Farm, he said a few words to the driver, then sat upright in the front passenger seat, looking straight ahead. Xia Ruofei wouldn't try to get close to people for no reason. He knew that Jin Feng had coordinated with the local garrison to send him a car. Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't reject such a kind offer. Moreover, he could not wait to return to the farm and absorb the world stone in his backpack. Xia Ruofei was also worried that the spirit map scroll would produce some kind of strange phenomenon when it absorbed the world stone, so he had been holding back from absorbing it directly. He wanted to return to the farm first. The leopard car drove out of the military airport and went straight to the expressway around the city. Then, the speed of the car gradually increased. After about half an hour, Xia Ruofei could see the gate of the farm from afar. Xia Ruofei did not let the car drive straight to the farm. After all, it was a military vehicle. Xia Ruofei did not want to be too ostentatious. He asked the driver to stop when they were about 100 or 200 meters away from the farm. Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude to the Air Force major and the driver of the military vehicle. Then, he took his bag and walked back to the farm. Brother Xia, an old soldier on duty at the entrance, was very surprised to see Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. De Gang, are you on duty today? That's right. De Gang grinned. Brother Xia, you've been out for quite a long time this time. Is everything fine on the farm? Xia Ruofei threw a cigarette to De Gang and asked casually. I'm fine. Everything is normal. De Gang said with a smile after receiving the cigarette. All right. You stand guard first. Xia Ruofei said, I'm going home. Brother Xia, I'll drive. You in with my scooter? De Gang quickly said. No need, no need. I'll take a look around, Xia. Ruofei waved his hand and refused. Xia Ruofei walked into the farm. When he passed by the greenhouse, he did not go in to take a look. Instead, he went straight back to his small villa. After playing with lightning, For a while, Xia Ruofei grabbed his bag and quickly returned to his room upstairs. After locking the doors and windows and drawing the curtains, Xia Ruofei casually summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. With a thought, he entered the spirit map world. Xia Qing was standing straight beside the spatial pond, her eyes closed. However, when Xia Ruofei appeared in the space, Xia Qing immediately opened her eyes and came to life. In fact, Xia Qing was in a state of deep sleep just now when she was not working. Xia Qing was in a deep sleep most of the time so that she could save energy. Master, Xia Qing called out respectfully. I obtained a world stone today, Xia Ruofei said. That's great. Xia Qing said happily, Master, I can sense that the spirit map world is very close to its next breakthrough. With this world stone, it will definitely be able to break through. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I'll send the world stone in a while and let the spirit map world absorb it. Xia Qing, are you sure that you won't be affected during the process of absorbing and breaking through in the spirit map world? Do you need me to make any preparations for you? Xia Qing had helped Xia Ruofei a lot, so Xia Ruofei was very cautious, afraid that Xia Qing would be hurt. It won't have any impact, Xia Qing said with a smile. Master, those dogs in the mountain sea realm should have been in there for quite a long time. Right? When the spirit map world broke through before, didn't nothing happen to them? Xia Ruofei thought about it and felt that Xia Qing's words made sense. Xia Ruofei's understanding of the spirit map world was not as deep as Xia Qing's, so since Xia Qing was so sure, he was relieved. Alright, I'll go out and get the world stones, Xia Ruofei said. Master, hurry up. I can't wait, Xia Qing said excitedly. Xia Ruofei saw Xia Qing's eager expression and felt a little strange, but he didn't say anything. With a thought, his figure disappeared from the spirit map space. After returning to the outside world, Xia Ruofei carefully took out the fist-sized, pitch black realm stone from his bag. When the world stone was taken out, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel the spirit map scroll exuding a sense of anticipation and even hunger. The entire scroll seemed to be trembling. Xia Ruofei smiled. With a wave of his hand, the spirit map scroll immediately floated up and flew into Xia Ruofei's hand. With a thought, the world stone in Xia Ruofei's other hand disappeared into thin air. He had already sent the world stone into the spirit map space. The spirit map scroll trembled slightly. Xia Ruofei knew that the inside of the spirit map space was undergoing a drastic change. Xia Ruofei could only wait patiently outside. After an unknown period of time, Xia Qing's voice rang out in Xia Ruofei's mind, Master, I've finished absorbing it. Xia Qing's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Xia Ruofei couldn't wait any longer. He immediately disappeared from the room. As soon as he entered the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei felt refreshed. Although the environment in the spirit map space was obviously many times better than the outside world, Xia Ruofei, who often entered and exited the space, had already gotten used to the difference. This time, Xia Ruofei felt so refreshed. It was obviously because the realm had been upgraded. Master, Xia Qing welcomed him with a smile. How is it? Did you make a breakthrough in the spirit map world? Xia Ruofei asked. I've broken through. And it went very smoothly. Xia Qing replied, I broke through after absorbing a small portion of the world stone. After that, I continued to absorb for a long time before I completely absorbed the entire world stone. Oh? Has there been any change in the spirit map world? Xia Ruofei could not help but ask. Master will see for himself later. Xia Qing said, Master, please come over here first. As she spoke, Xia Qing led Xia Ruofei to the spiritual heart tree. Xia Ruofei focused his eyes and saw a complete spirit heart flower in full bloom. This wasn't strange. In the past, every time the space was upgraded, the spirit heart flower would bloom again no matter how much harvest was left. However, Xia Ruofei soon realized that there were 7 petals on the spirit heart flower. Another flower? Xia Ruofei cried out in surprise. Xia Qing smiled and said, Master, I've used the energy produced when I broke through in the spirit map world to set up a small array, which has also benefited the spirit heart tree a lot. The quality has increased by another level. That's great. Xia Ruofei shouted excitedly, Xia Qing, well done. This wasn't as simple as just 1 petal. This was a permanent increase in the spirit heart tree's quality. In the future, every spirit heart flower that bloomed would have 7 petals. 1 more piece at a time, and after a long time, it would add up to a very impressive number. Furthermore, the spirit heart flower petals had a wide range of uses. Whether it was for planting, breeding, or if Xia Ruofei wanted to become miracle doctor Xia, he could not do without these magical petals. It could be said that the petals of the spirit heart flower were definitely strategic resources to Xia Ruofei, and he could never have too many of them. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Xia Qing said with a face full of joy, I will continue to work hard and strive to make the spirit heart tree break through to its best state as soon as possible. When that time comes, it will have 9 petals every time it blooms. Xia Ruofei patted Xia Qing's shoulder and said, Then I'll leave it to you. Xia Ruofei continued to walk around the Archean realm. The size of the space was as he had expected. There were no changes. However, the spiritual qi in the air had obviously increased. After walking around the Phoebe Jinnan forest, Xia Ruofei felt that it was drizzling. When he came out, he realized that his clothes were a little wet. This meant that the spiritual energy had already started to liquefy. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little speechless. If this space continued to upgrade in the future, would there be another spiritual qi reign? Then how heaven-defying would the environment inside be? Phoebe Jinnan, iron, skin, dendi, wild ginseng, tea trees, and other plants were all growing well. After the space was upgraded, these crops seemed to have become more energetic. The pomfret that was kept as a breeding fish and the top, grade red dragon that was raised in another fish pond were also full of energy. Each of them was full of vitality. After Xia Ruofei strolled around casually, he brought Xia Qing to a new space, which was the mountain and sea realm that Xia Qing had mentioned. The moment he entered the mountain sea realm, Xiaohe, De Mao, and Er Mao immediately pounced on him affectionately and wagged their tails at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed and touched Blackie's head. Let's go. Come and patrol with me. With that, Xia Ruofei led Xia Qing, followed by the dogs, and quickly walked to the all-terrain vehicle. Xia Qing often came to the mountain and sea realm to make Dahong Pao tea leaves, so she had seen this all-terrain vehicle before. However, she naturally knew nothing about this kind of technological product. She only had a faint feeling that this steel monster seemed to be quite terrifying. Xia Ruofei jumped into the driver's seat and gestured for Xia Qing to sit in the front seat. Xia Qing followed Xia Ruofei's example and fastened her seatbelt. Xiao and the other two familiarly laid down behind him. Xia Ruofei laughed and started the car. He stepped on the accelerator and the all-terrain vehicle immediately sped away. Xia Qing was startled, and she subconsciously grasped the handle beside her. As the car sped up, Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, "How is it? Xia Qing, is it exciting?" In the whistling sound of the wind, Xia Qing tightly held the armrest and asked loudly, "Master, this carriage doesn't have any horses, how can it run? And he can run so fast. It's amazing." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xia Qing had always been very profound in Xia Ruofei's eyes. She knew more about the spirit map world than he did. She also knew how to cultivate spirit plants, set up arrays, make tea leaves, and many other skills that Xia Ruofei might not have discovered. However, in front of the all-terrain vehicle, Xia Qing showed her fear. This was the crushing power of an era. Although he knew that it was a bit of a bad taste, Xia Ruofei still enjoyed it. He drove the all-terrain vehicle in uneven places. The car jumped up and then fell down heavily. Xia Qing couldn't help but hold the handle even tighter. The car soon arrived at the beach. The salty smell of seawater assailed his nostrils. Xia Ruofei could see a curved line of water from afar. As he looked further ahead, he saw the blue sea. The waves churned. Although the space membrane was more than 100 meters away, the sea still gave Xia Ruofei a feeling of vastness and unfathomable depth. The car had already stopped. Xia Ruofei mumbled, "There's really an ocean." At this time, Xia Qing, who had slowly recovered, said, "Of course, this is the mountain and sea realm. If there are only mountains and no sea, how can it be considered the mountain and sea realm? If the spirit map world continues to level up, how big will the mountain and sea realm be?" Xia Ruofei asked. Now, even the ocean had appeared. Could it be that the ultimate state of this space would be a planet? "I don't know either, Master." Xia Qing shook her head and said, "There are many things about the spirit map world that Master has to figure out on his own." "I see," Xia Ruofei nodded. He started the car again and drove along the coastline. Soon, Xia Ruofei heard the sound of running water. A large river blocked his path. This river had appeared together with the mountain sea realm, and it had circled around the mountain. However, it had not extended to the spatial membrane at the time. It had become wider and longer with each upgrade of the space. This time, it was directly connected to the sea. The river surged towards the sea and blocked Xia Ruofei's way. A river could not stop Xia Ruofei. If he wanted to cross the river, he could do so with a single thought. However, Xia Ruofei did not do so. He sat in the car and looked at the river in a daze. After a while, he couldn't help but call out, "Fuck the ray fish I raised in this river. Now they're all in the sea." Xia Qing looked at Xia Ruofei with a strange expression and said, "Master, as far as I know, pomfrets originally live in the sea. They only go upstream when they lay eggs. Isn't this just right?" Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he came to his senses. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "It really is. This is in line with the nature of the pomfrets." However, Xia Ruofei changed his mind and said, "That's not right. These rays will all be in the sea, and I won't be able to catch them when I need them." Although only a small part of the ocean had been unlocked, which was only about 100 meters away from the coastline, it was foreseeable that the ocean would become even wider in the future as the space was upgraded. Xia Qing smiled and said, Master, you've forgotten that this is the spirit map world. You're the absolute master of the spirit map world, so what's the difference between swimming in the river and swimming in the sea? With a single thought, no matter where they are in the spirit map world, they can't escape your control. That makes sense. Xia Ruofei returned to her senses and said with a smile, Xia Qing, the spirit map world is getting bigger and bigger. Sometimes, I really forget that this is just an artificial space. Xia Ruofei tried to feel it. Every blade of grass and tree in the entire space, including every little ray fish that had returned to the sea, could still be clearly sensed by him. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei could feel that as long as he willed it, the invisible spatial force could gather all these rays without any effort. Xia Ruofei was completely relieved. With a slight thought, he used an invisible spatial force to lift the all-terrain vehicle, bringing Xia Qing, Blackie, and the others to float over the river easily, and landed steadily on the other side of the river. Then, Xia Ruofei continued driving, inspecting the upgraded mountain and sea realm of the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei realized that 1/3 of the mountain sea realm was a coastline, and the remaining 2/3 was still land. According to this trend, he was either on a continent or a peninsula. As for the specific situation, he could only wait for the realm to continue upgrading and expanding before the mysterious veil could be slowly lifted. Xia Ruofei walked along the coastline and the space membrane and returned to the starting point. By now, he had a rough estimate of the area of the mountain and sea realm. It had about 3,800 mu. In other words, it had nearly doubled in size compared to the last time he had absorbed the jade. And this was only the area of the land. If the area of the sea was included, it would definitely be more than 4,000 mu. Now that the mountain sea realm's environment was more suitable for Kuan fish to grow, Xia Ruofei decided to go to the Archean realm and transfer a portion of the Kuan fish to the mountain sea realm. Of course, there were still some breeding fish left in the Archean realm. That was because time was 30 times faster at the Archean realm. The speed of reproduction of the rays was naturally 30 times faster than normal. This way, Xia Ruofei could expand the population of rays even more quickly. Xia Ruofei walked around the Archean realm and felt that it was too empty. Other than the oak trees that he had transplanted earlier, there were almost no other crops. That was because Xia Ruofei had placed most of the valuable crops at the Archean realm. Wild ginseng and the like could obtain the greatest benefits under the time flow that was 30 times faster. There was no need for Xia Ruofei to grow crops that did not have obvious economic benefits in the realm. Not to mention the time and effort, he wouldn't be able to earn much money. Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows and expressed his thoughts. Then, he asked, Xia Qing, this Archean realm is so spacious. It's really a waste to just leave it here. Do you have any good suggestions? Master, you can set up a medicinal garden here, Xia Qing said after some thought. Herb garden? Xia Ruofei said, I've never even heard of the immortal herbs you mentioned before. Where can I find the seeds to plant them? Xia Qing smiled. Master, spirit herbs and immortal herbs can only be found by chance. They can't be sought. The herb garden I mentioned isn't for growing these immortal spirit herbs. You don't plant spirit herbs and immortal herbs? Could it be a normal Chinese medicine? Xia Ruofei asked. Yes. Xia Qing nodded. Master, I've seen the herbs you bought from the outside world. To be honest, the quality is very poor. When you brew body-tempering soup, spirit-nourishing soup, heart-nourishing soup, jade skin, cream, and so on, these herbs can only produce a little effect. No way? I ordered those herbs from a big pharmacy. Xia Ruofei said, the quality should be guaranteed, right? Xia Qing shook her head and said, that might be due to the external environment. In short, the medicinal properties of those herbs are very weak. In my opinion, they are not qualified. So you're saying we should plant it ourselves? Xia Ruofei asked. Yes. Xia Qing nodded. Master, there's a large piece of open space in the mountain sea realm, and we can plant large amounts of the herbs you need. The herbs produced in the spirit map world are definitely of a higher quality than the ones you bought. It can significantly increase the efficacy of the spirit-bearing soup and body-tempering soup? Xia Ruofei asked. That's for sure. Xia Qing said without the slightest hesitation. Xia Ruofei nodded and decided, okay. Then he'd create a spatial herb garden. Xia Qing, give me a list of the Chinese herbs you need to plant. I'll take care of the seeds. And you'll be in charge of the specific work of opening the herb garden. Is that okay? Master. I promise I won't let you down. Xia Qing stuck out her chest and said, you only need to provide the seeds. Leave the rest to me. Good. Make a list now. Xia Ruofei said. Following that, Xia Ruofei waved his hand. The paper and pen that were originally kept in the Archean realm immediately appeared in his hands. Xia Ruofei passed a pen and paper to Xia Qing. Xia Qing listed more than 30 kinds of Chinese medicinal herbs. On the spot. They were all common medicinal herbs. It would not be difficult to find their seeds. Xia Ruofei folded the paper and put it in his pocket. I'll go buy the seeds as soon as I get out. Xia Qing, you can start the preparatory work now. Yes, master. Xia Qing said respectfully. Xia Qing was originally a spirit puppet that assisted in the management of the spirit map world. Clearing the land, taking care of the spirit plants, planting medicinal herbs, and so on were all his innate skills. As a spirit puppet that was absolutely submissive, the joy of master giving him tasks was born from the bottom of his heart. Xia Ruofei then told Blackie and the others to stay in the medium. After the expansion of the farm was completed, he would take them out to have fun. Then, with a thought, Xia Ruofei left the space and kept the spirit map scroll in his palm. Xia Ruofei looked at the time. It was already past 9 o'clock in the afternoon and he had missed the meal time. So, he went downstairs to the kitchen and made some noodles for himself. Of course, he didn't forget to get 2 eggs. With the tomatoes and cabbage produced by the space, a bowl of ordinary noodles with the magical vegetables in the space became extremely delicious in an instant. Xia Ruofei had already gotten rid of all the vegetables he had planted in the Archean realm. However, he still had a lot of vegetables that he had harvested in the past. He had stored them in a space that could keep them fresh forever so that he could eat the most authentic space vegetables whenever he needed them. Xia Ruofei had been away for 7 to 8 days, so he should have gone to the company to check on the progress, especially the preliminary review of the new medicine. However, it was lunch break and Xia Ruofei did not want to disturb his employees. So, he simply drove the pickup truck away from the farm and went straight to the seed company in the city. The Sanshan Seed Company was the largest company in the entire Southeast Province. They sold all the common seeds of Chinese medicine. Xia Ruofei followed Xia Qing's list and bought all the seeds he needed at once. There were more than 30 kinds of medicinal seeds, and he bought 5 caddies of each. Xia Ruofei felt that with so many seeds, it should be enough for Xia Qing's use. There were more than 50 kilograms of seeds. The expensive ones cost a few hundred yuan per kilogram, and the cheaper ones only cost 10 to 20 yuan. Xia Ruofei spent more than 5,000 yuan in total and left the city's seed company with a big bag of sorted and packaged medicinal seeds. Xia Ruofei did not return to the farm immediately. Instead, he drove to the northern suburbs of Sanshan City. There were many companies that sold farming machinery there. Xia Ruofei had taken into consideration that the planting area was so large that it would be very inefficient to rely on Xia Qing's manpower to cultivate the land. Hence, he had driven over to see if there were any small machines that could be used. After a round of shopping, Xia Ruofei really had some gains. A company called Dahua Agricultural Machinery was selling a kind of caterpillar track super, small agricultural excavator for about 80,000 yuan. Compared to those engineering hook machines that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions, this was a good price. Although this kind of super, small excavator was almost useless on the construction site, it was very suitable to be used to open up the medicine garden in the realm. Xia Ruofei bought one without any hesitation, and the other party even delivered it to his door. Hence, Xia Ruofei asked them to send the small excavator directly to the warehouse he rented in the city. He also bought a large barrel of diesel on the way. In the warehouse, Xia Ruofei took the excavator, diesel, and the seeds he had just bought into the medium. Then, Xia Ruofei used his mind to communicate with Xia Qing in the medium, telling him to deal with the seeds first and not to cultivate the land for the time being. Everything could be discussed after he entered the medium. After that, Xia Ruofei drove back to the farm. When he returned to the farm, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He parked his car at the general building and went upstairs, to Feng Jing's office. Thump, thump, thump. Xia Ruofei gently knocked on the door. Feng Jing looked up and saw Xia Ruofei. She immediately stood up and smiled. "Mr. Chairman, you're finally willing to return to the 3 mountains? I thought that you had fallen into the land of gentleness in the capital and had forgotten about home." Xia Ruofei pretended to be serious and said, "What are you saying? I'm doing official business in Beijing. Haven't we already finished our business?" Feng Jing grinned. "I heard from Shui Jinshan that the chairman personally came and got the approval in the same night. He was so domineering." Xia Ruofei said helplessly, "I had other things to do in the capital. Didn't I rush back as soon as I finished? I don't dare to care about you," Feng Rao said with a smile. "Besides, we're all used to you going missing from time to time. Anyway, the company will still operate without a chairman." "That's right. It's my fault for having such a capable general manager." Xia Ruofei asked with a smile, "President Feng, how's the company these days?" "Everything is normal," Feng Jing said. "The expansion project will be completed in about a week. Our company's account has sufficient funds, so it won't be a problem to pay for the project." "That's good." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I have to prepare the seeds in advance. With so many vegetable greenhouses, the supply of seeds would have to keep up." "Yes. Chow Tai Shu has already looked for me, but you have always been personally in charge of the matter of the seeds, so I told him to wait for you to come back. Feng Ke said. Don't worry. There's no time to delay. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Also, after the expansion of the farm is completed, there will be a shortage of manpower in the greenhouse. Feng Rao said, I have already asked Chao Taishu to release the news of the recruitment. They are mainly recruiting people from their village. Now, many villagers have signed up. Everyone is very enthusiastic. That's for sure. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, the exemplary effect of Chao Tieshu's batch of workers is amazing. Everyone in the village is envious of their current income and welfare. Xia Ruofei was not going to care about the recruitment. He was only going to recruit a few greenhouse workers. He was going to be the hands-off manager and let Feng Jing take care of it. He would let Chao Taishu take charge of the specific matters. After all, Chao Taishu was the one who used and managed the recruitment. Moreover, if he delegated the appropriate authority, Chao Taishu would have more prestige in the village. At the same time, his loyalty to the company would naturally increase. Next, Xia Ruofei asked about the preliminary review of the new medicine, which he was most concerned about. Feng Jing told Xia Ruofei that the Provincial Food and Drug Administration was very efficient in the preliminary examination of the heart, nourishing soup. The preliminary examination process had already started on the second day after Xue Jinshan's return. Moreover, He Kuan, the deputy director of the Food and Drug Administration, had personally come forward to coordinate with the Provincial Health and Planning Commission to arrange Peking Union Medical College Hospital, which was more authoritative in the field of child neurosurgery, to be the clinical trial unit. At present, Peking Union Medical College Hospital was selecting suitable test subjects and control groups in accordance with the requirements of the clinical trial. They were preparing to conduct the first phase of the clinical trial in a double-blind situation. The so-called double-blind test was to divide the test subjects into an experimental group and a control group. They would take the experimental drug, the control drug, or a placebo drug, respectively. The researchers and the test subject would not know which group the test subject was assigned to or what drug he took. What a fast progress! Xia Ruofei said in surprise. Who said it wasn't he? Feng Jing said, according to the regulations, the first review must be done through a technical review, and then an on-site inspection of the trial, production environment. The samples must also be tested. These links have not been completed yet. We haven't even prepared the drugs for the clinical trials. After the establishment of the pharmaceutical company, they did not have their own pharmaceutical factory, so what Feng Jing said was naturally impossible. The drugs used in Xia Ruofei's own experiments were all made by Xia Ruofei at the last minute. Xia Ruofei had been in Beijing these days, so Xue Jinshan naturally could not make heart-nourishing soup. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it seems that our work is lagging behind. President Feng, you have to speed up the progress on your side. How's the inspection coming along these days? He had to buy a pharmaceutical factory as soon as possible. We still have to make adjustments to the production line, fix the production process, reset the parameters, and so on. Finally, we still have to carry out a trial production for a period of time. If we don't speed it up, I'm afraid that even the progress of the clinical trials will be affected. I already have my eyes on the 2 pharmaceutical factories, Feng Jing said. I've also made some preliminary contact with them. I'm just waiting for you to come back and make the final decision. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, then what are we waiting for? Now, please tell me about the situation. Let's go to the meeting room and call Xue Jinshan and the others. Xue Jinshan was leading a few new people in the research institute to research some matters regarding the preliminary review of the heart, nourishing soup. The approval of new drugs involved many aspects. Now that Xue Jinshan was in charge of this matter, he was under a lot of pressure. Every day, he would bring a few undergraduate students to meet and research. When he heard that Xia Ruofei had returned, Xue Jinshan immediately put down what he was doing and ran to the meeting room with his laptop. President Xia, Xue Jinshan said happily as soon as he came in, the preliminary examination is going very smoothly. The Provincial Drug Administration has given us unconditional support. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Jinshan, sit down and talk. Director Feng has already told me about the situation. Everyone has worked hard during this period. It's not hard at all. Xue Jinshan chuckled. Everyone's full of energy working for Chief Xia. It was not an exaggeration to say that besides Xia Ruofei, Xue Jinshan was the person who knew the heart nourishing soup the best. He was very clear that once this new medicine hit the market, it would definitely become a global topic. When he thought about how he was about to create history, Xue Jinshan was filled with enthusiasm. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, we'll talk about the new drug approval later. I called you here today to discuss the acquisition of the pharmaceutical factory. As you know, the approval process for the new drug is going quite smoothly. And the progress is far beyond our expectations. It's urgent to acquire the pharmaceutical factory for mass production testing. Yes. President Xia, a lot of work is going to stop in the preliminary stage because our production site is not in place yet. Xue Jinshan said, feeling the same. At this moment, Feng Jing walked into the meeting room with a few stacks of documents. Chairman, after our preliminary investigation, we've selected 2 pharmaceutical factories as potential acquisition targets. The specific information is here, you can take a look first. After that, Feng Jing gestured to her assistant, Liu Qian, to distribute the information to Xia Ruofei and Xue Jinshan. Just as Xia Ruofei and Xue Jinshan were going through the information, Feng Jing introduced, these 2 factories produce Eastern medicine. One is Minjiang Pharmaceuticals from Sanshan, and the other is Nanyue Pharmaceuticals in Songping. Xia Ruofei casually flipped through it and raised his head to smile. Since these 2 companies have caught your eye, they must have their own advantages. President Feng, please introduce their advantages and disadvantages. Feng Jing nodded. Firstly, they're both Chinese medicine companies. We can use their production lines directly. Furthermore, both companies have the intention to sell their products due to poor management. Feng Rao took a sip of water and continued, let me first talk about Minjiang Pharmaceuticals. The advantage is that it's located in Sanshan City, and our company has centralized management. In addition, we've inspected this pharmaceutical company. The production line was updated the year before last, and it's at least 90% new. Nanyue Pharmaceuticals, on the other hand, is a little bigger than Minjiang Pharmaceuticals. They have 3 sterile production workshops, while Minjiang Pharmaceuticals only has 2. Furthermore, Nanyue Pharmaceuticals has the production approval for many types of Chinese medicine, which is also where Minjiang Pharmaceuticals is weaker than them. Have they made an offer? Xia Ruofei nodded. That's what I was about to say, Feng Rao said. The two companies' offers are about the same, around 25 million. I've looked at the market, and the transfer price of such a small pharmaceutical factory is about this level. They didn't ask for too much. After saying that, Feng Rao suddenly changed the topic and said, however, at the same price, Nanhua Pharmaceuticals clearly has an advantage. Not only is their factory larger than Minjiang Pharmaceuticals, but they also have 5 more production permits than Minjiang Pharmaceuticals. Just these permits alone are worth a lot of money. If it wasn't for the geographical location, I would definitely be inclined towards the South Eclipse Kingdom. Xia Ruofei smiled but didn't express his opinion immediately. Instead, he looked at Xue Jinshan and asked, Jinshan, what do you think? Xue Jinshan muttered to himself for a moment before flipping through the information in his hands. He cautiously said, President Xia, I personally think we can put aside the production approval for now. Even if we acquire the pharmaceutical factory, it's unlikely that we can continue to produce the drugs that they have produced before. The heart, nourishing soup project will be able to top the other 10 projects. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, CEO Feng, I agree with Jinshan. After we acquire the pharmaceutical factory, we'll only be producing heart, nourishing soup in the short term. The production approval for other Chinese medicine wouldn't be of much use to us. If we remove the approval, then Minjiang Pharmaceuticals and Nanyu Pharmaceuticals are basically on par. Feng Jing nodded. Nanhua Pharmaceuticals might be a little bigger, but Minjiang Pharmaceuticals' production line has been updated, and the land price in Sanshan City can't be compared to that in Songping City. Xia Ruofei was silent for a long time. He carefully compared the two documents in his hands and finally raised his head. CEO Feng, from a company management perspective, Minjiang Pharmaceuticals is clearly more suitable. Moreover, their 90% new production line is more attractive to me than Nanhua Pharmaceuticals, who has an additional sterile workshop. My personal opinion is leaning towards Minjiang Pharmaceuticals. Alright, then we'll focus on negotiating with Minjiang Pharmaceuticals. Feng Jing nodded. Xia Ruofei agreed, don't cut off contact with Nanhua Pharmaceuticals immediately. Let's use it as an alternative. Also, don't let Minjiang Pharmaceuticals find out that we're in a hurry to acquire a pharmaceutical factory. I don't think I need to teach you the negotiation skills. Understood. Feng Rao said with a smile. Chairman, Minjiang Pharmaceuticals' sale of cash is still very urgent. I believe that the negotiations will be able to make substantial progress very soon. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, you should hurry up and get this matter settled. Regarding this negotiation, I don't have any other requests, nor will I set a bottom line for you. Even if the final price is only 25 million, I can accept it. Feng Jing nodded. I understand, Chairman. I'll contact Minjiang Pharmaceuticals today to conduct in-depth negotiations. I'll report to you as soon as there's any progress. Xia Ruofei gathered the information and stood up. Good. Then, everyone, get into position and do what you're responsible for. Feng Rao and Xue Jinshan also stood up. At this moment, Feng Rao suddenly said, by the way, Chairman, Jiang Hua seems to be looking for you urgently at the pomfrets cultivation workshop. Xia Ruofei was stunned and quickly asked, is there a problem with the pomfrets? Could it be that a large number of deaths have occurred? I'm not too sure about that, Feng Rao said, but it shouldn't be a mass death of pomfrets. If something so serious had happened, Jiang Hua would have definitely reported it to me. Why don't you take a look at the pomfrets cultivation workshop? Jianghua must be at the fish pond right now. Xia Ruofei was in a hurry to go home, but after hearing Feng Jing's words, he immediately changed his mind and said, "All right, I'll go over and take a look now." Xia Ruofei left the complex and was not in the mood to walk over. He drove the pickup truck straight to the Pomfret's cultivation workshop. A roadblock had been set up 100 meters away from the cultivation workshop, and a veteran was guarding it. Xia Ruofei knew that this was a special request from Jianghua. Under normal circumstances, the vehicles were not allowed to get too close to the breeding workshop to avoid disturbing the delicate and timid rays. The veteran saw Xia Ruofei's car and quickly tried to open the bar. Xia Ruofei waved his hand to stop him. He got out of the car and said, "No need, I'll just walk in. By the way, is Jianghua inside?" "Yes, he's here. He stays at Jianggong until 10 o'clock in the evening almost every day. Sometimes, he even spends the night in the cultivation workshop," the veteran said. Xia Ruofei nodded and patted his shoulder. "Brother, you've worked hard." With that, Xia Ruofei quickly walked towards the cultivation workshop. After pushing the door open, Xia Ruofei unconsciously lightened his footsteps. Jianghua was squatting by the fish pond and observing the Chinese perch. Although Xia Ruofei's footsteps were light, he was still a science student and had already noticed it. He turned around warily. Seeing that it was Xia Ruofei, Jianghua's face lit up. He quickly stood up and walked to Xia Ruofei. He said in a low voice, "President Xia, you're back?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "I heard from Director Feng that you were looking for me urgently. What's the matter?" "Let's go, Director Xia," Jianghua said. "Let's talk in the control room." The two of them went to the control room. A worker was monitoring the various data of the cultivation workshop. Jianghua gestured for the worker to leave first. Then, he pulled out a chair for Xia Ruofei and said, "President Xia, please have a seat." The control room had soundproof glass, so they didn't need to talk like they were in an underground meeting. Xia Ruofei sat down and asked with a smile, "Speak. What happened?" Jianghua said, "Director Xia, it's actually nothing much, but I'm not too sure. These rays are growing too fast. It's growing at least 30% faster than I expected. At this rate, we'll probably be able to harvest the fish 3 months in advance." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Isn't that a good thing? Why are you so nervous?" Jianghua said, "Director Xia, I've never been confident. I've been raising beluga for so many years, but I've never seen one grow so fast. I've heard that Chinese perch grow slower, but now it's the opposite. It's even faster than the United States perch I raised. President Xia, there shouldn't be any problems, right?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "What problem can there be? Our baby pomfrets are all improved. Not only are they stronger than normal pomfrets, but they also grow faster, and their meat is as tender as wild pomfrets." Jianghua nodded and said, "So it's an improved fry? No wonder it's growing so fast. CEO Xia, you're really amazing to be able to get such a good Kuan fry." Jianghua was not stupid enough to ask Xia Ruofei about the source of the baby stingers. As an employee, he just had to do his job and take good care of the baby stingers. After getting a reasonable explanation from Xia Ruofei, Jianghua was relieved and stopped worrying about the growth rate of the Chinese perch. Xia Ruofei smiled. "Jianggong, my friend has prepared a new batch of fish. They should be shipped over soon. You have to be ready." To receive them at any time. No problem. Jianghua said excitedly. President Xia, many of our fish ponds are still empty, waiting for the young fish to come. The more such good fish, the better. It's best to have a few more batches, so that we can have adult fish for sale every month. Don't worry. The fish will definitely be sent over in an endless stream. Xia Ruofei said, that's why we're only in charge of the breeding. You don't have to worry about the breeding of pomfrets. Understood. Jianghua said. Since Xia Ruofei had come to the beluga breeding workshop, he naturally had to take a look around. After looking at the fish ponds, Xia Ruofei did not let Jianghua accompany him and asked him to do his own things. Xia Ruofei continued to stroll around the pomfret's cultivation workshop. Soon, he seemed to have unintentionally walked to the circulating pool. The water in this large reservoir would go through multiple filtration cycles and be sent to each fish pond. Xia Ruofei used his body to block the view behind him and also the surveillance camera. He used a very secretive move to take a bottle of spirit heart flower petal solution and quickly poured it into the water reservoir. This was a secret magical treasure that could ensure the rapid growth and tenacious vitality of the pomfret. Xia Ruofei would come over every once in a while to add some more. With his skills, he naturally had a way to complete it without anyone knowing. Moreover, as the boss, he would come over to inspect every once in a while, so naturally, it would not arouse any suspicion. After adding the flower petal solution, Xia Ruofei gestured to Jianghua in the control room and left the pomfret's breeding workshop. Xia Ruofei returned to the intersection and drove the pickup truck back to the small villa. He looked at the time. There was still about an hour before dinner, so he decided to use this time to go to the spirit map world and make some arrangements for the herb garden. After going upstairs and locking the door and windows, Xia Ruofei took out the spirit map and entered the medium. The small excavator he had bought was quietly placed next to the all-terrain vehicle, and behind the excavator was a large barrel of diesel. Xia Qing was busy processing those seeds in the space. He took over some of the empty plastic containers that Xia Ruofei had left at the Archean realm. He fetched some spirit pond water and was currently soaking the seeds. Seeing Xia Ruofei come in, Xia Qing immediately put down the work in her hands and walked over quickly. She called out respectfully, "Master." "Xia Qing, do you know why I didn't let you cultivate the land first?" Xia Ruofei asked. "This subordinate does not know." Xia Qing replied. Xia Ruofei pointed at the small excavator and said, "To do a good job, you must have sharp tools. It's too inefficient to rely on you to excavate with your bare hands, so I bought an excavator." Xia Qing looked at the steel monster, which was even weirder than the all-terrain vehicle, and said in confusion, "Master, you're saying this metal guy can dig?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. And it's countless times faster than you digging with your bare hands." Xia Qing looked at the excavator and still felt that it was unbelievable. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Xia Qing, I came here today to teach you how to use this excavator. After you learn it, you'll have a powerful helper. The speed of opening up the herb garden will also be greatly accelerated." "Master, I can also use this metal thing?" Xia Qing asked in surprise. "Why can't I? The machine is dead. As long as you learn how to operate it, you will naturally be able to use it." Xia Ruofei said, "I'll start teaching you how to use an excavator." Xia Qing quickly looked at Xia Ruofei, afraid that she would miss some details and fail to learn. Xia Ruofei revealed a confident smile and said, the first step. Where's the manual for this thing? I'll take a look first. Xia Qing was speechless. In fact, when Xia Ruofei was in the army, he had learned the basic driving skills of many vehicles and even helicopters, including armored vehicles with caterpillar tracks. Xia Ruofei was not completely clueless about the basic operation of these small agricultural machines. Besides, this small excavator only had a few control levers. Xia Ruofei took out the manual and read it briefly. He had a basic understanding of the principles. However, to teach Xia Qing, he had to first familiarize himself with the operation. The mountain sea realm was extremely spacious, and there was no need to worry about any danger. He could build with all his might. For safety's sake, Xia Ruofei drove the all-terrain vehicle, which was parked beside the small excavator, far away. He then asked Xia Qing, Blackie, and the rest to leave the range of the mechanical arm before jumping onto the excavator. The small excavator was already half filled with diesel. Xia Ruofei pressed the key and the excavator started to make a loud noise. The exhaust pipe started to emit black smoke. Fortunately, the space had an automatic purification function. Otherwise, the air would be polluted in such an enclosed space. Xia Ruofei tried to move a few joysticks and quickly understood the basic operations of moving forward, backward, and operating a mechanical arm. With the sound of the engine, Xia Ruofei operated the small excavator to move forward, backward, and turn around. Then, he began to try to dig clumsily. 10 minutes later, the familiar Xia Ruofei called Xia Qing over. Xia Qing was already stunned when she saw Xia Ruofei operating the excavator while he was practicing. That big shovel could dig a big pit. If it was used to dig holes, it would be a peerless divine weapon. So when Xia Ruofei beckoned, Xia Qing immediately ran over, her eyes almost shining. Xia Ruofei began to teach Xia Qing how to operate the small excavator. Considering that Xia Qing had zero foundation, Xia Ruofei started to teach her how to refuel the machine. He told Xia Qing that the excavator was driven by diesel and that if there was no oil, she had to refuel the machine in time. The big oil barrel behind her was filled with diesel. Xia Ruofei personally demonstrated, and after teaching Xia Qing how to refuel, he began to talk about starting the engine, then how to move forward, how to retreat, and how to brake. In the end, Xia Ruofei taught Xia Qing how to operate the mechanical arm. After explaining everything once, Xia Ruofei let Xia Qing observe from the side. He explained again as he operated to deepen Xia Qing's memory. After that, Xia Ruofei passed the excavator to Xia Qing and let her try it out. Xia Qing had long been eager to try. After getting Xia Ruofei's approval, she immediately sat in the driver's seat. Xia Ruofei hurriedly brought Blackie and the rest far away. Xia Qing had never seen modern machinery before. Now, she had only listened to Xia Ruofei's explanation of the basic operations, and then observed for a while. Xia Ruofei himself was not confident, so he didn't know how much Xia Qing could learn. So, it was better to hide as far away as possible. In any case, there was nothing in the mountain sea realm other than a few oak trees and the iron cage that kept the hornet. The oak tree and the iron fence were still far away. Let Xia Qing do whatever she wants. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, the excavator that he was most worried about did not go out of control. Xia Qing's driving of the excavator was a little shaky. It looked like she was moving very clumsily, but it seemed like she was operating it Well, he was seriously experiencing the basic operations such as forward, backward, turning, and so on. After a while, Xia Qing began to try to use the mechanical arm. This required the close cooperation of two control sticks, which tested the hand sensitivity. In the beginning, Xia Qing couldn't operate it well, but after a while, she was actually able to operate it well. With the sound of the engine, the mechanical arm of the excavator slowly pressed down, and Xia Qing quickly dug up a shovel of soil smoothly. Then, he twisted the control stick, and the excavator quickly changed direction. He then controlled the mechanical arm to pour the soil to the side. Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded. Xia Qing's learning ability was too strong. The more Xia Qing played with the excavator, the more confident she became. After a short while, a large pit was dug in front of her, and a small mound of soil was piled up on the side of the excavator. Even when Xia Ruofei called for them to stop, Xia Qing was still not satisfied. She reluctantly dug another shovel of soil, then turned off the engine according to the procedure Xia Ruofei had taught her, and jumped down. Master, this excavator is so useful, Xia Qing said with an excited expression. With this, I will be able to open up my herb garden much faster. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I bought it for you, Taos. Xia Qing, you'll start working today. You'll be in charge of how the herb garden is set up and how the seeds are planted. I don't care about the process, I only want the results. Yes, Master, Xia Qing said confidently, just wait and see. Use the excavator however you like. If you run out of diesel, let me know. I'll go buy more. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Yes, Master. Xia Qing said, that's right, Master. I've already made the Dahong Pao tea leaves that I picked last time into tea leaves. I'll go get them for you now. After she finished speaking, Xia Qing jogged up to the middle of the mountain and took out a tin can from the stone room in the cave. Xia Ruofei had prepared it for Xia Qing in advance to hold the Dahong Pao tea leaves. Xia Ruofei took the tin can. Once he opened the lid, he could smell the strong fragrance of tea. He grabbed a small handful of tea leaves and looked at them. The appearance was impeccable. It was definitely not inferior to the Dahong Pao made by Mr. Li Jifu. As for the quality of the tea leaves, he would only know after they were brewed. However, just from its appearance, the quality was definitely not bad. Xia Ruofei put the tea leaves back into the tin can and then carefully closed the lid. He smiled at Xia Qing and said, not bad, not bad. Xia Qing, thank you for your hard work. Master, it's nothing. It's not worth mentioning, Xia Qing said with a smile. In the future, as long as the tea leaves from the 12 parent trees can be harvested, you can immediately pick them. However, you can save them up a few more times before making them together. Xia Ruofei said, the tea leaves won't go bad in this space anyway. Yes, Master. Xia Ruofei said a few more words, then with a thought, he left the spirit map space with the jar of Dahong Pao. After returning to the outside world, Xia Ruofei saw that there was still some time before the canteen would open. Hence, he took the can of tea leaves downstairs to the living room and skillfully set up the tea set. Then, he took out a small bucket of water from the spatial spirit pond and poured it into the kettle to boil. Soon, an extremely strong tea aroma began to fill the living room of the small villa. Xia Ruofei lifted the teacup to his mouth and sipped the clear tea. The unique fragrance of Dahong Pao spread in his mouth. Even Xia Ruofei, who did not know much about tea, could not help but reveal an expression of reminiscence. He drank the remaining tea in the teacup in one gulp, savored the aftertaste in his mouth, and then swallowed it in one gulp. Top-grade tea. They were also from the same 12 Dahong Pao trees, and the Dahong Pao that Xia Qing made was not inferior to the batch that Mr. Li Jifu made. Xia Ruofei even faintly felt that Xia Qing's craftsmanship seemed to be more natural. This tea had a natural charm that could make people reminisce for a long time. Xia Ruofei couldn't think of any words to describe this cup of Dahongpo. After a long while, 2 words came to his mind. Immortal tea. That's right. This tea should only be available in heaven. How many times could it be tasted in the human world? Xia Ruofei was very happy. This tea was great, whether it was for himself or for someone else. He made another 5 or 6 cups of tea and found that the rich tea fragrance had only weakened slightly, and the color of the tea had only become slightly lighter. It seemed like this Dahong Pao was even more durable than the ones made by Li Jifu. Xia Ruofei carefully covered the tin can and put it into the medium. He checked the space to see if it had the best preservation effect. There was no need to worry about the preservation problem of the tea leaves in the space. In the next few days, Xia Ruofei selected another 500 kuan fish of suitable size from the medium. These baby stingers gradually returned to the sea from the river. However, Xia Ruofei was the absolute master in the spirit map space. He effortlessly picked out 500 of them and transferred them into the plastic box without the stingers noticing. Then, Xia Ruofei drove the car out and dawdled outside for more than an hour before driving back. When he was about to reach the farm, he took out the plastic boxes containing the fry fish from the medium and neatly stacked them in the back of the pickup truck. When Jiang Hua heard that there were more baby pomfrets, he carefully transferred the 500 baby pomfrets to the pomfrets cultivation workshop. He carefully selected an empty fish pond and set all the indicators before placing them in the pond. On Feng Jing's side, the negotiations were also progressing very quickly. Minjiang Pharmaceuticals was also eager to sell these bad assets. And Taoyuan Company was also very sincere in acquiring them, so both sides made a certain concession. In the end, both parties agreed that Paradise Corporation would purchase all of Minjiang Pharmaceuticals shares for 23.5 million Chinese dollars. Under Feng Jing's insistence, the Minjiang Corporation would be in charge of the relocation of the former Minjiang pharmaceutical workers. However, Feng Jing also promised that under the same conditions, the pharmaceutical factory would give priority to hiring workers from Minjiang Pharmaceutical. For Minjiang Group, there were many other industries besides the pharmaceutical company, so it was not difficult to arrange for these workers. Moreover, Taoyuan Company had promised to recruit a group of skilled and hardworking employees. This way, Minjiang Group would have less pressure to arrange for these workers. Just like that. After 5 days of negotiations, the Peach Blossom Company and Minjiang Group finally came to an agreement. Feng Jing and the general manager of Minjiang Group signed the transfer contract, and Minjiang Pharmaceuticals was finally owned by the Peach Blossom Company. Feng Jing reported the entire negotiation and contract signing process to Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei was addicted to being the boss and basically did not interfere with the acquisition negotiations. Even the final signature was done by Feng Jing. Of course, for the contract to take effect, it required the company seal of the Paradise Corporation. This required Xia Ruofei's approval. Very quickly, Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company was renamed to Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. The first thing Xia Ruofei did was to bring Feng Jing and Shui Jinshan along to interview the original Minjiang pharmaceutical workers, who had the intention to continue working in the pharmaceutical factory. About 30 people passed the interview and stayed at Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. Among these people, there were basic frontline workers, production line maintenance engineers, and some management talents. Even the original deputy factory manager of Minjiang Pharmaceuticals had come to participate in the interview and was hired by the Peach Blossom Company. Most of them were skilled workers. In Xia Ruofei's eyes, they were all talents. After the acquisition of the pharmaceutical factory was completed, the more than 30 people who passed the interview and stayed were quickly assigned to the positions they were good at. However, these people did not have much to do for the time being. As soon as the acquisition was successful, Xia Ruofei had the pharmaceutical factory stop the production of the Chinese medicine produced by Minjiang Pharmaceuticals. There was no market for them and they would lose money every day the production line was opened. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not allow such a situation to happen. After everyone was assembled, Xia Ruofei brought Shui Jinshan into the sterile workshop and started to research the production process of the heart-nourishing soup. This Chinese medicine production line was introduced last year and was quite advanced. The feeding, pre-processing, extraction, filtering, evaporation, concentration, and other processes were all controlled by computers. Moreover, the entire process could be set up through a computer. After debugging the set parameters, it could also be packaged and saved in encryption. This production line could produce different types of Chinese medicine. All he needed to do was to adjust the different parameter packages in the control computer to switch the production mode. Of course, Xia Ruofei didn't need this function at the moment because the pharmaceutical factory would only produce one product in the short term, which was the heart-nourishing soup. A few of the employees who had been retained by Taoyuan Pharmaceuticals were production line maintenance engineers. Xia Ruofei invited them to the sterile workshop and asked them to be his masters. He explained the operation of the production line and the settings of the control computer in detail. In fact, the parameter settings were all fool-proof, and anyone with a little bit of software foundation could master it with a little research. After a few tries, Xia Ruofei had basically mastered it. So he began to write the various parameter indicators for the production of the heart-nourishing soup in the control computer. The manufacturing parameters of the heart-nourishing soup were naturally the company's top secret. So Shui Jinshan tactfully pulled a few production line maintenance staff and left the sterile workshop's control room. Xia Ruofei sat alone in front of the control computer and started to enter the time, feeding order, temperature, and other parameters into the computer according to the brewing process of the heart-nourishing soup. On Shui Jinshan's side, Xia Ruofei didn't let him idle either. He immediately sent him out to buy Chinese medicinal herbs to prepare for a trial production today. It was impossible for the machines and equipment to be in place all at once. Only through continuous experimental production and enough failures would the various parameters be closer and closer to the optimal value. Without the help of a professional engineer, Xia Ruofei spent more than 2 hours to convert the production process of the heart-nourishing soup into parameters on the control computer. Xia Ruofei waved at Shui Jinshan, who was standing outside the glass, indicating that the first trial production was about to begin. Shui Jinshan quickly followed Xia Ruofei's arrangement and put 3 of the herbs into the feed port according to the ratio. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and pressed the Red button on the control computer. The fully automatic production line immediately started. After the medicinal ingredients entered the production line, Xue Jinshan was watching nervously from the side. Even though the process of the herbs brewing could not be seen from the outside, Xue Jinshan did not dare to take a single step away. After a short while, the indicator light of the feed port lit up and made a beeping sound. The LED screen above the feed port began to roll out the medicinal materials that needed to be put in. 1 minute. Xue Jinshan hurriedly prepared the herbs according to the ratio and personally put them into the feeding mouth. Xia Ruofei had been watching the entire process from the control room. An hour later, Xia Ruofei and Xue Jinshan received a large jar of medicinal soup. As it was a trial production, Xia Ruofei did not need to go through the filling process. Xia Ruofei carefully observed the color of the medicinal soup and even personally scooped a small spoonful and put it in his mouth to taste. Xue Jinshan immediately took a test tube sample and handed the first trial production of the heart, nourishing soup to several undergraduate students. They would test the various active ingredients in the soup and compare it with the data of Xia Ruofei's heart, nourishing soup. Xia Ruofei also filled a small bottle and put it in his bag after labeling it. In reality, he had only done the action of putting the medicinal soup into his bag, but he had already sent the bottle of medicinal soup into the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei used his heart to inform Xia Qing and asked him to appraise this bottle of heart, nourishing soup. From his previous inquiries, Xia Ruofei knew that Xia Qing was very familiar with the unlocked formulas in the booklet, including heart, nourishing soup, spirit, nourishing soup, body, tempering soup, and so on. In terms of understanding of medicinal herbs, even 10 Xia Ruofeis couldn't compare to 1 Xia Qing. Hence, Xia Ruofei immediately asked Xia Qing to identify the heart, nourishing soup that was in trial production. After Xia Qing received Xia Ruofei's orders in the space, she was very efficient. In a short while, she had sent back the feedback to Xia Ruofei through telepathy. Xia Ruofei began to adjust the production process parameters in the computer according to Xia Qing's feedback. For example, if Xia Qing said that the heat of a certain medicine was not enough, Xia Ruofei would increase the brewing time and raise the boiling temperature. Similarly, the amount of distilled water added, the timing of feeding, etc., had all been adjusted to varying degrees. Outside, Xue Jinshan had already called for workers to clean the production line. Before each trial production, the residue and medicinal liquid from the previous trial should be cleaned to avoid affecting the parameters of the test product. After the production line was ready, Xia Ruofei had finished the slight adjustments to the process parameters. They immediately started the second wave of trial production. Similarly, Xue Jinshan had ordered someone to take a sample of the medicinal soup for testing, while Xia Ruofei had taken the sealed bottle and labeled it before putting it into his bag. In reality, he had sent it into the spirit map space. Xia Qing was like the god farmer who had tasted all kinds of herbs. She appraised the heart, nourishing soup that Xia Ruofei had sent in and gave her feedback. Xia Ruofei continued to adjust the parameters according to Xia Qing's feedback. Xia Ruofei spent the entire day in Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, constantly adjusting the production process and parameters, and then carrying out trial production. Xue Jinshan's test results also showed that, with Xia Ruofei's constant adjustments, the data of the produced herbal soup was getting closer and closer to the data of the previously hand-brewed heart, nourishing soup. After more than 10 adjustments, they finally produced a heart, nourishing soup that met the standard. Xia Ruofei finally heaved a sigh of relief. This job was really tiring. Xia Ruofei immediately ordered Xue Jinshan to find someone to clean the production line thoroughly. At the same time, he sealed the entire production process parameters. In the future, during production, he could only use this data package, but he would not be able to see the original data. Moreover, this data package had a self-destruction program. If it was cracked by force, all the data would be deleted. The control computer was isolated from the internet and only connected to the production line in the sterile workshop, so the possibility of a hacker stealing information remotely was almost zero. Xia Ruofei was also very concerned about keeping the recipe of the heart-nourishing soup a secret. He immediately called Lei Hu and informed him to send 4 old soldiers to the factory. These veterans were not in charge of the specific security work. Their only task was to protect the computer. The 4 of them took turns to make sure that the control room was guarded 24 hours a day. Even during the trial production in the future, the technicians who used the computer to transfer the program must be under the supervision of these veterans. Any other unnecessary operations would be immediately stopped. Xia Ruofei asked Xue Jinshan to prepare a dormitory for the 4 veterans in the pharmaceutical factory. At the same time, a small room was set up next to the control room for the 4 veterans to be on duty. Xia Ruofei waited for the ex-soldiers to arrive at the factory before he personally reminded them of the importance of the control computer. He then specifically told them their mission. These veterans were Xia Ruofei's most trusted people. There was no doubt about their loyalty. Hence, whenever it came to such an important position, Xia Ruofei would always think of them first. After arranging everything, Xia Ruofei left the pharmaceutical factory with Xue Jinshan. The entire factory was temporarily in a state of shutdown. Xia Ruofei let the newly hired Min Jiang pharmaceutical deputy director take charge of the factory temporarily and led the workers to clean up the factory's environment. This was because the pharmaceutical factory was about to start the trial production of the heart-nourishing soup, and at the same time, it would also welcome the first review by the Provincial Drug Administration. The new drugs production environment and production process were all the contents of the preliminary examination. The environmental hygiene of the factory area naturally had to be clean and tidy. Although the Provincial Food and Drug Administration would definitely not make things difficult for the Peach Blossom Company during the first trial, they still had to do what they needed to do on the surface. After returning to the farm, Xia Ruofei immediately gathered Feng Jing and the company's middle management, including Peng Hao, Xue Jinshan, and the others, for a meeting. The main focus was to research the new drug approval, trial production, and clinical trials. Xia Ruofei sat in the middle and said, "Chief Feng, fellow colleagues, today, I have brought along Jinshan and finished debugging the production line of Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory. Now, the sterile workshop of the pharmaceutical factory is ready to produce the heart-nourishing soup that meets the standard at any time." Feng Rao was very excited. "That's great. Chairman, you're so efficient. Adjusting the production line in one day and solidifying the production process, such efficiency was simply heaven-defying." Of course, this was all thanks to Xia Qing, the Shenong. It was because he had tasted it personally time and time again and gave targeted feedback that Xia Ruofei could quickly adjust the parameters in a targeted manner. It could be said that every adjustment was done on the right path, without any detours. This way, the efficiency was naturally surprisingly high. Otherwise, it might take 10 days to half a month to complete the debugging. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the laboratory data from Kanayama showed that the medicine we produced is basically the same as the heart, nourishing soup that we brewed by hand. I've checked it myself. It can be confirmed that our mass production experiment is a success. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, I gathered everyone here today to arrange the work for the next period. Chairman, just tell me what you need to do. Feng Jing said. We'll definitely do our best. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the main work for this period of time is naturally the preliminary review and clinical trials of the heart, nourishing soup. Of course, the daily operation of the company must also be guaranteed. This will depend on everyone's respective duties. I can't help much on my end, Peng Hao said with a grin. But I'll definitely do a good job of providing logistical support for everyone. Why can't I help? You're the god of fortune. Xia Ruofei jokingly said, the approval of the new drug and the trial production will require a lot of money. As long as you agree and sign it, I'll naturally give you my full support. Peng Hao chuckled. We always only look at the boss's signature. However, if we spend too much and we don't have enough liquid funds, don't blame me. Don't worry. In the future, you'll only have to worry about having too much liquid capital, which will benefit the bank. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He then said, all right, back to the main topic. First of all, you have to keep a close eye on Kanayama regarding the approval of the new drug. You can contact the Provincial Drug Administration directly and give you full authority over it. Shui Jinshan nodded. I understand, General Manager Xia. I'll contact the Food and Drug Administration immediately and ask them to inspect the pharmaceutical factory. This is also a very important procedure in the preliminary examination. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, during the on-site inspection, they will definitely need to look at our production process and test the medicine that we've produced. Besides, the clinical trials will be in full swing soon. By then, Peking Union Medical College Hospital will also need a large amount of heart, nourishing soup. Therefore, the trial production cannot be delayed. It must be carried out as soon as possible. President Xia, the workers are all ready, made now. The quality of these workers is very good, and their professional abilities are also very strong. They should be able to take on the job directly after some simple training, said Shui Jinshan. The parameters of the production line have also been adjusted, and we can start production at any time. Yes, Xia Ruofei nodded, but there's some preparation work to be done before the trial production. First of all, the packaging of the heart, nourishing soup, including the glass bottles that are compatible with our filling and sealing equipment, as well as the packaging box and the exterior design. CEO Feng, let's leave this matter to the company's administrative office. Immediately contact the design company and the manufacturer to solve the packaging problem as soon as possible. No problem. Feng Rao immediately said. Time is of the essence. I'll give you 3 days. Can you complete it? Xia Ruofei asked Feng Rao. Although I'm a little nervous, it should be fine. Feng Jing replied, I'll get them to work overtime on the design. In fact, the main task was still to design the packaging. As for the matching glass bottles and straws, Minjiang Pharmaceuticals had cooperated with a supporting manufacturer when they produced the Chinese medicine soup. He just had to contact them, negotiate the price, and place the order directly. Xia Ruofei nodded and continued, the second thing is the storage of the required medicinal herbs. This is also of utmost importance. Shui Jinshan thought for a moment and said, Director Xia, the initial stage is only for clinical trials. The demand for the medicine will not be too large. We can order the medicinal herbs needed to brew the heart-nourishing soup from large Chinese medicine shops. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, it's a temporary solution, but it can't last long. After we expand our production scale, we won't be able to solve the problem by ordering from pharmacies. Chairman Feng Jing said, in the long run, I think we can sign an acquisition agreement with the nearby villagers and provide them with a certain amount of subsidies to encourage them to grow the Chinese medicinal herbs we need. Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. And he said, that's a good idea. This way, we will have a stable source of raw materials, and we don't have to worry about being controlled by others in the future. Feng Jing hesitated for a moment. Chairman, the only thing I'm worried about is the confidentiality of the formula. It's very easy for someone to speculate the rough formula from the variety of herbs we entrusted the villagers to grow. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, first of all, we can ask the villagers to plant a few more herbs and set up a few bewitching arrays. Secondly, to be honest, I'm not afraid of people knowing the recipe of the heart-nourishing soup. Without the correct ratio, production process, even if others can guess the recipe, they simply can't make an effective heart-nourishing soup. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Feng Ke said. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Jin Shan, you'll be in charge of purchasing the medicinal herbs needed for the early stages of the trial production from the pharmacy. Or perhaps you can go to Tongren Hall. I'll give you the contact information of Qiantang Tongren Tang CEO Lin. You can tell him my name and he'll definitely give us the best price. Yes, President Xia. Shui Jin Shan jotted down notes in his notebook as he spoke. Xia Ruofei continued, as for mobilizing the villagers to plant the Chinese herbal medicines, I'll have to trouble you, Director Xiao. You'll be in charge, right? Xia Ruofei said as he looked at the company's marketing director, Xiao Chong. Although Xiao Chong wasn't confident, he still reluctantly nodded and said, all right, he said. Xia Ruofei seemed to have seen through Xiao Chong's thoughts. He smiled and said, I'm more inclined to the villages near our farm. I'll talk to the county leaders later. Director Xiao, you'll listen to me when the time comes. After I've coordinated with them, you can go directly to the leaders in the town and ask them to help mobilize the villagers. When Xiao Chong heard that the chairman would personally coordinate, the trace of concern in his heart disappeared without a trace. He quickly said, I understand. Chairman, I'll definitely do my best to complete the mission. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it's good to have confidence. Director Xiao, Jin Shan will give you a list of the medicinal herbs we need later. Please come up with a proposal first, including the overall plan, the subsidy standards for the villagers, and so on. The more detailed, the better. All right, I'll get started on this matter immediately after the meeting is over. Xiao Chong nodded. After Xia Ruofei assigned this task, he looked at Shui Jinshan and said, Jinshan, before the exterior design and packaging production are completed, you should familiarize the workers with the production procedures and clarify their respective positions. You can demonstrate and train some of the medicinal herbs. My only request is that these workers should be familiar with the process in 3 days and can start production at any time. Yes. President Xia. Shui Jinshan immediately said. Xia Ruofei had said all that he needed to say. Basically, all the work had been divided. He asked if everyone had any other questions and immediately clapped his hands. He stood up and said, "Then, today's meeting will end here. Everyone, take your places and perform your duties." Dismissed. After the meeting, the entire Paradise Corporation was in action, especially Feng Jing's entire administrative team, Shui Jinshan, and a few other pharmaceutical staff. They were so busy that their feet didn't even touch the ground. After Xia Ruofei had assigned the tasks, he had some free time. The only thing he did was to call Wu Liqian, the deputy head of the Chongping County. Wu Liqian was very supportive of Xia Ruofei's company when she found out that they were going to mobilize the villagers to plant Chinese herbs and that they were willing to sign the purchase agreement in advance. They would also provide technical support and certain subsidies to the villagers. She immediately said that she would inform Jianggang town and get the town to fully support this matter. Wu Liqian asked Xia Ruofei to contact her relative, the deputy mayor of Jianggang town, Wu Gang. Wu Gang would then coordinate with the surrounding villages. With the town government as a guarantee, the villagers would be more at ease. As long as the profits from planting Chinese herbs were high enough, there would definitely be many villagers willing to sign a supply contract with the Paradise Corporation. The next day, Xia Ruofei personally called Wu Gang. Wu Gang received Wu Liqian's instructions and expressed his full support. He also expressed his gratitude to the Peach Blossom Company for supporting the economic development of Jianggang town. Xia Ruofei then gave Wu Gang's contact information to the marketing director, Xiao Chong. Xia Ruofei did not need to personally handle the rest of the matter. Other than paying attention to everyone's work progress, Xia Ruofei could also take a break and spend some time with Ling Qingxue. Previously, Xia Ruofei had been too busy and often went out. He had very few opportunities to spend time with Ling Qingxue. The two young people who were in love had really indulged in this period of time and resolved the pain of lovesickness. If he was not with Ling Qingxue, Xia Ruofei would enter the spirit map space at night to check on Xia Qing's progress. With that small agricultural excavator, Xia Qing was like a tiger that had grown wings. She quickly opened up a large piece of land on the flat ground at the foot of the mountain according to her plan. It was about 400 to 500 mu, and it extended all the way to the side of the big river. By now, Xia Qing had already divided these lands into sections of medicine gardens. In Xia Qing's words, the arrangement of these medicinal gardens was very particular. What kind of medicinal herbs were most suitable for each plot of land had been carefully designed. However, Xia Ruofei couldn't tell what was going on. After soaking the seeds that Xia Ruofei had brought, they had all been planted in the nursery. Many of the herbs had already sprouted and could be transplanted after they had grown a little. These few days, Xia Qing had been making arrangements around the herb garden. For this, he had even specially asked Xia Ruofei for some jade materials. Xia Ruofei knew that Xia Qing had set up some small arrays that could promote the growth of medicinal herbs. Xia Qing was definitely an expert in this area, so he immediately followed Xia Qing's request and bought enough jade materials. It wouldn't be long before a huge medicinal garden would appear in the Mountain Sea realm. At that time, he would be able to harvest an endless supply of high-quality medicinal herbs. Xia Ruofei found that this soul puppet, Xia Qing, was really the best butler of the spirit map space. With Xia Qing, he didn't need to worry about anything in the spirit map space. Xia Qing was in good order. 3 days later, Feng Jing completed Xia Ruofei's task as scheduled. The exterior of the heart, nourishing soup, was completely designed. The packaging was green in color, and the logo of Paradise Corporation was marked in striking positions. A few simple lines outlined a heart-shaped ribbon. Xia Ruofei had seen this design before. At first glance, he felt that it was to his liking and immediately made a decision. Very quickly, Feng Jing contacted a manufacturer to produce the packaging and paper according to the design. However, the order this time was not large. Because it was only a trial production and clinical trial, the heart-nourishing soup had not been approved to be on the market yet. Therefore, some instructions and text on the packaging box were not added. In other words, the current design was only a semi-finished product. In the future, when it was officially put into production, more comprehensive medical information would be added. Xue Jinshan was also actively contacting the Provincial Food and Drug Administration. After the boxes and bottles that Feng Jing had ordered arrived, he immediately organized workers to carry out several trial production. This time, it was an inspection of the entire automatic production, including the filling, sealing, packing, and other processes, which were all completed in accordance with the actual production procedures. A day later, Xue Jinshan contacted the Provincial Drug Administration to send someone to the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory for an on-site inspection and to observe the production process and process of the heart-nourishing soup. The whole process was recorded by the Food and Drug Administration, which was a necessary procedure. It had to be recorded on a CD and reported to the State Food and Drug Administration for record, along with the opinions of the first trial. After this process was completed, the Food and Drug Administration also randomly selected several samples and brought them to a third-party laboratory for testing to further confirm the active ingredients of the heart-nourishing soup that was produced in trial production. They also compared it with the data in the materials reported by the Peach Blossom Company. Originally, each process would take several working days, but with He Kuan personally watching over them, the process was greatly shortened. It could be said that this was the most efficient process in the history of the Provincial Food and Drug Administration. Soon, the Food and Drug Administration concluded from this on-site inspection that the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory had met the drug production standards. There were no problems with the process of the trial production of the heart-nourishing soup, and the produced medicine was consistent with the description in the submitted materials. With this conclusion, the clinical trials could be carried out very soon. Peking Union Medical College Hospital, as the clinical trial unit, had already found test subjects and control groups. Of course, the patients participating in the clinical trials did not know whether they were the real test subjects or the control group. Every year, a large number of people with autism went to seek medical treatment, and Peking Union Medical College Hospital was well known in the country for its expertise in the field of neurology. Chief Physician Zhou Ping of Peking Union Medical College Hospital was also a well-known expert in the country, and he was very famous in the treatment of autism. Therefore, many patients came from all over the country. For these parents of children with autism, they would hold on to even the slightest hope. What's more, the hospital had also explained that participating in the clinical trials would give the new medicine free of charge, and the pharmaceutical company would also give each patient a certain subsidy according to the time of the trial. This was very attractive to families with autistic children who came from family difficulties. Moreover, the hospital had specifically stated that the clinical trial was using a Chinese medicine. Even if the treatment effect was not obvious, there would not be any serious side effects under normal circumstances, let alone life-threatening. This also made the parents less worried. Therefore, Peking Union Medical College Hospital easily found test subjects and control groups. After the Provincial Food and Drug Administration conducted an on-site inspection, they quickly decided to start clinical trials. Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory's production line had also officially started operating. The heart-nourishing soup produced was packed and sent to Peking Union Medical College Hospital to produce the mass-produced heart-nourishing soup, which was specially provided to the clinical trial units. This clinical trial would take at least 1 to 2 months, and Ikuan had done it on a special occasion to shorten the process as much as possible. In fact, it would take at least a month for the heart-nourishing soup to show obvious effects. Hence, Xia Ruofei was already mentally prepared for the time needed for the clinical trial. Compared to the approval time for new drugs, which usually took several years, Xia Ruofei was quite satisfied with the current progress. Soon, it was June. Summer arrived particularly early in Sanshan City, and everyone began to change into short-sleeved shirts. The clinical trials of the new drug were still in progress, and this matter could not be rushed. They could only wait patiently for the results. Of course, Xia Ruofei and Shui Jinshan were very confident in the efficacy of the heart-nourishing soup. They knew that the result would be good. In fact, the heart-nourishing soup had already caused a small commotion in the pediatrics department of Peking Union Medical College Hospital. Because the clinical trials had been going on for more than half a month, the symptoms of many children with autism in the experimental group had already improved significantly. Originally, Peking Union Medical College Hospital did not think much of Chinese medicine for treating autism. In fact, whether it was Chinese or Western medicine, the general understanding of the medical world was that there was no specific medicine for autism. Therefore, Peking Union Medical College Hospital only carried out the task that was jointly issued by the Provincial Drug Administration and the Provincial Health and Planning Commission with the attitude of carrying out the order. He didn't expect that under the circumstances where everyone thought it was impossible, this heart-nourishing soup really had such an obvious effect. As industry experts, the pediatricians at Peking Union Medical College Hospital naturally knew what this meant for the treatment of autism around the world. Therefore, these doctors were all very excited and took the clinical trials more and more seriously. Even the director of Peking Union Medical College Hospital began to pay attention to the trial. Of course, according to the rules, Peking Union Medical College Hospital was not allowed to contact the manufacturer, let alone disclose the situation and progress of the clinical trials. Therefore, Xia Ruofei, Shui Jinshan, and the others were not aware of the situation at all. They just waited patiently in the company and sent a batch of heart-nourishing soup to Peking Union Medical College Hospital every 3 days as requested. During this time, Colonel Jin Feng would appear at Taoyuan Farm every 3 days and bring back the Chinese medicine for General Zhaoqing. Zhaoqing's diabetes was also getting better. After half a month, the results showed that Zhaoqing's diabetes had basically recovered. Xia Ruofei's own calculation of the time was about right, so he provided Jin Feng with the last dose of Chinese medicine and told him that after taking the medicine for the next 3 days, Zhaoqing would not need to take any more medicine. As long as he followed the doctor's advice and maintained a healthy lifestyle, the problem of diabetes would not appear again. Zhaoqing personally called from the capital to express his gratitude to Xia Ruofei. He also said that he would come to the 3 mountains to thank Xia Ruofei in person when he had the time. Even Elder Song had asked Song Rui to call Xia Ruofei to express his gratitude. Zhaocheng was one of the key members of the Song family. He played an important role in the consolidation of the Song family's power in the military. Xia Ruofei's treatment was equivalent to doing the Song family a big favor. Elder Song naturally grew closer to Xia Ruofei. During this period of time, Xia Ruofei often drove back to the city. It wasn't to go on dates with Ling Qingxue. Instead, it was to go to Hu Zi's mother's place to check on Lin Xiao. She was about to take the most important exam in her life. The college entrance exam was just around the corner. Usually, Xia Ruofei would only bring some taoyuan vegetables, chicken, duck, fish, and other things to visit the mother and daughter when he was free. Now that Lin Xiao was going to take her college entrance examination soon, Xia Ruofei was more diligent. He would go to her house every 1 or 2 days. He would send her taoyuan vegetables and koi fish from the space as if they were free. In fact, they were all his own property. After a semester of high school life, Lin Xiao had become more and more beautiful, and her whole body was filled with the aura of youth. Every time she saw Xia Ruofei, Lin Xiao would be very happy. She liked to stick to Xia Ruofei. Hu Zi had sacrificed himself to save him. Xia Ruofei treated Lin Xiao like his own sister and naturally doted on her. Soon, it was June 6th. Lin Xiao was going to take the college entrance examination the next day. Xia Ruofei naturally came to Lin Xiao's house that day. There were no classes at school 2 days ago, so it was basically useless to ask everyone to go home and rest. Xia Ruofei arrived at Hu Zi's mother's house in the afternoon. He brought the vegetables, fruits, chicken, duck, and fish to the kitchen with great familiarity. Hu Zi's mother said, "Ruofei, you've taken too much. We haven't even finished the ones you brought last time." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Auntie, if you haven't finished it, throw it away. It'll make it fresher." Xiao's college entrance examination is a big event in her life. She must get more nutrition. "You can't throw it," Hu Zi's mother said. "I heard that these vegetables of yours are all sold for tens of yuan per 500 grams. They're many times more expensive than the average vegetable." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "That's the price for selling to the outside world." "How can the actual cost be so high? I grew it myself, so it doesn't cost much. You can't waste it." Hu Zi's mother said, "Ruofei, don't give too many gifts in the future. If you sell them, you'll make a lot of money." "I know, Auntie," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Hu Zi's mother could tell that Xia Ruofei was being perfunctory. She knew that no matter what she said, Xia Ruofei would still do things his own way. She could only smile bitterly and shake her head. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Lin Xiao came back from outside. When she saw Xia Ruofei, she immediately called out happily, "Brother Ruofei." Then, she kicked off her shoes and ran over barefooted. "The college entrance examination is tomorrow. Why are you still going out? To do crazy things today?" Xia Ruofei asked affectionately. "Where?" Lin Xiao pouted and said, "I went to familiarize myself with the examination hall this afternoon. The school organized us to go." "This is more like it." Xia Ruofei asked, "How is it? Do you have confidence in your college entrance exam tomorrow?" "There must be. I've worked hard for so many years, it's all about this," Lin Xiao said with a smile. "And don't feel any pressure," Xia Ruofei said gently. "The Admission rate for the college entrance examination is very high now. It's better to travel light. Lin Xiao smiled sweetly and held Xia Ruofei's arm affectionately. She looked up and asked, Brother Ruofei, can you come and send me to the exam venue tomorrow? At this moment, Hu Zi's mother came out with a dish. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, she quickly said, Xiao, why are you so insensible? Your exam is at 9 o'clock, and your brother Ruofei lives in the suburbs. Do you want him to wake up at 5 or 6 o'clock and run to the city? Xia Ruofei quickly said, Auntie. Even if Xiao didn't say so, I was prepared to send her off. No. Wasn't it just an exam? Why did it have to be so troublesome? I'll just send her there. Hu Zi's mother said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Auntie, I have a car. It's very convenient. Besides, I'll be there personally to cheer Xiao on, so maybe she'll be able to perform better. I'll definitely do a great job. Lin Xiao quickly said. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Auntie, did you hear that? This is related to Xiao's college entrance examination results. What's the big deal for me to drive over? This matter is settled. Hu Zi's mother's mouth moved. She wanted to object, but Xia Ruofei quickly said, Auntie, let's not dwell on this matter. I'm a little hungry. Can we start eating? Oh. It'll be ready soon. Huer's mother quickly said before quickly returning to the kitchen. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao looked at each other and smiled. After dinner, Xia Ruofei sat for a while before leaving. Lin Xiao had to take the college entrance examination tomorrow and needed to rest early. The next morning, Xia Ruofei arrived at Lin Xiao's house at 7 o'clock sharp with the breakfast he had bought on the way. After having breakfast with the mother and daughter, Lin Xiao rested for a while and was ready to set off. Her exam venue was Qingnan Middle School, which was quite far from here. It would take about 30 minutes to drive. Considering that there would be many parents sending their children to the college entrance examination today, which might cause traffic jams, Xia Ruofei decided to leave early. Hu Zi's mother was also afraid of putting pressure on Lin Xiao, so she didn't nag her as she usually did. She only said, do well in the exam and don't be stressed. Xia Ruofei drove the night 15 and drove Lin Xiao to the examination hall of Qingnan High School. The two of them arrived at the vicinity of Qingnan High School a little after 8 o'clock. There were more and more cars on the road. Xia Ruofei simply found a parking space and parked the car by the side of the road. Then, the two of them walked to Qingnan High School. When they got out of the car, Xia Ruofei carefully reminded Lin Xiao to check if she had brought her pen and exam admission ticket. At the entrance of Qingnan High School, the two of them stood and chatted for a while before the examination hall opened and the candidates could enter. Brother Ruofei, I'm going in, Lin Xiao said with a relaxed expression. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, yes. Don't feel any pressure, just go ahead and take the exam. I'll be waiting for you at the door. Lin Xiao smiled sweetly, nodded, and was about to walk into the exam hall. Xiao, wait. Xia Ruofei called out. He walked forward and took out a drink bottle, which was half filled with Chinese medicine. Xia Ruofei passed the bottle to Lin Xiao and said, drink this before the exam starts later. Brother Ruofei, you can't drink water before the exam. What if you need to use the toilet during the exam? Lin Xiao blushed. Xia Ruofei laughed, just a little, it's okay. Remember this. You must drink it all in one go before the exam, understand? What kind of godly medicine is this? Lin Xiao asked with a smile. Don't ask so much, you'll know when the time comes. Xia Ruofei said, hurry into the exam hall. Remember my words, drink before the exam. Yes sir. Lin Xiao said cheekily. She took the Chinese medicine that Xia Ruofei gave her and walked quickly to the exam hall. Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao's back and muttered to himself, Xiaoer, this is all I can do for you. You still have to rely on yourself for the exam. The first subject was Chinese, which took about 2.5 hours. Xia Ruofei did not go anywhere. He returned to the car and lay down in the driver's seat. He took out his phone and casually scrolled through the news. After watching the news for more than 10 minutes, Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. He immediately started the car and drove out of the parking space. He considered that Lin Xiao's house was too far away from the exam site. It would take about half an hour to drive and 1 hour to and fro. The 2-day exam would take more than 4 hours on the road. Moreover, the exam would start at 3 in the afternoon. If he went home later, the lunch break would be very tight. Therefore, Xia Ruofei immediately considered going to a nearby hotel to book 2 rooms and check out the next afternoon. This would save a lot of time and Lin Xiao could get a better rest. Xia Ruofei drove around Qingnan High School and realized that all the business hotels and express hotels were full of people. The parents of the other candidates had already thought of the same thing. Many of the hotels near the examination venue had already been booked out by the parents of the examinees many days in advance. The hotels near Xia Ruofei were the same. In the end, he could only give it a try. He drove to a Kempinski hotel about 5 minutes away from Qingnan Middle School. Xia Ruofei thought that a 5-star hotel was so expensive, and there were more than 20 floors in Kempinski Hotel, with hundreds of rooms. It couldn't be that they had booked all of them. After asking at the front desk, Xia Ruofei found out that Kempinski only had a business suite that cost 2,888 a day and a presidential suite that cost 88,888 a day. The other rooms were basically reserved by the examinees' parents. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that he had underestimated the importance parents placed on the college entrance examination. At this critical moment, as long as it was beneficial to their children's exams, even the most frugal parents would not hesitate to spend money. Xia Ruofei didn't dare to delay and quickly booked the business suite for 2 days. After getting the room card, Xia Ruofei went upstairs to take a look at the environment. Overall, he was quite satisfied. The room was located on the 18th floor. The sound from downstairs could not reach this height, so the environment was relatively quiet. Moreover, the room in a 5-star hotel was very comfortable. It even came with a small living room and a small study room. Lin Xiao could have a very good learning environment here. In order to let Lin Xiao rest well, Xia Ruofei went to the front desk and asked for a single bed. In the living room, Ying had prepared this for Hu Zi's mother so that Lin Xiao could sleep in a big bedroom by herself. 5-star hotels all provided extra beds, but they had to pay more. Xia Ruofei went to the front desk to swipe her card, and the staff quickly laid out a simple single bed. Xia Ruofei looked at the time. There were still about an hour before Lin Xiao's exam was over. He took out his phone and called Hu Zi's mother. Ruofei. Huer's mother was a little nervous. Is there something wrong with Xiao? It's fine, Auntie. Xiao has entered the exam hall on time. Xia Ruofei said, it's like this. I drove here today and calculated the time. It would take more than half an hour to drive from your house to the exam venue. It's basically through the entire urban area. It's a waste of time to go back and forth like this. Yup. But there's no other way, the exam venue is randomly assigned. Huzi's mother said helplessly. Auntie, I've already booked a room at a hotel near the exam hall. Xia Ruofei said, you and Xiao can stay in the hotel for the next 2 days? I'll text you the hotel's address in a while. Once you're done preparing lunch, put it in a thermal container and take a taxi over. I'll pick Xiao up from the examination hall. Good. Ruofei, you're so thoughtful. Huzi's mother said, lunch is ready. I'll pack up and leave immediately. This was related to Lin Xiao's college entrance examination, so Huzi's mother didn't reject. Xia Ruofei politely. Alright. I'll send you the address immediately. Xia Ruofei said, Auntie, the room card is with me. Please. Wait in the hotel lobby for a while when you arrive. I'll pick up Xiao and we'll go upstairs together. Oh right, Auntie. Don't forget to bring over Xiao's revision materials for the other subjects. Alright. I know. Ruofei, you should go quickly. Huzi's mother said. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei sent the Kempinski Hotel's address to Huzi's mother. Then, he went to the hotel's parking lot to get his car and drove to Qingnan High School. Xia Ruofei found a parking space not far from the school gate and parked his car. Then, he sat in the car and waited. At a little past 11 a.m., Xia Ruofei got off the car and walked to the entrance of Qingnan High School. The exam ended at 11:30 p.m. At this time, many parents had gathered at the entrance of the exam hall. Their faces were full of anticipation and anxiety. Many of them could not help but pace back and forth. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh, even though the admission rate of the college entrance examination has greatly increased. I still feel the tension of 1,000 troops crossing a single log bridge. This is the most important test in life. Not only is it testing the children, but it is also testing the parents. The summer sun was scorching. Xia Ruofei found a shady spot under the shade of a tree and waited. At 11:30, the bell rang from the examination hall, and the parents who had been waiting for a long time began to move towards the school gate. In a short while, the examinees had formed into groups and were walking out. There was a commotion among the parents as they stretched their necks to look in, trying to find their children among the candidates in school uniforms. After the examinees came out, they quickly found their parents. The school gate also began to become noisy. Chong, how did you do? Daughter, are the questions difficult? Don't even think about it. After the exam, there was still a math exam in the afternoon. Let's go home, your mom made you some delicious food. The mood of the candidates was also different. Those who did well in the exam walked a lot more briskly with smiles on their faces, while those who didn't do well had sullen faces. Some girls with weaker psychological qualities even shed tears on the spot. The entrance of the examination hall was extremely lively. Xia Ruofei also came to the door. After a while, he saw Lin Xiao and 2 other girls walking out, talking and laughing. The sharp-eyed Lin Xiao found Xia Ruofei at a glance. She shouted happily, "Brother Ruofei." Then, he quickly exchanged a few words with the girls beside him, waved at them, and jogged towards Xia Ruofei. Lin Xiao grabbed Xia Ruofei's arm and said happily, "Brother Ruofei, you've really been waiting for me the whole morning." Xia Ruofei pulled Lin Xiao's hand away and said, "Girl, your classmates are all here. Be careful of your influence." "I don't want to." Lin Xiao held Xia Ruofei's arm tightly and pressed her body against Xia Ruofei's. "What's wrong with me holding my brother's hand? Who dares to say that?" Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Lin Xiao's youthful and energetic body was on his body. The soft touch on his arm made him feel a little uncomfortable. The two of them walked to the parking space not far away. Xia Ruofei didn't ask Lin Xiao about her exam until the two of them got into the car. Xia Ruofei then asked, "Xiaoer, did you drink the Chinese medicine I gave you before the exam?" "How would I dare to disobey Brother Fei's instructions?" Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Brother Ruofei, what kind of godly medicine is that?" "After I drank it, I felt that my head was especially clear and my reaction speed was much faster than before. There were a few questions that I didn't review today, but I actually solved them after thinking about it." Xia Ruofei started the car and drove it out of the parking space. He laughed and said, "So you're saying that you did pretty well in the first subject?" "I'm feeling pretty good," Lin Xiao said, "but our teacher said not to match the answers after the exam to avoid affecting the mood of the later exams. So I'm not sure how I did in the exam." "It's good that you feel good." Xia Ruofei skillfully maneuvered the car and said, "Your teacher is right. It's meaningless to answer now. It'll only affect your mood. You still haven't told me what kind of godly medicine it is." Lin Xiaojiao said angrily. "A super drug. There will be strong side effects after a few days." Xia Ruofei smiled and turned to look at Lin Xiao. He asked, "Are you scared?" Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then, she curled her lips and said, "Tsk. I don't believe it. If this thing was harmful, you wouldn't have let me drink it." "It's fine if you don't want to tell me." Xia Ruofei smiled but didn't say anything. No matter how Lin Xiao asked, he wouldn't say anything. In fact, what Xia Ruofei prepared for Lin Xiao was an enhanced version of the heart-nourishing soup. He had taken the heart-nourishing soup before and found that his mind was particularly clear and active in the first 2 hours after drinking it. This was the main effect of the heart-nourishing soup. The treatment of autism was a by-product that Xia Ruofei had accidentally discovered. Therefore, Xia Ruofei had made the heart-nourishing soup in advance and added the solution of the petals of the spirit heart flower without caring about the cost. Finally, he divided the medicinal soup into 4 portions so that Lin Xiao could drink it once for each subject. The heart-nourishing soup could help Lin Xiao improve her brain's thinking ability in a short period of time, while the spirit heart flower petal solution could recuperate her body. After a long preparation period for the college entrance examination, many students were in a state of sub-health. Moreover, Lin Xiao was a girl. If her relatives came during the examination, she might have a stomachache or something. With the petal solution of the spiritual heart flower, she could make sure that all these small problems would be swept away. It could also remove fatigue and let Lin Xiao be in the best state for the exam. Xia Ruofei's considerations were thorough. The car continued to move forward, but Lin Xiao soon found that the road seemed to be wrong. She couldn't help but ask, Brother Ruofei, I don't think we should go home this way. I didn't say I was going home. Xia Ruofei chuckled. At this moment, the car had already reached the Kempinski Hotel. Xia Ruofei turned the steering wheel and drove the car into the hotel's parking lot. Then, he skillfully parked the car in the parking space. Kempinski? Lin Xiao asked, Brother Ruofei, what's the situation? Get out of the car. You'll be staying here for the next 2 days. Xia Ruofei said, this place is closer to the exam hall. You can rest better. Wow. It's a 5-star hotel. Lin Xiao said, Brother Ruofei, you are really generous. You think I wanted to, Xia Ruofei said helplessly. I went to the nearby Rujia, Suba, and Jinjiang Star. They were all full. The examinees' parents have already booked the tickets 1 or 2 months in advance. Yes, I heard that my classmate also booked a hotel near the exam site, Lin Xiao said. The two of them walked into the hotel lobby as they talked. Hu Zi's mother carried a large bag and an insulated lunchbox. She was sitting on the sofa in the lobby, looking at the door from time to time. Xia Ruofei waved at Hu Zi's mother and said, Auntie, over here. When Hu Zi's mother saw Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao, she quickly stood up and walked over with her bag and lunchbox. Xia Ruofei hurriedly took 2 steps forward and took the heavy bag from Hu Zi's mother. The group took the elevator and quickly arrived on the 18th floor. Xia Ruofei swiped his card to open the door and inserted the room card into the battery box at the door. Auntie, I'll leave the room card here. Remember to take it with you when you go out. All right, he said. Hu Zi's mother looked around and asked, Ruofei, this hotel must be quite expensive, right? It's at least 3,000 to 4,000 a day. Lin Xiao said, this is a 5-star hotel, and it's a suite. Ah? It's so expensive. Ruofei, this is too costly. Hu Zi's mother said, no, I have to give you the money, Xia Ruofei quickly said, Auntie, please don't tea. Xiao is my sister. Do you think I'll ask for your money too? Book a hotel room for her? Wouldn't Hu Zi beat me up if he knew about this? Xia Ruofei continued, I don't mean to be wasteful. All the cheap hotels nearby have been booked. This Kempinski hotel is the last one left. I have no choice. But this is good, the environment here is very good, and it's very quiet. Xiao's rest is more important than anything else. After that, Xia Ruofei showed Lin Xiao and Hu Zi's mother around the room and said, Auntie, Xiao is the oldest these 2 days. She'll sleep in the bedroom at night, and you can sleep on this small bed for the night. The study room here is perfect for Xiao to study, so this room is especially suitable. Ruofei, thank you. Huer's mother said gratefully, you're too thoughtful. Auntie, you don't have to be so polite with me, Xia Ruofei said, oh, you brought lunch, right? Quickly. Take it out for Xiao to eat. Yes, yes, yes. I've been cooking chicken soup the entire morning. Hu Zi's mother hurriedly said, Ruofei, you can eat too. I brought a lot. All right. Then I'll be in for a treat. Too. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Hu Zi's mother had already eaten at home and was just watching Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao eat. Xia Ruofei gobbled down a big bowl of rice and a big bowl of chicken soup. He wiped his mouth and said, I'm done eating. Auntie, your cooking skills are really amazing. It's too delicious. If you like it, then come home more often. Auntie can make it for you every day. Huer's mother said. Happily. Then I'll go there every day. As long as you don't find it annoying. I won tea, I won. Tea, I'm so happy. Why would I be annoyed? Lin Xiao was also munching on the chicken and mumbled, it is. You haven't been home for more than half a month, and my mom has been talking about you all day. Soon, Lin Xiao also finished her meal. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, Auntie, you and Xiao should rest. For a while. I'll be waiting for Xiao downstairs at 2:30. Huzi's mother could not help but ask, oh right, Ruofei, there's only one room left in this hotel. Where are you staying? Xia Ruofei smiled. And said, I'll make do with the afternoon nap in the car. I'll go back to the farm at night. Xiao. Exams start at 9:00, I have plenty of time. That's too much trouble, Huzi's mother said. Ruofei, why don't you go back directly? It's so close to the exam site, and it's only a few minutes. Walk. I'll just send Xiao there. Yes, brother Ruofei, you don't have to pick me up every day. Lin Xiao said. Xia Ruofei grinned. It's fine. It's just 2 days. Besides, I'm not tired. Then, Xia Ruofei said to Lin Xiao, Xiao have you forgotten? I still have to give you a super stimulant before every exam. How could I not come? Oh, right, Lin Xiao said. Ruofei, Xiao what's a super stimulant? Huzi's mother was confused. Mom, don't worry about it. It's a little secret between me and brother Ruofei. Lin Xiao said. With a smile. Xia Ruofei also smiled and said, Auntie, I was just joking with Xiao. It's actually nothing much. It's just some Chinese medicine that nourishes the mind and nourishes the brain. I concocted it myself and gave Xiao a can of it before every exam. It's good for her. Ruofei, you're really thoughtful. Huzi's mother said emotionally. Huzi's mother had never doubted Xia Ruofei's medical skills. He could even use Chinese medicine to cure uremia, so how hard would it be to prescribe him some Chinese medicine that could calm the nerves and nourish the brain? Hey! Xiao is my sister, if I don't care about her, who should I care about? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Auntie, all of you should have a good rest. I'll go down first. With that, Xia Ruofei waved at Lin Xiao and Huzi's mother and left the room. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei picked Lin Xiao up from the hotel lobby at 2:30 sharp and drove her to the exam venue. Before entering the examination hall, Xia Ruofei handed Lin Xiao a small half-filled jar of strengthened heart, nourishing soup. As usual, the afternoon exam was mathematics, which was originally Lin Xiao's weak subject. However, with the help of the enhanced version of the heart, nourishing soup, it seemed that Lin Xiao's thinking of solving the problems was particularly clear. Lin Xiao could solve several difficult big questions, which was impossible in the past mock exams. Therefore, Lin Xiao was both surprised and happy after the math exam. After Xia Ruofei sent Lin Xiao back to the hotel, he drove back to the farm. The next morning, he still brought the enhanced version of the heart, nourishing soup to pick up Lin Xiao. Today's exam was comprehensive liberal arts and foreign language. Lin Xiao's homework was good to begin with, and with the help of the enhanced version of the heart, nourishing soup, she performed exceptionally well. In the arts, the last foreign language test was in the afternoon. After Xia Ruofei sent Lin Xiao to the examination hall, he sat in a car nearby to rest like yesterday. He waited at the entrance when the examination was almost over. There were more than 10 minutes before the end of the exam. Xia Ruofei stood under the shade of a tree and fiddled with his phone, bored. Just then, 2 boys in number 8 high school's uniform walked out of the exam venue and passed by Xia Ruofei. They looked like 2 candidates who had handed in their papers early. There were not many people who handed in their papers in advance, so Xia Ruofei could not help but take a second look at them. The 2 boys were talking as they walked. Although Xia Ruofei didn't mean to eavesdrop, his hearing was better than ordinary people. He could hear their conversation clearly. After Xia Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but frown, and his face suddenly showed a trace of anger. Ruofei, you're really lucky this time. You're in the same exam hall as Lin Qiao, and you're sitting in front and behind her. Lin Qiao's English is so good. You should have no problem with English, right? The tall and thin boy said enviously. The other short and fat boy said hatefully, don't even mention it. I told her before the exam, but this brat didn't answer at all. During the exam, she even deliberately protected the paper tightly. I kicked the chair a few times, but she ignored me. Damn it, I almost got the invigilator to come. The tall and thin boy was surprised. No way? Such a personality? Didn't she transfer from the countryside? How dare he disobey you? Doesn't she know that your father is the deputy mayor? Humph. This brat doesn't know what's good for her. Ruofei snorted coldly. Xiao Ming, I'm going to teach her a lesson that will leave a deep impression on her. Teach her how to be a good person. Xiao Ming, the tall and thin boy, smiled and said, all right. Please allow me to mourn for that girl. It seems like young Master Shui is really angry. Nonsense. No one has ever dared to treat me like this before. Ruofei said, I'm considered a failure in English. I'll have to rely on my old man to get into college, and I'll definitely be scolded by him for the whole summer. Fuck. I'm so annoyed just thinking about it. Ruofei, I heard a rumor. Xiao Ming hesitated and said, this Lin Qiao might not be simple. I heard that when she transferred here, even the school leaders went to welcome her in person. Tisk. So what if I do? Ruofei snorted. In this Sanshan city, how big can his background be? I don't believe there's anyone I can't touch. I'm telling you, Xiao Ming, I'm definitely going to teach this stupid bitch a lesson. No one will be able to persuade me otherwise. All right. Xiao Ming shrugged. Xia Ruofei squinted his eyes and heard every single word of their conversation. These 2 boys were both from number 8 high school, and there weren't many students from number 8 high school assigned to Qingnan High School. It was unlikely that 2 people named Lin Qiao would be assigned to Ran Ran at the same time. The probability was too low, so it could be confirmed that the 2 of them were Qiaoer. Why were the kids so vicious these days? Xia Ruofei frowned and thought to himself. Just as he was about to catch up with Ruofei and give him a warning, the other candidates started to leave the exam venue. He immediately saw Lin Qiao in the front of the crowd. Hence, Xia Ruofei took a step back and looked deeply at Ruofei and Xiao Ming's back. Then, he walked toward Lin Qiao. Foreign language was the last subject. After taking this subject, it would mean that the hellish third-year life was finally over. All the candidates, regardless of whether they did well or not, felt a sense of relief from the bottom of their hearts. Their faces were filled with smiles. And their steps were much lighter. Basically, this summer vacation of the third year of high school was the most relaxing period of his life. Lin Xiao also saw Xia Ruofei from afar. A charming smile appeared on her pretty face. She waved at Xia Ruofei and shouted, "Brother Ruofei." The coldness on Xia Ruofei's face disappeared instantly. He smiled warmly and walked up to her. "Brother Ruofei. The exam is finally over." Lin Xiao held Xia Ruofei's arm and said, with a smile. Xia Ruofei was already used to such an intimate action. He urged him to say it a few times, but Lin Xiao still did it her own way, so he had no choice but to accept it. Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, "How is it? Don't you feel relieved?" "Yes, it is. I feel so relaxed," Lin Xiaojiao said. "How did you do?" Xia Ruofei asked, casually. "With your super stimulant, I have to go beyond my usual level," Lin Xiao said happily. "Brother Ruofei, I feel that I did very well this time. Every subject is much better than I expected. But that's just my own feeling. I don't know what the final result will be." Xia Ruofei smiled. "The question's answers will be out by tomorrow at the earliest. By then, you'll have a rough idea of what to do by comparing the answers." Lin Xiao nodded her head with anticipation. As they spoke, the two of them had already reached the Night 15 SUV that Xia Ruofei had parked by the side of the road. At noon, when he sent Lin Xiao out for the exam, Xia Ruofei had already checked out of the Kempinski hotel room. Huzi's mother had also returned home in advance to prepare dinner. Hence, after the two of them got in the car, Xia Ruofei drove directly to Lin Xiao's house. On the way, Xia Ruofei casually asked, "Xiao, you guys should have split up and assigned the exam grounds, right? Are there any students in the same exam hall as you?" "There are two people in the same exam hall as me, and the other one is sitting behind me," Lin Xiao said. Xia Ruofei squinted his eyes. He was pretty sure that the Lin Xiao that Xuefei was talking about was Xiao. "Did you guys help each other?" Xia Ruofei asked in a joking tone. Lin Xiao curled her lips and said, "Who would dare?" The invigilating of the college entrance examination was very strict, and there were surveillance cameras installed in the classroom. If they were caught cheating, their lives would be ruined. That classmate of mine even asked me to show my paper for him to copy before the exam, but I ignored him. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Xiao, you did the right thing." Lin Xiao giggled, "Brother Ruofei, let's not talk about these disappointing things. Now that the college entrance examination is over, I want to have some fun. I'm going to stay at the farm for a few days." "No problem." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I welcome you with both hands up. But you guys still need to estimate your scores and fill in your choices, right? Brother Ruofei, you're out of date." Lin Xiao said with a smile, "Nowadays, the results are released after the application. The college entrance examination results will only be released at the end of the month at the latest. I guess it will be early July when the application is completed. We'll be the ones estimating our own scores. The answers to the college entrance examination are all available online." "Understood," Xia Ruofei said. "So you're saying that you'll be free from today until the beginning of July?" "Correct." Lin Xiao said, "Brother Ruofei, I remember that you have an orchard on your farm, right? When will the fruits ripen? I want to go and play picking." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "No problem. The cherries should be ripe soon. And as for the lychees, It would be no later than the end of June. By then, you can eat as much as you want, and you can harvest and eat as you please. Lin Xiao showed an expectant look and agreed. Xia Ruofei casually asked, Xiao, your school and class should be organizing some group activities during this period of time, right? What's with the gathering? Xia Ruofei was worried that Ruofei was up to no good. That was why he was so concerned about Lin Xiao's schedule. As long as Lin Xiao didn't leave his sight, Ruofei would never succeed. Lin Xiao thought for a while and said, I guess we'll have a gathering with our classmates. After all, everyone wants to relax after the exam. Have you set the time? Xia Ruofei asked again. Lin Xiao looked at Xia Ruofei strangely and smiled. No, I didn't. The class committee members should be able to organize it. We have a WeChat group, so it's very easy to gather people. Then, Lin Xiao said with a smile, Brother Ruofei, why are you suddenly so concerned about my affairs? Don't tell me you're interested in one of the girls in our class? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, I don't even know where the door to your class is. How am I supposed to meet the girls in your class? Didn't you say you were going to stay at the farm? I have to find out more about your schedule so that I can make arrangements in advance. I'm fine. Chongping County isn't far from the city, so I'll just come back when we have a gathering. Lin Xiao said casually. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes. If that's the case, why don't you and Auntie go to the farm tomorrow? I have an optical fiber network there too, so it doesn't matter if you estimate your score or not. Good, good. Lin Xiao said, I haven't been to the farm for a long time. The last time Lin Xiao went to the farm was during the Chinese New Year. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The last semester of the third year of high school was particularly intense, so Lin Xiao didn't have time to come out and play. She spent almost every day in high-intensity revision. The two of them chatted and the car soon arrived at the Forestry Bureau's residence, where Hu Zi's mother had rented. After they got in the car, they went upstairs. Hu Zi's mother had already prepared dinner. When she saw the two of them coming back, she quickly came up to take Lin Xiao's bag and asked with concern, Xiao, how did you do? In the past 2 days, she was worried that she would bring pressure to Lin Xiao, so she didn't dare to ask about the exam. Today, the exam was finally over, and she couldn't wait to know how her daughter did. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Mom, don't worry. This time, he did very well. There shouldn't be a problem with the main points. Hu Zi's mother immediately let out a long sigh of relief and said, that's great. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Auntie, I've discussed it with Xiao on the way here. Now that her college entrance examination is over, you two might as well stay at my farm for a while. The environment there is good and the air is fresh. Hu Zi's mother had been taking care of Lin Xiao for the past year. She was a full-time study companion and didn't go out to work. She thought for a while and said, all right, then let's go and stay there for a while. When Xiao goes to university, I should go out and find something to do. Mom, you haven't fully recovered yet. Lin Xiao pouted and said, your most important task now is to take care of your body. Don't go out to work. I've been fine for a long time. Hu Zi's mother said, after you go to college, I'll be alone at home. If I don't find something to do, I'll be bored to death. Lin Xiao smiled and said, what? If I'm studying at Sanshan? I've been coming back every night to keep you company. I won't be so bored that I'm sick, right? Xiao, didn't you say you did well? Xia Ruofei asked, then shouldn't you apply to a better university? It's not like there aren't any good universities in the Three Mountains. Lin Xiao said, Sanshan University and Southeast Normal University both got 211. There were also a few 985 school. I think these schools are pretty good. They're not bad and they're close to home, Hu Zi's mother said, we'll talk about it after your results are out. Let's eat. Hu Zi's mother had specially prepared a sumptuous dinner. The three of them sat together happily, eating and chatting. The atmosphere was particularly harmonious. After the meal, Xia Ruofei chatted with the two of them for a while. On the living room sofa. Then, he stood up and said, Auntie, I'll go back first. I'll come and pick you up tomorrow morning. Hu Zi's mother said, Ruofei, don't run back and forth anymore. You might as well stay at our house tonight. You sleep in Qiao Er's room, I'll sleep with Qiao Er. Hearing that, Lin Xiao quickly said, yes, yes, yes. Brother Ruofei. Don't go. Accompany me to buy a computer tomorrow. I'll be able to use it to estimate and check my scores later. I can also bring him to the university directly after I go to college. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, okay, then I'll stay at your house tonight. Yay! Lin Xiao cheered. Qiao Er, I'll give you the money tomorrow, Hu Zi's mother said. You can't spend your brother Ruofei's money on the computer, okay? I know. Lin Xiao said. Xia Ruofei said, Auntie, you don't have to be so clear about it. It's no big deal. If I buy a computer for my sister, that won't do. Hu Zi's mother said, Ruofei, Auntie still has money. How? Can Qiao let you pay for her computer? Xia Ruofei smiled and did not say anything. Anyway, Hu Zi's mother was not going with them tomorrow. By then, he would be the one to decide how he wanted to buy it. Since he had decided not to go back, Xia Ruofei sat back on the sofa and chatted with Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao until it was past 9. He saw that Hu Zi's mother had a tired expression on her face, so he stood up and said, Auntie, I'm a little sleepy. You guys should rest early too. Alright, go take a shower then. Hu Zi's mother said, Ruofei, we don't have any pajamas that you can wear. Why? Don't I go out and buy you a set now? Auntie, there's no need to trouble yourself. I have some in my car. Xia Ruofei quickly said. With that, Xia Ruofei immediately opened the door and went downstairs. In fact, he had prepared some clothes in the spirit map space, including home clothes, pajamas, and so on. Going downstairs was just a way to hide. After sitting in the car for a while, Xia Ruofei took out a set of short-sleeved home clothes from the space and went upstairs with it. After the shower, Xia Ruofei went to Lin Xiao's room and said goodnight to the two of them. He then closed the door and prepared to rest. The young girl's boudoir was fragrant, and the bedsheets had just been changed by Hu Zi's mother, so there was still the smell of sunshine. Xia Ruofei lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Xiao dragged Xia Ruofei out to buy a computer after dinner. Hu Zi's mother gave Lin Xiao 5,000 yuan and reminded her not to spend Xia Ruofei's money. Lin Xiao naturally agreed. In fact, she didn't want Xia Ruofei to buy a computer for her. Lin Xiao was a simple and honest girl from the countryside. She simply liked to be with Xia Ruofei and enjoyed the feeling of being taken care of. She wasn't the kind of girl who would waste money. The two of them drove to the largest distribution center of electronic products in Sanshan City, Zuanligia. Electronic City. As soon as he walked through the gate of the electronic shopping center, a few people immediately surrounded him. They were holding flyers in their hands and were constantly trying to attract customers. "Boss, do you want a computer? Young man, if you want to buy a computer, come to our house. We're having a big promotion. We just got Apple smuggled machine. It's much cheaper than the store." Xia Ruofei tried his best to separate these people who were trying to attract customers. He took the escalator to some bigger and more formal shops on the second and third floor. The elevator went up slowly. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao were looking at the dazzling signs around them. At this moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a cold gaze on him. He couldn't help but turn his head and look in the direction of the gaze he felt. Xia Ruofei soon saw a short and chubby figure by the railing on the third floor. It was Ruofei, the boy he had seen at the gate of Qingnan High School the other day. There was a girl beside Ruofei. She was quite pretty, but her peach-shaped eyes made her look a little frivolous and foxy. She had put on heavy makeup at a young age, making her look very flirtatious. Obviously, Ruofei had already seen Lin Xiao and was staring at her with cold eyes. When Xia Ruofei turned his head to look, Ruofei was stunned for a moment. When his eyes met Xia Ruofei's, he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart and subconsciously looked away. Ruofei didn't expect to meet Lin Xiao at Lijia Electronics Mall. He didn't want to do anything to Lin Xiao in this crowded mall. In fact, he had already thought about how to teach Lin Xiao a lesson and was making arrangements. It wasn't the time yet. Hence, Ruofei quickly put his arm around the girl's waist and turned to leave without a word. Xia Ruofei looked deeply at Ruofei's back, then turned back with a normal expression. From Ruofei's gaze, Xia Ruofei could see the hatred this boy had for Lin Xiao and the viciousness that was beyond his 18 to 19-year-old age. This made Xia Ruofei even more vigilant. Soon, the elevator reached the second floor. Xia Ruofei said to Lin Xiao, "Xiaoer, sit here and wait for me. I'll go to the bathroom." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes. Brother Ruofei, hurry up." Xia Ruofei smiled and rubbed Lin Xiao's hair affectionately. "I know, don't run around. Otherwise, I won't be able to find you later. I'm not a child anymore." Lin Xiao glared at Xia Ruofei in dissatisfaction. "Go." Xia Ruofei then walked towards the washroom at the corner. Ruofei had already forgotten about his encounter with Lin Xiao. All he could think about was this girl. The girl's name was Wang Lina, and she was also a student of number 8 high school. She was the prettiest girl in the class, next to Ruofei's and Lin Xiao's. Ruofei had been pursuing Wang Lina for a long time, but Wang Lina had always kept her distance. She neither rejected Ruofei outright, nor did she get too close to him. Wang Lina was obviously a very scheming girl. She knew that the things that couldn't be obtained were the best, so she had always been a little reserved. Up until now, Ruofei could only hold her little hand and put his arm around her waist. When he wanted to take a step further, Wang Lina would cleverly avoid him. It gave him the feeling that he had the chance to win it immediately, but he just couldn't. Just like that, Ruofei spent a lot of money on Wang Lina. After the college entrance examination, Ruofei had secretly made up his mind to get Wang Lina in bed. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and decided to spend a fortune this time. He brought Wang Lina to the electronics mall and promised to buy her an Apple laptop. A new Apple laptop that cost more than 10,000 yuan was very attractive to a high school girl. Even Ruofei, the son of a government official, felt a little heartache when he spent more than 10,000 yuan in one go. However, Ruofei knew this very well. When he swiped his card to buy an Apple laptop without hesitation, Wang Lina's gaze on him changed. It was as tender as water. Ruofei took the opportunity to say that he had already booked a room at the nearby Wanhao Hotel and suggested that he rest for a while before going for lunch. Wang Lina also nodded shyly. Xiu had been playing hard to get for almost a semester now. Wang Lina knew that if she didn't agree now, this young master Xue might really fall out with her. Moreover, Ruofei was the son of the deputy mayor. There would be many benefits in the future if she got close to him. Wang Lina didn't reject this kind of thing at all, so she agreed to it after half, rejecting it. Ruofei was elated. He held Wang Lina's hand and walked towards the exit of the electronic city. The two of them had just walked out of the electronics mall when they were blocked by someone. Ruofei frowned and was about to scold her when he suddenly felt that the person in front of him looked familiar. Then, he immediately remembered that Jia was the person who was with Lin Qiao just now. It was Xia Ruofei. After he found an excuse to leave Lin Qiao's side, he quickly found Ruofei. Seeing Ruofei walking out of the electronic city, he directly took a shortcut and waited outside. Without waiting for Ruofei to speak, Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Lin Qiao is my sister. If you dare to lay a finger on her, I will make your life a living hell. I will leave you with an unforgettable lesson." Ruofei's eyes flickered as he said, "I don't understand what you're saying. Are you crazy? You're speaking incoherently." Xia Ruofei's lips twitched and he said, "Ruofei, don't play dumb with me. You know best what I'm talking about. I'm here today to give you a piece of advice and a reminder, so that you don't get into big trouble in a moment of rashness." Wang Lina, who was standing at the side, knew Ruofei's identity and background. Seeing this, she glanced at Xia Ruofei with her foxy eyes and said sweetly, "Brother Fei, is this guy crazy?" It's inexplicable. Before Wang Lina could finish her sentence, Xia Ruofei suddenly took a step forward and stretched out his right hand. Ruofei was shocked and subconsciously took a step back. Then, to his shock, he realized that the knife he had been carrying around his waist had unknowingly landed in Xia Ruofei's hands. "It must have been him coming up just now, but I didn't see his hand movements at all. What is this person doing?" Ruofei was shocked and scared. The knife was about 15 centimeters long and had a gorgeous scabbard on it. It was a gift from someone to his father, the deputy mayor, and he used it to show off. Recently, he often brought it with him, saying that it was for self-defense, but in fact, he did not have the courage to use the knife in a real fight. "What do you want to do?" Ruofei's voice was trembling. Wang Lina also showed a look of fear. What was the use of having a strong background? The ones who rushed were afraid of the dazed ones were afraid of the horizontal ones, and the horizontal ones were afraid of the ones who didn't want their lives. What if this guy was a desperado? Xia Ruofei looked at the knife in his hand with a smile and said, "What a good blade. It should be worth a lot of money, right?" After saying that, he put his hands together and squeezed the knife in his hands. Ruofei and Wang Lina couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. The gorgeous knife was like plasticine in Xia Ruofei's hand. He bent it effortlessly and then crumpled it into a ball. Ruofei was very clear that how could someone give his father a common product? This was an authentic dagger from the Enjisha family. Furthermore, it was personally forged by the master of Enjisha and was extremely hard. It could not cut through iron like mud, but when used to cut iron bars, iron chips would fly up, while the blade would never break or bend. Such a high-quality knife was needed like dough in Xia Ruofei's hands. This shocked Ruofei, and he was dumbfounded. At this moment, Xia Ruofei stopped what he was doing. A ball-shaped object appeared in his palm. He could no longer tell the scabbard, the blade, and the handle. Xia Ruofei smiled as he grabbed Ruofei's hand and placed the metal ball in his palm. The heat from the metal ball brought Ruofei back to his senses, and he looked at Xia Ruofei in horror. Xia Ruofei's display of power had far exceeded his imagination. Xia Ruofei continued to smile gently and said, "Ruofei, if Lin Xiao is hurt, you won't be any better off than this saber. Do you understand?" Xia Ruofei's tone was very kind, but to Ruofei, it sounded like a demon. He looked at Xia Ruofei in shock and couldn't help nodding. Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction. He patted Ruofei's shoulder and walked back to the electronics mall. Ruofei and Wang Lina stood rooted to the ground as they watched Xia Ruofei's back slowly disappear into the distance. After a long while, Wang Lina asked, "Brother Fei, who is this person?" "The Lin Xiao he was talking about. Isn't she the transfer student from your class? Do you have any grudges with her?" Ruofei was upset, but he didn't show any impatience since he hadn't slept with Wang Lina yet. He only said, "It's fine, Lina. You don't have to worry about this. Let's go. Let's go to the hotel." Wang Lina looked at Ruofei suspiciously. However, due to Ruofei's status, she did not dare to ask more. She obediently held Ruofei's arm and walked forward. Both of them had their own thoughts and soon arrived at the hotel. Ruofei's frightened heart gradually calmed down. At the same time, his heart began to burn with passion. He could finally pick the flower Wang Lina. What Ruofei did not expect was that after being scared by Xia Ruofei just now, his little brother actually became weak. Facing the naked Wang Lina, he was dejected and could not show his strength. In the end, Fei had no choice but to give up on his long-planned erotic plan. Facing Wang Lina's strange gaze, Fei felt extremely angry. Xia Ruofei's shadow was like a demon that followed him closely, making him tremble in fear. In the beginning, he didn't dare to have any evil thoughts about Lin Xiao as he was scared out of his wits. However, after he failed to break Wang Lina's home base after a long time in the hotel, Fei became even angrier. He even blamed Lin Xiao for the injury that Xia Ruofei had caused him. Fei said hatefully in his heart, "My plan is flawless, no one will be able to tell that I did it. When the time comes, that devil can't blame it on me, right? At most, I'll just hide at home this summer. No matter how awesome he is, he won't dare to find me in the city government's family residence." Xia Ruofei didn't know that his warning had turned Fei into Brother Wei. He didn't expect Fei to be so angry that he didn't even think about stopping. After he warned Fei, he ran up the stairs to meet Lin Xiao, who had been waiting for him. "Brother Ruofei, what took you so long? I thought you fell into the toilet." Lin Xiao giggled. Xia Ruofei saw Lin Xiao smile and couldn't help but say in his heart, "Huzi, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let any harm come to our sister. I'll cripple anyone who dares to touch Xia. Xia Ruofei's eyes flashed with a sharp light, but a warm smile soon appeared on his face. You've been waiting anxiously? Let's go. I'll take you to buy a computer. Lin Xiao held on to Xia Ruofei's arm. The two of them walked forward together. Soon, Xia Ruofei brought Lin Xiao into a big shop. Lin Xiao stopped and said, Brother Ruofei, this is an Apple store. That's right. Although this M-Nation company isn't a good company and their products are very expensive, the quality and performance are very good. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you'll need it for university. We'll pick the good ones. But, Lin Xiao said, this is too expensive. I don't have enough money. Silly girl. If I accompany you here, do you think I'll let you pay for it? Xia Ruofei said. That won't do. Lin Xiao quickly said, before we left, my mom repeatedly told me not to spend your money anymore. The general has disobeyed military orders. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Xiao, this is a graduation gift from Brother Ruofei. Can you bear to reject it? But, no buts. Xia Ruofei said, let's go in and take a look first. If you don't like it, you can go to another shop. It doesn't cost money to look at it. Okay, Lin Xiao reluctantly agreed. This was a shop authorized by Apple. The shop area was very large, and there were many display stands in the middle of the shop with mobile phones, tablets, laptops, and other peripheral devices for customers to try out. After all, Lin Xiao was still a high school girl. As soon as she entered the door, she was attracted by the dazzling array of exquisite products. A trace of love appeared in her eyes, and she quickly went to experience it. Lin Xiao was experiencing the entry-level MacBook Air, which was priced at a little more than 6,000 yuan. The metallic appearance, beautiful system interface, and smooth operating experience quickly made her unable to let go. Lin Xiao didn't hide her love for this model of computer. She couldn't help but hesitate. Qianxian's mother gave her 5,000 yuan before she left, which was definitely enough to buy an ordinary laptop. However, Apple laptops were usually more expensive, with the most expensive being more than 20,000 yuan. This model only cost a little more than 6,000 yuan. Why don't I borrow 1,000 yuan from Brother Ruofei? Lin Xiao couldn't help but have such a thought. Number 8 High School, where Lin Xiao was from, was a key class in the province. Many of the students were the children of leading cadres, and many of them used Apple phones and laptops. When Lin Xiao saw her classmates using Apple products, she would naturally be envious. However, she had been very sensible since she was young and never compared herself with her classmates, let alone beg her mother to buy one for her. Now that she had graduated from high school, did well in the college entrance examination, and was going to buy a computer for college, Lin Xiao was really tempted by this computer. Xia Ruofei noticed Lin Xiao's expression. He laughed and said, Xiao, there are a few more designs here. Come and try them on. Lin Xiao walked to Xia Ruofei's side and looked at the price tag first. It was the newly launched MacBook Pro. The 15.4-inch top-end version was priced at about 22,000 yuan. Looking at the price, Lin Xiao couldn't help but stick out her tongue and said, this is too expensive, it doesn't cost money to try. Xia Ruofei still said the same thing. Come and try. Lin Xiao couldn't resist the temptation and also tried it. The MacBook Pro was much better than the Air in terms of both configuration and performance. Moreover, the high-definition screen experience was obviously better than the Air. After trying it out for a while, Lin Xiao was actually reluctant to put it down. Xia Ruofei smiled and beckoned a shop assistant over. Do you have the MacBook Pro for this i7 processor in stock? I want to sell one. The shop assistant quickly said, yes, yes. Sir, please come this way. I'll pay for you immediately. Lin Xiao came back to her senses and quickly said, Brother Ruofei, this laptop is too expensive, I don't want it. I'll just buy the Air. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, since I bought it, I'll buy the best one. I'll get it done in one go. This arrangement is enough for you to use for 4 years. In college, in case you have to replace it later. But, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, it's settled. Then, as your brother, I'll give you a small gift. If you reject it, I'll be sad. Xia Ruofei then gestured to the shop assistant. The shop assistant immediately nodded and walked quickly to the cashier to get the bill. Seeing Xia Ruofei's determination, Lin Xiao didn't say anything more. She quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei and said softly, Brother Ruofei. Thank you. Silly girl. Xia Ruofei ruffled Lin Xiao's hair affectionately and took her hand to the cashier. The shop assistant had already brought out a new machine that had not been opened. He quickly opened the bill and said, Sir, please swipe your card here. If you buy our new MacBook Pro today, we'll give you a year's membership as a gift. This is your password card, please keep it. Xia Ruofei took the membership card and stuffed it into Lin Xiao's hand. He grinned and said, just nice, it'll be more convenient for you to watch dramas in the future. After Xia Ruofei paid with his card, he picked up the box containing the computer and was about to leave with Lin Xiao. Just then, the shop assistant who had been serving Xia Ruofei called out from behind, Sir, please wait. You have spent more than 20,000 yuan in our shop, so you can join our challenge. Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks and turned around with interest. Challenge event? How do we challenge him? The shop assistant made an inviting gesture and said, please follow me. The shop assistant brought Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao to the other side of the store. There was a basketball machine standing by the door. It was the kind of basketball machine that was usually found in shopping malls or game centers. The shop assistant said, Sir, our store has been doing a promotion recently. All customers who spend more than 20,000 yuan in one go can get a chance to challenge the basketball machine. You will get different rewards for passing different levels. If you get a high score, there will be more prizes. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao looked at each other and smiled. Oh? Then tell me the details. There was a sign next to the machine. The clerk pointed at the sign and said, Sir, the specific rules of the challenge are all here. You can take a look first. If there's anything you're not clear about, you can ask me at any time. Xia Ruofei nodded and looked at the sign. It turned out that this shooting machine had a total of 4 levels and 9 basketballs. The first level was 1 minute, and 40 points were needed to pass the level. The prize for passing the level was a mousepad. The time for the second level was 50 seconds. If you accumulated 150 points in both levels, you could pass. The prize for passing the level was an original Apple data cable. The third level would take 40 seconds. You would need to accumulate 250 points to pass the level. The prize for passing the level would be an original wired mouse for the MacBook. The time for the fourth level was 30 seconds. This was the last level, and the final accumulated score of 400 points would be awarded. The prize was the original Bluetooth wireless mouse of the MacBook. The value of these prizes ranged from tens of yuan to about 500 yuan. In addition, the prizes could not be stacked, and only the one with the highest value could be obtained. This was actually a marketing campaign. This kind of shooting machine was very common in shopping malls and game halls. Xia Ruofei had played with it before. Many people could play until the third or fourth round. It was not too difficult, so the prizes were not very high, and they had spent more than 20,000 yuan, so it was not a big deal to give away an original mouse that cost 300 to 500 yuan. Even if they did not play games, many times when they bought such an expensive computer, they would give away similar accessories. However, Xia Ruofei noticed that other than the above rewards, the shop had also set a record reward. After completing all 4 levels, if the total score exceeded 400 points, one would be able to obtain the reward for clearing the level. The prize was an original Bluetooth wireless mouse. If the total score exceeded 500 points, the prize would be upgraded to an iPod Nano, which was worth about 1,000 yuan. If the total score exceeded 600 points, the prize would be upgraded to an iPod Touch, which was worth about 1,500 points. Once the total score exceeded 700 points, the prize would be upgraded to an Apple smartwatch worth about 2,200 points. When the total score exceeded 800 points, the prize was upgraded to an iPad Pro worth about 5,000 yuan. The main reason why the prize was so valuable was that 800 points was actually very difficult to achieve. Many basketball players could only get 600 to 700 points at most. Although there were rumors on the internet that some amazing people could score more than 1,000 points, they were very few. The threshold of this challenge was very high. One had to spend more than 20,000 yuan in the store to have a chance. The probability of a shooting machine expert suddenly appearing among these consumers was too low. Therefore, the 700 to 800 points prize was actually more of a gimmick. Only a few people could really take it. In fact, the event had been going on for more than 10 days, and the most expensive prize in the store was an iPod Touch. There was simply no one who could get prizes of the 700 or 800 point level. And 800 points wasn't even the final grade. According to the sign, if the total score exceeded 900 points, one could get a 13.3-inch MacBook Pro worth 15,000 yuan. With a total score of more than 1,000 points, he would be able to win the ultimate prize, the Qingxuan Apple Series gift bag, which included a pair of Beats Studio head-mounted Bluetooth headphones worth 2,300 yuan, an Apple smartwatch worth 2,200 yuan, an iPhone 7 Plus worth 7,000 yuan, a top-end 12.9-inch iPad Pro worth 8,500 yuan, a 13.3-inch MacBook Pro worth 15,000 yuan, as well as Bluetooth mouse, Bluetooth keyboard, and other accessories. The total value was close to 40,000 yuan. Of course, this so-called ultimate prize was just a big cake drawn by the merchants. It was only theoretically possible to exceed 1,000 points. Although there were legends on the internet that there were great people who could score more than 1,000 points in shooting, there were probably only a few in the world who could reach this level. Therefore, this was just a big gimmick for the merchants to promote their sales. The shop assistant watched as Xia Ruofei carefully studied the grand prize of 1,000 points and couldn't help but find it funny. However, Xia Ruofei was a customer who spent more than 20,000 yuan in the shop, so he couldn't rush him. He just stood aside and waited patiently. After Xia Ruofei finished reading, he asked, "Can I start the challenge now?" "Please wait." The shop assistant said, "Please give me your shopping receipt." Xia Ruofei took out the receipt and passed it to the shop assistant. The shop assistant took out a small seal and stamped it on the receipt, indicating that this receipt had already experienced the basketball machine challenge. "Sir, once you're ready, you can challenge me at any time." Xia Ruofei nodded and said to Lin Xiao, "Xiaoer, how about I win you a big apple gift bag?" Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Okay." "Brother Ruofei, wait a moment. I'm going to record the entire process of your challenge." Then, Lin Xiao immediately took out her phone and switched the camera program to video mode. Then, she said, "We can start now." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He placed the laptop box aside and gestured to the shop assistant. The staff immediately came over and operated the machine. The machine began by inserting coins, but this wasn't a game hall, so the staff just had to adjust the machine's parameters to start. The shooting machine started to play music, and the first round was shown on the screen. Then, a 5-second countdown began. Some passing customers, as well as customers in the Apple Store, saw someone challenging the shooting machine and gathered around. Soon, the 5-second countdown ended, and the board on the machine was raised. 9 basketballs rolled down, and a 60-second countdown appeared on the board. This was the time for the first round. Xia Ruofei immediately picked up a basketball and threw it without looking at it. With a whoosh, the basketball went into the net, and he got 2 points. At the same time as the first ball was thrown, Xia Ruofei's other hand had already grabbed the second ball. Without any hesitation, he threw it with one hand. He had also entered the frame with an empty mind, and had a total of 4 points. Next, Xia Ruofei shot from the left and right. The interval between each shot was extremely short, and each shot accurately hit the empty space. The sound of the basketball entering the basket rang out, and the points displayed on the basketball machine rose rapidly, quickly reaching 180 points. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Xia Ruofei's shooting posture and the basketball flying towards the basket like a rapid-fire cannon. Some people realized that Xia Ruofei had not missed a single shot so far. Every shot was hollow, and it was pleasing to the eye. The shop assistant was also a little dumbfounded. He had encountered an expert. Could this guy really break 800 points? Wouldn't that be equivalent to giving away an iPad Pro? As for the 1,000-point mark, the shop assistant didn't even think about it because it was an impossible task. Soon, the time entered the 20-second countdown. At this time, the score for each shot became 3 points. Xia Ruofei continued to shoot with both hands and hit the bullseye without any mistakes. His score rose even faster. If not for the fact that there were only 9 balls and it took time for the balls to roll down after entering the net, Xia Ruofei could have shot even faster. Soon, the first minute of the first level passed. The board slowly rose and the basketball was left above. In the end, the fixed score on the shooting machine showed a staggering 323 points. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Many people might not even get this score after 4 rounds, but Xia Ruofei had achieved it in 1 round. This score had already exceeded the third round's score. This meant that even if Xia Ruofei did not vote, he would be able to enter the fourth round smoothly. It would be easy for him to get the reward. When they heard that there was a shooting machine expert, many people came over and the number of onlookers was increasing. The shop assistant saw that the situation was not good and quickly ran into the store to call out the store manager and the others. The manager's face turned green when he saw the score for the first round on the machine. This was the first time he had seen someone so good at shooting machines. Could this person be the legendary master of the shooting machine? Was he here to win the prize on purpose? However, the manager quickly dismissed the idea. He had noticed that Xia Ruofei was about to leave after buying the things, but the staff stopped him and told him about the challenge. This meant that before Xia Ruofei bought the laptop, he did not know about the shooting machine challenge. Moreover, even if Xia Ruofei was an expert who had come to win the prize on purpose, the shop owner could only pinch his nose and admit it. He had spent more than 20,000 yuan to participate in the shooting challenge. It was completely in line with the rules. Lin Qiao watched the video and was also very excited. She couldn't help but shout, "Brother Ruofei, good luck! Good luck!" Xia Ruofei smiled and turned to look at Lin Qiao. After the first level ended, there was another 5-second countdown, and then the second level would immediately begin. Soon, the countdown ended, and the second stage began. This round lasted for 50 seconds. Due to Xia Ruofei's fast shooting speed, all 9 basketballs were left on the board. Xia Ruofei waited for the ball to roll down before he shot out. Like lightning, he picked up the ball with one hand and threw it out without even looking. The difficulty of the second level had already increased. The basket would move left and right. However, Xia Ruofei's basketball seemed to have eyes. He accurately predicted the movement of the basket and still went into the net with a whoosh. After the ball was thrown, Xia Ruofei's other hand had already grabbed the second ball and threw it out at a high speed. Hollow frame. What followed was a performance like a machine gun. The basketball kept flying into the basket and kept going in. It looked pleasing to the eye. This works too? The onlookers couldn't help but gasp. The basket had already started to move left and right, but Xia Ruofei still did not need to look at the frame. He still maintained his high shooting speed and 100% accuracy. The score was rising rapidly. Was this guy even human? All the onlookers couldn't help but have such a thought. The store manager and staff looked even more serious. It seemed like they were really going to bleed today. Lin Qiao was the only one who was trying her best to keep the phone steady while cheering for Xia Ruofei. Entering the last 20-second countdown, the score became 3 points per shot, and the speed of the score increase was even faster. At the end of the second round, the total score had reached a shocking 568 points. It had only been 2 levels, but he had already cleared all the levels in advance. He had far exceeded the 400 points awarded for clearing the levels and even exceeded the 500 points awarded for the iPad Nano. Everyone couldn't help but think that he might really be able to exceed 1,000 points. However, the manager consoled himself. The last 2 levels only had 70 seconds in total. According to his field goal percentage and shooting speed, it should not be a problem to score 800 or 900 points. However, the possibility of him scoring more than 1,000 points was too low. Just as everyone was having their own thoughts, the countdown to the third stage ended, and the stage officially opened. There were only 40 seconds for this level. Xia Ruofei activated the rapid fire mode again. Everyone felt that Xia Ruofei's shooting speed seemed to have increased, especially in the last 20 seconds of the 3-minute mode. Xia Ruofei's shooting speed was obviously much faster. And so far, he had maintained a 100% hit rate, which could be called a miracle. By the end of the third round, his total score had reached a terrifying 791 points. Everyone did a quick calculation. Although the third round took 10 seconds less than the second round, Xia Ruofei's score was not much different from the second round. Doesn't this guy get tired? His arms actually didn't feel sore after throwing so many rounds? How was it possible to maintain such a fast speed and hit rate? This was simply too terrifying. There was no doubt that he would score more than 800 points, which meant that the iPad Pro, which was worth more than 5,000 yuan, was basically in his hands. Moreover, with Xia Ruofei's stability, it would not be difficult for him to score more than 900 points. In that case, the 13.3-inch MacBook Pro, which was worth 15,000 yuan, seemed to be in his pocket. The only problem now was whether he could break through the legendary 1,000-point mark and get the Big Apple gift bag that would make people drool. Xia Ruofei also heard the discussion behind him and could not help but smile. 1,000 points? It sounded quite difficult. The last level was 30 seconds, and one had to score more than 209 points. However, Xia Ruofei had already promised Lin Xiao that he would win her an Apple gift bag. How could he go back on his word? The onlookers were amazed by Xia Ruofei's abnormal hit rate. In fact, Xia Ruofei knew very well that with the help of spiritual power, the basketballs were like precise, guided missiles, and it was difficult to miss them. As for the physical problems caused by continuously shooting from both sides at high speed, it was non-existent for Xia Ruofei. After undergoing the transformation of the body tempering soup and the petal solution of the spirit heart flower, Xia Ruofei's current body could not be judged by common sense. Even if he continued to shoot from both sides at high speed for an hour, he would not feel tired. The fourth level's countdown was still 5 seconds. That little bit of time passed by quickly. The board was raised, and the basketball scrambled to roll down. Xia Ruofei did not wait for the ball to roll to the end. He reached out his arm to grab a basketball and threw it without looking at it. When the basketball flew above the basket, the countdown had just ended. It was the 30-second countdown for the fourth round. With a whoosh, the basketball entered the hoop right before the countdown, not even wasting half a second. 793 points. Xia Ruofei's crazy performance was on stage again. The basketballs formed a line one after another, and all of them entered the net, without exception. The score was rising rapidly. 10 seconds later, it was the last 20 seconds of the challenge, and the score became 3 points again. The score rose even faster. 8828858888. No one could see the score clearly because it would be refreshed very quickly. In the last 10 seconds, the score displayed on the shooting machine finally broke through the 900 mark. This was already a record that was beyond imagination. Everyone couldn't help but start the countdown. 9 seconds, 918 minutes. 8 seconds. 927 minutes. 7 seconds. Everyone's heart was in their mouth, and the store staff were also slightly relieved. It seemed that it would be a little difficult to break through 1,000 points. However, in the last few seconds, Xia Ruofei's hand speed increased again and the speed of his score rising increased sharply. 2 seconds, 972 points. 1 second. 996 points. Just as the countdown was about to reach 0 seconds, Xia Ruofei grabbed a basketball with both hands and threw it out almost at the same time with a slight time difference. Shwa. Shwa. 2 hollow sounds were heard. At this moment, the time had jumped to 0. And the score displayed on it was 1002 points. The crowd of onlookers immediately burst into an uproar, and then everyone couldn't help but clap. Lin Xiao was so happy that she almost jumped up. She ended the recording after a close-up of the score and then screamed as she pounced on Xia Ruofei. "Brother Ruofei! You're amazing!" Lin Xiao hugged Xia Ruofei and laughed. 1002 points. It's a super record. When the crowd saw a beautiful girl hugging Xia Ruofei, they started to cheer and some even whistled. Lin Xiao blushed and quickly let go of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was sweating after he rolled 4 levels. Lin Xiao quickly took out a tissue and handed it to Xia Ruofei. "Thank you." Xia Ruofei took the tissue and wiped his sweat. Then, he looked at the store assistant. "Excuse me. My challenge of 1000 points should be considered a success, right?" Xia Ruofei asked with a faint smile. The shop assistant was dumbfounded at the unbelievable score. When he heard Xia Ruofei's words, he came back to his senses and subconsciously looked at the store manager. The store manager thought for a moment and immediately said with a smile, "Of course. Sir, congratulations on your success in the highest difficulty. You will receive a big gift bag of Apple products from us." The surrounding crowd let out waves of envious exclamations. They had also seen the rules on the sign. They knew that if they scored more than 1000 points, they would be able to get almost all of the top-class electronic products in the Apple series, which were worth nearly 40,000 yuan. This was really enviable. The manager was a little worried at first. But when Xia Ruofei really scored more than 1000 points, he thought it through. This promotion was originally an event approved by the headquarters, and the prizes were also estimated. He or the store did not need to bear the cost. Since someone had gotten more than 1000 points with their own ability, they would just give out the prizes normally. Moreover, this in itself was a very big gimmick. It was simply a shot in the arm for this promotion, and it would definitely stimulate the customer's desire to spend. Xia Ruofei smiled and said to Lin Xiao, "Xiaoer, I didn't fail you. Now, all the electronic products you need for college are here. You don't have to buy them anymore." Lin Xiao smiled and gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up. The store manager invited Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao to return to the store. The store manager personally led Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao to the rest area at the corner of the store and asked them to sit down. He also ordered the staff to bring tea and snacks. "Please wait for a moment, we need some time to prepare the prizes," he said. The manager smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, we didn't expect anyone to break through the 1000-point mark, so we didn't prepare the big gift package. But don't worry, our staff has already gone to the warehouse behind to transfer the goods according to the promised prize on the poster. It will be ready very soon." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "It's okay, we're not in a hurry." At this moment, the store manager turned to Lin Xiao and asked, "This student, I noticed that when your companion shot the ball just now, you seem to have recorded the entire process, right?" "Yeah." Lin Xiao nodded. What's wrong? It's like this, the manager quickly said, can you give us a copy of your video? We want to use it to make a promotional video for this promotion. After all, you guys won the ultimate prize. Well, Lin Xiao couldn't make up her mind. She looked at Xia Ruofei. After the store manager observed his expression, he quickly said, of course, we won't take your video for free. As a token of our gratitude, I can make the decision to gift you the latest 128G iPad Mini 4. This iPad Mini 4 cost about 300 to 400 yuan. Xia Ruofei didn't really care about the money. He thought for a while and said to Lin Xiao, Xiao, let me see the recording first. Lin Xiao immediately took out her phone and showed Xia Ruofei the video that she had just recorded. Xia Ruofei watched it carefully. Lin Xiao was standing behind him. The focus of the video was on the shooting machine, and he was only captured from the back. His face was not shown the whole time. Although Lin Xiao had shouted, Brother Ruofei, you can do it. In the video, people who were not familiar with her would not think of Xia Ruofei. As for those who were very familiar with him, such as Ling Qingxue, they would be able to recognize him just by looking at his back. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and felt that it was not a big deal to give this video to the store. It should not cause him any trouble. Moreover, as the chairman of the Paradise Corporation, as the company continued to grow and grow in the future, he would inevitably step up to the front stage and gain more and more fame. This was not something he could control. Therefore, he didn't need to keep a low profile on purpose. Xia Ruofei said, I can give you the video. However, don't take any photos when you receive the award. I don't want my face to become your publicity material. The store manager showed a difficult expression. Sir, can we discuss this again? Why don't we invite the student to receive the award? Xia Ruofei was stunned. He looked at Lin Xiao and asked, Xiao, can you go and receive the award? Lin Xiao smiled and said, sure. If Brother Fei doesn't want to show his face in public, I don't mind. Hence, Xia Ruofei said to the store manager, all right then. Let Xiao go and receive the award, but you guys won't use the little girl's portrait for nothing, right? The store manager couldn't help but smile bitterly. He pondered for a while before saying, Sir, why don't we give you an original Apple external optical drive for free? If I were to purchase it separately, it would cost around 600 yuan. This is already the maximum authority I can give. The manager wasn't lying. The iPad Mini 4 that he had promised to give out was actually the maximum he could give. However, breaking the 1,000-point record and winning the ultimate prize was indeed a hot topic. It would definitely be a great help to the promotion. That was why he had gritted his teeth and sent out an external optical drive. Under the circumstances where he had a legitimate reason, it should not be a big problem to report it later. Xia Ruofei naturally did not mind. He smiled and nodded. All right then. We'll do as you say. At this moment, a shop assistant came over to report that the big gift bag's prize had been prepared. The store manager immediately ordered the staff to prepare a brand new 128G iPad Mini 4 and an original external optical drive. Then, he invited Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao to receive the award. The place to receive the prize was in front of the cashier. The staff had even placed the promotional posters on both sides. There were more than 10 big gift bags with boxes of all sizes stacked together. It was a very visually impactful sight. Since Xia Ruofei didn't show up, Lin Xiao walked up to the store manager and took the generous prize from him. Then, she took a photo with the store manager in front of the poster. After the photos were taken, Xia Ruofei went up and took the boxes of different sizes from Lin Xiao. Although Xia Ruofei did not open up all the prizes, he still carefully looked at the poster of Qin Zhuan's event. The prizes were basically all top-tier models, so he still had to check them. After Xia Ruofei verified the video, the manager walked over with the iPad Mini 4 and the original external optical drive. After handing the extra prize to Xia Ruofei, the manager took Lin Xiao's mobile phone as if he had obtained a treasure. He went to the cashier to connect the data cable to the computer and copied the video. The two of them left the electronics mall with a bunch of prizes in their hands. After returning to the Night 15 SUV, Lin Xiao looked at the mountain of prizes in the back seat and said with a smile, "Brother Ruofei, I can't believe it. This is like a dream." Xia Ruofei laughed. "I promised you that I'll win this big gift bag. You have to keep your word. Brother Ruofei, you're the best," Lin Xiao said. In fact, a prize of 40,000 to 50,000 yuan was nothing in Xia Ruofei's eyes. But to make Lin Xiao so happy, it was something that money couldn't buy. Xia Ruofei started the car and drove away from the parking space. At this moment, Lin Xiao revealed a worried expression and said, "Brother Ruofei, if we bring so many Apple electronics back, my mom will definitely scold me again." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Isn't that simple? Anyway, there's a 13.3-inch MacBook Pro in the prize money. The 15-inch MacBook Pro I bought for the girl is a bit too big, so the 13-inch one is just right for you. In this way, I bought the computer myself and gave you the prize I won in the event without spending a single cent. Auntie won't say anything to you, right? That makes sense." Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. "Brother Ruofei, you're so smart." Then, she hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Ruofei, you won all the prizes. Are you really giving them all to me? Why don't you keep it for yourself?" Lin Xiao was an honest village girl. Although the prizes were free, their value was obvious. Subconsciously, she felt that it was inappropriate for Xia Ruofei to give her such an expensive gift. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Silly girl, what are you thinking? I don't need those things, so I'll give them to you. Besides, what's wrong with a brother giving his sister a gift? Besides, I haven't even spent a single cent on these." "But, you don't have to say, but," Xia Ruofei said, "I'm going to get angry if you keep rejecting me." "Okay, Lin." Xiao smiled at Xia Ruofei. "Thank you, Brother Ruofei." The two of them quickly returned to the rental house in the Forestry Bureau's family courtyard. Hu Zi's mother had already prepared a simple luggage, and everyone quickly went downstairs. After they got into the car, Hu Zi's mother saw the pile of prizes in the back seat. Although she didn't know the exact value, she knew that things like apples were very expensive, so she couldn't help but blame Lin Xiao for being insensible. Xia Ruofei quickly explained the reason that he had prepared. Hu Zi's mother was still a little skeptical. Lin Xiao showed her the video of Xia Ruofei shooting the basketball in front of the store and dispelled her suspicion. However, Hu Zi's mother couldn't help but say a few words about Xia Ruofei giving all these valuable prizes to Lin Xiao. Xia Ruofei said that these things were used by the students and he didn't have any use for them. It would be a waste to bring them home, so he gave them to Lin Xiao. Only. Then did Huzi's mother stop asking. Soon, Xia Ruofei drove out of the city and returned to Taoyuan farm. Xia Ruofei was the only one living in the small villa now. The guest room on the first floor had been vacated, so when they got home, Xia Ruofei found a clean bed sheet from the cabinet and quickly prepared a room for the two of them. After putting the luggage away, Lin Xiao didn't even bother to study the pile of Apple electronics. She pestered Xia Ruofei and said, "Brother Ruofei, the fruits on your farm are ripe, right? Can you take me to go and have some fun picking? I haven't really paid much attention to the orchard recently." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Wait a moment. I'll make a call and ask." Xia Ruofei would only go to the water tower every few months to add some of the spirit heart flower petal solution. He had left the specific management of the orchard to Chow Tai Shu, so he was not sure if the lychees and cherries in the orchard had ripened. But Chow Tai Shu definitely knew. Hence, Xia Ruofei took out his phone and dialed Chow Tai Shu's number. "Boss." Chow Tai Shu quickly picked up the phone. Xia Ruofei asked, "Old Chow, how's the situation with the fruit trees on our farm? Looking at the time, it should be about to ripen, right? Boss, you haven't been on the farm these past few days. I was just about to report to you." Chow Tai Shu quickly said. "The cherries and lychees have ripened, so it's best to pick them in the next few days." "Is that so?" Xia Ruofei was slightly surprised. "I remember that our species of lychees ripens around July. Right?" Xia Ruofei had brought in late, ripened cherries, which ripened in early June. The lychees would ripen later. "We also find it strange," Chow Tai Shu said. "The lychees are growing especially well this year. They bear fruits earlier than usual, and they're much bigger than normal lychees." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and guessed the reason. Lychees grew in the southeast and were the most suitable for the water and soil here. With the help of the spirit heart flower petal solution, it was not surprising that they matured a month earlier than normal. The cherries were imported from the north, so they were definitely not adapted to the climate and environment in the south. Under the nourishment of the spirit heart flower petal solution, the favorable and unfavorable conditions were basically offset, so they matured on time. The cherries would probably ripen even earlier next year. After a year of growing, these cherry trees would definitely be more and more adapted to the environment in the south. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "There's nothing strange about it. The lychee seedlings I bought are improved breeds. Since the fruit trees have ripened, let's go to the orchard to have a look." "Alright, I'll head over now," Chow Tai Shu said. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei smiled at Lin Xiao and said, "Xiaoer, you're quite lucky. The fruits here have ripened. Yay. Let's go." Lin Xiao cheered. Xia Ruofei then said to Huzi's mother, "Auntie, shall we go and take a look together?" Huzi's mother smiled and said, "I won't be joining in the fun. You young people can go. I'll prepare lunch for you." Xia Ruofei didn't insist and said, "Alright, thank you for your hard work, Auntie. The ingredients are all in the refrigerator. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll go to the county supermarket to buy it." It's fine. You guys go ahead," Huzi's mother said with a smile. Xia Ruofei left the house with Lin Xiao and drove the pickup truck straight to the orchard. On the way, Xia Ruofei gave it some thought and called Feng Jing, asking her to go to the orchard as well. Very quickly, the pickup truck drove along. The flat cement road on the farm to the orchard. Chow Tai-shu and Feng Rao had walked over, so they had not arrived yet. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao got off the car and walked up the mountain. Along the way, he saw fruit trees on both sides of the road. On this side, there were only lychee trees. The heavy clusters of lychees bent the branches of the fruit trees. These red lychees looked particularly delicate and beautiful under the embellishment of the emerald green leaves, making people drool with desire. Lin Xiao's eyes couldn't help but light up when she saw it. She couldn't help but want to go and pick it. Xia Ruofei laughed, "Greedy cat. Don't be in such a hurry. We'll talk about it when old Chow and the others come. We don't have any tools. Are you going to use your hands?" Lin Xiao stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. The two of them strolled around the mountains for a while, admiring the beautiful scenery of the fruit orchard. Soon, Chow Tai-shu and Feng Rao arrived one after another. The attentive Chow Tai-shu even brought a wicker basket and a pair of large scissors for picking lychees. "Chairman, I haven't been to the orchard in a long time. I didn't expect the lychees to be fully ripe," Feng Rao said with a smile. Xia Ruofei laughed and replied, "It's not just lychees. The cherries over there are already ripe. Old Chow has brought the tools. Let's try the lychees that are produced on this farm." Xia Ruofei continued. I'll do it. Lin Xiao quickly said. Feng Rao looked at Lin Xiao and then at Xia Ruofei. "Chairman, this is, oh. I forgot to introduce her to you. This is my younger sister, Lin Xiao. She just finished her college entrance examination and she's going to stay at our farm for a while." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Xiao, this is the general manager of our Paradise Corporation, Feng Jing." "Hello, Sister Feng Rao," Lin Xiao said with a smile. Feng Rao also showed a gentle smile and said, "Hello. Little Sister Lin Xiao is so beautiful. It seems like our chairman's family has good genes. Sister Feng Rao, you're the pretty one." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "But you're wrong. I'm not related to Brother Ruofei by blood, so I'm not related to his family's genes at all." Xia Ruofei explained, "Xiao is one of my comrades. She's also the younger sister of my sworn brother. Although we're not related by blood, she's like my biological sister in my heart." A trace of disappointment flashed through Lin Xiao's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Feng Rao saw this, and looked at Xia Ruofei thoughtfully with a half-smile, but she did not say anything. Lin Xiao couldn't wait to pick the lychees. Chow Tai-shu quickly said, "We still have to wait a little longer." After he finished speaking, Chow Tai-shu moved a ladder and placed it on a nearby lychee tree. Then, he used a pair of scissors to cut some leaves and placed them at the bottom of the basket. Then, he came down and handed the scissors to Lin Xiao. "These lychees are very precious. You need to put something in the basket. Otherwise, they'll rot easily after being rubbed." Lin Xiao took the scissors and climbed up the ladder nimbly. Xia Ruofei quickly went over to help hold the ladder and said, "Xiao, slow down, don't fall." "I'm fine," Lin Xiao said with a smile. The whole tree was filled with clusters of ripe red lychees. Lin Xiao quickly picked up one cluster and cut it off with a pair of scissors. "Brother Ruofei, catch it," Lin Xiao said. Xia Ruofei reached out to take the heavy bunch of lychees and put them into the basket by his feet. Lin Xiao picked the lychees very quickly because she could get any lychees on this tree. The rate of bearing fruits on these lychees was also ridiculously high, almost twice as high as that of ordinary lychees. This amount of yield surprised Chow Tai-shu, but he still had a trace of worry in his heart. He had lived in the village for decades and was very clear that the soil and water in this mountainous area were not very good. He heard that there was a problem with the pH of the soil. In the past, some people had contracted it to plant fruit trees, but the fruits were all sour and astringent, and could not be swallowed at all. These lychees, as well as the cherry trees on the other side of the mountain, bore fruits that were big and red. They looked extremely good, but Chow Tai-shu had no idea how they would taste. He was worried that these were all embroidered pillows, bright on the outside, but in reality, they tasted extremely bad. Then the fruit trees on this mountain, the initial investment would be wasted. However, Lin Xiao didn't think so much. She was happily picking lychees with a pair of scissors. Very quickly, the small wicker basket that Chow Tai-shu brought was filled to the brim, and the lychees on this lychee tree did not seem to be lacking in any way. Xia Ruofei raised his head and shouted, "Xiao, it's almost done. It can't fit anymore." Lin Xiao then got down from the tree, feeling unsatisfied. This basket of lychees was bright red and exuded a natural fruity fragrance, which made people hungry just by looking at it. Xia Ruofei smiled and called Chow Tai-shu and Feng Rao over. He said, "Everyone, have a taste." This was personally picked by Xiao Xia Ruofei said as he plucked the lychees and passed them to everyone. Chow Tai-shu took the lychee and uneasily peeled off the outer skin, revealing the rich, round, white, and flawless flesh. At the same time, the fragrance of the fruit suddenly became stronger. He sniffed, gritted his teeth, and put the lychee into his mouth. With a light bite, a sweet fruit juice immediately filled his entire mouth. This soft, fragrant, and sweet texture immediately made Chow Tai-shu's spirit jolt. He could not help but chew a few more times, before spitting out a very small fruit core. After eating this one, Chow Tai-shu couldn't help but peel open the skin of the second lychee. Feng Rao and Lin Xiao had also tasted the fresh lychees, and their eyes lit up. "It's so delicious. It was fragrant and sweet. And there's so much juice," Lin Xiao mumbled as she ate. Feng Jing couldn't help but praise, "Chairman, the quality of these lychees is so high. I think it's even better than the lychees sold in the premium fruit supermarket." Chow Tai-shu was also very excited. "Boss, these lychees are so delicious. I've never had such delicious lychees before." As someone from the southeast province, Chow Tai-shu had eaten many lychees before. However, the lychees produced by Taoyuan Farm gave him a completely different feeling. The natural and fresh fruit fragrance made him feel relaxed and happy. On the other side, Lin Xiao kept eating lychees and couldn't stop. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but say, "Xiao, don't eat so much. This thing can get on fire. Aren't you afraid of getting pimples?" Lin Xiao gobbled up the food and said, "I don't care if I have pimples, but I can't let down good food." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "There'll be cherries later. Aren't you going to save some of your stomach?" Lin Xiao's hand that was about to reach lychee retracted. She said, "That makes sense. Brother Ruofei, let's go pick some cherries. Go. Let's go see how cherry looks," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The group walked along the path. of the orchard and headed to the other side of the mountain. Along the way, there were many fruitful lychee trees. On both sides, the red lychees and the green leaves complemented each other, and it was a beautiful scene. Ciao Taishu carried the ladder, while Xia Ruofei personally carried the small wicker basket. There was half a basket of lychees in the basket, but Xia Ruofei carried them with one hand as if they were nothing. Soon, everyone arrived at the cherry garden. It's so beautiful, Lin Xiao couldn't help praising. What came into view were rows and rows of cherry trees. These cherry trees were filled with purple, red cherries. The lychee's skin was rough and had small pieces of shards, like a turtle's carapace, so the visual effect was not as shocking as the cherry. The cherries on this side were crystal clear, like rubies in the green sea. The cherry fruits here were especially large, much larger than ordinary cherries. They were almost the size of a ping-pong ball. The sight of the fruits hanging from the tree was visually impactful. Having tasted the top-grade lychees, Chao Taishu was now more confident in these cherries. He jogged over and set up a ladder on the trunk of a cherry tree. In fact, the cherries drooped down, so they could be picked even if they were standing on the ground. However, it was obviously more convenient to pick them with a ladder. Lin Xiao climbed up the ladder with the big scissors without any warning. The cherries weren't like the lychees, which had a large cluster. Normally, one could pick 2 or 3 with one cut. However, Lin Xiao was very fast. The whole tree was full of ripe cherries, which were purple, red in color. There was basically no need to pick, so the small basket was filled up very quickly. Of course, the lower half was filled with lychees and about half a basket of cherries. Xia Ruofei called Lin Xiao down and took the cherries to the tap by the roadside. After washing them, he invited everyone to taste them. Xia Ruofei also picked up a big cherry and put it in his mouth. The fresh red and tender fruit was full of juice. Xia Ruofei took a light bite and the sweet juice immediately filled his mouth. This breed of cherry was moderately soft and hard. After absorbing the spirit heart flower petal solution in the irrigation water all year round, this cherry was full of rich fruit fragrance. The texture was very delicate and had a fresh taste, making people want to eat it again. Even Xia Ruofei couldn't help but eat a few. Lin Xiao and Feng Rao couldn't help but eat 4 or 5 in a row. They couldn't stop eating as if they had eaten stride gum. Chao Taishu was also eating with great relish. However, he was also a little restrained in front of his boss. After eating a few, he was too embarrassed to take more. Delicious. It's so delicious, Lin Xiao said, brother Ruofei, these cherries are so sweet. And it's very flavorful. The fruit fragrance is very rich. Feng Rao couldn't help but praise, the taste is also very special. It's sweet and delicious. It's much more delicious than the cherry in the United States or the red embroidered ball in Japan. What do you think of this batch of fruits from our orchard? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Do you still need to say that? One word, awesome. Lin Xiao gave him a thumbs up. Boss, I've always been worried that the soil in this orchard isn't good, Chao Taishu also said. The fruits we grow can't be eaten. I didn't expect these cherries and lychees to be so delicious. It's really unexpected. It's the same as our company's, Feng Jing said with a smile. As always, we only produce quality products. Okay. Then what we need to do next is to sell these high quality fruits for the price they deserve. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I'll assign the work now. Everyone found a shade and sat on the ground. They enjoyed the delicious lychees and cherries while listening to Xia Ruofei's instructions. Xia Ruofei said in an orderly manner, first of all, I'll personally be in charge of the sales of the fruits. I'll contact some of my previous partners. It shouldn't be a problem for all these fruits to be sold out. Chairman, I just made an estimation. Each of our lychee trees can produce about 400 to 500 caddies. The total output is estimated to be over 100,000 caddies. The yield of each cherry tree was estimated to be about 200 caddies, so the total yield was at least 40,000 caddies. Can we really sell all these fruits at once? The yield was shocking. A normal fruit tree would take at least 3 to 4 years to produce a large yield, but these trees had only been planted for about a year. Although Xia Ruofei had bought the bigger saplings, the growth of these trees was far beyond that of the average fruit tree. Thus, when the cherry and lychee trees bore fruit in April and May, Chow Tai-shu was also shocked. Not only did these fruit trees grow extremely fast, but they would also bear fruits on a large scale in the second year. This was far beyond Chow Tai-shu's knowledge. Chow Tai-shu was an old farmer, and his estimated yield was about the same as Feng Rao's. This was considered a high yield even among fruit trees that were 4 or 5 years old. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Don't worry. I'm afraid that the production is too little and not enough for them to share. The Hengfeng group of the Ma family of Hong Kong had already begun to diversify their operations. They were involved in the high-end fresh fruit industry and had many chain stores in China, Hong Kong, Macau, and Southeast Asia, specializing in high-quality fresh fruits. If Ma Xiong knew that Xia Ruofei's Paradise Farm had such high-quality lychees and cherries, he would definitely buy all of them and not share any with anyone else. On the other hand, the winery had established very close cooperation with many of the country's large chain merchants. Moreover, due to the popular sales and production control of Drunken Eight Immortal, it was basically those large chain merchants who were trying to curry favor with the winery. Hence, as long as Xia Ruofei moved his lips, those super merchants would definitely fight to reserve the best fruit sales spot for Paradise Corporation. In addition, long-term partners such as the West River Moon Club and Ling Ji Restaurant also welcomed this high-end fruit. Therefore, although the output seemed high, if it was split up and given to these partners, it might even be stretched out. However, these fruit trees were still in the growing stage, and the output should continue to rise in the next few years. Especially the lychee tree, which had a lot of room for growth. There were many places in the south that had giant lychee trees that were hundreds or even thousands of years old. The output of a single tree could reach thousands of caddies. Seeing Xia Ruofei's confidence, Feng Jing didn't say anything else. She knew Xia Ruofei well and knew that this young chairman wouldn't do anything he wasn't confident in. Xia Ruofei continued, Chief Feng, you're mainly in charge of the packaging design and production of the fruits. Just like before, find a company to design a relatively high-end exterior packaging. Our Paradise Corporation's logo must be very eye-catching. Sure, no problem. Leave it to me. Feng Jing nodded. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, let's call them Paradise Brand Premium Organic Lychees and Paradise Brand Premium Organic Cherries. Although it's a bit hard to say, it's not a big problem. Feng Jing laughed. I'll get the designer to do a good job on it. Xia Ruofei looked at Chow Tai-shu and said, Old Chow, You'll be in charge of the harvesting work. Once I've contacted the sales department and President Feng has settled the packaging problem, we'll immediately start harvesting the fruits. All right, boss. Chow Tai-shu grinned. Xia Ruofei said, now, we can also make some preparations in advance, including tools and personnel. The farm might not have enough manpower, so we can temporarily hire some villagers to help. I know. Don't worry, boss. Chow Tai-shu said. Feng Jing added, Old Chow, these fruits are all of high quality, so we must be careful when we harvest them. We can't cause any damage. It's best if we come up with a set of standards and conduct simple training for the workers before harvest. We must emphasize that everyone is well received. Xia Ruofei said, yes, yes, yes. This is also very important. President Feng, I think you should send someone to understand the harvesting and packaging process of high-quality fruits on the internet. And help Old Chow to come up with a set of standards. Yes, Chairman. Feng Ke said. Chow Tai-shu was an uncouth fellow. When he first heard that he had to set the standards, he immediately felt like scratching his head. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei immediately sent someone to help him, and his worries turned into joy. At this moment, Lin Xiao spat out a cherry pit and asked, Brother Ruofei, what should I do? Xia Ruofei smiled and touched Lin Xiao's nose. You just be responsible for eating. As long as you're not afraid of getting angry, you can have as many lychees as you want. I'll have enough of cherry too. Brother Ruofei, you look down on me. Lin Xiao pouted. Feng Rao smiled and said, Sister Lin Xiao, the chairman doesn't think highly of you, but I do. Since you have nothing to do during the summer break, why don't you work with me on the fruit packaging design? I'll just treat it as an early exposure to society and an early internship. Good, good. Lin Xiao said happily. The workload in high school was heavy, and she had no time to deal with other things. After the college entrance examination, Lin Xiao's pressure was greatly reduced, and everything was fresh to her. Boss Feng Xiao just finished her college entrance examination. She still has to estimate her score and fill in her university application soon, Xia Ruofei said. Lin Xiao immediately said, I'll be able to estimate my scores in 2 days after the answers are out. This won't take too long. I'll have to fill in the application form next month. It won't affect my internship with Sister Feng Jing at all. Feng Rao smiled and said, Chairman, since little sister Lin Xiao is so interested, you can let her go with me. I'll have free labor. That's right, I won't charge you. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Xia Ruofei could only smile bitterly and said, all right. Xiao, you're not allowed to add to President Feng's troubles. The mission this time is very tight. I know. You're even more naggy than my mom. Lin Xiao stuck out her tongue and said. Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao affectionately and shook his head with a bitter smile. Everyone stood up. Xia Ruofei put the lychees and cherries in a bag and prepared to bring them back for Hu Zi's mother to try. Then, he ordered Chow Tai-shu to pick more fruits for the company's employees and workers to try. This was the first batch of fruits produced by the farm, and it could be considered an employee benefit. Chow Tai-shu immediately followed Xia Ruofei's instructions and started picking the fruits with his tools. Xia Ruofei, Feng Rao, and Lin Xiao started to walk down the mountain. Oh right, Chairman, how are you going to price these fruits? Feng Jing suddenly asked. Xia Ruofei thought for a while. Since we're going for the high-quality products, the price can't be too affordable. It has to be of a higher grade. This was also Xia Ruofei's strategy. In the future, other than the heart-nourishing soup, the products of Paradise Corporation would all be high-end and premium products. The price would definitely be much higher than similar products on the market. On the one hand, the quality of the products was clear, so it was very reasonable to sell them at a higher price. On the other hand, this could also give the audience an established impression that as long as the products of Paradise Corporation were produced, they would definitely be high-end products. As long as this impression was formed, Xia Ruofei would have achieved his goal. Lin Xiao smiled. Brother Ruofei, you look like a money grubber now. You don't even need to put on makeup to play the role of a profiteer. What are you saying? Xia Ruofei said angrily. If I'm a money grubber, then you're a little money grubber. Who asked you to be my sister? Chairman's strategy is correct, Feng Jing said with a smile. Besides, the quality of our fruits is so high. If we sell them at the market price, we're going against ourselves. Boss Feng, you're a smart person. Xia Ruofei gave him a thumbs up, thought for a moment, and said, 100 yuan per kilogram of lychees and 300 yuan per kilogram of cherries. We'll set the price for now. Director Feng, if you have time, you can learn about the market situation this year and make adjustments if necessary. All right. Feng Rao said calmly. Lin Xiao was shocked by the price of the Qingqing cherries. They were very expensive, and it was normal for the wholesale price to be 100 or 200 yuan per kilogram in the initial market. The quality of the peaches from Taoyuan Farm was obviously much higher than other cherries on the market, so 300 yuan per kilogram was nothing. However, wasn't it too much to sell lychees at 100 per kilogram? In the south, in the years of high yield, unsaleable lychees were only 2 or 3 yuan per kilogram. Even the normal price was about 21 to 31 kilograms. Xia Ruofei had actually set a unit price of 100 yuan? Who would be stupid enough to buy your expensive lychees? In contrast, Feng Jing was very calm. This was because the Paradise Company's pricing had always been like this. It was 5 to 10 times higher than the normal products on the market, but the supply still didn't meet the demand. It was the same for the Paradise vegetables and the tin keyed bucket. Feng Jing was already used to it. However, when it came to the specific operations of the company, Lin Xiao knew what to do. Although she was shocked, she didn't interrupt. Soon, the three of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. Xia Ruofei first drove Feng Jing back to the general office building in the pickup truck, then returned to the villa with Lin Xiao. They had spent a lot of time picking and deploying the troops in the orchard, so Hu Zi's mother had already prepared lunch. Seeing the two of them return, Hu Zi's mother quickly called them over for dinner. Xia Ruofei placed the bag of fruits on the table and smiled. Auntie, try the fruits that we produce on our farm first. It's almost time for dinner, let's talk after dinner, Hu Zi's mother said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Auntie, fruits are healthy only if you eat them before meals. Nowadays, many big hotels provide fruit before the meal for banquets. Lin Xiao also said, yeah. Mom, just have a taste. Let me tell you. Ruofei Ji's fruits are really delicious. You ate a lot in the orchard, didn't you? Asked Hu Zi's mother. Don't be unable to eat later. Lin Xiao stuck out her tongue mischievously and laughed in embarrassment. However, under the persuasion of the two, Huzi's mother still took a few lychees and cherries to try. These lychees are so sweet. Huzi's mother looked surprised. The cherries are delicious too. Ruofei, I didn't expect that your farm could grow such good fruits. Lin Xiao said, of course. Brother Ruofei was really domineering. He said something like Paradise's products are definitely of the highest quality, and these lychees were going to be sold for 100 yuan per kilogram. Cherries are going to be sold for 300 yuan per kilogram. Huzi's mother was shocked and quickly said, so expensive. Then let's not waste the good stuff, we should sell them. Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao with blame and said, Auntie, don't listen to Lin Xiao's nonsense. It's one thing how much they sell for, but these fruits are our family's property. Besides, the total output of the two fruits was more than 100,000 catties. It's fine to eat as much as you want. Auntie, Xia Ruofei said, you should eat more cherries. It's easy to get heaty if you eat too many lychees. Under Xia Ruofei's persuasion, Huzi's mother ate a few more cherries. Then, she said that she would not eat any more and started to serve rice for everyone. After lunch, Lin Xiao went back to her room to study the pile of apple electronics. Huzi's mother also went back to her room to rest. Xia Ruofei went back to his bedroom and took out his phone to contact the sales market for fruits. The first person he contacted was Ma Jiming, who was far away in Hong Kong. After the call was connected, Ma Jiming said with great enthusiasm, nice to meet you. Xia Sheng. Mr. M.A., how are you? Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The two of them exchanged some pleasantries before Xia Ruofei cut to the chase. Mr. M.A., it's like this. Our farm's harvest this year is good, mainly lychees and cherries. The quality is quite high. I would like to ask if Hengfeng Group is interested? Of course there is. Ma Jiming quickly said, Shashing, Hengfeng Group will buy all the production you have. Ma Jiming didn't hesitate to cooperate with Xia Ruofei at all. On one hand, he had a high degree of trust in the products of Tao Yuan Company. The Hengfeng Group was now the biggest partner of Tao Yuan Vegetables. The quality of Tao Yuan Vegetables had long conquered the MA family. How could the fruits produced by a company that could make vegetables close to art be bad? On the other hand, Ma Jiming wanted to repay Xia Ruofei's kindness. Not only did Xia Ruofei save Ma Xiong's life, but he also successfully cured his precious daughter, Huan's autism. Ma Jiming was always grateful to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei chuckled. I'm afraid I can't take care of everything. We have quite a few business partners. Now, we have to leave some for the others. Of course, Xia Ruofei was doing this out of consideration for the brand strategy. Only by entering a large commercial company could he spread the reputation of Paradise Corporation more widely. After all, Hengfeng Group was a high-end company and had a narrow audience. Hence, Xia Ruofei had to leave some fruits for the major commercial channels no matter what. That works too. In any case, leave as much as you can for us. Ma Jiming said with a smile, Shashing, we've been friends for a long time. The cooperation with Taoyuan Vegetables has always been very pleasant. No problem. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. M.A. If you're free in the next 2 days, I suggest you come to our farm for an inspection. Besides, Huan should be on summer break, right? Bring her along. I already promised her that I'd bring her to pick the Fruits when they ripen. If I miss the picking season, she'll definitely blame me for breaking my promise. Ma Jiming muttered to himself for a while and then said, no problem. I'll take a look at my recent work schedule and try to find time to bring Huan back to the mainland tomorrow or the day after. All right then. Xia Ruofei said, then let's talk in detail when we meet. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei called the sales manager of the winery, Li Jing, and told him about the situation. He asked him to contact the people in charge of the various commercial channels. It would be best if he could form a small inspection team and get the people in charge of the fruit counters through the commercial channels to come to the farm for an inspection. Li Jing knew that Xia Ruofei was the major shareholder of the winery and was also the future son-in-law of Ling Xiaotian. He naturally agreed to Xia Ruofei's instructions and promised to carry them out immediately. In fact, Li Jing was very popular as a sales manager now. It was all the commercial channels who begged him to give them more quotas, so it was easy for him to coordinate Xia Ruofei's work. In the end, Xia Ruofei called President Xing from the Moon Club in the West River and his future father-in-law, Ling Xiaotian. The two of them were very interested in the fruits of Taoyuan farm. The vegetables of Taoyuan had already brought them a lot of surprises, so they were full of confidence in the fruits of Taoyuan. They would naturally not refuse a business that would only make them a sure profit. Just like that, Xia Ruofei settled the sales problem of the fruits with a few phone calls. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei took a nap and got up at 3 o'clock. He entered the spirit map space to take a look at Xia Qing's progress in opening the herb garden. With the help of a divine tool like an agricultural excavator, and the unique environment in the spirit map space, Xia Qing's work efficiency was greatly improved. In order to save time, Xia Qing had placed the work of growing the seedlings at the Archean realm where time flowed 30 times faster. Now, the dozens of herb gardens had been planted with Chinese medicine. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the spirit map space could produce large amounts of high-quality Chinese medicine. When it was past 4 o'clock, Xia Ruofei washed up and went downstairs. When they reached the stairs, Xia Ruofei saw Lin Xiao walking out of the room with a brand new Apple laptop. Lin Xiao raised her head and saw Xia Ruofei. She quickly said, "Brother Ruofei, the college entrance exam's answer is out." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei quickly walked down the stairs and asked anxiously, "Have you already estimated the score?" "I haven't. I came out to tell you as soon as I saw the answers on the website," Lin Xiao said. "Then what are we waiting for? Quick, calculate how many points you can get," Xia Ruofei said impatiently. Xia Ruofei had always been concerned about Lin Xiao's college entrance examination. Before Lin Xiao transferred to another school, she was also a student who ranked above average in the county #1 middle school. It was not a big problem for her to pass the second-tier university. After being transferred to the provincial top school, Sanshan No. 8 High School, Lin Xiao studied very hard in the liberal arts class. In addition, the software and hardware conditions in the class were very good, so her grades improved significantly. In the last mock exam, Lin Xiao had already passed the Tier 1 exam by 20 to 30 points. Xia Ruofei had even prepared an enhanced version of nourishing soup for Lin Xiao for the college entrance examination. Xia Ruofei was also looking forward to her final results. The two of them went to the living room and sat down on the sofa. Lin Xiao crossed her legs and placed the laptop on her lap. She began to estimate the scores based on the answers published on the internet. Nowadays, the college entrance examination scores were announced first before filling in the application form. Therefore, the management of the examination hall was not particularly strict when it came to the phenomenon of the examinees recording their answers and bringing them out. Many people would record the objective questions' answers on an eraser or a transparent pencil case and bring them out of the examination hall. Lin Xiao was no exception. After she came back, she had already copied her answers on a piece of paper. Now, he only needed to look at the answers published on the internet and he could quickly estimate his approximate score. First, it was Chinese. Lin Xiao quickly matched the answers and then estimated the average score for the essay. The final score was 123. Xia Ruofei's spirits were lifted. This was a good start. He had read online yesterday that the college entrance examination this year was more difficult than last year, especially the comprehensive test of language and liberal arts. Even in previous years, getting more than 120 out of 150 points was already a very good result. What a good start. Xia Ruofei said happily, "Xiaoer, let's take a look at math." Lin Xiao's pretty face was red due to nervousness and excitement. There were no subjective questions in mathematics, so it was faster to estimate the score and the results were more accurate. Soon, Lin Xiao finished matching the answers. She could get about 130 points in mathematics. Another high score. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be excited and urged Lin Xiao to continue with the answers for the other two subjects. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao's scores for the 4 subjects of the college entrance examination were estimated. In addition to 123 points for Chinese and 130 points for mathematics, she was actually able to get about 140 points for English, which she was best at. Excluding the elements of the composition, the objective question was basically close to full marks. His comprehensive liberal arts score was also quite good, estimated to be around 210 points. Adding up the 4 subjects, the total score reached 603 points. And this was under the conservative estimation of the Chinese and English essay scores. The actual score might be even higher. That's great. Xia Ruofei happily slapped his thigh and said, "Xiaoer, you've definitely exceeded your usual level." Lin Xiao was so excited that her face turned red. She said, "I felt pretty good after the exam, but I didn't expect it to be this good. According to the results of the mock exam, I can only get around 550 points at most." Brother Ruofei, it must be the work of your stimulant. After yesterday's college entrance examination, the examinees generally said that this year's difficulty was much higher than last year's. Some experts estimated that this year's college entrance examination cut-off point might be lower than last year's by a few dozen points. Last year, she scored 547 points in the first-tier university for the liberal arts. If she could get more than 550 points this year, she would be at least 30 to 40 points above the first-tier university's cut-off point. If she could get more than 600 points, she would definitely be able to surpass the cut-off point for many famous universities. Lin Xiao knew very well what this result meant. Everyone in her classmates' WeChat group was wailing and complaining about how difficult the college entrance examination was this year. The only reason she knew that the answers to the college entrance examination had been announced was because someone in the group had posted their estimated score. This student's grades were usually the same as Lin Xiao's, but this time, he only got around 560 points. This meant that she had definitely exceeded her level this time. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but think, if the effect of his company's heart, nourishing soup was discovered, would it be out of stock before the college entrance examination from now on? Of course, Xia Ruofei also knew that it was almost impossible for this to happen. This was because Xia Ruofei provided Lin Xiao with a heart, nourishing soup that was hand-made and even added the petal solution of the spirit heart flower without considering the cost. On the other hand, the heart, nourishing soup that was sold in the end was mass-produced and diluted to a certain extent. The effect of the soup was definitely not as obvious as Lin Xiao's super stimulant. "Xiaoer, you have to quickly tell Auntie this good news," Xia Ruofei said excitedly. "Where is she?" "My mom always takes a nap in the afternoon," Lin Xiao said, "but he's about to wake up. We have to prepare dinner." As the two of them were talking, Huzi's mother had already pushed the door open and walked out. "What are you guys talking about? That made you so happy?" Huzi's mother smiled and asked. "I can hear your laughter from the room." Xia Ruofei stood up and said happily, "Auntie, this is great news. The college entrance exams answers have already been announced. We've just calculated the scores, and Xiaoer's performance exceeded her usual standards. Her total score is over 600 points. Huzi's mother's eyes widened, and she revealed an excited expression. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Really? How can it be fake?" Lin Xiao said proudly, "Brother Ruofei estimated the score with me. If the essay's score is higher, it might exceed 610, or even 620. Her daughter was taking the college entrance examination this year, so Huzi's mother knew a lot about the situation of the college entrance examination, so she naturally knew what this score meant. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, she said excitedly, "That's great. Xiaoer, it must be the blessing of your father and brother in heaven." As she spoke, Huzi's mother's eyes were already filled with tears. Although Lin Xiao wanted to say that it was all thanks to Xia Ruofei's super stimulating agent, she couldn't be so untimely. She looked at Xia Ruofei and smiled, letting Huzi's mother vent her emotions. After Huzi's mother had calmed down a little, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Auntie, you don't have to worry anymore. I heard that this year's college entrance examination is much more difficult than the previous years, and the cut-off point might be lower than last year's by a few dozen points. Although it's a little difficult for Xiaoer to get into Tsinghua or Peking University with her results, she should be able to easily choose from most of the famous universities." Huzi's mother nodded heavily and said, don't worry, Auntie. Make a few more dishes tonight." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I happen to have a few bottles of good white wine. Let's have some tonight and celebrate with Xiaoer." Xia Ruofei was reminded of the bottle of Ceylon wine he had bought in Australia. This wine was very unique. The taste of the newly brewed wine was not very good, but as it aged, the taste of Ceylon would get better and better. This wine was very famous and was called Hunter Valley's Commanding Ray. After this batch of Ceylon was transported back to the country, Xia Ruofei had been storing it in the spirit map space. According to the outside world's time, it had been more than 10 years. The spirit map space had an environment rich in spiritual energy. Xia Ruofei was also looking forward to the amazing taste of this batch of Ceylon wine. Huer's mother laughed and said, Good. I'll go prepare dinner now." Huzi's mother went to the kitchen happily while Lin Xiao was still chatting with her classmates in the WeChat group. She listened to Xia Ruofei's suggestion and didn't disclose her estimated score. The score was too eye-catching. Under the circumstances where everyone's performance was average, it was easy to attract hatred. Xia Ruofei saw that there was nothing for him to do at home, so he took lightning out and strolled around the farm. The farm expansion project had entered the final stage. Xia Ruofei took a tour of the construction site, and when it was almost time for dinner, she returned to the small villa with lightning. Huzi's mother had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. Yesterday, after the two of them had moved into Taoyuan farm, Xia Ruofei had taken out a lot of vegetables and fruits from his interspace. There were also big carps, chubs, and so on. They were all in the refrigerator, so there was a lot of food with such good ingredients. Huzi's mother's cooking skills were fully displayed. The table of dishes looked, smelled, and tasted great. Xia Ruofei went upstairs and took out 2 bottles of semelon from the medium. Then, he came back down. The 3 of them sat around happily. Xia Ruofei opened a bottle of semelon with a bottle opener and poured some wine for Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao. Then, he poured himself a glass. Xia Ruofei raised his cup and said, "Auntie, Xiao to celebrate Xiao's outstanding performance in the college entrance examination, let's have a drink together. I also wish that Xiao can be admitted to an ideal university." Good, good, good. Huer's mother laughed happily. Cheers. Lin Xiao also said happily. Everyone clinked their glasses and took a big gulp of white wine. Xia Ruofei realized that the aroma of this semelon wine was very strong and the taste was clear. It was quite comfortable in the mouth. After savoring it carefully, he could feel the fragrance of lemon sauce, toast, vanilla, honey, and other rich layers. It could be said that the texture was smooth and mellow, with a long aftertaste. Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. When he visited West Winery in Australia, he had tasted a 15-year-old semelon and a newly brewed wine. At that time, he felt that the contrast was quite strong. This time, the semelon that he had stored in his storage space gave Xia Ruofei a huge surprise. He felt that the semelon that day was much better than the 15-year-old wine he had tasted in Australia, be it in terms of taste or fragrance. Not only did the spirit map space give them the taste of semelon time, but it also allowed them to bathe in an environment rich with reiki all year round, causing the wine in the bottle to undergo a pleasant change. Ruofei, this wine is quite good. Huzi's mother said, it's a little like the fruit wine we made in the past. It's not choking at all. Lin Xiao also said, Brother Ruofei, this wine smells so special. It's really good. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, drink more if you like it. The alcohol content isn't high. By the way, I still have a lot of this wine. In the future, Auntie can drink 1 or 2 glasses a day. Drinking in appropriate amount of wine is good for soothing the muscles and promoting blood circulation, and it also improves beauty. Huzi's mother smiled and nodded. All right. It's fine to drink a little less. Brother Ruofei, I want to drink too. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao with affection and said, okay, I'll put a box with you first, and you can drink a little every day. But don't drink too much. Don't blame me if you become a little drunk cat, don't look down on me, I can hold my liquor. Lin Xiao said. Nonsense. Huzi's mother laughed and scolded, why would a girl drink? You're right, Auntie. Xia Ruofei also said seriously, Xiao, It's okay to drink a little at home. It's best not to drink outside. Girls need to have self-protection awareness. Once Xia Ruofei became serious, Lin Xiao didn't dare to joke anymore. She nodded obediently and said, "Brother Ruofei, I know. I won't drink when I go out." Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's right. Come, let's eat something. Have a good taste of Auntie's cooking. Eat more." Huzi's mother chuckled and said, "This fish head is not bad. Ruofei, try it." Huzi's mother gave Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao a lot of food, and the three of them had a great meal. The next day, Li Jing, the sales manager of Dingfeng Winery, rented a coaster car and brought some regional managers, store managers, and fruit area managers to Taoyuan Farm to inspect the fruits. Li Jing didn't dare to ignore the instructions of the major shareholder of the winery and the group's son-in-law. He had made many calls yesterday and contacted all the business partners he could contact. He quickly organized an inspection team like today's. Xia Ruofei personally brought the executives of the super commercial channel to visit the orchard. The appearance of the peach and lychee made everyone secretly nod in approval. After personally tasting them, everyone was full of praise. If such top-grade fruits were placed on the shelves, it would definitely improve the quality of his supermarket. Therefore, after tasting the Taoyuan fruit, these people in charge of the super merchants took the initiative to cooperate with Taoyuan Farm to sell the premium organic fruits. The Southeast Region manager of Walmart was the most anxious. He said directly, "President Xia, we'll buy all the fruit your company produces this year. You can set the price. And I can promise on behalf of the general manager of the Huaxia region that all the Walmart supermarkets in Huaxia will provide you with the best sales, including the 13 Sam's Club stores in the country." Walmart's offer was very attractive. Although President Chen was the general manager of the Southeast region, he was also very influential in the entire Huaxia region, so he directly promised to give Walmart the best sales position for paradise fruit in the country. In particular, the Sam's Club was a warehouse-style shopping club under Walmart that specialized in serving its members. It had a large number of high-quality member customers, and the spending power of these members was higher than that of ordinary customers. If Paradise Fruit could enter 13 Sam's member stores in the country, the benefits of the promotion of the Paradise brand would be obvious. As soon as President Chen spoke, the representatives of some other super commercial channels also couldn't hold back. Whether it was the representatives of Hualien, Yonghui, Carrefour, or Xinhua, they all spoke one after another and promised to give a series of preferential conditions to Taoyuan fruit in order to fight for a little more quota. Feng Jing, who had come with Xia Ruofei, was also dumbfounded when she saw the situation. Although she had no doubts about Xia Ruofei's ability to expand sales, these sales representatives were fighting to cooperate with Paradise Corporation as soon as they came up. Feng Jing did not dare to imagine such a situation. Of course, this was partly due to the high quality of the peach blossom fruit. On the other hand, it was also due to the popularity of the drunken Eight Immortals wine. Everyone wanted to express their goodwill to Dingfeng Winery through this method. The executives of these super commercial channels were very well informed. They knew very well that Taoyuan Company was actually a shareholder of Dingfeng Winery, and they held a lot of shares. Moreover, Taoyuan fruit itself had such high quality, so they naturally fought to cooperate. Xia Ruofei felt that the situation was getting out of control, so he quickly stood up and said, everyone, Please be patient. After Xia Ruofei stood up, the people in charge of the super, commercial channels gradually quieted down. Xia Ruofei then continued, everyone, you've all inspected our orchard today and tasted our Taoyuan premium organic fruits. As for the quota, we're not sure yet. We're all old friends, and I have other business partners who are interested in working with us. It's not good to favor one over the other, right? The people in charge of the super, commercial channels all nodded. Walmart's President Chen said, President Xia, as for the specifics of the cooperation, you can come up with a constitution. We'll do our best to cooperate. That's right, President Xia, just say the word. The Southeast District Manager of the Yonghui supermarket chain also said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, what do you think? After everyone goes back, as long as you have the intention to cooperate, you can contact Manager Li of Dingfeng Winery. Of course, we also hope that everyone can clearly state the preferential conditions that you can provide to Taoyuan Company when the two sides cooperate. We'll work out a quota as soon as possible according to everyone's needs and try to satisfy everyone, okay? These people in charge of the super, commercial channels also knew that it was unrealistic to ask the Paradise Company to promise them a quota of how many kilograms today. They must consider the preferential conditions offered by the various channels. When the quality of a product reached a certain level, the balance between the distributors and the product provider would be reversed. Therefore, even though they knew that Xia Ruofei was just waiting for the right price, they could only accept it. Who asked him to have too high quality products, the drunken eight immortals wine and the Taoyuan premium organic fruits in his hands? What's more, Taoyuan vegetables' reputation was gradually growing. These super, commercial channel heads were all thinking of introducing Taoyuan vegetables, this killer weapon, into their respective supermarket stores. As if he had heard the thoughts of the people in charge, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, as you can see, when you enter the door, our farm is undergoing expansion and transformation. We have built 18 vegetable greenhouses and professional cold storages. After the expansion is completed, our production capacity will reach 3 to 4 times the current production capacity. So I believe that in the near future, we should have great opportunities for cooperation in the sales of Taoyuan vegetables. The eyes of the people in charge of the super, commercial channels lit up when they heard this. The dissatisfaction that a few of them had disappeared and they started to chat with Xia Ruofei enthusiastically. Xia Ruofei also communicated with them with ease. Xia Ruofei welcomed the representatives of the super, commercial channels warmly. After visiting the orchard, he brought them to visit the construction site and some of the vegetable greenhouses. Other than the pomfret's cultivation workshop, which was not suitable for so many people, he brought them to visit most of the farm. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei invited them to a meal at the staff canteen. The ingredients were naturally the Taoyuan vegetables from the greenhouse and the space carp, chubs, and so on that Xia Ruofei had contributed. Xia Ruofei even took out a few bottles of drunken eight immortals wine and Semelon white wine. Everyone enjoyed the meal and was full of praise for the Taoyuan vegetables and the 2 wines provided today. After tasting it personally, the representatives of these super commercial channels were even more eager to become the agent of peach garden vegetables. They all enthusiastically chatted with Xia Ruofei. There were also people who were very interested in the Semelon wine and offered to sell it to Xia Ruofei. However, there were only 30 boxes of Semelon, and Xia Ruofei kept them for himself or for his friends and elders. Although Xia Ruofei could buy a large amount of them from Australia through Liang Qichao and store them in the realm for 3 to 4 months before selling them, it was more troublesome to import them from overseas. Besides, Xia Ruofei did not care about the profit. With the spirit map space, there were many ways to make money, so there was really no need to do so. Hence, Xia Ruofei directly rejected the other party's request for cooperation. After a satisfying meal, Li Jing left the farm with the team. After personally sending off the Toyota coaster at the entrance of the mixed-use complex, Feng Jing looked at Xia Ruofei deeply and asked, "Chairman, these super-commercial channels are all rushing to cooperate with us. Do you have any plans for the quota of fruit?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's see how it goes. I've already asked Old Chow to bring a few experienced workers to the orchard to make a relatively accurate estimate and see how much we can produce." Feng Jing nodded and said, "Chairman, after seeing today's situation, I finally understand why you were so confident about sales yesterday." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "This is nothing. There will be more business partners coming over for inspection in the next 2 days. I have already contacted Hong Kong's Hengfeng Group. Their fruit boutique store is a global chain. If we enter Hengfeng's fruit boutique store, the effect will be more obvious for our Paradise Corporation to expand our brand influence among the high-end crowd." Feng Rao's mouth was wide open in shock. Hengfeng Group? The Hengfeng Group in Hong Kong? Is there a second Hengfeng Group in Hong Kong? Xia Ruofei asked with a relaxed smile. Feng Rao gasped and said, "Chairman, you usually don't show off. I didn't expect you to have such a wide network. You can even contact a giant company like Hengfeng." Xia Ruofei smiled and said humbly, "By chance, I have some connections with Hengfeng's chairman Ma and Mr. Shao Ma. They would usually give me some face on normal matters." Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei with admiration. Xia Ruofei continued, "In fact, I have a good personal relationship with Mr. Tang of the United States Xingbang Group. I cooperated with him on that farm in Australia. However, our fruit production is limited and it's not the right time to break into the international market yet. So after some consideration, I still chose Hong Kong's Hengfeng Group." Feng Jing had some understanding of the situation in Australia's farms. However, Xingbang was also one of the top 500 companies in the world. She thought of Xia Ruofei's young age. Although the company was not very big, the friends he had were all top entrepreneurs in the world. She could not help but feel a little excited. The current Paradise Corporation was still very small compared to those giant companies, but it was already showing signs of soaring to the sky. Thinking of the peach garden vegetables, peach garden fruits, wild Chinese perch, drunken eight immortals wine, top great iron, skinned maple, and the heart, nourishing soup with amazing medicinal effects, Feng Jing felt as if she could see the rising sun. The next day, Ma Jiming and his wife brought Huan Huan to the Three Mountains. Because Taoyuan Farm and the airport were both in Chongqing County, Ma Jiming's family didn't even go to Professor Tian's house in the city. They came directly from the airport to Taoyuan Farm. Although it had not been long since they last parted, Huan Huan was still very happy to see Xia Ruofei, especially when Xia Ruofei still remembered his promise to bring her to pick fruits. He had informed her as soon as the fruits ripened, which made her even happier. As soon as they reached Xia Ruofei's small villa, Huan Huan threw herself into Xia Ruofei's arms. After a moment of intimacy, she happily played with lightning. Looking at their daughter who was extremely happy, Ma Jiming And Tian Huixin also revealed a gratified smile. The people in Hong Kong and Taiwan were generally religious. Ma Jiming even felt that Xia Ruofei was like a noble in his life. Although the sales profit of Taoyuan vegetables was not worth mentioning to a giant like Hingfeng Group, Xia Ruofei had saved Ma Xiong and cured Huan Huan. This favor was greater than the sky. Xia Ruofei smiled and greeted them, Mr. Ma, and Tian. You've had a long journey. Ma Jiming spoke in Mandarin with a heavy accent. Xia Xing, Hong Kong is quite close to the Three Mountains. Our schedule is quite tight this time, and we came here by private jet, so it won't be hard. Then, shall we go to the orchard directly? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Ma Jiming was also very interested in the fruit of paradise, so he naturally agreed to it. Hence, Xia Ruofei beckoned, Huan Huan, let's go. I'm going to pick lychees and cherries. N. Huan Huan turned around and said, Brother Ruofei, let's bring lightning along. No problem. Xia Ruofei said readily. After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei whistled at lightning and carried Huan Huan in his arms. Lightning followed closely behind him. They didn't drive and walked straight to the orchard. On the way, Ma Jiming sighed, Xia Xing, your farm is getting bigger and bigger. The situation is good. Tian Huixin smiled and said, Jiming, Ruofei's pharmaceutical factory is about to go into production. They're the ones that produce the medicine for autism. This is a good thing. Ma Jiming immediately said after hearing that, it's a great thing that will benefit the whole world. Xia Xing has a bodhisattva's heart. Xia Ruofei smiled humbly and said, Mr. Ma, you're flattering me. Our new drug is going through the approval process. The first review in the province is generally not a big problem, but the clinical trial still needs time. The National Drug Administration will still conduct a review, so it's estimated that it won't be able to be launched in a short time. However, we should be able to officially launch this medicine for autism early next year. Xia Xing, you must inform me when the time comes. Ma Jiming said. I can also help you to coordinate in Hong Kong and try to enter the Hong Kong market directly. Different countries and regions had their own drug entry mechanism, especially in Europe and the United States, where the standards were very strict. Basically, it was difficult for Chinese medicine to meet their standards. Hong Kong also had its own access mechanism. If Ma Jiming could mediate, it would be a good thing for the heart, nourishing soup to enter the Hong Kong market directly. Of course, even if it was only sold in the Huaxia mainland, it was not a big problem. With the magical effects of the heart, nourishing soup, this medicine would definitely become famous in a short time. By then, families with autism would come to China to buy the heart, nourishing soup. This was similar to India's generic drugs. Many cancer patients could not afford the original drug, so they went to buy Indian generic drugs that had similar effects, but were many times cheaper. It was the same logic. Then I'll thank you in advance, Mr. Ma. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The group chatted as they walked, and they soon arrived at the orchard. After receiving Xia Ruofei's notice, Chow Taishu was already waiting in the orchard with a ladder, scissors, a bamboo basket, and other tools. Seeing the fruit trees that covered the mountain, Huan Huan couldn't help but cheer and run up the mountain. Xia Ruofei quickly followed. Chow Taishu set up a ladder under a relatively large lychee tree. Huan Huan clamored to climb up the tree to pick lychees. Xia Ruofei quickly stepped on the ladder and carefully protected Huan Huan. He even pulled the lychees that Huan could not reach over and asked her to cut them with scissors. Tian Huixin caught them under the tree and put them into the basket. After collecting about half a basket, under Tian Huixin's urging, Huan reluctantly got down the ladder under Xia Ruofei's protection. Next, she couldn't wait to taste the fruits of her labor. Hence, Xia Ruofei called Tian Huixin and Ma Jiming over to try it as well. At the same time, he plucked a lychee, peeled off the skin, and put it into Huan's mouth. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin also leisurely picked up a lychee, peeled it, and put it into their mouths. In fact, the cooperation with the Paradise Corporation to sell this batch of fruits had already been decided before Ma Jiming's family set off. No matter what the quality of this batch of fruits was, Ma Jiming would definitely not hesitate to do Xia Ruofei a small favor. Therefore, the two of them didn't look like they were on an inspection, but more like they were on an outing or having a farmhouse. Their expressions were also very leisurely. However, when the lychees entered their mouths, their eyes lit up. As members of Hong Kong's wealthy families, what kind of high-end fruit had Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin not eaten? However, the Taoyuan organic lychee still gave them a breathtaking feeling. Especially the natural sweet taste, it made the two of them feel like they couldn't stop. Little Huan, who was beside him, shouted happily, "It's so delicious. Brother Ruofei, I want more." Xia Ruofei smiled lovingly. He peeled another lychee and fed it to Huan. While eating, Huan said vaguely, "Mom, Dad, Ruofei. Gija's lychees are much more delicious than ours." Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. It was indeed a little embarrassing that a world-class tycoon couldn't enjoy this kind of fruit. However, a child's words carried no harm, and what Huan said was true. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Huan, eat more if it's delicious. Brother Ruofei has enough fruits here. But you'd better leave some space in your stomach, there are still very delicious cherries over there." Huan nodded heavily. After tasting the lychees, they walked to the cherry garden. When they saw the purple, red cherries, which were almost the size of ping-pong balls and were crystal clear, Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin couldn't help but take a deep breath. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of natural fruits, which made people feel relaxed and happy. The appearance of these cherries was too good. They were simply comparable to the peach garden vegetables, like a piece of art. Very quickly, Huan, under Xia Ruofei's protection, impatiently went up the tree to pick a lot of cherries. After Ma Jiming's family tasted the cherries, they were all conquered by the deliciousness, without exception. Huan kept stuffing the juice into her mouth. Her pink cheeks were stained with the purple, red fruit juice, but she did not notice it. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin looked at each other. They had come with the intention of returning a small favor to Xia Ruofei. However, after some inspection, Ma Jiming found that the organic fruits of Paradise Corporation were fully qualified to enter the premium fruit stores under Hengfeng Group. It was not an exaggeration to say that even in the high-end fruit sales chain of Hengfeng Group, there was no fruit that could compare to Paradise lychees and Paradise cherries. Ma Jiming's attitude had completely changed. He said with a trace of enthusiasm, "Xia Xing, the quality of Taoyuan fruit is beyond my expectations. This kind of high-end or even top-grade fruit is exactly the same as the positioning of our premium fruit store under Hengfeng. I hope to be fully in charge of the sales of all the fruits for your company this year." The pricing can be decided by you. I can also decide to waive the channel fees. You only need to pay the necessary logistics and labor costs. Ma Jiming was now completely conquered by Taoyuan fruit. Even if he didn't earn a single cent, he was still willing to act as an agent for such top-grade fruits. This was a very good promotion for Hengfeng's high-end fruit brand. The invisible profit was far higher than the profit of the channel fee. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. Ma, I'm afraid there's no way to be a full agent. Our Paradise Corporation is currently focused on the domestic market. Although your fruit chain store also has branches in the country, its position is too high-end and too niche. From the perspective of our brand promotion, I definitely need to allocate a portion of the quota to other mass market commercial channels. Xia Ruofei had an unusual relationship with Ma Jiming's family, so he didn't beat around the bush. Instead, he spoke his mind directly. Ma Jiming revealed a trace of regret, but he quickly said, I understand. Xia Xing, then please give us as much as you can if the conditions allow. That's for sure. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, we're old friends. I'll definitely do what I can. Mr. Ma, I'll try my best to give your company about half of the quota. I really can't do anything about the other half. Thank you. Ma Jiming was overjoyed when he heard that. Thank you. Xia Ruofei continued, by the way, our farm has been expanding recently. It's about to be checked and accepted. By then, our production capacity can be increased by about 3 times. We should be able to increase the quota of paradise vegetables for you. That's really good news. Ma Jiming said happily. At the moment, peach garden vegetables are in short supply in all the major hotel chains and high-end clubs around the world. In fact, Ma Jiming had wanted to ask Xia Ruofei to supply more Taoyuan vegetables for a long time. However, he knew the scale of Taoyuan farm. In order not to put Xia Ruofei in a difficult position, he had never mentioned this. Now that Xia Ruofei had taken the initiative to mention it, Ma Jiming was naturally overjoyed. Ma Jiming's company was very busy, and Huan had to participate in some talent learning during the summer vacation. Therefore, their family had to return to Hong Kong tomorrow. It was also because of this that they had to use a private jet. This time, Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin also leisurely picked up a lychee, peeled it, and put it into their mouths. In fact, the cooperation with the Paradise Corporation to sell this batch of fruits had already been decided before Ma Jiming's family set off. No matter what the quality of this batch of fruits was, Ma Jiming would definitely not hesitate to do Xia Ruofei a small favor. Therefore, the two of them didn't look like they were on an inspection, but more like they were on an outing or having a farmhouse. Their expressions were also very leisurely. However, when the lychees entered their mouths, their eyes lit up. As members of Hong Kong's wealthy families, what kind of high-end fruit had Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin not eaten? However, the Taoyuan organic lychee still gave them a breathtaking feeling. Especially the natural sweet taste, it made the two of them feel like they couldn't stop. Little Huan, who was beside him, shouted happily, it's so delicious. Brother Ruofei, I want more. Xia Ruofei smiled lovingly. He peeled another lychee and fed it to Huan. While eating, Huan said vaguely, Mom, Dad, Ruofei Gija's lychees are much more delicious than ours. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. It was indeed a little embarrassing. That a world-class tycoon couldn't enjoy this kind of fruit. However, a child's words carried no harm, and what Huan said was true. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Huan, eat more if it's delicious. Brother Ruofei has enough fruits. Here. But you'd better leave some space in your stomach, there are still very delicious cherries over there. N. Huan nodded heavily. After tasting the lychees, they walked to the cherry garden. When they saw the purple, red cherries, which were almost the size of pong balls and were crystal clear, Ma Jiming and Tian Huixing couldn't help but take a deep breath. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of natural fruits, which made people feel relaxed and happy. The appearance of these cherries was too good. They were simply comparable to the peach garden vegetables, like a piece of art. Very quickly, Huan, under Xia Ruofei's protection, impatiently went up the tree to pick a lot of cherries. After Ma Jiming's family tasted the cherries, they were all conquered by the deliciousness. Without exception. Huan kept stuffing the juice into her mouth. Her pink cheeks were stained with the purple red fruit juice, but she did not notice it. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixing looked at each other. They had come with the intention of returning a small favor to Xia Ruofei. However, after some inspection, Ma Jiming found that the organic fruits of Paradise Corporation were fully qualified to enter the premium fruit stores under Hengfeng Group. It was not an exaggeration to say that even in the high-end fruit sales chain of Hengfeng Group, there was no fruit that could compare to Paradise lychees and Paradise cherries. Ma Jiming's attitude had completely changed. He said with a trace of enthusiasm, Xia Xing, the quality of Taoyuan fruit is beyond my expectations. This kind of high-end, or even top-grade fruit is exactly the same as the positioning of our premium fruit store under Hengfeng. I hope to be fully in charge of the sales of all the fruits for your company this year. The pricing can be decided by you. I can also decide to waive the channel fees, you only need to pay the necessary logistics and labor costs. Ma Jiming was now completely conquered by Taoyuan fruit. Even if he didn't earn a single cent, he was still willing to act as an agent for such top-grade fruits. This was a very good promotion for Hengfeng's high-end fruit brand. The invisible profit was far higher than the profit of the channel fee. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. M.A., I'm afraid there's no way to be a full agent. Our Paradise Corporation is currently focused on the domestic market. Although your fruit chain store also has branches in the country, its position is too high-end and too niche. From the perspective of our brand promotion, I definitely need to allocate a portion of the quota to other mass-market commercial channels. Xia Ruofei had an unusual relationship with Ma Jiming's family, so he didn't beat around the bush. Instead, he spoke his mind directly. Ma Jiming revealed a trace of regret, but he quickly said, I understand. Xia Xing, then please give us as much as you can if the conditions allow. That's for sure. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, we're old friends. I'll definitely do what I can. Mr. M.A., I'll try my best to give your company about half of the quota. I really can't do anything about the other half. Thank you. Ma Jiming was overjoyed when he heard that. Thank you. Xia Ruofei continued, by the way, our farm has been expanding recently. It's about to be checked and accepted. By then, our production capacity can be increased by about 3 times. We should be able to increase the quota of Paradise vegetables. For you. That's really good news. Ma Jiming said happily. At the moment, peach garden vegetables are in short supply in all the major hotel chains and high-end clubs around the world. In fact, Ma Jiming had wanted to ask Xia Ruofei to supply more Taoyuan vegetables for a long time. However, he knew the scale of Taoyuan farm. In order not to put Xia Ruofei in a difficult position, he had never mentioned this. Now that Xia Ruofei had taken the initiative to mention it, Ma Jiming was naturally overjoyed. Ma Jiming's company was very busy, and Huan had to participate in some talent learning during the summer vacation. Therefore, their family had to return to Hong Kong tomorrow. It was also because of this that they had to use a private jet this time. Therefore, after the inspection of the orchard, Ma Jiming and the others proposed to leave. After all, he had to visit his old father-in-law, Professor Tian, since he was going back to the mainland. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable. Xia Ruofei had wanted to keep Ma Jiming and his family for dinner, but seeing that they were really short on time, he decided not to stay at the Gulf Stream. He brought the unsatisfied Huan to pick more lychees and cherries and asked her to bring them back to eat. At the same time, he also brought some for Professor Tian and Tian Huilan. Ma Jiming's family came and went in a hurry, but the cooperation was finally settled. Ma Jiming and Xia Ruofei did not need to personally handle the specific matters such as the supply and quota. They could just let Feng Jing and the Hengfeng Group's office in the Southeast Province connect. Feng Jing, who had accompanied Xia Ruofei on the inspection, was full of admiration for her young boss when she saw that the Prince of Hong Kong's Hengfeng Group was so polite to Xia Ruofei. That afternoon, the sales manager of Ding Feng Winery, Li Jing, personally came to Taoyuan Farm to report to Xia Ruofei with the preferential conditions offered by the major cooperating commercial channels. Hence, Xia Ruofei gathered the middle, rank and above staff in the administrative team for a meeting to discuss the quota. Chow Tai-shu had already brought a few experienced farmers to visit the entire orchard. Their estimated yield was similar to Feng Rao's estimation the day before yesterday. The lychees were about 5,000 kilograms, and the cherry production reached 55,000 kilograms. Of course, the specific output would only be known after all the crops were harvested and weighed, but it would not be too different from the estimated output. The Hengfeng Group was taking the high-end route, so they had a higher compatibility with the Paradise brand. In addition, Xia Ruofei had promised Ma Jiming that he would favor the quota, so Xia Ruofei directly decided to give Hengfeng Group a quota of 50,000 caddies of lychees and 20,000 caddies of cherries. As for the other cooperative commercial channels, the preferential conditions offered were mostly the same. Most of them promised to give the most eye-catching and best sales booth, and also give a discount on the channel fees. After everyone's discussion and Xia Ruofei's weighing of the pros and cons, they finally decided to give Walmart, which owned Sam's Club, and Yonghui, which was deeply involved in local farming, a certain amount of preferential treatment. They would give these two channels 10,000 caddies of lychee and 5,000 caddies of cherries, respectively. The other channels, as well as Shijiang Moon Club and Lingji Restaurant, split the remaining 40,000 pounds of lychees and 15,000 pounds of cherries. After this year's fruit quota was set, Feng Jing's administrative team immediately got into action. They contacted the Hengfeng Group's Southeast Province office and many cooperating commercial channels to confirm the details of the delivery. As for the price of the two fruits, Feng Jing did not object to Xia Ruofei's decision after studying the market. Hence, the price remained at 100 yuan per kilogram of lychees and 300 yuan per kilogram of cherries. All of the business partners took this price for granted, and No one raised any objections. This meant that this batch of fruits would bring Xia Ruofei an income of about 12 million yuan. Although this was not much compared to selling the high-grade drunken eight immortals wine or iron skin maple, and it was only once a year, Xia Ruofei was still very happy. This was because it was of great significance to improve the brand awareness of Paradise and enrich the product line of Paradise Corporation. Xia Ruofei's goal was to make Paradise a world-class brand. If it was just to make money, there was no need to do low-profit and energy-consuming vegetables and fruits. He could just focus on high-end iron-hide keyed, Chinese perch, truffle, and so on. After the meeting to study the fruit quota was over, Feng Jing called Xia Ruofei to her office. As soon as Xia Ruofei entered the office, he saw Lin Xiao in the office. She was looking at something on her Apple laptop. Xiao Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You're really here for an internship?" "Of course." Lin Xiao raised her chin and said, "Do you think I'm joking?" Feng Jing walked over with a smile. "Chairman," she said, "I invited you here because we've finished the design for the exterior packaging. Please take a look." "Oh? You're quite efficient this time," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "That's a must." Feng Rao laughed and said, "It's your fault for assigning tasks so quickly every time. It's all thanks to little sister Lin Xiao's help. This time." Xia Ruofei widened his eyes and pointed at Lin Xiao. "Xiao, what could she do to help? It's already good enough that I didn't cause you any trouble, right? Brother Ruofei, you're looking down on me again." "Humph," Lin Xiaojiao said angrily. Feng Rao smiled and said, "Chairman, little sister Lin Xiao has really helped me a lot this time. Let's take a look at the design first." Feng Jing gestured to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao pouted and turned the laptop screen to Xia Ruofei. "There. Let's see." Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao's computer screen. It was the rendering of the box. He took a look and couldn't help but show a surprised look. The packaging design really made his eyes light up. The design of the outer packaging was very simple. The base color was a simple and elegant beige color, and the main area was printed with large photos of lychees or cherries. Xia Ruofei could tell at a glance that the source material of the picture was the lychees and cherries produced by Taoyuan Farm. However, after some post-editing, the lighting and visual effects were very good. In addition, some water droplets were added in the post-editing, giving it a more layered and three-dimensional feel, making people's hearts beat faster. The contrast between the red fruit and the beige-white background was very strong, giving off a fresh and tender feeling. Next to the picture of the fruit was the green font Taoyuan Organic Lychee / Taoyuan Organic Cherry. Next to it was a row of small green words, Pure Natural Good Taste. The size, style, and position of these words had obviously been carefully selected. They were arranged in a picturesque disorder and looked very designed. Between the picture of the fruit and the text, there was a green color block running through the entire side. The big logo of Paradise Corporation was printed on this color block, and it was very eye-catching. The front and back sides were exactly the same design, and the two sides introduced the Taoyuan brand in green font, the quality of Taoyuan fruit, nutritional ingredients, and so on. In addition, there was also a green QR code, which was the official WeChat and official Weibo of the Taoyuan company. After Feng Jing's administrative team was formed, these channels were quickly opened and there were also specialized employees in charge of maintaining them. Feng Jing was still very particular about the use of new media. At the top of the box, there was a plastic handle. The entire design looked very high-end, but it wasn't heavy or luxurious. Instead, it gave people a fresh, natural, and simple feeling. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim, "Beautiful. Boss Feng, this design company's standards have improved. It seems like we can have a long-term cooperation with them." Feng Rao laughed and said, "What do you mean improved?" "Their first draft is still the same as before, with a lot of emphasis on color tones. One look and I can tell that it's the feeling of a nouveau riche." "Is that so?" Xia Ruofei was a little surprised. "The effect is still quite good after the modification. That's why I said that Sister Lin Qiao's contribution can't go unnoticed." Feng Jing said, "She was the one who came up with the basic idea for this version of the design. She even personally followed the other party's designer and slowly implemented all her ideas into the design draft." Swish! Xia Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim, "Qiao, I didn't expect you to have a talent for design. This really makes me look at you in a new light." Lin Qiao made a funny face at Xia Ruofei and said, "You still dare to look down on me?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, yes, it's all my fault. Designer Lin, you've done a great job this time. I'll get President Feng to give you a big red packet to commend your contribution to the company, okay?" "Really? How can it be fake?" "I'll honor it today." Xia Ruofei smiled and said seriously, "Qiao, I think you're really talented in design. Why don't you take advantage of this summer vacation to learn graphic design software like Photoshop, Illustrator, and redesign? There's no pressure in having more skills." That's right, Feng Jing chimed in. "It just so happens that your laptop is pretty good. It should be enough for you to practice drawing." "All right," Lin Qiao said, "but this self-study should not be easy, right? Sister Feng Rao, please teach me." "Sure." Feng Rao replied readily. "I've had some contact with it when I was in college, but I'm not very proficient in it. If you have any questions, you can come to me at any time." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but clear his throat when he saw the two of them chatting happily. Feng Jing and Lin Qiao looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. Feng Rao stifled her laughter and pretended to be serious. "Chairman, what do you think of this design?" "No problem. I'll use it." Xia Ruofei said, "Inform the other party to start production immediately. Old Chow's side has already started to organize workers to collect the fruits today, so the progress of the packaging must keep up." "All right," Feng Ku said. "Oh right, I'll give Pang Hao a heads up later. Go to the finance department and collect 2,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Qiao and said with a smile, "It's considered Qiao's design fee. We can't let the non-staff employee who has contributed to the company be disappointed." "All right?" Feng Rao asked straightforwardly. Lin Qiao said with embarrassment, "Brother Ruofei, you're really giving me a bonus?" "No need. I can't ask for money for your help." "Why can't I?" Xia Ruofei said seriously, "It's normal to exchange labor for remuneration." "But that's too much," he said. "Many? I don't think it's much at all." Xia Ruofei asked, "What's the most valuable thing now?" "Creativity. Thoughts. Inspiration. I don't think the design fee of 2,000 yuan is too much for this work." Feng Jing nodded her head. In agreement. As a senior manager, she knew that Xia Ruofei's words made sense. So this matter is settled. Xia Ruofei didn't allow Lin Xiao to decline. Sign and collect the money today. Seeing Xia Ruofei's firm attitude, Lin Xiao could only nod and say, "Thank you, Brother Ruofei." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Oh right, Xiaoer, give me your ID card." "What are you doing with my ID card?" Lin Xiao asked with confusion. However, she still took out her wallet obediently, took out her ID card, and handed it to Xia Ruofei. "You don't have to worry about that." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I wouldn't use your ID card to do anything illegal, would I?" "That's hard to say." Feng Jing teased, "Sister Lin Xiao, I think you should be more careful." "Brother Ruofei 1T. Lin Xiao said seriously. Xia Ruofei squinted at Feng Rao and said, "Did you see? My sister knows me best." Feng Rao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xia Ruofei waved the ID card in his hand and said, "All right, you guys can continue with your work. I'm leaving." With that, Xia Ruofei turned around and left Feng Jing's office. He went straight downstairs, went home, and drove the night 15. He left the farm with Lin Xiao's ID card and went straight to Sanshan City. Xia Ruofei could tell at a glance that the source material of the picture was the lychees and cherries produced by Taoyuan Farm. However, after some post-editing, the lighting and visual effects were very good. In addition, some water droplets were added in the post-editing, giving it a more layered and three-dimensional feel, making people's hearts beat faster. The contrast between the red fruit and the beige-white background was very strong, giving off a fresh and tender feeling. Next to the picture of the fruit was the green font Taoyuan Organic Lychee / Taoyuan Organic Cherry. Next to it was a row of small green words, Pure Natural Good Taste. The size, style, and position of these words had obviously been carefully selected. They were arranged in a picturesque disorder and looked very designed. Between the picture of the fruit and the text, there was a green color block running through the entire side. The big logo of Paradise Corporation was printed on this color block, and it was very eye-catching. The front and back sides were exactly the same design, and the two sides introduced the Taoyuan brand in green font, the quality of Taoyuan fruit, nutritional ingredients, and so on. In addition, there was also a green QR code, which was the official WeChat and official Weibo of the Taoyuan company. After Feng Jing's administrative team was formed, these channels were quickly opened and there were also specialized employees in charge of maintaining them. Feng Jing was still very particular about the use of new media. At the top of the box, there was a plastic handle. The entire design looked very high-end, but it wasn't heavy or luxurious. Instead, it gave people a fresh, natural, and simple feeling. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim, "Beautiful. Boss Feng, this design company's standards have improved. It seems like we can have a long-term cooperation with them." Feng Rao laughed and said, "What do you mean improved? Their first draft is still the same as before, with a lot of emphasis on color tones. One look, and I can tell that it's the feeling of a nouveau riche." "Is that so?" Xia Ruofei was a little surprised. "The effect is still quite good after the modification. That's why I said that Sister Lin Xiao's contribution can't go unnoticed." Feng Jing said, "She was the one who came up with the basic idea for this version of the design. She even personally followed the other party's designer and slowly implemented all her ideas into the design draft." Swish! Xia Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim, Xiao, I didn't expect you to have a talent for design. This really makes me look at you in a new light. Lin Xiao made a funny face at Xia Ruofei and said, you still dare to look down on me? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, yes, it's all my fault. Designer Lin, you've done a great job this time. I'll get President Feng to give you a big red packet to commend your contribution to the company, okay? Really? How can it be fake? I'll honor it today. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, seriously, Xiao, I think you're really talented in design. Why don't you take advantage of this summer vacation to learn graphic design software like Photoshop, Illustrator, and Redesign? There's no pressure in having more skills. That's right, Feng Jing chimed in. It just so happens that your laptop is pretty good. It should be enough for you to practice drawing. All right. Lin Xiao said, but this self-study should not be easy, right? Sister Feng Rao, please teach me. Sure. Feng Rao replied readily. I've had some contact with it when I was in college, but I'm not very proficient in it. If you have any questions, you can come to me at any time. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but clear his throat when he saw the two of them chatting happily. Feng Jing and Lin Xiao looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. Feng Rao stifled her laughter and pretended to be serious. Chairman, what do you think of this design? No problem. I'll use it. Xia Ruofei said, inform the other party to start production immediately. Old Chao's side has already started to organize workers to collect the fruits today, so the progress of the packaging must keep up. All right. Feng Ke said. Oh right, I'll give Pang Hao a heads up later. Go to the finance department and collect 2,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao and said with a smile, it's considered Xiao's design fee. We can't let the non-staff employee who has contributed to the company be disappointed. All right. Feng Rao asked straightforwardly. Lin Xiao said with embarrassment, Brother Ruofei, you're really giving me a bonus? No need. I can't ask for money for your help. Why can't I? Xia Ruofei said seriously, it's normal to exchange labor for remuneration. But that's too much, he said. Many? I don't think it's much at all. Xia Ruofei asked, what's the most valuable thing now? Creativity. Thoughts, inspiration. I don't think the design fee of 2,000 yuan is too much for this work. Feng Jing nodded her head in agreement. As a senior manager, she knew that Xia Ruofei's words made sense. So, this matter is settled. Xia Ruofei didn't allow Lin Xiao to decline. Sign and collect the money today. Seeing Xia Ruofei's firm attitude, Lin Xiao could only nod and say, thank you, Brother Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, oh right, Xiao. Give me your ID card. What are you doing with my ID card? Lin Xiao asked with confusion. However, she still took out her wallet obediently, took out her ID card, and handed it to Xia Ruofei. You don't have to worry about that. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I wouldn't use your ID card to do anything illegal, would I? That's hard to say. Feng Jing teased, Sister Lin Xiao, I think you should be more careful. Brother Ruofei 1. Lin Xiao said seriously. Xia Ruofei squinted at Feng Rao and said, did you see? My sister knows me best. Feng Rao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xia Ruofei waved the ID card in his hand and said, all right, you Guys can continue with your work. I'm leaving. With that, Xia Ruofei turned around and left Feng Jing's office. He went straight downstairs, went home, and drove the night 15. He left the farm with Lin Xiao's ID card and went straight to Sanshan City. Sanshan City, Bell Tower District. Grandview Real Estate Sales Department. It was a high-end real estate project under the Janda Group in the Southeast Province. Bell Tower District was the traditional city center of Sanshan City. It could be said that every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Within a 500-meter radius of the Grandview Real Estate, all the basic living facilities were basically included, including tertiary grade A hospitals, large supermarkets, schools, sports fields, subway stations, urban complexes, and so on. The most important thing was that the children of the owners of the Grandview Real Estate were also divided into provincial key primary schools, the first central primary school in the Gonggong Bell Tower District. As a result, even though the building's starting price of 25,000 yuan was far higher than the average price in Sanshan City, sales were still booming, and it was sold out quickly. Now, the Grandview Real Estate had basically completed the completion acceptance and was about to be handed over. The sales office was basically on guard. Although there were still customers coming in occasionally, there were no more houses left. But today, the atmosphere in the sales office was a little tense. After the manager received a phone call, he immediately gathered the employees to do a sudden cleaning. Then, he gathered everyone together and emphasized on work discipline. He severely criticized the employees who didn't dress up to the requirements and asked them to rectify it immediately. The reason was simple. The head office just called to say that the head office's chairman, Liang Weiman, was coming over for an inspection. He had already set off and was on his way, sharpening one's spear in the face of a battle was not fast, but it was also light. After the sudden reorganization of the sales department, it looked bright and clean, and the employees were all in high spirits. No matter if they had something to do, they all looked busy. Soon, a black Mercedes-Benz limousine drove to the entrance of the sales department. The sales manager, who had been waiting there for a long time, quickly stepped forward to open the car door. "Hello, CEO Liang." The manager bowed slightly. Liang Weiman stepped out of the car and nodded slightly. The manager respectfully led the way and let Liang Weiman into the sales office. The staff had already formed 2 rows, and as soon as Liang Weiman entered, everyone started clapping. A faint smile appeared on Liang Weiman's face. He gestured with his hands and said, "Everyone, get busy. I'm here today to take a look around." The sales manager showed Liang Weiman around. Liang Weiman had a faint smile on his face and looked around as he walked, but he didn't say anything. The manager became more and more nervous. He didn't know what the big boss was up to today, but at the same time, he was afraid that the chairman would catch him. After Liang Weiman looked around, he said indifferently, "Little Song, it's not bad here. Everyone has worked hard." Manager Song heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, "President Liang, thank you for your affirmation and encouragement." Liang Weiman nodded, then walked straight to the sofa in the rest area and sat down. Manager Song was stunned. Why didn't they leave after the inspection? Why is CEO Liang so free today? However, he naturally did not dare to ask too much. He quickly gestured for a good-looking female employee to prepare tea and desserts. Liang Weiman leaned back on the sofa and said indifferently, "Xiao Song, go and prepare." The keys for 1801 and 1802 of Building 1, as well as 1601 and 1608 of Building 3. I have a friend who will be coming over to look at the houses later. Only then did Manager Song understand why Liang Weimin had come today. As he heaved a long sigh of relief, he quickly agreed and personally went to prepare the keys according to Liang Weimin's request. The Grandview real estate had already been completed and was in the process of inspection. The next step would be to hand over the house. In fact, at the beginning of last year, all the houses had been bought up. Of course, this was for ordinary buyers. In fact, real estate companies would build some internal houses in their hands, and these houses that were reserved, whether it was the layout, real estate, orientation, or so on, were relatively good. These internal rooms were naturally reserved for the company's senior management. Of course, property prices had always been on the rise. There was no cost pressure for real estate companies to build a few apartments, and even if they held them in their hands, they would appreciate in value. Therefore, this was also a common practice in the industry. When the so-called opening sale was done, no house would really sell all the houses. After Manager Song went to get the keys, the employees all knew the purpose of Liang Weimin's visit. The employees who were further away from Liang Weimin couldn't help but whisper among themselves. They were very curious about this customer who was about to arrive. Normally, Liang Weimin only needed to make a phone call and get the house keys ready. He could also give the other party any discounts or instructions over the phone. There was only one reason why Liang Weimin came over personally. Ying was a very important customer. Just as everyone was speculating, and Manager Song was carefully waiting on them, a domineering black Knight 15 off-road vehicle drove to the entrance of the sales department. When Liang Weimin saw the car through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, he immediately stood up and personally went out to welcome it. The sales ladies immediately knew that the customer that CEO Liang was waiting for had arrived. Everyone looked outside curiously. The Knight 15 had a domineering appearance, and it was obviously a super luxury car, which made everyone even more interested. The car door opened, and a young man in his 20s stepped out with a faint smile on his face. The young man was dressed in casual clothes and had very refreshing short hair. His facial features did not look particularly handsome at first glance, but when combined together, he gave people a very comfortable feeling. Especially when this young man stood there, he seemed to have a natural affinity, making people couldn't help but look at him a few more times. The eyes of the sales ladies couldn't help but light up. Young, rich, and good-looking, he was definitely the standard rich husband. Although they knew that the probability of getting close to the young man was extremely low, this did not stop them from secretly sizing him up with fiery eyes. Liang Weimin had a warm smile on his face. He quickly walked forward and greeted, "Are you Ruofei?" The young man driving the Knight 15 was Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had promised Lin Xiao that he would give her a surprise gift if she did well in the college entrance examination. Although Xia Ruofei had given Lin Xiao a lot of Apple electronics a few days ago, these things were worth tens of thousands of yuan. Xia Ruofei was not surprised. Moreover, Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao were still renting a house. At that time, Xia Ruofei had made up his mind to give them a house after Lin Xiao's college entrance examination. It was a temporary house, and it would be best if it was an existing house. Xia Ruofei didn't have much time to look at the real estate, so he gave Liang Weimin a call. After he left Liang Weiman's Jianda Group was in the real estate industry, and he had a few properties for sale in Sanshan. He was the most suitable person to look for. And Liang Weiman was very concerned about Xia Ruofei's situation. Xia Ruofei had helped him a great deal when he was purchasing the Phoebe Jiannan wood. When Liang Qichao went to the States, Xia Ruofei had suggested that he work at an Australian farm. The facts proved that this suggestion was very far-sighted. Liang Qichao's competitor, Liang Xiaojun, worked at the Xingbang Group in the United States. Although he was also considered to be an average person, he did not stand out in many ways. On the other hand, Liang Qichao's farm in Australia was doing very well. In particular, the experimental planting of paradise vegetable seeds in Australia was very successful. Although it was an experimental planting, the vegetables produced had already won a lot of fame in the Hunter Valley area. One could imagine that after the large-scale planting, Australia's Paradise Farm would definitely rise to fame, and Liang Qichao's status would naturally rise as well. Hence, Liang Weiman now owed to Xia Ruofei a big favor. How could he not take Xia Ruofei's matter seriously? Therefore, Liang Weiman immediately went through the properties he was selling in his mind and finally chose the one with the best location and the highest quality, grand view. He also told Xia Ruofei the address and asked him to drive there directly. Then, Liang Weiman put down the work at hand and personally rushed to the sales office to wait. It could be said that he had given Xia Ruofei enough face. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Liang, why did you come personally? That's too much trouble for you." "No trouble at all. No trouble at all. I just happen to be free today." Liang Weiman laughed and said, "Ruofei, we have a few good houses in this building. I'll take you to see them." "All right. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Liang," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Liang Weiman gestured to the sales manager. The manager quickly took the keys he had prepared and accompanied Liang Weiman and Xia Ruofei to the electric car that had been prepared earlier. They headed to Building 3, which was closer to the sales department. Liang Weiman sat in the car and personally introduced them to Xia Ruofei. "Ruofei, we still have 4 good houses left. Building number 1 and building number 3 are the kings of the whole building. Their locations are quite good. You can say that it's quiet in the midst of a busy area, and the view is very wide. If Uncle Liang recommends it to me, it must be the best," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Soon, the electric car arrived at building number 3. Although the construction had been completed, the inspection and acceptance work had not been completed yet. There were still a few workers in the building doing some cleaning work, so everyone took a safety helmet at the entrance and put it on. Then, they walked in one after another. The 2 houses in Building 3 were both on the 16th floor, and they were located at the 2 ends of the building, so the lighting was very good. Both houses were duplexes with an area of about 180 square meters. The layout was very good. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little tempted. "Uncle Liang, do you still have any flat, floor apartments?" he asked. Xia Ruofei mainly considered that as Hu Zi's mother grew older, it would be inconvenient for her to go up and down if she lived in a duplex. Moreover, the area of this apartment was a little too big. It was indeed a waste for just the 2 of them to live in it. Besides, with Hu Zi's mother's personality, she would definitely not be willing to hire a part-time worker. It was very hard for her to clean such a big house by herself. When Liang Weiman heard this, he chuckled and said, "You don't like duplex structures? Then let's go to building 1 to take a look. There are still 2 flat, level ones left. Over there. Let's go and take a look," Xia Ruofei said. So, the group went downstairs and walked directly to building 1, which was diagonally opposite building 3. As they took the elevator up, Liang Weiman introduced, "Ruofei, the 2 houses I have here are symmetrical and have an area of about 120 square meters. Isn't that too small?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I want. It's quite suitable." Soon, the high-speed elevator reached the 18th floor. The sales manager used the key to open the door to room 1801 and bowed slightly to invite Xia Ruofei and Liang Weiman in. Xia Ruofei strode in and looked around. He suddenly felt that this apartment was much more suitable than the 2 duplexes he had just bought. Although there were no walls in the room, he could still tell that it had 4 rooms, 2 halls, 2 bathrooms, and 2 balconies. The living room was connected to a large balcony, while the second bedroom had a relatively small balcony. The entire house was located at the east end of the north, facing south. There was light on all 3 sides. And the whole house was very bright. There was no problem with the sun in the west at all. If he bought this house, he could divide it into 3 bedrooms and a small study room. This way, Lin Qiao and Hu Zi's mother would have their own bedrooms. There would also be a guest bedroom, which would be enough for relatives to use. Xia Ruofei nodded in his heart. Then, he vaguely felt that the space above his head was very empty. He couldn't help but raise his head to take a look, and his eyebrows subconsciously raised. This house was much higher than the average commercial house, especially in the middle part of the house, which was basically 2 stories high. Liang Weiman smiled and explained, "Ruofei, this house is on the top floor. Above it is the slope of the building, so the highest floor is about 5.8 meters high. When it's renovated, you can add a layer of cement board. This way, you can have a very good attic. Moreover, this extra floor is considered a gift and will not be counted into the transaction area. This is not bad." Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. As long as it was a building with a slope, this was the benefit of the penthouse residents. Most of the time, the top floor was a duplex structure. It was really cost-effective to have an extra attic in a flat, level structure like this. In fact, when the World Viewing opened for sale, all the units on the top floor of each unit with a slanted roof were sold out in a very short time. If this apartment had not been reserved by the Janda Group, it would not have been Xia Ruofei's turn to buy it. Now that the house was about to be handed over, although it was separated by a floor and could be considered a duplex structure, Xia Ruofei still felt that this unit was very suitable. The area of this apartment was much smaller than the 2 in building number 3. Besides, the attic was built on a slope, so many parts of it were very low. At most, it could only be transformed into an activity room or Lin Qiao's boudoir. The main living space was still on the lower floor. Therefore, after moving in, Hu Zi's mother basically didn't have to climb the stairs often. The more Xia Ruofei thought about it, the more he felt that it was suitable. He found out that Unit 1802, which was reserved next door, did not have such a loft space as the top structure was not a slope but a flat top. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate and said, "Uncle Liang, I'll take this Unit 1801. Liang Weiman had already expected this. He smiled and said, "No problem. Ruofei, our grand visions Opening price is 25,000. As the chairman of the company, the biggest discount I can give you is 20% off. So, let's deal at 20,000 per square meter. The sales manager's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at Xia Ruofei with envy. Xia Ruofei quickly said, "No. Uncle Liang, you've given me such a good reserved house. I can't take advantage of your company anymore." It was true that the opening price of the Grand Vision was 25,000, but that was the average price. For a top-tier apartment like this one, it would definitely be worth more than that. Moreover, the market opened at the beginning of last year, which had been a year and a half. The new prices in this area were at least 30,000 yuan. How could they use the opening price at the beginning of last year as the standard for buying a house now? Furthermore, Liang Weimin had even given Xia Ruofei a 20% discount, which made Xia Ruofei feel like he was taking advantage of him. Liang Weimin said jokingly, "Ruofei, I'll sell it at this price. If you think that the price is too low for your status, then go next door and buy their high-priced house." "Uncle Liang, that's not what I meant," Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile. "I know the price of your building, and 20,000 is too low. Since it's a commodity transaction, we'll follow the market price." "The market price?" asked Liang Weimin. "Then the company should still have the power to set the price, right? I'm the company's chairman, I can still make decisions for such small matters, right?" "But, no buts, Ruofei," Liang Weimin said. "First of all, I'm only giving you the best discount within my authority. I didn't give you a random price, right? Besides, you're not a government official, so even if the unit price is 10,000 or 5,000, or even giving it to you for free, it's not considered bribery, right?" The sales manager was stunned. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The seller was trying to make it cheaper, but the buyer was trying to increase the price. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. This Liang Weimin was so unreasonable that he couldn't win in an argument. However, Xia Ruofei really liked this house. He couldn't just give it up just because it was cheap, right? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and finally made a decision. He wanted it. He would just treat it as him owing Liang Weimin a favor. At most, he would help Liang Qichao more in the future. The relationship between the two families was so close that he would have a chance to return the favor. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "All right. Uncle Liang, we'll do as you say. I'm taking this suite." Liang Weimin immediately grinned and patted Xia Ruofei's shoulder. "That's the way, Ruofei. You're not allowed to be such an outsider with your Uncle Liang in the future. Otherwise, I'll really get angry." Liang Weimin knew that Xia Ruofei was not short of money and would not accept his gift. Otherwise, he would have given this house to Xia Ruofei without hesitation. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile. The group left the number 1 building and took the electric car back to the sales office. After returning to the sales office, Xia Ruofei asked, "Oh right, Uncle Liang, I bought this house for someone else. I brought her identification card. It's fine if she doesn't show up, right?" Liang Weimin was stunned for a moment. After some thought, he said, "In principle, there's no problem. However, the owner has to be present to sign the property certificate. If you want to apply for a loan, you also need to sign in person to apply for a loan." Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation, "Full payment. I'll pay the full amount for the room today." Liang Weimin chuckled and said, there's no need to be so anxious. According to the rules, you can just pay a deposit today. With our relationship, it doesn't matter whether you pay or not. Xia Ruofei said firmly, yes. He had to pay. I'll have to pay for the house sooner or later anyway. So I'll just pay for it today, to save myself the trouble in the future. The reason why Xia Ruofei was so determined to pay the money was very simple. He was worried that Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao would not accept his gift. After paying all the money, he could tell them that he had paid for the house and that the real estate developer wouldn't let him check out. By then, he would have to take it. Liang Weimin didn't understand, but he knew that Xia Ruofei wasn't short of money. Since Xia Ruofei insisted on paying today, he naturally wouldn't object. So, Liang Weimin called the sales manager over and explained the situation to him. The sales manager immediately said respectfully, Mr. Xia, please give me the identity card of the buyer. I'll go and handle the relevant procedures. I'll have to trouble you, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he took out Lin Xiao's ID card and handed it to the manager. After Manager Song took the ID card, he immediately went to prepare a copy of the ID card and some other procedures to purchase the house. Liang Weimin was sitting opposite Xia Ruofei. He caught a glimpse of the young and beautiful girl on Xia Ruofei's identity card and instantly smiled knowingly. Uncle Liang, it's not what you think, Xia Ruofei explained with a bitter smile. Xiaoer is the sister of one of my comrades who sacrificed herself. Xia Ruofei didn't want Liang Weimin to misunderstand, so he explained his relationship with Lin Xiao's family. Of course, he skipped the part about the military secrets. After Liang Weimin heard this, he couldn't help but show a look of admiration. He said, Ruofei, you're really loyal. If your comrade's spirit is in heaven, he'll be very pleased. Xia Ruofei sighed. It's enough as long as Auntie and Xiaoer can live a healthy and happy life. I don't think too much about other things. Oh yes, Uncle Liang, I'll leave the renovation of this house to you. Xia Ruofei continued. Liang Weimin laughed heartily and said, that's for sure. I'll personally keep an eye on them and get them to come up with a few designs for you to choose from. Thanks, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The company's president was here in person, and the sales department was very efficient. Very quickly, they had prepared the relevant procedures. After Xia Ruofei signed the papers, he swiped his card and paid for the house. The total amount was more than 2.4 million yuan. Then, he took the house purchase receipt from Jianda Group and bade Liang Weimin farewell. He left the Grand View Real Estate and drove back to the farm. Xia Ruofei returned the ID card to Lin Xiao as soon as he got home. Brother Ruofei, why did you take my ID card? Lin Xiao asked. You'll know in a few days. Xia Ruofei laughed. TSK. You only know how to keep me in suspense. I'm not going to talk to you, Lin Xiaojiao said angrily. Then, he immersed himself in his laptop. Xia Ruofei took a look. Lin Xiao wasn't watching a TV series or playing games. The computer screen was photoshopped. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile. It seemed that this girl had taken his words to heart. She had found a design software so quickly and started to self-study. I'll bring you to the city in a few days to buy some self-study materials for the commonly used graphic design software. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's always faster to learn from books than to figure it out by yourself. All right. Lin Xiao said happily, when you're done with this. She also knew that the Taoyuan fruits were being harvested these few days and the company would be very busy. As the boss of the company, Xia Ruofei naturally could not slack off alone. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He didn't disturb Lin Xiao's study and went straight to his room. In the next few days, the farm entered a busy state. Qiao Taishu organized the farm employees and temporarily hired villagers to start harvesting the lychees and cherries. After Qiao Taishu found out about the selling price of these fruits, he was also very careful. He repeatedly emphasized this to the staff who participated in the harvesting. During the harvesting process, he also constantly reminded them, afraid that everyone would be careless and cause harm to the fruits. The exterior packaging that Lin Xiao had been involved in the design from the beginning to the end was also produced and transported to Taoyuan farm. Qiao Taishu had temporarily found some women from the village to take on the task of packing. After the fruits harvested from the mountain were transported, these women would do a simple screening of the fruits and then weigh them to ensure that the weight of each fruit was roughly the same. Then, she wrapped the fruits in anti-collision foam bags and put them into a box. Of course, in consideration of the transportation problem, the fruits for Hengfeng Group were not packaged. It was the same as the previous cooperation with Tongren Hall to sell iron, skinned fengdou. The fruits provided to Hengfeng Group were packaged in large packages and then shipped together with the outer packaging. Hengfeng Group would then send them to various places according to their plan, and then they would package them themselves. Of course, there was a clear clause in the supply and marketing contract between the Peach Blossom Company and Hengfeng Group. That was, Hengfeng Group must use the packaging provided by the Peach Blossom Company and was not allowed to change the packaging of the peach blossom fruit without permission. It was the same for the other commercial channels that they cooperated with, and they had to use the packaging of the Paradise Corporation. Xia Ruofei's main purpose was to promote the brand name of Taoyuan. If they changed the exterior packaging, what was the point? To be honest, the fruit industry only had a revenue of 10 to 20 million a year. To Xia Ruofei, it was not a big deal. It was a busy scene in Taoyuan farm. The cold chain trucks went in and out, transporting the harvested organic fruits from the peach garden to various partners. It was not until the last cart of fruits was transported away that everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. The past few days had been like a tough battle. Whether it was the harvesting workers or the administrative team responsible for coordinating the delivery, transportation, and other matters, everyone felt exhausted. Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude to everyone for their hard work over the past few days. Then, he announced on the spot that the company had decided to give everyone a 1,000 yuan bonus for their outstanding performance in this surprise mission. Including the temporarily hired villagers, they received a bonus of 1,000 yuan in addition to the normal salary. Everyone laughed and cheered. Some of the older employees even jokingly shouted, "President Xia is wise, long live President Xia," and so on. The atmosphere was quite relaxed and happy. After the fruit harvesting work, the farm work returned to its previous track. The preliminary examination of the heart-nourishing soup was still in progress. There was a time period for clinical trials, so there was no point in rushing it. The Provincial Food and Drug Administration had already given them the greatest support, and all the procedures had been completed as soon as possible. If it was another pharmaceutical company, the cost might be several times or even more than 10 times. The expansion and transformation project was also coming to an end. The small and medium-sized professional cold storage that was completed the earliest had been completed and could be put into use soon. The new vegetable greenhouse was basically completed. Now, only some cleaning works such as environmental control were left. There were professionals in charge of all these. Feng Jing was also in charge of the company's operations, so Xia Ruofei had some free time. At that moment, Liang Weimin called Xia Ruofei and told him that the house's renovation design plan was ready. There were 3 plans in total, and he asked Xia Ruofei to go over and take a look when he had the time. Xia Ruofei immediately decided to go today. He also told Liang Weimin that he would meet him at the sales office of the Grand View of the World. Since this house was for Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao, the specific renovation plan still had to be decided by them, especially Lin Xiao. This way, he could meet them directly at the sales office and take them to see the real estate. After making an appointment with Liang Weimin, Xia Ruofei went downstairs to look for Lin Xiao. He smiled and said, "Xiao, didn't I say I'd go with you to buy some design tutorials a few days ago? Let's go now." "All right," Lin Xiao said. "Brother Ruofei, wait for me. I'll leave after I change my clothes." "All right." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Where's Auntie? Let her come along? We're buying books." "What's my mom doing there?" Lin Xiao asked in confusion. "It's boring to stay at home all day. Let Auntie go out for a walk," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Lin Xiao looked at Xia Ruofei suspiciously. She felt that there was a conspiracy behind this. However, she still said, "All right then. My mom should be in the room. Go talk to her." "All right, then hurry up and change." Xia Ruofei went to the guest room next door, knocked on the door, and went in to inform Hu Zi's mother. At first, Hu Zi's mother did not want to go, but she could not stand Xia Ruofei's persuasion and finally agreed. Xia Ruofei insisted on bringing Hu Zi's mother along. The reason was simple. If Lin Xiao was alone, she would not dare to accept a house. Hu Zi's mother had to be present. As for how to convince Hu Zi's mother, Xia Ruofei had already thought of a way. The 3 of them got into the car. Xia Ruofei drove away from the farm and headed towards the Grand View real estate in the city. After the car entered the city, Lin Xiao found that something was wrong. She said, "Brother Ruofei, there's a Xinhua bookstore on Gudong Road. Why are you driving in the opposite direction?" Xia Ruofei stared at the road and said with a smile, "Let's not go to the bookstore yet. I'll take you somewhere." "What place is it?" "You'll know when we get there." So annoying. Keeping us in suspense again. Lin Xiaojiao said angrily. Soon, Xia Ruofei drove the Night 15 SUV to the Dugguan World Sales office. As usual, Liang Weimin attended the event in person, accompanied by 3 of the best interior designers from the interior design company under the Jianda Group. They had each brought their own carefully designed interior design plans. Ruofei. Liang Weimin greeted Xia Ruofei with a smile. "Uncle Liang, thank you for your hard work," Xia Ruofei said. "Auntie, Qiao, this is Uncle Liang, the chairman of Jianda Real Estate Group, Liang Weimin," he introduced. "Uncle Liang, these are the people I told you about before. They're my comrade's mother and sister." "I know." Liang Weimin smiled and said, "Lin Xiao, right?" "Hello, President Liang." Lin Xiao took the initiative to greet Liang Weimin. Then, she asked in a low voice, Brother Ruofei, why did you bring us here? Xia Ruofei and Liang Weimin looked at each other and smiled. Then, Xia Ruofei said, let's go. Let's go inside and talk. When they arrived at the sales office, everyone sat down on the soft and spacious sofas. Xia Ruofei received 3 concept art designs from Liang Weimin. He flipped through it and passed it to Lin Xiao, asking, Xiao, there are 3 designs here. If you were to renovate the house, which one would you like best? Didn't you say you were going to buy books? Why are you suddenly showing me the renovation plan, Lin? Xiao rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and mumbled. She felt that Xia Ruofei was acting weird today and did not know what he was up to. However, Xia Ruofei maintained the posture of handing her the proposal with a bright smile on his face. She thought about it and took it. Huzi's mother also felt that Xia Ruofei was a little strange today. He was going to accompany Lin Xiao to buy some books, but he had to bring her along. After returning to the city, he did not go to the bookstore but came to a real estate and even let Lin Xiao see some renovation plan. Huzi's mother could vaguely guess Xia Ruofei's intentions, but she did not say anything. In her heart, she thought that no matter what Xia Ruofei said, she would firmly reject it. Lin Xiao was already looking through the 3 plans that the gold, metal designer of Jianda Group had worked overtime to come up with. It's so beautiful, Lin Xiao couldn't help but praise when she saw the magnificent design. Since Liang Weimin knew that Xia Ruofei had bought it for Lin Xiao, he would naturally tell the designer to design it according to the style that young girls liked. It was also very important to understand the customer's attributes. If this house was designed in a Chinese style, Lin Xiao would not be interested in it, no matter how perfect the design was. All 3 plans adopted a fresh style, and the master bedroom was decorated with many girlish elements and pink decorations. The whole house was simply like a dream house. Lin Xiao couldn't stop fondling it, especially the design of the small attic. Perhaps every girl had a dream in her heart to own such a dreamlike attic, and this dream was so vividly reflected in the design draft today. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, what do you think? Which plan do you like the most? For the first time, Lin Xiao felt that she had difficulty choosing. She looked at the 3 plans over and over again and said after a long while, Brother Ruofei, these 3 plans are all very good. If I had to choose, it's really hard to choose. The 3 designers standing behind Liang Weimin couldn't help but look proud. Lin Xiao thought for a while and said, I think this set is the best in terms of the overall design, but the bedroom design seems to be more heartwarming. However, I still prefer the last one. It's really amazing. Liang Weimin and Xia Ruofei looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Liang Weimin laughed heartily and said, isn't that simple? Little song, the 3 of you will work together and combine the 3 plans according to what Lin Xiao just said. Is there a problem? One of the designers immediately said, no problem, President Liang. Of course, it was not as simple as changing the bedroom and attic design of the previous plan to the other 2. This involved the coordination of the overall style, and there must be many details to be dealt with. Of course, this wasn't a problem for the gold, metal designers of Jianda Group. Although this kind of work was more cumbersome, since the chairman had personally spoken, the designers would naturally do their best to perform. If they didn't perform now, when else would they do it? Lin Xiao was stunned and asked, Brother Roof, what's going on? Xia Ruofei laughed and stood up. Xiao, you don't have to worry about this. I'll take you and Auntie to a place. Ruofei, Huzi's mother frowned and said, this, Auntie. I know what you want to say. Xia Ruofei chuckled and interrupted Huzi's mother, saying, let's talk about it later. Okay? For now, you guys come with me, okay? Huzi's mother muttered to herself and nodded helplessly. Thus, the group got on the electric car and, accompanied by Liang Weiman, arrived at Building 1. They were in the process of handing over their houses these few days, and many owners were also at the real estate area. It was much more lively than the last time. Xia Ruofei and the rest took the elevator to room 1801 on the 18th floor. The manager of the sales department opened the door with the key. Xia Ruofei entered first and then called Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao in. As soon as Lin Xiao entered the door, she looked around and said in surprise, Brother Ruofei, this is the apartment in the renovation plan we just saw, right? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. That's right. If this house was renovated according to the plan just now, would you like it? Without waiting for Lin Xiao to speak, Huzi's mother said, Ruofei, this house costs a few million, we can't, Xia Ruofei chuckled. And interrupted Huzi's mother, Auntie, I understand what you mean. We'll talk about this later. Huzi's mother wanted to decline twice, but she was interrupted by Xia Ruofei before she could say anything. She could only smile bitterly and shake her head. No matter what Ruofei said later, she had to reject him with a firm attitude. Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao again, waiting for her answer with a smile. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, if I renovate it according to that plan, it will definitely be very, very beautiful. But this has nothing to do with me. After I get a job, I will work hard to earn money to buy such a house. Lin Xiao was not stupid. She could guess Xia Ruofei's intention. This lady was using this method to reject Xia Ruofei's good intentions. Huzi's mother also looked relieved. Although her family was poor and she didn't go to school, she had always paid great attention to the education of her children. Therefore, both Lin Hu and Lin Xiao were very kind. Xia Ruofei acted as if he didn't hear her. He continued to smile and said, Xiao, I remember when you first transferred to number 8 high school, I told you that if you did well in the college entrance examination, I would give you a big surprise, I remember. Lin Xiao immediately said, Brother Ruofei, those phones and computers that you gave me a few days ago, aren't they big surprises? It solved all the digital equipment problems I had in college in one go, and all of them are luxurious. Xia Ruofei glared at Lin Xiao and said, I haven't finished yet. Don't interrupt. Lin Xiao stuck out her tongue mischievously. Xia Ruofei continued, those small prizes aren't a surprise. They're just small gifts. Auntie, Xiao, the surprise I'm talking about is this house, no. Ruofei, you can't do this. Huzi's mother finally said what she wanted to say. She did not let Xia Ruofei interrupt her again. This is a house worth millions. We can't take it no matter what. This time, Lin Xiao also stood firmly on her mother's side and said, yes. Brother Ruofei, we appreciate your kindness. But I don't want to be a person who doesn't work for anything. I believe that in the future, I will be able to use my own hands to let Mom live a good life. Xia Ruofei had already anticipated their reaction, so he was still smiling. He said, Xiao, there's no conflict. With this house, you still need to work hard to change your life and your destiny. Lin Xiao opened her mouth, but Xia Ruofei didn't wait for her to speak and continued, the most important thing is that I've already bought this house under your name. And in full. The money has been paid. After Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned. The house suddenly became very quiet. Xia Ruofei smiled proudly and said, "What do you think I took your ID card for that day? I knew you wouldn't accept it, so I had to act first and report later." Hu Zi's mother frowned slightly and asked, "Xiao, did you really give your ID to Brother Ruofei?" I didn't know that Brother Ruofei would use it to buy a house," Lin Xiao said dejectedly. Hu Zi's mother looked at Xia Ruofei, feeling both angry and amused. She said, "Ruofei, we can't take this house. You can either keep it for yourself or return it." Xia Ruofei smiled. "I knew you'd say that. That's why I've invited President Liang of the Jianda Group." After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei smiled and gave Liang Weiman a look. Liang Weiman knew it was time for him to step up. So he cleared his throat and said, "I'm sorry. We don't give refunds once our houses are sold. Mr. Xia has already paid 2.44 million yuan for the house, so it is now an asset under Lin Xiao's name." Hu Zi's mother said, This can't be right, right? Don't you need to sign the real estate certificate?" Xiao only gave her identification card to Ruofei, and she was able to get the house under her name? The real estate certificate is already in the process of being processed. It does need Lin Xiao's signature, Liang Weiman said. Then why don't you just get the real estate certificate under Brother Ruofei's name? Lin Xiao quickly said. Liang Weiman smiled and said, "I'm sorry. This house was bought in your name, and the house purchase invoice we issued also has your name on it, so the property ownership certificate can only have your name on it. If it is inconsistent with the house purchase invoice, the housing authority will not allow it." Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. This can't do. That can't do. Brother Ruofei's way of doing things is really watertight. Xia Ruofei smiled. "Auntie, Xiao, I was worried that you wouldn't accept it. That's why I did everything behind your back. This time, you can't reject me. Can you?" Hu Zi's mother thought for a moment and said, "Ruofei, we really can't accept this. Since Xiao's name must be written on the property ownership certificate, then we'll do it first. After we're done, we'll transfer the ownership to you. That should be fine, right?" Xia Ruofei revealed a troubled expression and said, "You can, but the transfer fee isn't low. Also, the transfer of a house less than 5 years old will have a very high transaction tax." When Liang Weiman heard this, he immediately took out his phone and pulled out a calculator. As he calculated, he said, "I'll give you a rough calculation. In your case, you can only transfer the ownership as a second-hand house. The property area of this house is 126 square meters, and the unit price is 20,000 yuan. The surrounding houses are already worth more than 30,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan is already very low. If we calculate it at 20,000 yuan, the total price will be 2.44 million yuan. Moreover, this is not an ordinary house and it has not been 5 years, so we can't enjoy the tax reduction," Liang Weiman said as he entered some data into his phone's calculator. In the end, he said, "I've calculated it. In this case, the contract tax is 73,200 yuan. Business tax is 136,640 yuan, and personal income tax is 24,400 yuan. Not including other small expenses, the 3 items Alone will cost you 234,240 yuan. Hu Zi's mother couldn't help but gasp when she heard this. After a long while, she said, just changing the name of the property ownership certificate. It costs 230,000 yuan? Liang Weimin shrugged and said, the country's regulations are like this. Even if the father were to transfer the ownership to the son, it would cost at least 10 to 20,000 yuan. It's even higher in your case. When Huer's mother heard this, she felt at a loss. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei stepped out and said, Auntie, if you really don't want it, then we can do as you said and transfer it to me after the deed is done. This 23,000 yuan. Just take it as my contribution to the country's tax collection. Xia Ruofei's method of retreating to advance was quite effective. Hu Zi's mother immediately said, no. I can't waste this money anymore. That's more than 200,000, Xia Ruofei chuckled and shrugged. Then I have no other choice. Then, Xia Ruofei said seriously, Auntie Xiaoer, this is really just a token of my appreciation. You don't have to think too much about it. It didn't matter whose name was written on the property ownership certificate. Although your living conditions have improved a lot, you're still renting a house, and Xiaoer, you're going to university soon. Can you bear to see Auntie still living in a rented house? Besides, as you know, I'm pretty well off now, and it's very easy for me to buy a house like this. It's even as easy as lifting a finger, so Auntie, just take it as me being filial to Hu Zi. Xia Ruofei's words were very sincere. Even Liang Weimin couldn't help but be moved. Hu Zi's mother's eyes were also red. Ruofei, I know you're a good kid, but this house is too expensive, Auntie, how about this? Xia Ruofei said, we've already bought this house. Besides, it will cost a lot of money to transfer the ownership. It's a waste to leave it idle. Why don't you move in after the renovation is done? If you really don't want to accept it, you can at least wait 5 years later. By the time Xiaoer graduates from university, she should have gradually become financially capable. In addition, the cost of transferring houses that are more than 5 years old won't be so high anymore. Liang Weimin promptly said, that's right. In a second-hand house transaction, a house that has been sold for 5 years can enjoy a business tax discount. You only need to pay the remaining amount. You're also exempted from personal income tax. You can get a lot cheaper. Since Xia Ruofei had already said this, Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao exchanged glances and finally nodded helplessly. Xia Ruofei cheered in his heart and clenched his fists. His painstaking arrangements finally paid off. Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao finally accepted the house. As for the so-called transfer after 5 years, it was just Xia Ruofei's stalling tactic. When the time came, he would naturally have all kinds of ways to avoid it. Uncle Liang, I'll have to trouble you with the renovation. Xia Ruofei said happily, today's proposal was very good. I'll have to trouble your designer for the subsequent adjustments. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Liang Weimin was also very happy. I'll get them to adjust the design drafts as soon as possible. When the time comes, just give it to Xiaoer. As long as she and Auntie are satisfied, we can start work. Xia Ruofei said directly. All right. At this time, Hu Zi's mother could not help but ask, Ruofei, the renovation cost for such a big house must be quite high, right? When Lin Xiao was looking at the renovation plan just now, Huzi's mother also took a few glances at it. She felt that the design was quite high-end and could tell that the cost was high, so she couldn't help but ask. Xia Ruofei replied without thinking, Uncle Liang will give us a big discount. Besides, this house had to be renovated after buying it. At most, I'll pay for it in advance, and you can return it to me when Xiao earns money in the future. Lin Xiao bit her lower lip and said in a low voice, Brother Ruofei, thank you, silly girl. Why are you treating me like an outsider? Xia Ruofei rubbed Lin Xiao's hair affectionately. Xiao, you're very talented in design. After Uncle Liang's designer's proposal is out, you can take a good look at it yourself. If you have any good ideas, you can let the designer make adjustments. Anyway, this house is for you and Auntie to live in. You must renovate it according to your ideal look. Don't be afraid of spending money, understand? Lin Xiao's eyes were a little wet, and she nodded heavily. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, let's go. I still have to buy books later. Oh right, since Xiao is here today, go and sign those few papers. Uncle Liang has already started to get the property certificate. When everyone returned to the sales office, Lin Xiao signed where she needed to sign and left the handling of the property ownership certificate to Liang Weimin. After that, they went to the nearest Xinhua bookstore and bought a few software design tutorials before driving back to the farm together. After returning home, Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao still didn't seem to be in a good mood. In fact, they didn't talk much on the road. Xia Ruofei realized that his decision was not right. A house that cost more than 2 million yuan was nothing to Xia Ruofei now, but to Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao, it was a height that they would never be able to reach in their lives. In particular, Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao were not greedy people. On the contrary, although they were poor, they had strong characters and always insisted on working hard to change their lives by themselves. Xia Ruofei's deepest impression was when he found out that Huzi's mother was seriously ill and had no money for treatment when he first left the army. Without hesitation, he urgently sold the only house in the family and sent Huzi's mother all the money he had, including his retirement fees, anonymously. However, in the face of such a fortune that could extend one's life, Huzi's mother insisted on not using it. Even if her illness was so serious that it was life-threatening, she still refused to use a single cent. From another perspective, this truly reflected Huzi's mother's precious character. Xia Ruofei felt that although Huzi's mother had no choice but to accept his act first and report later, it seemed to give them the feeling of accepting charity. Xia Ruofei often helped the mother and daughter, but giving a house was not the same as giving Taoyuan vegetables, chicken, duck, fish, and meat, or giving Lin Xiao some digital products after her college entrance examination. After realizing this, Xia Ruofei thought that he should do something. Otherwise, it would be bad if he left a grudge in the mother-daughter pair's hearts. Wouldn't that be doing bad things with good intentions? Hence, Xia Ruofei, who had already walked up the stairs and was about to return to his room, suddenly stopped and returned to the living room. Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao were also about to return to their rooms. Auntie, Xiao Xia Ruofei stopped them. Huzi's mother turned around and asked with a smile, is there anything else, Ruofei? Xia Ruofei organized his words and smiled. Auntie, I know that I made the decision to buy this house today and made you feel a little uncomfortable, Ruofei. Auntie knows you mean well. Auntie, let me finish first. Xia Ruofei said, actually, my thinking is very simple. I just want to be filial to Huzi. At this point, Xia Ruofei's face revealed a look of reminiscence. He continued emotionally, Huzi and I are life and death brothers. When we joined the team, we swore that on the battlefield, everyone had to be prepared to take a bullet for their comrades. In fact, Huzi used his actions to fulfill his oath. Xia Ruofei's voice was a little choked as he said, Auntie, the last words that Huzi left in this world often reverberate in my mind, and I can never forget them. He said, Ruofei, help me take care of my mother and sister. Xia Ruofei's gaze seemed to travel through time and space, back to the dangerous tropical forest. The sound of the sniper rifle seemed to still be in his ears. The hot blood that was gushing out of Lin, whose chest was so glaring. He used all his strength to turn his head and say to Xia Ruofei, Ruofei, help me take care of my mom and my sister, Xia. Ruofei's voice trembled as he continued to speak to Huzi's mother and Lin Qiao. I said to Hu, don't worry, from now on, your mother is my mother. Huzi's mother and Lin Qiao were already in tears. Huzi's mother choked and said, Ruofei, stop it. We all understand your feelings. No, Auntie, let me finish. Xia Ruofei said stubbornly, actually, from that moment on, I took over the baton from Huzi. Taking care of you and letting you live a good life is my duty. I know, Huzi's mother mumbled with red eyes, Ruofei. You've already done very well. Xia Ruofei shook his head. Auntie, I really treat you like my own mother and Qiao. Or like my own little sister. My parents passed away in an accident when I was young. My only relative, my grandfather, also left me. I've been alone since then. There's something I've always wanted to say, Ruofei, you speak. Huzi's mother said. She looked at Xia Ruofei with love and a hint of heartache. Xia Ruofei continued, Auntie, I'm a child without a father or mother now. I promised Hu that I'd treat you like my own mother. So, I want to acknowledge you as my godmother and take care of you on behalf of Hu. I hope you don't mind. Huzi's mother's lips were trembling. She was also very excited. Her son's early death was a permanent scar for her. However, Xia Ruofei's appearance changed her family, which was plagued with disasters, and she and Lin Qiao were freed from endless suffering. Huzi's mother was obviously very fond of Xia Ruofei. Although Lin Hu was irreplaceable, Xia Ruofei was like her son in her heart. Therefore, Huzi's mother nodded heavily without much hesitation and said, Ruofei, I acknowledge this godly marriage. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei knelt down without saying anything and kowtowed 3 times. Then he raised his head and said, Godmother. Huzi's mother's eyes were filled with tears, but a gratified smile appeared on her face. She loudly replied, Woof. Good. Child, quickly get up. Then, Huzi's mother reached out and pulled Xia Ruofei up from the ground. Then Xia Ruofei's 3 kowtows. There was no grand ceremony. However, the room was filled with warmth. Xia Ruofei's sense of ceremony was in his heart. When he kowtowed 3 times and called out Godmother, he seemed to see Lin Hu looking at him from the sky. He reached out and lightly hit his left chest. This was a gesture unique to the Lone Wolf Assault Team. It was encouraging and affirmative. Ruofei, I'll make a few more dishes later. Let's have a good celebration, Huzi's mother said, pleased. Godmother, drink some more wine. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. All right, everyone, drink a little, Godma, about the house. You won't blame me anymore. Right? Xia Ruofei continued. Hu Zi's mother looked at Xia Ruofei lovingly and said, Godma has never blamed you. I know. That you're just being filial. But you're not allowed to waste money like this in the future. Shower. And I can't live in such a big house. Besides, a house in the city center is so expensive. Hu Zi's mother also did not mention the transfer of ownership of the house to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei knew that. The little grudge in her heart no longer existed, so he smiled happily and said, I know. I'm very familiar with President Liang of the Jianda Group. He sold it to me at a 20% discount on the opening price at the beginning of last year, which is more than 10,000 yuan cheaper than the surrounding real estate prices. It can be said to be worth it. Hu Zi's mother looked at Xia Ruofei with a half-smile and said, You're so close to CEO Liang, it should be easy for you to check out, right? Did you collude with him today? The smile on Xia Ruofei's face froze. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Hu Zi's mother smiled and said, All right. I saw through it long ago, I just didn't want to expose you at that time. Are you au fait? Don't worry. It's rare that you're so filial. Godmother isn't a killjoy. Xia Ruofei chuckled in embarrassment and said, Godmother is still the most sensible. All right. You must be tired after a busy morning. Go back to your room and take a rest. Hu Zi's mother smiled and said, I'm going to change my clothes. It's time to prepare lunch. Woof. All right. After Xia Ruofei unraveled the knot in his heart, he went back to his room with a peace of mind. Neither he nor Hu Zi's mother noticed that Lin Xiao's expression seemed a little unnatural and even a little disappointed in the process of the warm and tender acknowledgement. In the afternoon, Hu Zi's mother had prepared a few dishes, and Xia Ruofei had brought out some white wine. The three of them had lunched together. By now, Lin Xiao's mood had returned to normal. She kept toasting Xia Ruofei during dinner, saying that she had lost a brother and now God gave her another one. It was worth a big celebration. Lin Xiao drank a lot during the meal, and she took the initiative to ask Xia Ruofei to drink with her. Soon, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes became a little dazed. Hu Zi's mother quickly stopped her from drinking. This child, she can drink too much at home, Hu Zi's mother nagged as she helped Lin Xiao back to her room to rest. Xia Ruofei was still holding his glass and drinking by himself. After acknowledging his godmother, Xia Ruofei felt that his thoughts were much more clear and he was in a very good mood. He and Hu Zi's mother didn't notice the faint sadness in Lin Xiao's eyes after she drank. The payment for Taoyuan organic fruit was quickly transferred to the account of Taoyuan Company. Lychees were relatively better, but cherries had a very short shelf life, so they had to be sold immediately after harvesting. Of course, this also reflected the popular sales of Taoyuan's organic fruits. Although the price was high, there were many rich people in this world. These fruits that looked and tasted great were sold out very quickly after they were put on the shelves. Some comments about the Paradise Corporation also began to appear on the internet. I'm being extravagant today. I bought a box of organic cherries. It's only 1,000 grams, but it cost me $300. I regretted it the moment I bought it. I felt that I was really out of my mind to spend 1/20th of my monthly salary on a box of cherries. But after I went home and tasted them, I couldn't stop. It was too fucking delicious. Please forgive my lack of education, but I really can't find any words to describe the deliciousness of this box of cherries. Anyway, the end result was, I went to the Sam's Club again and contributed 1/10 of my monthly salary. This netizen used the word 2-3 times in a row to describe the amazing feeling he had after eating the organic cherries of Taoyuan for the first time.